Welcome to part 9 of The Water Magician. I hope you have been enjoying the story so far. Don't forget to subscribe and join the Discord channel for the complete audiobook. Finally, we were able to deliver it safely. Yes, the words were murmured by Jun Luo, the leader and a third-rank adventurer, in a voice filled with exhaustion. In response to him was Baliri, the mage and strategist. The other three members, Chunk, the scout, Shun Li, the healer, and Rosso, the swordsman, were equally fatigued, merely nodding in agreement. When it comes to third-rank adventurers, they are recognized as top-tier individuals, akin to high-level adventurers. To see such individuals exhausted is quite unusual. By the way, among these five, only the younger swordsman Rosso is a fourth-rank adventurer. However, in terms of capability, he is already on par with the other four third-rank adventurers. Once he gains some more accomplishments, he will surely become a full-fledged third-rank adventurer. The reason why these five talented individuals were so fatigued was that they had struggled to deliver documents to Earl Bashu Roshu Ten, the Lord. When they left the town of Bogo, they had heard that the Lord was staying at an inn called the Moonlit Banquet Pavilion, which faced Holy Emperor Square. Since the Lord had previously made this in his regular lodging in the Imperial capital, the five had arrived at the Moonlit Banquet Pavilion without any issues. And they sought an audience. "I'm sorry, but Earl Bashu and his party are no longer staying here." "What? They checked out 5 days ago. Where did they go? I'm afraid I don't have that information." It goes without saying that the five were devastated by the innkeeper's words. Most critically, the inn did not have any information on where Earl Bashu and his party had moved. Normally, one would expect them to keep track of such information, right? In truth, the higher-ups at the Moonlit Banquet Pavilion had been informed. However, handling such information requires careful discretion. Especially regarding Earl Bashu, who had reportedly been attacked within the Imperial Palace, caution was necessary. As a result, the temporary staff member that the five spoke to had not been informed. It was a blunder that was uncharacteristic of a first-rate inn. That being said, mistakes do happen. For those who fall victim, it doesn't end there. The five wandered around the Imperial capital. They searched throughout the Imperial capital. They scoured every nook and cranny of the city. At one point, they even visited the Dragon Spring residence, which was quite far from the center. As a result, I never expected they would be at the Crystal Pavilion on the opposite side of Holy Emperor Square. That was a complete blind spot. Jun Luo, the swordsman, murmured, and Baliri, the mage, nodded in agreement. The five had initially checked the inns near Holy Emperor Square. They had indeed checked. But the gate of the Crystal Pavilion was closed, so we decided to come back later. That was a mistake. Chunk, the scout, muttered, and Shun Li, the healer, nodded repeatedly. Rosso, the silent swordsman, shared their fatigue but remained focused on a single point. "What's wrong, Rosso?" "No, Jun, it's nothing." Rosso averted his gaze, blushing in response to Jun Luo's inquiry. However, the other four understood the reason behind Rosso's actions. At times like this, Rosso is simply hungry. "I'm hungry too." "So am I." In response to Jun Luo's words, Baliri, the mage, nodded emphatically. The other two echoed their agreement. Naturally, one gets hungry after wandering around. Moreover, now that their pressing concern had been resolved, the hunger that had been forgotten resurfaced. "All right, let's go eat." With that, the five entered a dining establishment facing Holy Emperor Square. It was a place that featured noodle soup with wheat noodles as one of its signature dishes. This noodle has a sweetness to it while also having a nice elasticity. Don't act like you're eating for the first time and making refined comments. Remember, you've already finished your second bowl. Rio made a remark with the air of an instant noodle critic, while Abel pointed out the precarious situation. Yes, they had already polished off one bowl and were on their second, both of them. This spicy stir-fried egg rice is also delicious. The rice is nicely coated with oil. Don't act like you're eating this for the first time and making refined comments. Remember, that's your second plate. Rio chimed in with a comment like an instant fried rice critic, while Abel once again pointed out the dangerous situation. Yes, they were on their second plate of rice dishes as well, not just the noodles. Both of them. Although Abel was calmly pointing out the precarious situation, he wasn't stopping. No, he was not stopping at all. Just as they were about to plunge into the hell of being too full to move, a saving angel appeared. "Abel?" "Yeah." Abel turned to the voice that called out to him. There stood a familiar swordsman. "Ah, you're Jun Luo from the Tiger Mountain incident, right? It's been a while." "It's really you, Abel, and this is Rio. What a coincidence running into you in the Imperial capital." Abel had once saved Jun Luo during a mountain hunt at Tiger Mountain. At that time, Jun Luo was immensely grateful, truly a lifesaver. "Well, isn't it you all from Bogo? Earl Bashu Roshu Ten's territory. It's quite a distance from the Imperial capital, isn't it?" "Yeah, we took on a request. In fact, we just came from the Lord's Inn." As Jun Luo spoke, the other four exchanged wry smiles. It seemed they had gone through quite a lot, something Rio and Abel sensed as well. Well, even if something big happens, we all still get hungry. Let's eat, everyone. This place is good, Rio said, then moved to the side so the five could sit comfortably. Since it was a large table to begin with, it seemed they could fit 7 without being cramped. By the way, haven't we formally introduced ourselves yet? Huh, we haven't even mentioned our party name, have we? Party name? Abel tilted his head at Jun Luo's words. Probably referring to the party name. Rio chimed in to provide assistance. Of course, it was his usual loose interpretation, but this time it felt correct. I'm Jun Luo, leader of the third-rank party Spring Hope. These are my party members, Baliri, Chunk, Shunli, and Rosso. Thank you for saving my life the other day. I am grateful. Saying that, Jun Luo and the other 5 of Spring Hope performed a formal Darway-style bow with their hands clasped before their chests, bowing their heads. Don't worry about it. The party name Spring Hope. Sounds cool, Rio complimented the party name. For Rio, Spring Hope reminded him of the famous poet Du Fu's line, "The country is broken, but the mountains and rivers remain." We borrowed it from a famous poet from long ago, Baliri the mage said with a smile. Wow, Rio was surprised. Perhaps there was a Du Fu in this world called Phi as well. As the 5 from Spring Hope bowed, they were intently gazing at Abel. After a few seconds, Abel realized they were waiting for him to introduce himself. I'm Abel from the former A-rank party, Red Sword of the Natore Kingdom. Here I'm still a 6th rank, though. A-rank? I guess that means you're quite powerful? Yeah. I'm the best in the country. Of course, Abel answered with a slight puff of his chest, somewhat bashful. The 5 of Spring Hope were convinced that he was indeed an exceptional adventurer, just as they had expected. Observing all this, Rio nodded repeatedly for some reason. However, Baliri, the mage of Spring Hope, noticed Rio's nodding. Is it just you and Rio and the Red Sword, Lord Abel? There were 3 others in Red Sword, but they've disbanded or rather ceased activities for now. And Rio isn't a member of Red Sword. Baliri was taken aback by Abel's explanation. Yes, in the Eastern nations, I'm reluctantly taking care of Abel. Taking care of? Abel is a child who can't do anything by himself, so I have no choice but to. Stop that. It'll just lead to misunderstandings, Rio explained while looking at Abel with pity, and Abel denied it before any misunderstandings could arise. Certainly, if you compare someone like Lord Rio, a mage, to Lord Abel, the best in the country, there's no comparison, Baliri said, nodding repeatedly. Rio, looking puzzled, tilted his head and asked, Baliri, why do you think I'm a powerful mage? To say that you are powerful yourself. I have confidence in my magic that I've honed while sacrificing sleep. Rio replied proudly in a somewhat self-important manner. He was happy to be called a powerful mage. No, I can see the magical power leaking from your body, but Lord Rio has no magic leaking at all. It's the first time I've seen someone like that. Oh, Baliri can see magical power too. Since coming to the Eastern nations, I feel like I've seen quite a few people like that. But yes, I have a bit of confidence in my magical control. Hee, Rio replied happily. In reality, he had confidence in his magical control. He was confident, but it still frustrated him that it was only under the condition of facing humans. I'm still not ready for non-humans, though. Non-humans. Like Krakens, for instance. After Rio answered, he declared, one day I'll make sure to deal with them. Krakens, I'm sorry, but I can't quite imagine that. Baliri, the mage, answered honestly. Once the initial greetings between them concluded, the 7 engaged in cheerful conversation. They ate moderately, drank moderately, and enjoyed their conversation. It was a wonderful night, a peaceful dinner indeed. That was really fun. Let's do it again someday. Yeah, see you. With the support of their companions from Spring Hope, the swordsman Jun Luo said goodbye, and Abel waved back, and they parted ways. It seemed that the 5 members of Spring Hope had accommodations prepared for them at the Crystal Pavilion, where their lord, Earl Bashu Roshu Ten, was staying. Since Crystal Pavilion was located in Holy Emperor Square, it was probably okay even if they stumbled a bit on their feet. They planned to spend the night in the Imperial capital and depart for Bogo the next morning. Wow, that was so much fun. Their battle with the New was really interesting. Yeah, they really exist, the New. Abel said he had never seen one either, right? Yeah, I haven't. In fact, there haven't been any sightings of that monster in the Central Nations for over 100 years. The New was described as having the body and limbs of a tiger, the head of a monkey, a snake for a tail, and wings that allow it to fly. According to Spring Hope, that's what this monster is like. Though it appears in books even in the Central Nations, it was said to be extinct. However, it still exists in small numbers in the Eastern nations. Moreover, it is an exceedingly troublesome monster that can even cast magic. Jun and Abel listened with bated breath as Spring Hope described their encounter with it. That's what adventurers are all about. In comparison, we haven't really had an adventure. Well, I can't deny that. Still, I enjoy flying. Yeah, that's true. Flying is definitely an adventure. Abel pointed out their practice with the flying ring, and Rio acknowledged that flying was something ordinary people couldn't easily do, thus making it an adventure. Indeed, doing things that ordinary people find hard is what makes one an adventurer. Flying is, in a global context, definitely something that ordinary people cannot easily accomplish. It seems to be somewhat common in this Darway Central Yellow, though. We learned that hiring adventurers for military strength is unrealistic. The only option left for us is to become stronger ourselves and enhance our own military might. Let's rest well tonight and fly again starting tomorrow. Yeah, let's do that, Rio said with a smile, and Abel replied with a smile as well. Both were filled with peace. Returning to the Crystal Pavilion, which was also located in Holy Emperor Square, Spring Hope was led straight to the room of their Lord Earl Bashu Roshu Ten, and they were informed. I would like to make a request to Spring Hope as the Earl Bashu. I need you to stay in the Imperial capital for a while to help with something. My lord, the adventurers in the Imperial capital have been showing unsettling movements. Unsettling movements? Yes, and they are all high-ranking adventurers, level 3 and above. What on earth? With furrowed brows, Roshu Ten conveyed the information, and Jun Luo and the other 4 members of Spring Hope exchanged glances, shaking their heads. With the current situation, those unsettling movements must be related to the princes, perhaps even the 6th prince, His Highness Lion? I can't say for sure, but it seems to be connected to that area. At that point, Roshu Ten looked directly into Jun Luo's eyes and continued speaking. I want you to find out who or what is behind the movements of the adventurers. Jun Luo glanced at the mage Baliri beside him. Baliri nodded slightly. Understood. Jun Luo brought his 4 fingers, index, middle, ring, and little, together and performed the Darway-style salute by placing one palm against the back of the other hand in front of his chest, and the other 4 followed his lead. Thus, the return of Spring Hope was postponed. The next day, early in the morning, Inspector Li Wu, belonging to the Inspectorate, visited the censorate. It seemed that Minister Juan had already informed them, and he was quickly guided to the Minister of State, Shu. Inspector Li Wu has arrived. Oh, come in. He heard Shu's voice from inside, and Li Wu entered the room. However, there was an unfamiliar guest already present. This was quite rare. Leading figures from the censorate, including Minister Shu, tend to avoid having strangers meet in the same room. I have heard from Juan Li Wu. This is Lord Protector Kavui Samaru from Suje Kingdom in the Archipelago Sea region. When introduced, Kavui Samaru bowed his head. The Archipelago Sea region is quite far to the south, right? Among them, Suje Kingdom is reputed to be a powerful maritime nation alongside Kamakura Feudal Kingdom. As Inspector Li Wu recalled, Kavui Samaru showed an expression of surprise. Then he conveyed that surprise with words. I am amazed. I have been introduced to many people, but while many know of the Archipelago Sea region, no one has known of Suje Kingdom. You are the first person to know of my Suje Kingdom. Didn't I tell you? Those from the Inspectorate are charged with monitoring the provinces, and they are quite knowledgeable about even foreign countries, far more diligent than those in the Department of Rights who handle diplomacy. Minister Shu said with a hearty laugh. Indeed, Kavui Samaru nodded several times in agreement. Li Wu, scratching his head, felt slightly embarrassed. Once their greetings and casual conversation concluded, Kavui Samaru spoke up. Then I should be on my way. Not yet. You were sightseeing the Darway Navy until yesterday, right? You have no other plans, so why not enjoy a leisurely stay in the Imperial capital? Even if you say that. I have no acquaintances here in the Imperial capital aside from Minister Shu. In that case, look, you have just made one acquaintance, Minister Shu said, pointing with his chin while laughing, indicating Li Wu. Li Wu was taken aback, surprised to be suddenly put on the spot. However, he couldn't exactly refuse. After all, Minister Shu was also a friend of his superior Juan, and in some ways he felt like a second superior to him. Of course, if I can be of assistance. Standing nearly 2 meters tall with a completely shaved head, Li Wu stammered. Ha, please don't worry. I have resolved my pressing matters, so I will return to my country slowly while reading a book. The crew of the Rondark which I traveled on are excellent, so I will have plenty of free time on the ship. Reading all the time? Sounds nice. Minister Shu said with laughter, while Kavui Samaru looked enviously at him. By the way, I have a book translated into Eastern nations' language. Would you like to have a look, Minister Shu? It's the favorite book of Our Majesty the Queen. Oh ho, a favorite book of the young queen? Kavui Samaru said as he handed a book to Minister Shu. What does it say? That Abel is a hungry swordsman? What a peculiar title. Yes, but the content is a very interesting adventure story. Minister Shu tilted his head while reading the title, and Kavui Samaru explained with a smile. There was one person who tilted their head for a different reason upon hearing that title. It was Inspector Li Wu. Abel? That name sounded familiar. Minister Shu caught Li Wu's murmur. What is it, Li Wu? Is there something about Abel? Oh no, actually the reason I came here today is to ask your help in searching for someone. I see, I'm listening. Of the two people I want you to look for, one of their names is Abel. What did you say? Minister Shu was visibly surprised. The name Abel is not commonly heard around here, especially not in Darway, nor even in the Archipelago Sea region, I would suppose. Yes, I haven't heard it in the Archipelago Sea region either. However, in response to Minister Shu's inquiry, Kavui Samaru nodded but continued with a somewhat shocking word. I happen to know a swordsman by that name. Oh, he is the very person who served as the model for that book, Lord Abel. I see. Minister Shu nodded once. Did you say Abel is a swordsman? Yes, Li Wu asked with wide eyes of surprise. Kavui Samaru nodded in response. The Abel I'm looking for is also a swordsman. Is that so? How fascinating. Li Wu, what about the other person you are looking for? Yes, his name is Ryo, and he is a mage dressed in a robe. Is that so? By this point, Kavui Samaru couldn't help but smile meaningfully. Then he turned to Minister Shu and said, Minister Shu, take a look at the author of this book. Author, what does it say, Ryo Mihara? Could this Ryo Mihara be the mage in the robe? You're correct, Kavui Samaru nodded. What? In other words, what does this mean? Li Wu, not fully understanding, asked. In other words, I know the two people you are searching for, Lord Li Wu. They are the author of this book and its model. What a small world. Minister Shu laughed at Kavui Samaru's explanation. So you are saying that Lord Ryo and Lord Abel are both from the Archipelago Sea region? Well, that's correct. But to be more precise, they seem to have come from the Natore Kingdom in the Central Nations. The Central Nations. The one way out to the west? Yes, from Darway it's quite far to the west. Kavui Samaru nodded repeatedly in response to Li Wu's surprise. However, yet another person tilted their head in confusion. This time it was Minister Shu. The Natore Kingdom in the Central Nations? I've been hearing that name a lot lately. Recently, hearing it a lot? Yes, listen, there's a famous bard singing about it. It's all the rage in the Imperial capital. Haven't you heard, Li Wu? Well, I've been away from the Imperial capital for about a year. A mage who serves King Abel. His magic can darken the heavens, shatter the earth, and freeze the world. A great water magic. With just one strike, he breaks 100,000-strong army, and that's no dream illusion. People praise him as Icefall or the Duke of Silver, Kavui Samaru sang with a unique rhythm. Oh, yes, yes, the Lord Protector from a foreign land knows of it well. That's because my Majesty the Queen sang it, Kavui Samaru answered with a smile. What a surprise, Her Majesty the Queen of Suje Kingdom reads books and listens to bard songs, more refined than even the Darway Imperial Palace. Minister Shu laughed joyfully and concluded. Finding a combination like Abel and Ryo together is quite rare. I believe the people Li Wu is searching for are indeed the same individuals. Yes, I have that feeling too. Li Wu nodded at Minister Shu's conclusion. Indeed, it wasn't a combination of names that would easily occur. Now that I know their names, finding them in this vast imperial capital won't be easy, even if I'm searching for someone wearing a robe which almost no one from Darway wears. Indeed, Li Wu nodded at Minister Shu's words. Lord Protector Kavui Samaru tilted his head slightly, but the two remained unaware of it. Doesn't anyone know that Lord Abel and Lord Rondo are King Abel and Duke Rondo? Kavui Samaru thought to himself. He had heard that Duke Rondo gifted a massive blue magic stone at the banquet of the sixth prince, Lion. As a result, he knew that the emperor had granted him a residence where he was staying. For some reason, however, while the stay of Duke Rondo was known, King Abel's stay was unknown. Were they no longer together? Could such a thing happen? It was impossible. A mage who serves King Abel. Yes, they must be together. This means they are hiding their identities as King Abel. I don't know why, though. Even the invincible Admiral Kavui Samaru from the Archipelago Sea region could not deduce that because Abel had forgotten his identification, Ryo had to appear as Duke Rondo. But he was troubled. It would be inappropriate for him to spread something they had not made public themselves. Moreover, the equation of Ryo equals Duke Rondo was merely Queen Illyriaja's speculation. Of course, Kavui Samaru trusted Queen Illyriaja's high abilities wholeheartedly. However, in any case, he felt it was wrong to speak without confirmation. Unbeknownst to Minister Shu and Li Wu, who had no idea of Kavui Samaru's internal struggle. After a while, Minister Shu opened his mouth. I know of a mage wearing a robe in the imperial capital. Really? Li Wu was astonished. Where does he reside? What do you want to know that for? It's obvious. I will visit him directly. Fool, someone like you should not visit so casually. Huh, Minister Shu reprimanded him, but Li Wu looked puzzled by the scolding. That person is not only well regarded by His Majesty the Emperor, but also a powerful, no, I should say a dreadful mage. Minister Shu recalled the moment he first met him. The magical power that should have leaked from everyone had not leaked at all at that time. I didn't find Lord Rio frightening when I met him. Li Wu remembered him having a calm demeanor and atmosphere. Could it be he was someone else? Well, I wonder. Perhaps he does appear calm. Before I had that recognition, I was surprised that his magical power was completely undetectable. In any case, we must confirm this. I was instructed by Minister Juon to look for Lord Rio and Lord Abel. That's right. Then I'll go with you. I'm not unfamiliar with Duke Rondo. Even if it's a case of mistaken identity, we wouldn't be scolded for being rude. Minister Shu suggested with a shrug. What, Duke Rondo? The mage I know in a robe is Duke Rondo, the bard who just sang for us. That was about him. Such a remarkable person. I told you he has the Emperor's favor. Li Wu frowned as he spoke, while Minister Shu shook his head gently. After shaking his head, Minister Shu turned to Kavui Samaru and said, "All right, Lord Kavui Samaru, you will come along too." Huh! Kavui Samaru exclaimed in surprise at the sudden suggestion. He couldn't understand why he was being called despite being unrelated. It's a rare opportunity to meet someone who is also sung about by bards far away in the archipelago sea region. You're coming along. Well, but, Kavui Samaru was flustered, if that truly was the Rio he knew, what kind of expression should he make? Even Kavui Samaru had moments of hesitation. But in the end, no one could withstand Minister Shu's insistence. Since the piano arrived at the mansion, Duke Rondo's daily life has been elegant. After having breakfast, he plays the piano. After playing for a while, he enjoys magic and alchemy. After having lunch, he plays the piano again. He continues to play the piano. He plays the piano. He plays the piano. He plays the piano. You're always just playing the piano, aren't you? A swordsman who spends his time flying through the skies mutters something. The piano is different from the violin. It's hard to make up for the time I haven't played. A mage who only plays the piano argues back. Such is his everyday life. However, sometimes unexpected things happen. For example, he may be summoned from the Imperial Palace. Of course, the one summoning him is Emperor Tsuin. Other people wouldn't dare to. For instance, someone might come from the Imperial Palace. Most often it is Workshop Chief Ron Shen. There are also various envoys from Emperor Tsuin bringing messages. For instance, sometimes someone comes from outside the palace. Most of the time it is the 6th Prince, Lion, from the neighboring territory. Or it might be his wife, Princess Xiaofen, along with her maid, Mifa. Yet this morning an unexpected guest arrived. Here we are. Shu-sama, is it really all right to come without any prior notice? Inspector Li Wu nervously asks if it is acceptable to arrive unannounced, responding to Shu Shiku's words. I've already arrived. Why, yes, that's true, but you were the one who insisted that we must hurry to find them, weren't you? Indeed, that is correct. Inspector Li Wu still hasn't gathered his resolve. This is because the stories he heard on the way regarding Duke Rondo were far from ordinary. It is said that he defeated 100,000 enemies in a single blow during the war in his homeland. It is said that he offered the magic stone of a kraken at Prince Lion's banquet. It is said that he captured a phantom being in ice, and so on. They said at the censorate that he is a terrifying person. Indeed, you mentioned that? Inspector Li Wu begins to tremble under Shu Shiku's incredulous gaze. However, the third person who exited the carriage with them noticed something. I can hear the sound of some unfamiliar instrument coming from inside the mansion. This was Lord Protector Kavui Samaru. He had come as a diplomatic envoy to Prince Lion's banquet, intending to leave the imperial capital soon after viewing the navy exercises of the Darway. Yet, for some reason, he was still in the imperial capital. While it is true that my staying abroad for a longer duration would benefit Her Majesty the Queen's authority. No, perhaps meeting Lord Rio and Lord Abel here could provide some interesting stories to delight Her Majesty. Kavui Samaru was originally an admiral. Having traversed battlefields, he was used to situations not going as planned. He was a man capable of adapting quickly. The gate to Duke Rondo's mansion was open, thus the three intended to pass through the gate. However, there seems to be something there, Inspector Li Wu murmured. Yes, it's an ice golem. I saw it during my last visit, and there are several of them inside as well. Shu Shiku replied. While it sounded natural, at least he didn't attempt to touch the golems. During the last visit, they were cleaning the garden and mansion, but the golems in front of them were staring at the three, or so it seemed. They had heads but no eyes. The hesitation of the three lasted only a brief moment. However, "Excuse me, welcome to my home." "Oh, Shu," a robed mage appeared unexpectedly. "Wait, Inspector Li Wu too, and Lord Protector Kavui Samaru, it has been a while since I've seen both of you." It was Duke Rondo Rio. The three were shown into the mansion. Rio brewed and served tea. Abel brought out what looked like small rice cakes or a small daifuku on a larger plate from the back. This is a sweet that Princess Shiofen from next door brought yesterday. It pairs very well with tea, so please enjoy. Oh, this looks delicious. It resembles Nyangao, which I've seen in the southern region. Shushiku quickly ate one as Ryo explained, while Inspector Li Wu, with his knowledge from traveling the regions, made a guess. Kavyue-samaru silently enjoyed the sweets, looking pleased. Ryo and Abel exchanged glances and nodded. While each had their own approach, it seemed they were satisfied. So what brings you here today? Ryo decided to initiate the conversation. Ah, right. Actually, I was asked by this Inspector Li Wu to consult with you, Shu-sama. Oh, I see. I am looking for the two who reported together with Lord Roshu-ten in the city of Namen. They should have arrived in the Imperial capital by now. I see. In that case, it must be us. Indeed. In response to Shu-shiku's question, Ryo answered and Inspector Li Wu nodded. Regarding the reports in the city of Namen, it should have been about the Tiger Mountain incident related to the phantom beings. All right, my request is resolved then. Saying this with a laugh, Shu-shiku reached for the large plate again and began to enjoy the sweets. Inspector Li Wu was left behind. Actually, about the phantom beings I heard about in the city of Namen, you two previously mentioned you met one in a different location, right? Yes. Do you know where you encountered it? My superior is curious. That was before we came to Darway, Ryo answered straightforwardly. However, it was not Inspector Li Wu who reacted, but Kavyue-samaru. Was it in the autonomous city of Kubevasa? Well, yes, Ryo's answer hesitated for a moment. Kavyue-samaru seemed to have understood not to delve too deeply into the matter. He nodded once and did not continue the questions. A competent man can handle situations like this well. As a result, Ryo's evaluation of Kavyue-samaru in his heart rose even higher. I see, in Kubevasa, Inspector Li Wu pondered, resting his chin on his hand. After about 20 seconds of contemplation, he resumed questioning. Did the one you met, Lord Ryo, claim to be a phantom being? No, not at all. It was another person who said that, Ryo responded. While he said person, it was actually demon. The demon Pastra, who was conducting experiments on the Death Dragon, referred to Duke Helb, the younger brother of Duke Atinjo, as a phantom being on the Blue Island, which Ryo was aware of. Who was the person that said it was a phantom being? Inspector Li Wu inquired. Ryo hesitated in his response. He had anticipated such a question would arise, but honestly he didn't know how to answer. If he answered straightforwardly, ultimately the question would arise, who is that phantom being? Therefore, he felt it might not be good to simply say it was Duke Helb, the younger brother of Duke Atinjo. Although he had no certainty, he felt it somehow. Thus, he decided to cut the chain of questions here. Inspector Li Wu, the one who conveyed that to me is a being best kept away from humans. Huh! There are beings that humans are better off not even knowing about. Therefore, I cannot answer your earlier question. I would be troubled if my answer led to the instant disappearance of all the Eastern nations. What? Inspector Li Wu couldn't fully understand Ryo's words. As a result, his reaction was sluggish. However, Shu-shiku, who had been enjoying the sweets next to him, seemed to comprehend. He immediately stopped eating and looked at Ryo intently. It seemed something clicked in his mind. After a nod, he turned to Inspector Li Wu and said, Li Wu, it's best to leave it at that. But, as Duke Rondo just said, it's something that humans should not know, but, stop. Inspector Li Wu. In the end, Shu-shiku's sharp voice struck Inspector Li Wu. Naturally, Inspector Li Wu understood that Shu-shiku's unusual atmosphere was something serious. He realized he was about to tread into a domain he should not. The opponent was not only not human, but also an existence that was not even known. Apologies. That concludes my questions. Inspector Li Wu hastily bowed and ended the questioning. Ryo accepted it with a calm nod. In his heart, he was repeatedly relieved. After some time spent in pleasant conversation, the three departed. Well, that went off without a hitch. What did you think would happen? Ryo expressed a sigh of relief while Abel shook his head slightly. What else could it be? The possibility of us getting caught as rebels against Darway? That's a bit sudden. It's only natural to be on guard when the number 2 of the censorate, Shu-sama, suddenly shows up. Is that so? Abel, taking it easy is a recipe for disaster. With a mindset of eternal battlefield, humans cannot predict when or where misfortune may strike. I see. In response to Ryo's assertion, Abel accepted it without bothering to argue. Well, I was surprised that the Lord Protector of the Suje Kingdom came along. Right, Kavyue-samaru. Banhu mentioned in the city that Kavyue-samaru was coming, but, to top it off, he arrived on the Rondark. The Rondark was the ship that had transported the two from the Suje Kingdom to the autonomous city of Kubevasa. So, in the end, the Rondark had to sail from Kubevasa to the Imperial capital. Crossing the ocean for the first time must have had its share of worries. Both Rio and Abel remembered the struggles faced by Captain Gorik Du and the crew of the Rondark. Sailing in waters without navigational information is not easy, no matter how sturdy the warship is. The weather is unpredictable. The underwater conditions are unknown. They must also be wary of whether there are pirates lurking. If we were going to come to the Imperial capital anyway, we should have just had the Rondark carry us. No, that would have been impossible. Rio stated a conclusion while Abel pointed out the impossibility. In hindsight, everything seems easy, and it appears there could have been better methods. However, that is a kind of selfishness. If only Abel had the ability of future sight, there wouldn't have been any problems. Huh, you should have trained harder to acquire at least that much. It's a nuisance for everyone around you. How the heck can I acquire that kind of ability? I don't know, but there must be a technique like sword technique, future sight. I've never heard of that. Naturally, Rio's suggestion was a whimsical accusation. Kyririn, at that moment, a pleasant sound like that of wind chimes resonated. It rang again just like before. That's the signal for visitors. Yes, the golems are designed to ring when they detect guests. At Abel's words, Rio nodded with satisfaction. Like water attribute magic's active sonar, it utilizes water vapor in the air, allowing the golems near the entrance to ring. With this, even the voiceless golems can call for Rio. When the two approached the gate, a boy was standing there. An invitation from our lord. Saying this, he handed a letter to Rio. This is an invitation to dinner tonight from Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen. Please let them know I will be there at 6 in the evening. Upon hearing this, the boy politely placed his hands together in front of his chest in a bow before heading back toward the mansion. I did it, Abel. We scored dinner. Well, that's true, but the way you say it makes it sound like we're struggling to find something to eat. The impression a statement gives can change drastically based on how it is phrased. Words must be chosen carefully. For now, we don't have to worry about dinner. Shall we go for lunch then? With that, Rio and Abel set out. What a peaceful daily life it is. Chapter text, September 2nd submission, the first half. I'm sorry. At the same time, in the Imperial capital, Adventurers Mutual Aid Association. 5 adventurers entered the advanced hall, the building on the left side from the main square. While this isn't unheard of, it's quite a rare sight. Normally, adventurers come and go through the entrance that connects directly to the waiting room at the back. The front entrance facing the main gate and square is predominantly used by clients. As the 5 adventurers entered the advanced hall, they headed straight to the reception desk. This advanced hall is used for requesting services from 3rd and 2nd rank adventurers. Naturally, the fees and preparations for rewards are high, so the clients here are usually wealthy merchants or members of the SH-Type layer. Inside the building, there were no other adventurers, just a single client. Because of this, the 5 stood out as soon as they entered. The guides of the Mutual Aid Association could tell at a glance that the 5 were not local adventurers from this advanced hall. Is there something we can assist you with? So, as usual, they asked. It's not impossible that there are clients who appear to be adventurers, or perhaps. We are part of the BOGO 3rd rank team, Spring Hope. Welcome to the Imperial Capital Adventurers Mutual Aid Association. Actually, we have come here on a request from Earl Bashu who oversees BOGO. Yes, our hope is to exchange information with other adventurers. Therefore, we would like to be allowed into the waiting room. At Jun Luo's words, the guide frowned slightly. It seems they said something unusual. However, we had conducted a similar information exchange here at the Imperial Capital Adventurers Mutual Aid Association before. Has the regulation changed? No, that's not the case. Adventurers are free to exchange information among themselves without any issues. That hasn't changed. However, currently all adventurers affiliated with this advanced hall are out on assignments. All of them. In the advanced hall of the Imperial capital, there must be hundreds of 3rd and 2nd rank adventurers, right? Surely there's at least someone remaining? Yes. After that, Spring Hope was shown all the waiting rooms in the back, but really there's no one here, the mage Baliri murmured. No, sorry, it's not that I didn't believe you. I understand it's hard to believe. I've been a guide for nearly 10 years at the Mutual Aid Association, but it's the first time all the adventurers from the advanced hall are out. In response to Jun Luo's words, the guide smiled wryly. Could you tell us why this is happening? I'm sorry, but that concerns the content of the request. Of course. Jun Luo nodded at the guide's words. That's only natural. They wouldn't just share that information. But realistically, if no one is here, they can't accept any requests. What is the Mutual Aid Association doing about it? Actually, everyone being out started today. What? We've redirected all requests that seem manageable up to the 4th rank to the Standard Hall. To be honest, I don't think the higher-ups have a clear idea of what will happen next. And yet, everyone is out. No, they had no choice but to accept the situation that forced them out. Yes, Understanding the deeper meaning behind Jun Luo's question, the guide nodded. In other words, these are requests that the higher-ups of the Mutual Aid Association cannot refuse. Such high-level requests are rare. For example, the Lord who requested Spring Hope, Earl Rosh 10. It would be impossible for him to send all adventurers out. In other words, even the upper echelons of the SHTIF layer cannot manage that. If it goes higher than that, there's only one possibility. That is, the Imperial family. Either the Emperor himself or the princes. The power of ordinary princes does not differ much from the upper echelons of the SHTIF layer. However, if we're talking about a prince, it's entirely different. The Emperor goes without saying. I want to ask one thing. Could it be that all the adventurers from the Special Class Hall are out too? Yes, they were already out a bit earlier. The 5 from Spring Hope left the Advanced Hall. In other words, either His Majesty the Emperor or the 3 princes have requisitioned the adventurers. 3rd and 2nd ranks from today, special and 1st ranks were taken out even earlier. The question is, what for? The swordsman Jun Luo and the mage Baliri confirmed each other. Of course, the most pressing reason for what for remains completely unknown. For now, let's grab some food. We might think of something. The team leader just seems hungry. Probably that's true, Chunk the scout said with a laugh as Jun Luo suggested lunch, with Baliri agreeing as well. Still, it was lunchtime, so no one could refuse Jun Luo's suggestion. The 5 walked to Holy Emperor Square. Last night, they had entered a restaurant prominently advertising wheat noodle soup with ton-ton noodles. Actually, I was also curious about the place next door. Today's recommendation seems to be exquisite stir-fry with beef and porman. Jun Luo suggested the neighboring restaurant, with the scout Chunk reading the day's recommendation displayed at the shopfront. From the side, they heard another voice, one they remembered from the night before. The exquisite stir-fry with beef and porman is today's recommendation. What does exquisite stir-fry mean? I'm not sure, but it must mean the way it's stir-fried is remarkable. Shall we try it here today? And then the 2 groups collided. Mr. Abel and Rio-san? Everyone from Spring Hope. Fortunately, just before, a larger group had finished eating and left the restaurant, allowing the 7 to gather around a large table together. Didn't Jun Luo and the others say they were leaving the Imperial capital this morning? That was the plan, but after returning to the inn last night, I was given a request from my lord. Jun Luo answered with a wry smile to Abel's question, while the other 4 shared a similar expression. It was a bit amusing to meet again at the table just 12 hours after saying goodbye. Yes, it felt a bit embarrassing. Well, that's all right. Since we're still in the Imperial capital, let's eat a lot of delicious food. With a smile, Rio suggested. That sounds good. And so, the 7 enjoyed their lunch. While they were eating and chatting, the topic of the previous day when Rio and Abel visited the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association came up. It was incredibly large. Right, it doesn't compare to the Mutual Aid Association in Bogo. As Rio gestured with both hands to express size, the mage Baliri nodded along in agreement multiple times. But it's dangerous. There were fights in the waiting room. That's a tradition of the Imperial Capital Mutual Aid Association. Is that really a tradition? When there are many people, it seems disputes increase. Abel said with an exasperated look, and Jun Luo nodded with a wry smile. Does the Bogo Mutual Aid Association not have such things? Not at all, it's very peaceful. I prefer it that way. Right, Abel asked. Jun Luo answered, Rio agreed, and Baliri nodded. Even among the adventurers from Darway, it seems there are various types. But why did you 2 go to the Mutual Aid Association? To receive a request? Well, how should I put it? Just for observation? At Baliri's seemingly innocent question, Abel and Rio suddenly found themselves at a loss for words. We wanted to see other buildings, like the Advanced Hall or the Special Class Hall, but we were told by the guides that it's better not to go there. They even said there's a chance we might not come back. Not to that extent. As Rio and Abel said this, Jun Luo answered with a wry smile. Then he continued speaking. However, they say that if you go, there won't be any adventurers there. No one there? Weren't there tens of thousands in the Standard Hall? Yes. The Advanced Hall has hundreds of adventurers, but it seems all of them are out. In response to Jun Luo's words, Rio and Abel looked skeptical, while Baliri provided the answer. The remaining 3 from Spring Hope nodded in agreement. That means they're all out on requests, right? Yes, it seems everyone from the Advanced Hall has been out since today. The Special Class Hall had already been out from a bit earlier. Jun Luo replied to Abel's question. In response, Rio murmured. Could it be that one of the princes requisitioned them as a fighting force? This murmur drew a fierce reaction. What do you mean by that, Rio-san? Jun Luo leaned forward with a question, while Rio was taken aback and speechless. However, looking around, the other members of Spring Hope were also staring wide-eyed at Rio. Rio felt troubled. What he was thinking was that they might be able to use adventurers as a fighting force, specifically for the 6th Prince Lion. However, the cooperation of the two, especially Lord Rondo's cooperation with Prince Lion, has not been made public. If he were to say it was a strategy they came up with, it might lead to various complications. It's not good for information that's too early to be disclosed to leak out. Thus, he hesitated on how to respond. I just thought of it. In the end, he couldn't come up with a good way to phrase it. I see. Junluo said that, but he seemed to harbor suspicions. Rio had the impression. Therefore, Rio sought help from Abel. Abel suggested a rather ruthless strategy of hiring adventurers to clash them together. I said I can't believe the princes would adopt such a terrible strategy, though. Hey! Oh, I'm sorry, Abel, I ended up saying it. This was a secret, wasn't it? Rio apologized to Abel, who looked at him with a narrowed gaze. While smiling, I see. As expected of Mr. Abel, it might be a cruel yet effective strategy. Junluo expressed a strange admiration. That does seem plausible. In other words, the adventurers were hired as a fighting force for the princes. But wouldn't the princes already have a considerable amount of their own forces? They wouldn't go out of their way to hire adventurers. Disposable forces? Rio, you're an adventurer too. Choose your words carefully. Abel shook his head in exasperation at Rio's overly direct expression. If adventurers are referred to as disposable forces, it wouldn't feel good. All 7 here are adventurers. The forces that the princes command are quite significant. It's said to be in the thousands merely stationed in the Imperial capital, and for the forces they command in each territory, it's unimaginable. However, even so, hiring adventurers as disposable, well, it might be acceptable to use them as forerunners, especially if they are 3rd or 2nd rank. With that phrasing, it sounds like 1st and special ranks are different. Ah, indeed. That is different. In response to Abel's question, Junluo nodded firmly. When it comes to 1st-rank adventurers, their combat strength surpasses even that of the Emperor's personal forbidden army. And for special rank, there's no doubt they're non-human. Mr. Abel, you are indeed strong. However, those of special rank are so far beyond human that it's questionable if they are even still human. Is it really that remarkable? Yes, I have once seen a special rank adventurer fight. I can't even consider striving to reach that level. Junluo shook his head slightly before continuing. Those individuals are among the top-tier fighters across all of Darway. Moreover, currently among the special rank adventurers, half of the 6 saints are present. There has been at least one in the past, and at times as many as 2, but currently there are 3. It's a testament to the abundance of special rank adventurers. 6 saints? That sounds really cool. Abel tilted his head at Junluo's explanation, while Rio rejoiced at the cool-sounding term. The 6 saints are the pinnacle of mages and sorcerers in Darway. Could it be that each of the 6 elements has a top-tier representative? Yes, just as Rio said. Wow, the pinnacle of physical classes is known as the 6 swords. And there's one among the special rank adventurers. 6 saints and 6 swords, that's great. Rio seemed delighted. Then Rio turned to Abel and said, You're lucky, Abel. What's good about that? There are 12 opponents you need to defeat. Yes, make sure to write your will before charging in. Something like, from my inheritance, treat me to cake every week. If you do that, I'll cheer for you with all my might. What if I don't write a will? Unfortunately, I won't support you, Abel, Rio declared in a stern tone. I see, but don't worry, I won't be storming in on those 12. Come on, Abel, your sword craves blood, doesn't it? Isn't Rio's blood good enough instead of theirs? And no way. My blood isn't tasty. Rio hurriedly rejected the idea. While the two were having that conversation, the 5 from Spring Hope were watching while laughing. The 2 parted ways with the 5 members of Spring Hope, after they were told to inform them if they discovered anything and given directions to the inn. We're being played at our own game. What do you mean? The adventurers. It seems there was a prince who executed what we were planning before us, right? That's true, but which of the 3 princes could it be? The princes' residences. I believe they are called the royal residence. If we go there, might we learn something? We might, but at the same time it will also be known that Duke Rondo, is moving alongside the 6th Prince Lion. Indeed. Rio frowned as he nodded at Abel's observation. It will eventually be known, but the later it is, the better. It seems that Prince Lion's camp is preparing various things. Rio tilted his head while walking. What is it? Naturally, Abel asked. SHHH. Abel, just keep walking. What is it? With a serious expression, Rio spoke, and because of that seriousness, Abel felt it was somewhat forced, but he followed without fully understanding. We may be under surveillance. With so many people around, how can you tell? No, I'm not very confident myself, but let's take some counter-surveillance actions. Counter-surveillance actions? Actions to confirm whether or not we are being followed. Specifically, we'll stop by various places to scout the movements of whoever might be tailing us. Rio said this and headed for the stalls set up in the center of Holy Emperor Square. I get the feeling you just want to stop by the stalls because you didn't get enough for lunch. Abel's muttering went unheard. While eating a relatively small grilled chicken skewer, Rio whispered to Abel, I don't know when we were first being watched, but perhaps someone who was tailing Spring Hope split off and started tailing us too. Ah, do you think so too, Abel? I have no evidence, but it sounds plausible. Rio and Abel's thoughts aligned. If they're monitoring us as Duke Rondo, they would have been watching from the residence. However, if that were the case, both Rio and I would have noticed. That's true. At this point, Rio thought for a moment. Then he muttered, Duke Rondo, what is it? Abel asked. How about we visit the Mutual Aid Association again? I'm fine with that. Are we going to do some counter-surveillance actions? Or are we looking to gather information on the Advanced Hall and Special Class Hall? Both. But we can't enter the Advanced Hall or the Special Class Hall, can we? Right, Rio and Abel, being 6th rank adventurers, won't get in. I see. So you plan to visit as Duke Rondo? That's right, as a formal client. Rio nodded emphatically. At times a C-ranked adventurer, at times a 6th rank adventurer, and at other times a wandering man. Yet in reality, I'm Duke Rondo. Yeah, I don't really understand, but it sounds like you're having fun. Rio said cheerfully, while Abel shook his head slightly. Imperial Capital Adventurers Mutual Aid Association, in front of the cobbled square. As usual, a guide stands in one corner. If Rio and Abel's memory serves them right, this was the same guide who showed them around the Standard Hall yesterday. Today they are likely in charge of the square. Lord Rio Mihara, the 6th rank adventurer, and Lord Abel, I presume. The guide seemed to remember and approached the two to bow. Thank you for your help yesterday, Rio politely bowed. Then he removed his ID plate from around his neck and said, Actually, I hold the position of the first Duke in the Natore Kingdom. I am Duke Rondo Rio Mihara. Here is my ID plate. Hearing Rio's explanation, the guide froze, exactly 20 seconds later. I apologize, but may I confirm, did you say you are Duke Rondo of the Natore Kingdom? Yes, I did, Rio smiled brightly. At that moment, the guide could be heard swallowing hard. It seems they know the name Duke Rondo. Yes, the confirmation can be done with the tool used to verify yesterday's Mutual Aid Association card. Please follow me. Stammering, the guide managed to say this and led the two to the Standard Hall as they did yesterday. Then he held the ID main plate to the crystal ball used for confirmation yesterday. The results came back quickly, and after a very respectful return, I have confirmed Duke Rondo. I apologize for the rudeness yesterday. With both hands clasped in front of their chest, the guide bowed deeply. Ah, no, it's fine. Yesterday I visited as a 6th rank adventurer, so it's no problem. However, today I have come as Duke Rondo, who is staying in the Imperial capital, as a client. A request, understood. Is that for the Standard Hall for adventurers ranked 4 and below? No, I would like to request the highest ranked, special rank adventurers. The two were finally taken to the Special Class Hall. What lay there was complete silence. Not a cough, nor the sound of paper rustling could be heard. That was to be expected. Only the three of them were at the reception of the Special Class Hall. The decor was extremely luxurious. Even a single door made it clear that it was of high quality. However, it did not feel like the typical reception of a standard hall. Only 3 private room entrances were present. The guide opened one of them and invited the two inside. Once they sat down, tea was served almost immediately. Just from the aroma, it was evident that it was the finest tea leaves, brewed at a perfect timing. Did they instruct to prepare this while checking the plates in the standard hall yesterday? I have brought you to the special class hall, but I believe it will be difficult to meet the Duke's request. Is that so? The guide's words surprised Rio a bit as he sipped the tea. It tasted exactly as he expected. It's not a difficult request. I have received a residence from His Majesty the Emperor. I'm simply here to hire adventurers for its security, and if I am to hire, I wanted the most competent, so I came to request a special rank adventurer. I see. I understand the content of the request. Yet it is difficult. Yes, the reason is that currently all special rank adventurers are deployed. All of them are out on assignments? Yes. In response to Rio's query, the guide nodded. This special class hall is very quiet, but could it be that not only the special rank adventurers, but also all the first rank adventurers are out, and there is no one here? Yes, I apologize. Rio's expression and tone showed no change. It was the same as at the start. However, the guide began to sweat, cold sweat on his back. He felt a strange pressure in a situation where he could only refuse. Of course, he bore no responsibility for everyone being deployed. But conveying the fact that they could not accept a request from Duke Rondo made him sweat so much. The guide also knew the bard's songs. He recognized that the person in front of him was the Duke who had become a legend. Furthermore, it was also known that he was in the Emperor's favor within the Imperial Palace. The Adventurers' Mutual Aid Association was an organization that received financial support from the state in Darway. Especially, many of these guides were originally officials of the Imperial Palace. Several years later, many of them would return to their roles as palace officials. Thus, they have many friends within the palace, and the information flows quite thoroughly. That's why he was sweating bullets. It blurred the line of information he should not divulge. How many adventurers belong to this special class hall? Yes, about 100. That's quite a number. If I were to hire all of them, it would require a significant amount of money. Yes, Rio continued to ask while slightly smiling, and the guide's sweat began to trickle down to his face. Rio was not exerting pressure at all. He was just acting as usual. The one who understood this best was Abel, who was sitting next to him and listening. However, being unable to refuse a request from a celebrity is bound to make my stomach hurt. Abel felt sorry for the guide, but if we can't hire anyone, that will be a problem. I apologize. Rio tilted his head slightly and muttered, while the guide continued to sweat profusely as he apologized. Well then, would it be a problem that could be resolved if I asked His Majesty the Emperor? The guide did not understand the meaning of Rio's question. If I were to request His Majesty the Emperor to have special rank adventurers escort me, would it be possible to have some of them sent over here? That is. If I'm hiring all the expensive special rank and first rank adventurers, there would be very few who could do that in this large Darway, right? It would have to be His Majesty the Emperor or one of the princes. In that case, asking His Majesty the Emperor would be the best option, wouldn't it? If I were to plead with His Majesty the Emperor, then likely the Forbidden Army would. The Forbidden Army is a unit directly under the Emperor. In the context of the Central Nations, they could be called Imperial Guards. There are no special rank adventurers under His Majesty the Emperor. If one were to ask the Emperor, they might get the Forbidden Army dispatched. Rephrased, that seems to be the implication of their current conversation. Rio decided to change the subject. Yesterday, when we visited here, I noticed that there were some clients entering the advanced hall. Those requests were accepted, correct? Yes, until yesterday, but today there is no one left. Yes, then, if the third rank and second rank adventurers who accepted the requests yesterday return, will I be able to hire them? That is, Rio pretended to give up on hiring the special and first rank adventurers and suggested hiring second and third rank adventurers instead. The sweat on the guide's face started to increase even more. The returning adventurers are being assigned elsewhere. Already booked then? Why yes, it seems that would be the case. That's possible. Normally it wouldn't be, but, well, it seems to be possible for the princes. I apologize. The guide did not deny it. It was confirmed that one of the princes had hired someone. Rio and Abel left the Adventurers' Mutual Aid Association. I felt sorry for the guide. He had nothing to do with this. I completely agree, but that waterfall of sweat was due to Rio's pressure, right? You're always trying to paint me as the bad guy. That's terrible. I'm not trying to do that at all, Rio retorted while Abel chuckled. It's confirmed that one of the princes hired adventurers. That's right. It would be nice if we could find out which prince hired them. I think it was the fourth prince who hired them, probably with the intention of using them as disposable pawns. That's your bias against Rio, isn't it? Yes, I won't deny that. In Rio's mind, the fourth prince seemed to be looked down upon. But even Censorate Minister Shu agreed with me on that. How unfortunate for the fourth prince. Rio pulled in the sprightly elder Shu to support his argument while Abel shook his head slightly. There's only one reliable method we can choose here. A reliable method? Reliable for what? A reliable method to resolve the adventure disappearance incident. When did it become a disappearance incident? Abel sighed at Rio's usual leap in logic. Yes, it's a common development. Yes, it's the usual turn of events. And yes, what will be suggested afterward is, Abel will go solo and launch a special attack on the fourth prince's royal residence. I thought so. Abel shot back in response to Rio's anticipated suggestion. It's a reconnaissance mission. We'll provoke them and draw out their reactions. I always think, doesn't that mean I'm the one who gets into trouble by charging in? Navigating through that is where the skill of a former A-rank adventurer shines, right? Oh, but now you're just a 6th rank adventurer, aren't you? Oh, I am a 6th rank adventurer, so I won't do something so dangerous. At all times, the underlings are sent to the front line. Like a 6th rank underling? Well, Rio is also a 6th rank underling. I'm a mage. I'll leave the manual labor to the swordsman Abel. That's a no from me. In the end, Rio's suggestion was not accepted by Abel. Including this, their banter was normal. After walking for a while after exiting the Adventurers' Mutual Aid Association, Rio tilted his head. What's wrong? Naturally, Abel, who was walking alongside him, noticed. I think we are indeed being monitored. They are following us. Speaking of which, we haven't been monitored since entering Darway, have we? While it might be that the dangerous duo, Rio and Abel, have the impression of being monitored wherever they go, that is not necessarily the case. In fact, since entering Darway, they have not been under surveillance. At most, when heading toward the Emperor's tomb, they were surrounded and monitored by the White Flame Army. Still, Abel, can't you feel the Watchers? Ah, I can't tell. With so many people around, it's probably impossible for me. Your usual saying about perception still lacks some skill. Your ability to notice amidst this crowd is abnormal, Rio. Rio puffed out his chest a little as he said this, and Abel openly praised Rio's magic. In reality, the population of the Imperial capital is abnormal. There are crowds everywhere they walk. With that many people, it would be reckless to expect they would notice the watchful eyes directed at them. Now then, who could be watching us? Abel, your mouth is curving up a bit. No, I'm not smiling. Though Abel denied Rio's observation, for Rio, who was used to looking at Abel's face, it was all too obvious. Really, a king who seeks to stir up trouble in peaceful lands is a troublesome king for the people. I have no such intentions at all. A king who unconsciously burdens his people, even if that were the case. The first duke would certainly admonish him, right? Of course, that bad king will be removed and the first duke shall govern peacefully. Certainly, as a result. It's only natural that the first duke becomes buried in paperwork. That's, Rio flustered at Abel's counterattack. But he seemed to have thought of a good idea. Then we just need to change that bad Abel king into a good king. How? You just have to study a lot. That study would be taught by the first duke, right? I hope you don't get buried in paperwork making textbooks. What a pit of despair, Rio despaired. So what about the monitoring? They are indeed still following us, Abel asked as if nothing was wrong. Rio answered as if nothing was wrong. It was just playful banter, so it was that way. Since I've gained a certain level of trust from the Emperor, it's not from that side, right? Probably. However, the country of Darway is a large organization, and it's possible that intelligence agencies are operating independently of the Emperor's will. In response to Abel's inquiry, Rio stated the possibility. In the movies and dramas he watched while on Earth, it was a standard flow for agencies like the CIA and NSA to operate independently of the American president. Of course, it was all fiction. How many are we talking about? Two, that makes 6. So that means there isn't just one group following us, but 3 groups? Yes, 3 groups starting surveillance at the same time. I wonder what that means. Abel tilted his head. All right, I've decided. Let's go to the Imperial Palace for a bit. So shall we just slaughter them all and pretend nothing happened? Why are those the only 2 options? In the end, the 2 decided on a very peaceful proposal. A visit to the Imperial Palace. I mistakenly posted a chapter out of order. I apologize for the confusion. If you read in the order of 592 before and 592 after, the story will connect. I forgot to post 592 before, I'm sorry. I will continue to post and I hope you enjoy reading. Rio and Abel passed through the gate of the Imperial Palace. Of course, they had a free pass. That said, they paused just after entering the gate. This was not to scout the movements of the Watchers, but to wait for their guide. Because the Imperial Palace was too vast. Lord Rondo, where are you headed today? I came here because I have something I wish to discuss with His Majesty the Emperor. Normally, I would have sent word in advance, but an urgent matter has arisen. Urgent, you say? Yes. I apologize for the trouble, but could you ask if it is possible for me to meet with His Majesty? 5 minutes would be more than sufficient. PL, please wait a moment. As the palace guide replied, another guide, who had been listening from behind, hurried inwards. Of course, it was impossible for anyone, even a prince, to suddenly come to the palace and request to meet the Emperor. A royal prince might have that privilege, perhaps. Considering that, Rio's request was on the level of a royal prince's request. If the princes heard about this, they would certainly raise a ruckus about it being tyrannical. Abel muttered as he followed behind Rio. Such actions could disrupt the order within the palace. However, in truth, Rio understood all of this and had deliberately come to the palace to make his demand. It was a modified version of what he had called power reconnaissance earlier. Lord Rondo, it seems His Majesty will see you. Oh, thank you very much. Thus, the 2 were led not to the Emperor's private room, but to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. This was the center of morning governance. It was likely a workspace where the Emperor listened to petitions or summoned officials to inquire about matters. However, given that discussions among courtiers could also occur in front of the throne, it was quite spacious. Lord Rondo, what brings you here? I heard you arrived in haste. I apologize for disturbing you, Your Majesty. Emperor Tsuin asked with a smile, and Rio bowed his head in gratitude for the time granted to him. It seemed the Emperor had been in the middle of work. as the chief eunuch stood at his usual position diagonally behind him, and a mountain of documents piled up on the emperor's desk. And to Tsuin's left stood a man. That was the third prince, Shure, a prince who excelled in swordsmanship. He was frowning. It seemed that Ryo's sudden audience might have disrupted the timing of Shurei's own petition or discussion. Thinking of it that way, it was understandable why his expression was scrunched up. It was not because he disliked Ryo, or so one could hope. Actually, earlier I was being watched by 6 people. Watched? Ryo stated the facts plainly without embellishment. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tsuin tilted his head in confusion. Yes, your majesty. As an adventurer, I visited the rumored Imperial Capital Adventurers Mutual Aid Association to broaden my horizons. That in itself was very interesting, and the guide told me various things. However, it seems that once I left that mutual aid association, I was followed by watchers. How brazen was this? The pure sightseeing was done yesterday, and today was different. However, he could not deny that he could argue that he had visited the special class hall. It was a fact that he had been shown inside. Moreover, the way he mentioned that he was an adventurer specifically hinted at Ryo's cunning calculations. Yes, Abel felt that as he listened from behind. Of course, he did not show it on his face. For one, there was the sharp gaze of the third prince, Shure. He remained frowning, but when Ryo mentioned the watchers, his expression shifted just a little. Perhaps it could be said that his frown deepened. It is unpleasant to think there are those who watch over my guest, Lord Rondo. Emperor Tsuin clearly frowned as he said this. I apologize for troubling your majesty. No, it is not Lord Rondo's fault. The fact that such actions occur in this imperial capital may be a challenge to my authority. Emperor Tsuin displayed his displeasure clearly. Actually, I have a request for your majesty. Oh, would you like me to assign guards to protect Lord Rondo? No, I would like to request permission to capture those individuals. Furthermore, once captured, I would like to have them interrogated by the censorate. Oh, you do not need assistance. There is no need to trouble your majesty. It is a simple matter. Indeed, as expected of Lord Rondo. It is only right that a bard would sing your praises. I grant permission in the name of the emperor. Capture them and do as you please. I will inform the censorate. Thank you very much. The two exited the imperial palace. We have obtained the permission of His Majesty the Emperor, the absolute ruler. We can do anything now? Indeed. And I understand one more thing. They are not part of the third prince's faction. Ah, so Ryo has realized that too. Even when I obtained permission to investigate from the censorate, that third prince, Shure, did not change his expression at all. Both of them had been keeping an eye on Shurei's demeanor. However, Abel, we seem to have overlooked significant movements outside the princes. Movements outside the princes? Yes, the phantoms we mentioned. So you mean the ones who were watching could potentially be pawns of the phantoms? That is what I mean. Ryo nodded vigorously at Abel's words. Surely the diplomatic negotiations are still ongoing, right? Yes, it has been about 10 days now. The envoys are said to be visiting the palace every day. Abel asked, and Ryo shrugged in response. Diplomatic negotiations take time. However, we cannot confirm the movements of the phantoms. The visible envoys would merely be going back and forth between their lodgings and the palace. We have no way of knowing the actions of those operating behind the scenes. True enough, Ryo nodded, frowning at Abel's point. If only the phantoms would attack the palace again, it would be clearer. They wouldn't do that. However, they did attack once already. It wouldn't be surprising if they did so again, even 2 or 3 times. No. That first attack was, in a sense, a declaration of war. Yet now the envoys are brazenly entering. Indeed. Honestly, Abel could not comprehend the movements of the Chouchi Empire. He felt there was something behind it, but if asked what that was, he could not answer. After letting out a small sigh, Abel suddenly sensed something. Are we still being watched? Yes, we are. Finally, Abel, have you noticed? Yeah, I have a vague feeling. I wish I could say I have a vague feeling too. That sounds cooler. Yeah, I don't get that. The grass is greener on the other side. Let's catch them once we get a bit closer to the mansion. All right. Ryo said that matter-of-factly, and Abel accepted it. However, the next statement was shocking even to Abel. By the way, Abel, I've decided to name our mansion. Huh. In Darway, houses have names. Sue's house is called the Sue Residence. The royal princes have names like the Shure princely residence, right? And for us, we will name ours the Rondo Mansion. Okay. Ryo declared this and started singing happily. Rondo Rondo Rinbu de Rondo. Abel didn't quite understand the meaning, but accepted it as long as Ryo was happy. Compromise must surely be the first step toward world peace. Well then, it's time to proceed. Downpour Ice Coffin 6. That day, some citizens of the imperial capital witnessed 6 carts piled high with ice sculptures following behind a red-haired swordsman in a black cloak and a black-haired mage in a white robe. Later, they would gossip about it. The recent ice sellers look quite impressive, they said. Abel and Rio, the ice sellers, returned to the mansion, Rondo Mansion. The time was close to 5 in the evening. Really, it's a bit much to have the censorate come over at this hour. Well, that's true. The 6 coffins of ice were lowered into the garden. When Rio waved his hand meaningfully, the refraction of the ice seemed to change, making the inside visible. Hey, Rio, what is it, Abel? You were doing that the other day, too. The part where waving your hand makes the inside of the ice visible. Yeah, we did that. Actually, you could see inside without doing that, right? How did you know? Yeah, I figured as much. Rio was taken aback, while Abel shook his head slightly. Abel saw through it all. It's just because it looks cool, right? I thought it would seem more meaningful if I waved my hand like this. Yeah, I guess that's true. The 6 people visible inside were all with their eyes closed. This is something. They are unconscious. Yes, it's a state of suspended animation due to extremely low temperatures, you remember well. They're not conscious, right? That's correct. Therefore, they can't hear what we are saying, and even if someone could cast magic without trigger words, they should be fine in this state. Rio nodded clearly at Abel's question. Abel noticed that Rio was moving something while remaining silent. Looking at the coffin of ice, it seemed like something was wriggling inside. It looked like a slime was squirming within the coffin. After a while, something was presented from the 4 coffins of ice. Is that an adventurer card? Abel asked, as he recalled the Adventurer Mutual Aid Association card he also had. Yes, that's right. So these 4 are adventurers, Rio said, examining the 4 adventurer cards one by one. Abel also peered in from behind. All 4 of them are 3rd-rank adventurers. The adventurers from the advanced hall who were out on requests were assigned to this kind of job. Both Abel and Rio tilted their heads in confusion. Adventurers are not suited for stealthy work. Of course, if it's a scout role, they can monitor to some extent without being noticed. But even so, they haven't received specialized training in espionage, so it doesn't seem like they would excel in surveillance missions. In fact, these 4 were also sensed by Rio and even Abel towards the end. In such a large crowd, the proper placement of personnel is the most important aspect in an organization. Personnel placed in unsuitable positions will become stressed and wear out without being able to perform to their full potential. That's true. It's one of the things that those in leadership positions must always be careful of. Both Rio and Abel recognized that personnel are the treasures of an organization. At the same time, they didn't believe that anyone could do any job. Everyone has jobs they are suited for and jobs they are not. If they are to put in effort, it's better for the organization as a whole if they enjoy doing a job they are suited for. It's obvious. It's an obvious thing, but in reality, it's also quite difficult. The 4 earlier are adventurers and humans, but, Rio said, turning to the 2 who did not have cards. They are humans, but that way of saying it is. Yes, I think these 2 might be phantom beings. Hey, seriously, isn't that 7-star General Yun Chen we caught the other day? They seem pretty similar. But, unlike demons or other beings, phantom beings are very close to humans in appearance or structure, so probably it's the mental aspect that's mixed in. No, well, it might be that the mind can control the body, allowing them to perform movements that ordinary humans cannot. In normal condition, they are extremely close to humans. Exactly, Rio nodded at Abel's conclusion, and continued speaking. We should have the censorate use the helmet-type information collector we used on General Yun the other day. Oh, the one that extracts information by being placed on the head. However, you haven't finished analyzing the information obtained from General Yun, right? It probably takes quite a bit of time. We have no choice. After all, people like these aren't going to spill anything even under torture. Rio shrugged. If they won't talk, it's better to extract information using alchemy tools, even if it takes time. The next day, the censorate arrived, with more than 3 times the number of people compared to the last time. Leading them was, of course, I'm sorry to trouble you, Shu Shiku, to come here in person. No, Lord Rondo, please do not mind. His Majesty ordered us to cooperate fully. Moreover, according to the report received yesterday, it seems you've captured phantom beings again? Yes. We captured the 6 we were monitoring, and 2 of them are phantom beings. The analysis of the information extracted from General Yun last time is also scheduled to be completed today. Including this batch, we might obtain useful information. Behind the advancement of diplomatic negotiations, information gathering is conducted through the use of force. This is common in any era and in any world. In fact, diplomatic negotiations are often conducted as a means of buying time or camouflage for the use of force. It has been more prevalent throughout Earth's history. As last time, the interrogation was taking place in the garden. The 4 adventurers and the 2 phantom beings were being interrogated at a slight distance from each other. What remains unchanged is that all 6 of them are frozen from the neck down. Especially the four adventurers seemed unable to comprehend the situation they were in at first, repeatedly looking at their frozen bodies and around at the other adventurers. And finally, once they understood they were frozen, they recognized the Censorate members surrounding them. Only then did the Censorate members inform them that they were going to interrogate them. "By the order of His Majesty the Emperor, we are going to interrogate you." The moment they understood that first voice, the four adventurers opened their eyes wide. They understood. They had done something they should not have done. Surrounded by nearly 100 members of the Censorate, being told, "By the order of His Majesty the Emperor," their interrogation was anything but ordinary. They recognized this place was not the Censorate, but the garden of some mansion. They understood, but even more than that, the number of Censorate members was extraordinary. They opened their mouths first. "We were just accepting a request. We were just monitoring as we were told by our employer. We weren't even informed of who we were monitoring," they answered before being asked one after another. However, they hesitated to answer the next question. "Who hired you?" At this question, they all fell silent, remarkably so, all four of them. They were third-rank adventurers. In Darway, they're known as top adventurers. In the Imperial capital, they may number in the hundreds, but in a local city's mutual aid association, a third-rank adventurer is the top-tier adventurer. They have that pride. Thus, they hesitate to speak about the most sensitive information, which is their client. "So what now? Lord Rondo, would it be all right if I borrowed a slightly larger garden?" "Of course." Ryo nodded at Shu Shiku's inquiry. It seems Shu Shiku is going back to the basics of interrogation. That is, to keep the suspects separated. The four adventurers were moved to separate gardens. Since Rondo Mansion is spacious, it has many gardens. Naturally, those adventurers who were separated were told this. The first person to reveal their client's name will be acquitted. Then they were told. The others will go to high-security prison. His Majesty the Emperor is extremely furious about this surveillance matter. The moment they heard this, all four went pale. It was not because they were frozen and cold. "They're caught in the prisoner's dilemma," Ryo muttered as he observed the four's reactions. The famous prisoner's dilemma that appears in game theory. It indicates that people do not always act solely based on rational judgment. Using emotions effectively to influence others is very effective. That is the proof. "Well, if no one says anything, in that case, all four of them will be sent to high-security prison." This was declared by Shu Shiku. It wasn't even a prisoner's dilemma. In a true prisoner's dilemma, if all prisoners maintain silence, the outcome isn't that severe. Thus, it is most rational for no one to speak. However, if everyone is placed in the worst situation regardless of their silence, then there is no point in staying silent. "It's Prince Bin, the fourth prince." From there, things moved quickly. Yesterday, almost all of the third and second-rank adventurers belonging to the Imperial Capital Adventurers Mutual Aid Association were hired by Prince Bin. Even those who are currently engaged in other requests will be hired by Prince Bin as soon as their current requests are completed. Most of the third-rank adventurers like them are assigned to surveillance missions like this one. They did not know about the second-rank's work. "Why were you monitoring Duke Rondo?" They hadn't known the target was Duke Rondo. Originally, they had been monitoring Earl Bashu's movements, but they received information that Earl Bashu had hired third-rank adventurers from his territory. As they were monitoring those third-rank adventurers, the two of them had lunch together, which led to them becoming surveillance targets in the afternoon. All of those direct orders came from Rinsui, a close aide of Prince Bin. "Rinsui?" Shu Shiku murmured upon receiving the report. "What kind of person is this Rinsui?" Ryo asked. Since the problem originated from the surveillance of Ryo and his team, it should be acceptable to ask a bit. "Rinsui is a close aide of Prince Bin, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he runs everything within Prince Bin's residence." "Ah, I see. He's quite capable." "Yes, it is certain that he is capable, but he is someone who has rapidly gained power in Prince Bin's faction. His rise is uncommonly rapid." "I see. If he is a spy sent by someone else. It would be impressive if he's a parasite within the lion's body." "I hadn't considered that." Shu Shiku was surprised by Ryo's casual deduction. Abel, who was listening nearby, shook his head slightly, accustomed to Ryo's random reasoning. It did not take long for the four adventurers to spill all the information. "Before 3 o'clock, that's not bad for an interrogation," Shu Shiku said while drinking tea. Of course, during that time, the interrogation of the two phantom beings continued. However, they remained completely silent. That was expected, so the Censorate's special helmet-type information collector was placed on their heads, extracting information from there. The interrogation was likely a camouflage for that. However, it did not end there. Ryo seemed to notice something and lifted his head. Abel, who was next to him, noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" "Outside, a carriage has stopped. About 20 mounted people. At our place? Yes, and this might be, Rio smiled slightly and continued. More phantom beings. Envoy of the Chouchi Empire, Burke Holland of the Erdenet family requests an audience. I can hear someone shouting near the gate, likely the herald. Darway is indeed different around here. That's true. But I never expected the envoy in question to come here personally. Rio cheerfully comments for some reason, to which Shushiku responds with a frown. Rio slowly walks towards the gate, with Abel following behind. I can't believe the enemy's leader would come here in person. Rio, you seem happy about this. No, that's not true. It's terrifying. Despite Abel's remark, Rio denies it, still wearing a smile. After all, we are in negotiations with Darway. We need to handle this delicately. I understand, of course. Do you think I'm someone without the sense for these things? I'm the messenger of peace, Rio. Yeah, harbinger of destruction and tyranny fits better. Rio couldn't refute Abel's words, especially as they reached the gate. Thank you for your patience. This is the head of our house, Duke Rio Mihara. I am Burke Holland, envoy of the Chouchi Empire of the Erdenet family. The one who greeted them was a man standing 180 centimeters tall, with a robust physique and long white hair cascading down his back, contrasting vividly with his black Eastern attire. He looked to be around 30 years old, without any pretense or arrogance. Just being there made many bow their heads and kneel in respect, showcasing his presence. The envoy of the Chouchi Empire, I believe you were conducting diplomatic negotiations in the Imperial Palace. Is today a day off from negotiations? Meanwhile, Rio, smiling, asks. Of course, he is completely unfazed by Burke's presence. He is well aware of the presence of the Dragon King Ruin and the Griffin Grigri, as well as the behemoth Bahaichan. No, we were negotiating just a moment ago. However, due to an unfortunate misunderstanding, I have been informed that my subordinate caused some trouble. I came to provide an explanation and apologize directly. I see, an unfortunate misunderstanding. That happens often. Speaking of which, General Yun Chen, who stands behind you, was also the result of an unfortunate clash, wasn't he? He was captured. Rio pointedly looks at General Yun Chen standing behind Burke. In that moment, General Yun's expression stiffened slightly. However, Burke's expression showed no change. Yes, that's correct. You seem to be well informed about Yun Chen. Of course. As standing here is a bit awkward, why not come inside? The censorate is also present, so it might be a bit cramped. With that, Rio begins to walk ahead. Following him are Burke and his two subordinates, along with General Yun. Only those four from the envoy's side entered the Rondo mansion. The others seemed to be waiting outside the gate. Abel followed behind the four. Rio guided them to the garden. There 2 ice coffins stood. The heads were above the ice, and they were conscious. This might be a bit shocking, but they are currently under investigation by the censorate, so please try to remain calm as you look. Rio deliberately said this because the moment the envoy's 2 subordinates saw the frozen individuals, their expressions stiffened, and General Yun's face turned pale. Only Burke, showing no change in expression, maintained a slight smile. Though they are frozen, it seems they are still alive. Of course. Might these 2 be the individuals who experienced that unfortunate misunderstanding? Yes, they are my subordinates. I see. In that case, I would like to release them immediately, but this investigation has also received permission from His Majesty the Emperor. Naturally, the censorate must report to the Emperor, and since I have borrowed the censorate's power, I cannot go without informing His Majesty. Thus, I would like to first ask the envoy for clarification. Is that all right? That's fine. Both Rio and Burke maintained faint smiles. The 6 of them entered the building. To be honest, I did not expect the envoy to come here personally, Rio remarked while sipping tea, still smiling. Since my subordinate caused trouble, it is only polite to come directly. Burke replied, also smiling and sipping his tea. For some reason, there was a vigorous old man seated between the 2 groups. He looked as robust as ever, fitting the description of vigorously healthy, but inside he felt differently. Why am I made to sit here? Of course, he was there because Rio invited him, but at that moment, Shushiku was crying out in his mind. I don't want to be here. Naturally, he wasn't showing it on the surface. He entered the room with composure, appearing calm and collected as he remained seated. General Yun, you may remember, was interrogated back then by our Minister of State, Shu, Rio pointedly mentioned. The introduction had already been made, so Shu merely nodded and closed his eyes, sipping his tea. Yes, I remember, General Yun answered, his expression still tense. Upon entering the garden and seeing the captured individuals, he recalled where he had been held captive. He had always thought it was someone's residence in the Imperial Palace, but that wasn't the case. General Yun was deliberately captured in order to be detained by the censorate, including the Imperial Palace and the high-security prison. While being interrogated there, The magic circle engraved within his eyeball was meant to expose the celestial net system that protects the Darway Imperial Palace. That was the purpose. However, the gathered information was incredibly sparse. Thus, General Yun was brought along to the current diplomatic negotiations within the Imperial Palace, and while there, he was collecting information on the celestial net. Yet the buildings used for diplomatic negotiations employed alchemy tools for defense, specifically to allow many foreigners to pass through, and so the speed of information collection was not fast. Naturally, it was not zero, so he was taken out every day. I learned that I was captured and interrogated not within the Imperial Palace, but here at this residence. General Yun's words did not change Burke's expression at all. However, the expressions of the two subordinates who followed him shifted just a little, barely noticeable unless one were as perceptive as Rio or Abel. But the two noticed. They were surprised, but it isn't just that, Abel thought. Did he want to convey what he just realized to the three, including Burke? What is the true intent? Rio also pondered. However, neither was able to deduce that it had to do with gathering information through the magic circles in their eyes. By the way, I would like to confirm something with you, Envoy Burke. Yes, what is it? Rio asked cheerfully, and Burke also smiled as he replied. Why were those two watching me? I received a report that they were not monitoring you while knowing you were Duke Rondo. Oh, they were monitoring someone else, but it seems there was a mix-up that led to confusion at the scene. So, you mean they mistakenly monitored me? Yes. I apologize for that. Burke offered his apology and bowed deeply. With a friendly expression, Rio nodded graciously. Of course, he did not believe Burke's words. He suspected that the very fact that those two were captured might have been part of a plan. To collect, he would visit and confront. In other words, Rio directly. In that case, was General Yun's capture intentional as well? Just as he was considering what to do, the door opened and a subordinate of Shu entered. We have received a report from the censorate. Saying this, the subordinate handed a piece of paper to Shu. Shu quickly glanced at it, and his expression clearly changed. Is this for the Imperial Palace? His voice trembled slightly. It has been reported to the Imperial Palace at the same time as it was sent here. All right, then do as usual. Shu nodded and handed the paper to Rio. Rio was a bit surprised. Was it all right for a mere outsider like him to see information from the censorate? However, he wouldn't bother to ask. Shu had deemed it fine to hand it over. What was written there was, "This is information extracted from General Yun. An urgent matter, analyzing the alchemy tool's mechanisms with the magic circle engraved in his body. In other words, analyzing the celestial net, which is said to protect the Imperial Palace." Ah, that's why General Yun was captured. He shook his head slightly in his mind. What boldness! Rio felt this honestly. At that moment, Burke smirked and said, "It seems the outer part of the mansion is rather noisy." Shu's complexion changed. He might have given some orders to his subordinates outside in the garden without Rio and the others realizing. However, this was known to Burke. But Shu was the censorate. His job was to clamp down on anything that posed a threat to Darway. He would not retreat here. Envoy Burke, I have evidence that General Yun Chen has been engaging in actions that harm Darway. I request his immediate handover, Shu declared. At the same time, several people from the censorate rushed into the room. Well, if I recall correctly, General Yun was released with kindness from His Majesty the Emperor while he was detained. It is hard to understand why you now ask for his handover again. Burke countered with a grin, shifting from a subtle smile to one of clear laughter. We have new evidence that cannot be overlooked. Even so, General Yun is also one of the diplomatic envoys. To hand over such a person is unacceptable as an envoy. If you refuse to cooperate, force may become an option. That seems likely, Burke replied laughingly to Shu's words. From the envoy's side, 4 people including Burke were in the room. From the censorate's side, 6 people including Shu entered the room. Presumably, those waiting outside the gate were facing those from the censorate in the garden. It was a truly explosive situation. Amidst this, Rio continued to sit calmly and sip tea, like an unshakable mountain, yet also a willow that gracefully swayed with the wind. However, Abel knew Rio was excited inside. His stillness was because it was the best seat in the house, the front line of confrontation. The faint smile he wore was, in fact, a true smile from deep within. That said, Abel felt he needed to confirm things just in case. What will we do? A genuinely small whisper close to Rio's ear. If they clash, intervene. Understood. That was all the conversation between Rio and Abel, but it was enough. I'll ask once more. I would like you to hand over General Yun Chen. I will respond once more. I refuse. Shu asked with a stern expression, and Burke answered with a smile. Seize him. At Shu's command, the 5 from the censorate lunged. However, the 5 who charged were instead blown away. A man with black long hair and glasses stepped forward in front of Burke and General Yun and merely swung his arm, sending the five flying. "Jurin, don't kill anyone yet," Burke ordered while still laughing. The man called Jurin nodded silently. "Wind 5 claws." Shu released 5 wind attribute attack magic. Stone spear formation. However, a woman who was standing beside Burke launched a counterattack with magic. "Teorin, don't go overboard," Burke again commanded while laughing. The woman referred to as Teorin nodded silently. The two forces collided. This triggered the intervention. Clang, clang, the red swordsman closed the distance and thrust. Yun defended against the attack, deflecting and redirecting. The third clash was pure sword fight. Thrusts, jabs, slashes, and jabs again. The sword fight continued with Abel's attacks and General Yun's defense. "Abel seems to be struggling," Ryo murmured with a smile while sipping tea. The reason he seemed to struggle was obvious. It was indoors. Abel's sword, though a standard length of just over 90 centimeters, was not particularly long. However, it was long for swinging around indoors. If he swung widely, the sword would hit the beams running sideways. Thus, Abel's attacks were mostly thrusts and horizontal slashes. Indeed, indoor combat seems to have a limit of around 70 centimeters in blade length. Ryo mused, having envisioned a Japanese sword. Indoor combat became a consideration during the late Muromachi period. The battles surrounding the late Edo period Shinsengumi are well known. The blade length of the short sword, designed for indoor combat, is just under 70 centimeters. Compared to the Takai, which is nearly 90 centimeters, it is significantly shorter. Many renowned swords have been deliberately shortened from Takai to short sword by the method of surage. Weapons gradually evolve with the times. That is because lives are at stake. When lives are at stake, people do not compromise. They cannot afford to compromise. Medical tools and weapons are perhaps the most emblematic of this. It is ironic that they seem to be at two opposing extremes, tools that save lives and tools that take them. 3 battles were occurring indoors. However, 2 remain still. Ryo and Envoy Burke. "Will Duke Rondo not participate?" "I plan to observe a little longer," Burke laughed as he asked, and Ryo also replied with a smile. In fact, there were instances where the flying magic might hit the two, but it was, of course, without any damage. They both deployed something akin to an invisible barrier. "Is the Envoy's barrier made from a talisman? You understand well. Is Duke Rondo's barrier a magic barrier? No, mine is simply an ice wall." "Oh, is that so?" When viewed solely through text, their conversation appears very cheerful. Indeed, when observing their expressions, one would not believe that a fierce battle was taking place around them. The fact that you're drawing a magic circle directly onto General Yun himself and sending him out is quite a bold strategy. "I apologize, Duke Rondo. I do not quite grasp the meaning." "Oh, just talking to myself. Even so, if a magic circle were drawn on the skin, it would distort, right? Stretching and shrinking. Analyzing the magic formula of deployed alchemy tools should result in a fairly complex magic circle." "No, just collecting information. But even then, collecting information should be quite complex, right? And to surely reduce it and transfer it to the body. I was just impressed that it worked normally. Of course, I too am just talking to myself, but it must have been quite difficult. As you said, if it stretches or shrinks, it cannot maintain the correct shape of a magic circle. However, if it were to be engraved on bones, it would have to pass through muscles or skin. In that case, it would interfere with the individual's magical power, making accurate information gathering impossible. It likely had to be done as closely to the outside of the body as possible, while remaining undetected by the interrogating individuals. I can only speculate that it must have been a considerable ordeal. All of this is just me talking to myself. Ryo and Burke engaged in such monologues. Then Burke glanced at the clock in the room and began, "Well then, Duke Rondo, we shall take our leave soon. You seem to be dragging out the battle as though you were making some time adjustments." "Oh, you noticed. So adjustments have been made?" "Yes." Even at this point, both were still smiling. "Jurin, Teorin, we are leaving." In that instant, Burke's demeanor changed. It was the opposite of calm, a wild yet sharp atmosphere. It could be described as intelligent violence. When Burke spoke, the 3 gathered in an instant. And the 4, including the envoy, were immediately launched. Yes, they were launched. The 4 shot up like rockets, piercing through the ceiling towards the sky. At that moment, a cracking sound echoed. As the sound resonated, Ryo frowned. The ice wall layer 10 he had deployed for escape prevention had been broken. To break through ice wall layer 10 with such ease? He murmured that much, only to remember and head out to the garden. Their 2 phantom beings had been completely encased in ice from head to toe. Did they leave those 2 behind? Abel's voice came from behind Ryo as he stepped into the garden. "It seems so." Ryo tilted his head. "Did they think it would be harmless to leave them behind? But that wasn't the case. In the next moment, the phantoms disappeared from within the ice, both of them. Impossible, Rio couldn't help but shout at the unexpected sight. He had anticipated that Burke would somehow escape. Even with the ice wall layer 10 surrounding them, he had considered the possibility of a breakthrough. To be honest, he thought it was inevitable. A powerful phantom being is as troublesome an opponent as Duke Helb, the younger brother of Duke Atinjo. While it might be possible to win without worrying about the surrounding destruction, this was not that kind of place. It was Rio's residence. Moreover, there was a precious piano deep within the house. Which would he choose, to defeat or capture Burke and the others, or to protect the piano? It didn't take much thought. The piano was infinitely more important. That's why Rio had never intended to engage in full-on combat here. Of course, especially the corner with the piano was securely covered with ice wall layer 50 composite ice, just in case. For that reason, it was fine that Burke had escaped. He had thought that the two encased in ice would be taken away by some means, but to think they would vanish from within the ice. They vanished, huh? Abel, witnessing the scene, was also astonished. Inside the coffin of ice, only the helmet-shaped information-gathering devices attached to the phantoms remained. The sudden disappearance was, I thought that scene looked familiar. When I was in the Western nations before, I froze the Pope, but he suddenly vanished. Rio recalled that moment, when the frozen Pope disappeared. But that was likely due to the power or ability of some otherworldly, angelic being. Considering that, I'm not sure about this incident. I've realized they are troublesome opponents. Rio shook his head small, and Abel did the same. They were very troublesome opponents, and Rio began to face Abel. That said, Abel, you were not as impressive as I expected. If you had properly taken down General Yun and captured him, the situation would have tilted in our favor immensely. No, that guy was incredibly strong, you know. Rio blamed Abel for struggling against General Yun, and Abel retorted. If he could fight with all his might, it would be different, but it seemed Abel's magic sword was too long for combat indoors. Besides, Rio, you could have fought instead of just sitting there. But I had to sit here with an imposing presence. Imposing figures don't proclaim themselves as such. Abel shrugged while Rio puffed up his cheeks, unable to retort. That said, watching your battle, I really understand the thinking behind the reconstruction of the Mutual Aid Association building 30 years ago. It should have a ceiling height and space sufficient for swinging swords even indoors. Yes, the waiting room of the Imperial capital, Adventurers' Mutual Aid Association, that the two had seen had a high ceiling. It was designed so that swords could be swung indoors, primarily for battles or fights like the one they were experiencing now. Buildings worldwide should have a ceiling height of 4 meters. That's true. Envoy Burke and his companions flew away, and the two phantom beings encased in ice disappeared, but they had companions waiting outside the mansion. However, the Censorate personnel who went to suppress them were defeated early in the battle and managed to escape. So Envoy Burke and the others prolonged the fight to buy them time to flee. Rio nodded at the explanation from Minister of State Shu. By the way, Shu had been fighting a female phantom being named Taoran, but immediately after the battle, he was so exhausted that he could barely speak. When you get older, you lose endurance. After he was able to speak again, he repeatedly muttered such complaints. I was surprised that General Yun's body itself became a tool for analyzing alchemy tools. Indeed, that's why they secured General Yun's body as soon as they arrived in the Imperial capital. However, the interrogation itself took place here, not in the Imperial Palace or the adjacent high-security prison, so there wasn't enough information gathered. So they brought him along for diplomatic negotiations, and got him into the Imperial Palace. Did they extract information from the Celestial Net? Honestly, I don't know. We need to investigate various things. Rio and Minister of State Shu confirmed the situation. Although it felt like everything had ended with the departure of the phantom beings. It's not over yet, Rio said to Abel in a serious tone. Why are you saying this to me? Minister Shu seems busy coordinating his subordinates, so I'm speaking to the seemingly free Abel. I see. It's a virtue to be able to speak honestly. Not really. I'm not complimenting you. For some reason, Abel told Rio he wasn't complimenting him, who seemed to be embarrassed. 4 forgotten third-rank adventurers remain. That's right. They were completely overshadowed by Envoy Burke. That shows they are still 3rd rank, doesn't it? We're even lower than that, being 6th rank. That's that and this is this. I think Rio's ability to keep turning phrases is impressive. Not really. Again, I'm not complimenting you. Abel told Rio once more that he wasn't complimenting him, as Rio blushed again. That said, it was true that the 4 third-rank adventurers were left abandoned in the garden. Of course, when the little skirmish with Envoy Burke occurred, all 4 of them were once again sealed within the ice coffin. Did those 4 tell everything? It seems so. They apparently blabbered on their own. They are not fit to be called adventurers. Well, if surrounded by the censorate and interrogated under the command of His Majesty the Emperor, they would comply, wouldn't they? After all, they were just hired for money. Third-rank adventurers are that sort of thing. We're sixth-rank adventurers, lower than that. Besides, those 5 from Spring Hope are also third-rank adventurers. That means there's a difference in ambition from the people of Spring Hope. Is that so? Rio nodded repeatedly for some reason while Abel reluctantly accepted it. At the very least, Abel had no information to deny it. In fact, from Abel's perspective, the 5 from Spring Hope appeared to be good people. The fact that those 5 and the 4 caught in the garden were both third-rank adventurers. Well, even if they are both called third-rank adventurers, there are various types. Abel shrugged as he said this. Lord Rondo, what shall we do with the 4 frozen ones? After giving instructions to his subordinates, Minister of State Shu approached Rio and asked, Can I decide? I have heard that permission to capture them was granted by His Majesty the Emperor to Lord Rondo. However, these 4, they have not clearly committed any crimes. Indeed, they were just monitoring me. Yes, the 4 were merely watching under orders. They did not harm Rio or those around him. Of course, Rio would not be charged with a crime for capturing them with the permission of Emperor Tsuin, the absolute ruler. Shall we keep them here for a while? You mean while still encased in ice? Perhaps we might receive some kind of response from the other party. Understood. After a moment of thought, Rio reached a conclusion, and Minister Shu nodded in agreement. 4 ice sculptures were erected in the garden of Rondo Mansion. Around them, ice golems were cleaning, opening and closing windows, and occasionally carrying items. There, a fantastical scene unfolded. Moreover, if a swordsman was practicing flight around them, it would be even more so. Abel, you've improved quite a bit. Right, I can now make sudden turns in the air. When Rio praised him, Abel demonstrated a 180-degree turn from a straight path. He looked genuinely happy. The usually grim aura surrounding you has completely changed, which is nice. I'm not grim, am I? You can't see yourself as you are. I understand that I'm being told something unreasonable. While Rondo Mansion was filled with peace and happiness, even in the same imperial capital, there were those who carried a grim atmosphere. What does it mean that all 4 third-rank adventurers are missing? The 2 who began monitoring from Holy Emperor Square. And they seem to be adventurers, right? Are those 2 from the special class hall? I've never heard of such a duo. What am I supposed to report to your highness about this? The moment those words were spoken, everyone fell silent. This was the 5th annex of Prince Bin's residence, home to the 4th prince. The adventurers hired by Prince Bin were executing their requests from here. Lord Rinsui has arrived. When one adventurer said this, all the adventurers present knelt on one knee. Entering was a man in his mid-40s. Rinsui, a close aide, and considered the right-hand man of Prince Bin. His hair was meticulously tied back and held with a small brown crown. His brown Eastern attire appeared simple at first glance, but those who could see would recognize it as finely tailored, high-quality fabric. I heard there was a problem, so I came. Yes. In response to Rinsui's tone, which could hardly be called gentle, San-Ki, a second-rank adventurer responsible for coordinating the scene, replied. Everyone present was either a second-rank or third-rank adventurer. Thus, San-Ki, who was in charge, was a second-rank adventurer of the same level. However, compared to others, he had simply been an adventurer longer, which is why he was chosen as the coordinator. When he was designated as the coordinator, San-Ki was delighted, thinking he would gain the prince's favor. But having to report such a failure in just one day was unexpected. He was secretly grinding his teeth in frustration, but of course, he did not show it on his face. He was a second-rank adventurer. Although not many in the vast Darway, he was certainly not one of the numerous second-rank adventurers. He had completed many requests before. Among those were several related to the Imperial family. He was here precisely because he had managed them without issues. Yet he had never reported a failure like this. We've lost contact with 4 third-rank adventurers. When did they lose contact? They were monitoring new targets from Holy Emperor Square. Are those targets someone from the SH-Taif layer? No. As far as the report goes, they were adventurers. I see, so they were adventurers from the special class hall, Rinsui muttered as if to himself. In response, San-Ki said nothing. He hadn't lied. The person in front of him had simply misunderstood. In fact, they didn't even know who that duo was. There was no need to deny it. After thinking for a moment, Rinsui asked, why were those 2 added to the monitoring targets in the first place? Because they were having a secret conversation with the third-ranked team, Spring Hope, hired by Earl Bashu. Just sharing a meal together could be seen as a secret conversation by some observers. Unfortunate Rio and Abel. Earl Bashu, there's no read on his movements since he isn't part of any faction. Increase surveillance around Earl Bashu. That might reveal the whereabouts of the 4 who lost contact. Understood. After issuing the instructions, Rinsui left the 5th annex. I need to cause even more chaos. This is still not enough. Rinsui's muttering was so quiet that it didn't reach anyone's ears. That day, Rio and Abel visited the neighboring house. The neighboring house, of course, belongs to His Highness Lion, the sixth prince, and Princess Xiaofen. In fact, this visit was made with proper prior notice, although I'm not sure how much significance a 1-minute prior notice really holds. At last, we've begun to give prior notice ourselves. Courtesy is one of the reasons why humans are human, after all. For some reason, Rio seemed quite pleased. Well, that's good and all, but a prior notice is supposed to be like this. Young people working at the house bring a letter asking if they can visit later, right? Yes, that's it. Even though we don't have any young people at our place. So what exactly is this? Abel glanced over at the one who gave the prior notice standing right next to him. He sighed. What do you mean by this? He's the leader of our ice golems. I call him Precursor Officer No. 1. Rio pointed towards a single ice golem standing ahead. That golem was indeed Precursor Officer number 1. It looked no different from the golems that usually clean the Rondo mansion. What's different? He still can't talk, right? That's true, but even if he can't talk, he can still deliver a letter. Isn't that the same with the other golems? What's the difference? Please look closely, Abel. It's completely different, isn't it? Rio said indignantly, but Abel couldn't see the difference. However, after staring at it for a while, he finally understood. This. The decoration on top of his head? Yes, it's a horn. It was a decoration about 10 centimeters long, located just above where a human's forehead would be. Rio insisted it was a horn. It looked as if a sharp piece of iron had been stabbed into its head. Of course, the horn was made of the same ice as the rest. This is a horn that is attached to the commander unit. In other words, this child is a sign of being the leader. I see. Does this decoration, this horn, have any special effects? No, it doesn't. Is it imbued with a magic stone making it stronger or faster than the other golems? And no, it doesn't. Rio grimaced as he answered Abel's inquiries. Especially it doesn't have any combat capabilities, does it? No, it doesn't. I see. One day I'll upgrade it. When that time comes, I'll make a golem that can defeat you with a sword. Abel, standing there, Precursor Officer No. 1 paid no mind to the ugly quarrels of humans. Its clear gaze may have been focused on the future of the world. Having fulfilled its role, Precursor Officer Number 1 returned to the Rondo mansion alone, while Rio and Abel were led by the household staff. They were not being taken to the private quarters where Princess Xiaofen and the maid Mifa usually were, but rather to a place that could be called the work area of His Highness Lion. More precisely, they were heading to the training ground located at the back of the mansion. Duke Rondo, welcome. Your Highness Lion, as I conveyed in the prior notice, I've come to share the information I've gathered in the past few days. The two exchanged polite bows. Even among friends, there is still courtesy to be observed. Behind Prince Lion stood his usual entourage, who also bowed politely. However, Abel noticed something. The faces of the entourage had changed. Except for the reliable, older Chief Chamberlain Rinshun and the Chamberlain Wenshu, who was the same age as Prince Lion, the rest had different faces. Did they replace them with capable personnel? Abel thought to himself. Of course, he didn't show it on his face, nor did he inform Rio. Even if he understood, it would be foolish to reveal all his cards. The most powerful position is when you can keep your information hidden without the other party realizing you have it. Once they know you have it, you must steer it towards effective use. I believe you wanted me to see a demonstration exercise, and this is it, right? Yes, I wanted you to see this as the renowned mage Duke Rondo, so I brought you to the training ground. In front of Rio and Prince Lion stood 11 humans. Except for one, 10 of them were wearing large bracers on their left arms. The one without the bracer, the commander, looked familiar. Is that perhaps the magic cannon firing squad led by Captain Rio? That's correct. Nodding in response to Rio's observation, Prince Lion confirmed. Captain Rio and the magic cannon firing squad had participated in the battle at the Green Villa Plain a few days ago, showcasing a stunning display of magic cannon fire to Rio and Abel. They were particularly amazed by the rapid-fire capability. However, at that time, they had used a portable assembly device for the cannon fire. Now, they had none of that. Captain Rio raised his right hand. Then, as he brought it down, a command echoed. Fire! In that instant, fire attribute attack magic was unleashed from the left arms of all 10 individuals. It was quite powerful, stronger than what they had witnessed at the Green Villa Plain a few days ago. Moreover, volley fire! Without a moment's pause, the second shot was fired, then the third shot, and then the fourth shot. And, with that command, the 10 returned to a standing position. This is amazing, Rio exclaimed, applauding. Perhaps hearing that applause, Captain Rio approached their group while bowing his head. Captain Rio, that was incredible, Rio praised him enthusiastically. Thank you very much. Captain Ryle put his hands together in front of his body as a sign of respect and bowed his head. His expression was firm, yet filled with a sense of accomplishment. When I saw you at the Green Villa Plain, you were using a portable assembly apparatus for the cannon fire, but it has now been replaced by the bracers, right? Yes. Those bracers are not cumbersome and require no preparation time, making it easier to utilize the magic cannon firing squad. Certainly, Rio nodded repeatedly at Captain Ryle's explanation. From Duke Rondo's perspective, is this satisfactory? Prince Lion asked with a smile. Of course. The power of each shot was indeed higher than what we saw at the Green Villa Plain. What about the rapid-fire capability? What is the magical power consumption like? How many shots can they fire? At the Green Villa Plain, the limit was 3 shots in succession. After that, they would need a 1-minute pause with a maximum of 30 sets, which means a total of 90 shots. With the bracers we just saw, it can go up to 4 shots in succession, and the interval is reduced to 20 seconds before the next 4 shots can be fired. A standard mage can fire nearly 300 shots. What? 3 times the performance? That's impressive, Rio nodded repeatedly. It seems Duke Rondo has given his approval as well. Well done, Rio. Your hard work and development has paid off. Yes, Your Highness, thank you. With praise from Prince Lion, Captain Rio bowed his head happily. However, at that moment, Rio paused in his movements. It seemed he had just realized something. That bracer from earlier, it's an alchemy tool, isn't it? Yes, Duke Rondo. Did you develop that bracer, Captain Rio? Yes. Duke Rondo? Rio's eyes widened in surprise as he questioned, and Captain Rio responded with a shocked expression. Captain Rio, you're an alchemist? Yes. Rio is an outstanding fire attribute mage, but he's also exceptionally talented as an alchemist. The portable cannon we saw at the Green Villa Plain was previously developed and is used throughout the entire Darway. However, this time, Rio created a bracer-type cannon entirely on his own. Captain Rio answered quietly to Rio's inquiries, while Prince Lion praised him. It seemed Prince Lion held Captain Rio in very high regard. Rio was trembling slightly, very slightly, but still shaking. After a moment, he turned to Prince Lion. Your Highness, I am on your side. Yes, I understand. I did request that, Prince Lion responded, confused by Rio's sudden declaration. I will not leak any information that could disadvantage your side. Yes. So, if possible, could you show me the magic formula for the bracers from earlier? No, of course, this is only if both you and Captain Rio consent. And of course, if you refuse, I won't do anything to disadvantage you. Rio was desperately explaining. If Rio agrees, I have no issue with it. Prince Lion laughed as he granted permission, but Captain Rio's reply was not clear-cut. I will cooperate with anything I can do, whether it's magic or alchemy. About the ice golems from your side. Do you want those children? No. I'm interested in the magic formula and mechanisms of the golems. I'll lend you one so you can see the magic formula. Really? Seeing Rio's generosity, Captain Rio looked pleased. However, a voice came from behind Rio. Are you okay? It was the voice of the swordsman who always scolded him. Exchanging information and knowledge between engineers is what paves the way for a new era. No, the magic formula for the golems that Rio wrote is in Central Nation's language, right? Can she read it? That wasn't a scolding but a valid point. Actually, I studied Central Nation's language a while ago. When Rio expressed his concern to Abel, Captain Rio replied. It seemed he had studied it to understand the rare alchemy tools made in the Central Nations and the new insights into alchemy announced there. That's wonderful, Rio exclaimed in surprise and admiration. In response, Captain Rio's face turned bright red. The group entered a room. Rio and Abel, along with Prince Lion, Chief Chamberlain Rinshun, Chamberlain Wenshu, and Captain Rio numbered 6. The other entourage members had been given roles and sent away. This meant that these 3 held high positions near Prince Lion. From Rio's perspective, he questioned how Chamberlain Wenshu would fare, given his association with the Green Villa Plain. His father was the Duke who passed away, Abel whispered, and Rio also remembered that Chamberlain Wenshu's father had governed around the Green Villa Plain. To govern near the capital means having the trust of generations of emperors. In any era, in any nation, those who cannot be trusted would not be allowed to govern near the capital. Now, Duke Rondo, you mentioned you would convey the information you obtained today? Yes, that's correct. Prince Lion initiated the conversation, and Rio nodded. Actually, there was a little incident at the mansion the other day. The roof was destroyed or something. So you were aware since we are neighbors, Rio chuckled wryly. When Envoy Burke and the other 3 had jumped, they pierced through the roof of the mansion. Naturally, it was a disaster, and now the carpenters employed by the Ministry of Construction were repairing it. Of course, the Rondo mansion was quite large, so living in the undamaged areas posed no problems whatsoever. Well, the phantom beings that left are one matter, but there were others captured at the same time. What I found out from there is that Prince Bin, the fourth prince, is hiring adventurers. Oh, how many are there? All the third and second rank adventurers in the Imperial capital. That's... Rio's words left the other four, including Prince Lion, speechless. Even Prince Lion was no exception. However, it was Prince Lion who spoke first. Third and second rank adventurers in the Imperial capital means those at the advanced hall of the Mutual Aid Association. The last time I heard, there were about 700 members there. I was informed the numbers were in the hundreds, so your highness's understanding seems correct. Rio agreed based on the explanation he received from the Mutual Aid Association. 700 third and second rank adventurers, how much would that cost? That's unbelievable, Captain Rio and Chamberlain Wenshu murmured, their expressions shocked. I'm not doubting Duke Rondo's information, but where did it come from? Chief Chamberlain Rinchun, who seemed to have regained his composure faster than the other two, asked. From the 4 third-rank adventurers I captured. You captured them? Ah, it's fine. I secured permission from His Majesty the Emperor before capturing them. So is that so? And I had assistance from the censorate, but the adventurers themselves were quite chatty. In response to Chief Chamberlain Rinchun's words, Rio nodded vigorously. Abel, who was sitting beside him, felt there was some misunderstanding, but he decided not to worry about it. He figured Rio was more surprised by how easily he had captured them than the fact that he had obtained the Emperor's permission. With that in mind, the third and second rank adventurers are with Prince Bin, but I believe all the first and special rank adventurers are also employed. What? Rio's further words drew a furrowed brow from Prince Lion. I'm not clear on who exactly, but it's definitely not His Majesty the Emperor. Furthermore, it's also not Prince Bin, the fourth prince who just came to light. Additionally, I suspect it's not likely to be His Highness Shure, the third prince either, from the expression I saw when we met him at the Imperial Palace. If it's neither His Majesty nor Prince Shure nor Prince Bin, yes, I believe it's probably the most troublesome opponent. Prince Kuri, the second prince, has already secured the strongest adventurers for himself. That's plausible if it's Prince Kuri. Rio's speculation earned a nod of agreement from Prince Lion. Second, Prince Kuri is skilled at anticipating future developments and making many preparations in advance. Oh ho, I understand. It's clear that Prince Kuri is the closest to the position of the next emperor. The crown prince before that. However, even so, Prince Lion did not continue his sentence. However, all three, Chief Chamberlain Rinchun, Chamberlain Wenshu, and Captain Rio, nodded vigorously. They understood that they were significantly trailing behind in the competition for the next emperor's position. Unless he takes a principal consort, he will remain a prince forever. If he does not advance to being a prince, he will be easily crushed under the overwhelming power held by the other princes. For that reason, they had spent their time in endurance until now. Thus, competition was lagging behind. However, that was why they must advance with strong resolve. He had taken a principal consort. He had achieved feats. He had received informal approval from the emperor to advance to prince. I will inform Duke Rondo. 1 month from now, I will advance to prince. Oh, is it finally time? Prince Lion conveyed the news, and Rio rejoiced in surprise. Firstly, nothing would progress if he did not advance to prince. There will be an official announcement from the Imperial Palace in a week. Until then, it must remain confidential. Of course. That said, many people will probably learn about it before then. Information leaks from various sources. Ah, that's certainly true. Prince Lion and Rio shared a wry smile. I believe things will become more challenging than ever from here on out. Duke Rondo, I hope you will lend your support. Of course, let us move forward together. The Water Attribute Mage has been published by Books. Last month, Books announced a new title for anime adaptation after a long time. It was Strange Reincarnation by Ryuko Nozomi. This month, Books announced another anime adaptation. It was the Tiamoon Empire story by Mochizuki Nozomi. Books is really on the rise. Both works are published on Shousitsuka Nainaru. They're quite interesting. Finally, it seems that the prince is advancing. It's been tough up until now, but it's probably going to get even tougher from here on. Rio and Abel were discussing such topics on their way back to Rondo Mansion from their neighbor's house. Sibling rivalry is somehow painful, isn't it? Abel, you were close to your older brother, Crown Prince Cain, weren't you? Yeah, we were very close. Your father, Abel, is the younger brother who led a rebellion, right, Prince Raymond? You weren't close to him, were you? Well, that's true, but still, I don't think we fought each other to the point of wanting to take each other's lives when we were princes. Abel replied while tilting his head. Of course, given that Abel doesn't know the details of that time accurately, it's just a vague assumption. You never know, there might have been bloody conflicts that didn't make it to the history books. Powerful people tend to seal such conspiracies using every means necessary. Their thoroughness is terrifying. Don't say it like you've seen it firsthand. Well, I have seen it. Of course, he was talking about movies, dramas, and novels. Anyway, when Prince Lion advances to the prince rank, there will definitely be power struggles within the Imperial Palace. Yeah, that aspect will probably be the most challenging. Most of the SH-type layer is likely already aligned with one of the three princes, right? I wonder how they plan to deal with that. Numbers are power. We need to increase our numbers as well, but we don't have any more to increase. Rio also fell into thought. The moment they reached the gate of their house, Rio clapped his hands. He expressed his thoughts with the action of his right fist lightly hitting his left palm. However, in such cases, whatever it is, it's probably something bad, Abel muttered. If we can't increase our numbers, we just need to reduce theirs. Reduce the enemies? If you go around purging the SH-type layer members aligned with the three princes one by one at night, the enemies will decrease. Yeah, I thought it would be something like that. That's the usual pattern. Patterns solve many problems. A pattern, what's that? It's Abel's usual method, which looks very delightful. What makes you think I look delighted? Just because his prediction was correct, it didn't necessarily mean he was pleased. By the way, both of them had souvenirs in hand. They were given to them by Princess Xiaofen. What I have is a snack called paju. They suggested that it fills you up quite a bit, so I was advised to eat it for lunch as well. It was currently 11:30 in the morning. They said to have mine for dinner. Abel was holding something similar to a stacked bento box. It was something like a dinner bento. Since there are many people living next door or working there, they prepare 3 meals every day, right? It's just leftovers, so they told me not to worry. Having many people costs money. Rio expressed concern, and Abel shrugged. As the king, Abel had been managing the country. Knowing the kingdom's government where many people worked, he understood that even food expenses were quite high. Thinking about it, the brilliance of the Golem army, led by Precursor Officer No. 1 is remarkable because they don't cost any food. True, they don't require food, but a Golem army, huh? Even now as a cleaning unit, they will surely become a battlefield army to protect their comrades in the future, Rio asserted strongly. Perhaps he envisioned a scene of golems dancing on the battlefield in his mind. For now, after we finish eating, we must fulfill our duty to deliver this box over there. Well, just being able to do that is already quite helpful. The Precursor officer and the others could not only serve as precursors, but also return the dishes. However, aren't you just receiving food all the time, Rio? Huh, you haven't given anything in return, have you? Now that you mention it, that's true. Rio was taken aback by Abel's remark. Though he had been given snacks and bento, it seemed he had never gifted anything from Rondo Mansion. It feels wrong to just take. What should we do? Rio thought while entering Rondo Mansion, and then suddenly clapped his hands again. Abel looked at him with a dubious expression. The recent experience had caused that look. I'll make and gift an ice statue. An ice statue? Yes, a life-size statue of Abel. Of course, it's something terrible. Abel had expected it to be something awful, so he didn't shout. He merely muttered, a token of friendship with the Natore kingdom. Yeah, that's rejected. Why? Well, it just sounds weird, doesn't it? Then, how about a 50-meter-tall statue of King Abel to showcase the glory of the kingdom and King Abel? You're quite ostentatious. How does it end up like that? Absolutely don't do it. A token of friendship between nations seems rather complicated. The two entered the mansion and drank tea while nibbling on paju. Despite looking like small buns, they contained minced meat and something resembling green onions. Rio had the image of cooled shumai. Whether that was the correct impression or not was uncertain, but it was certainly delicious. I see this can serve as a snack and lunch. It seems I could eat a lot, but if I get carried away, it would be bad. Both of them knew overeating is not good. If they ate too much, it would lead to trouble. Their experiences had made them wiser. Abel, our situation has become quite complex. Let's sort things out. Rio started, taking a sip of tea before continuing. First and foremost, our main goal is to return to the Central Nations. That's right, Abel agreed with Rio's statement. However, according to His Majesty the Emperor, there seems to be a wall that needs to be opened before we can proceed through the corridor leading to the Central Nations. He suggests that it will be opened in about a year, or rather, in 10 months or so. After that, it will be open for at least 5 years, so we must pass through the corridor and return to the kingdom during that time. Rio took another sip of tea at that point. And until then, since we'll have free time, Abel suggested that we carry Prince Lion and have him become the emperor. Hey! Abel seemed displeased with Rio's explanation. However, Rio continued to ignore him. To aim for the next emperor's position, he must first be appointed as crown prince. To be a crown prince, he needs to be a prince. It won't work if he remains just a prince. Currently, there are 3 princes. 2nd Prince Kuri, 3rd Prince Shure, and 4th Prince Bin. Right, and Prince Lion, whom we will cooperate with, will advance to prince rank in a month. Wait, Rio? Yes, one person was skipped. Between the 4th prince and the 6th prince. Oh, the 5th prince? Who is that? I don't know. Both Rio and Abel realized they knew absolutely nothing about the 5th prince. If Prince Lion is going to become prince before him, I wonder what he thinks about that. Well, there's also a possibility he has already passed away. The fact that he never comes up in conversation might mean that's possible. The mysterious prince. He might be secretly plotting in the depths of the Imperial palace. What do you mean by secretly plotting? Rio was excited about the usual story development, but Abel did not agree. A prince who pretended to be dull is actually highly capable and ultimately seizes the throne. That is the righteous path of stories. Is that so? I hope the 5th prince is like that. For some reason, Rio was getting all excited while Abel shrugged. While Rio muttered about going to ask someone tomorrow, Abel remarked, "In any case, the one closest to the crown prince position right now is 2nd Prince Kuri." Well, that seems to be the case. He appears to be quite capable, and a significant portion of the SHTIF layer belongs to Prince Kuri's faction. However, yes, despite his excellence and strong support from the SHTIF layer, he has yet to be appointed as crown prince. Moreover, he had already advanced to prince rank when the previous crown prince passed away. If he had been made the next crown prince, there wouldn't be this confusion now, would there? In other words, there must be something that prevents His Majesty the Emperor from making a decisive move regarding him, which is not visible to the general public. It seems that Minister of State Shu is not fond of Prince Kuri either. At that point, Rio and Abel each grabbed a piece of paju. This pace of eating should be fine. Experience is important. Both Rio and Abel had matured. The 3rd Prince Shure is a martial person. However, he's straightforward but inflexible, so I somehow feel he's not suited to be the emperor. Is that so? The emperor we know seems to be someone who can combine both purity and corruption. That's referring to former Emperor Rupert of the Duchy Empire, isn't it? You guessed it well. That man is quite frightening. He truly won't hesitate to sacrifice lives for his goals, and he achieves what he sets out to do without fail. There's a certain overwhelming quality to him. That man is among the top historical emperors, right? Rio praised, and Abel agreed but pointed out that he was particularly capable among emperors. Well, flexibility is necessary for those who lead a nation, for better or worse. Indeed, Abel seems to be doing many bad things as king as well, and saying it's for the country or for the safety of the state. He throws innocent civilians in jail, right? Why would it turn out like that? I've seen it happen. Of course, he was talking about movies, dramas, and novels. Lastly, regarding 4th Prince Bin. He still lacks strength. Why are you speaking down to him specifically? However, precisely because of that, he might take unreasonable actions. We must be cautious. Okay. I've heard that he hired hundreds of 3rd and 2nd rank adventurers from the Imperial Capital Adventurers Mutual Aid Association, but where on earth is he getting that money from? As a prince, he should have that much, right? It's undoubtedly a result of illicit wealth through bribes from merchants. I think jumping to conclusions is questionable. Abel expressed doubt concerning Rio's baseless assertion. Of course, Rio paid no heed to Abel's doubts. Tracking the flow of money is a fundamental rule of criminal investigation. Well, first off, this isn't a crime, Rio recalled. Speaking of adventurers, 1st rank and special rank adventurers are employed by 2nd Prince Kuri, aren't they? That's right. They're a strong fighting force. I won't deny that. Then the conversation between the two flew outside the Imperial Palace. There are threats from outside Darway as well. That would be the Chwauchi Empire located to the north. Envoy Burke and others seem to have disappeared from the Imperial capital, while they were phantom beings. Is everyone from the Chwauchi Empire a phantom being? Abel was left speechless at Rio's question. If that's the case, depending on their population, they would not be an opponent humans can defeat, right? Even in Darway, which is called a superpower, it wouldn't be easy. Both Abel and Rio grimaced while sipping their tea. Speaking of threats from outside, there are others as well. Are there? The ghost ship Luri. Oh, well, it is an external threat, but I doubt it's related to Darway. Yes, rather, it's something related to us. Both let out small sighs. Rio, it's tough for you too. Collaborating with Prince Lion, being targeted by the ghost ship Luri, and having demons constantly coming to play. I'll give half to Abel. I don't want it. The world seems to be quite complicated. The next morning, the dishes, washed cleanly though simply by a water attribute mage, were delivered to the neighboring house by Precursor Officer No. 1. However, when Precursor Officer No. 1 returned to Rondo Mansion, he was holding a letter, which he handed to Rio. It seems that Captain Ryo of the Magic Cannon Firing Squad will bring the bracers as promised yesterday. Reading the letter made Rio's spirits soar. By the way, Abel was already engaged in his daily flight training, listening to Rio's words while floating right in front of him. It truly seemed that he had become able to fly freely. At last the aerial swordsman Abel is born. What the heck is that? A swordsman who fights without touching the ground. No, but this flying ring isn't that fast, you know? Yes, at top speed, it moves at about 40 kilometers per hour. That's as fast as a car. While it's faster than running, it's situationally limited when it comes to combat. It could be effective for a sudden charge from a distance against a large group, but in close combat, it would indeed be challenging. That's where the aerial swordsman's skills come into play. Yeah, I'm fine with being a normal ground swordsman. The aerial swordsman not to be. After a while, Captain Ryo arrived alone. He was holding a box. Lord Rondo, here are the bracers as promised. The protection of the magic formula has also been removed, so you can examine them freely. Oh, thank you very much. Inside the box that Captain Ryo held were the bracers. After being deeply moved, Rio summoned a golem. For some reason, that golem was wrapped in a yellow scarf around its neck. There were no other golems like that. Here, I'll lend you friendship proof no. 2, thank you very much. As Rio introduced it, Captain Ryo smiled happily. Abel muttered, as usual, about why it had such a name. Fortunately, it didn't reach anyone's ears. By the way, I will register it so that Captain Ryo can control it. Could you take a look at the head area of this number 2? Yes. Rio placed his right hand on the head of friendship proof number 2 and murmured something. At that moment, the golem's head shone slightly. It was a gentle light of alchemy. Okay, it's registered. Now Captain Ryo is recognized as the temporary master, so it will respond to simple commands. Please give it a command. Then please follow me. As Captain Ryo said this with excitement, friendship proof number 2 immediately lined up behind her, and as she walked, it followed closely behind. Oh, it really followed me. That's amazing. Right, it can carry up to 300 kilograms. It can transport about 5 adults. Beyond that, well, it can carry more, but it loses balance and falls over. However, it's sturdy enough, so please try various things. If you have any questions, feel free to ask any time. Yes, thank you very much. Captain Ryo said this and then ran off. Friendship proof number 2 also ran after her, its scarf fluttering. Looks like it can also recognize Eastern nations' language, Abel said, seemingly impressed. Yes. I equipped it with a conversion dictionary for Central nations and Eastern nations' languages, so it can comprehend either language. It can't speak, but it understands what people are saying. Abel, don't you dare speak ill of them in front of those children. They may seem like they're not listening, but they're actually aware of everything. Children are like that. Ah, right. The golem seems to Rio like a child. And Abel, along with the flying ring, continued with flight training, while Rio, holding the bracers, went to alchemy. This is indeed the black box. In the evening, after finishing flight training and landing in the garden, Abel found Rio murmuring this while arranging the bracers and the flying ring on a rather large ice workbench. Both were connected by ice plates. These were things Rio often used in alchemy. The magic formula would be projected onto this plate. A kind of reverse engineering ice board or hacking tool. Black box, what is that? No, it's an unexplainable magic formula or a string of characters that doesn't make sense. Actually, there's a common, incomprehensible magic formula between these two. A bracer that launches fire attribute attack magic and a ring that enables flight with wind attribute magic. They're completely different items, right? Yes, they are. However, these 1,024 characters are common and appear in similar places. As Rio answered Abel's question while tilting his head, it was like suddenly finding 1,024 characters of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs in a Japanese text. So different from everything else, so alien. At first, I thought it was a magic power reduction circuit. Both the flying ring and the bracers can be operated quite efficiently, right? Indeed, even if I fly all day, I don't experience mana depletion. Exactly. As for the bracers, they said a normal mage can shoot about 300 times. Mages from the kingdom can't shoot that much even in a battlefield setting, can they? Surely, with javelins, isn't 20 shots the maximum? What? That little? I thought it would be around 70 or 80. Lin could manage that, right? Lin is the wind attribute mage of Abel's party, the Red Sword. Lin is a B-class adventurer, you know. To put it bluntly, she's one of the top mages in the kingdom. If you base it on Lin or Old Man Alalian, you're going to get it all wrong. They weren't normal people then? When people are too close to each other, they can miss a lot. Well, in any case, I thought it was magic power reduction, but it turned out otherwise. Instead, it amplifies magical power. Magic power amplification? Using magic stones or something? That's not it. The flying ring uses wind magic stones, but the bracers don't use any magic stones. So the power comes solely from the magic power of the user. That's amazing considering the power and durability. Yes, Indeed, the durability is incredible because it uses less magical power per shot. The reason it uses less is that this black box section amplifies magical power. I have a simple question. How can you amplify magical power without magic stones? You can't, can you? Huh, Rio answered as if it were obvious, causing Abel's expression to turn blank. You can't amplify magical power using only alchemy without magic stones. If that were possible, everyone would be doing it, and mages would create alchemy tools that could destroy a country. I'd be in trouble if someone created such an outrageous alchemy tool. That's right, amplification can't be done. But both the flying ring and the bracers, yes, they're doing it. I measured the flowing magical power and it's increased. It's quite mysterious. Rio tilted his head, but Abel could hear him muttering, no way. Rio, don't you have an idea about this? Hey, you've been saying no way for a while now. Do you remember the theory of magical power I mentioned before? The theory of magical power. The one about excess dimension or something? That's it. If this black box section is doing that, if it's a string that makes it possible, then magical power amplification is plausible. More accurately, it might be reading or absorbing magical power from the excess dimension. Rio still tilted his head. The fact that Rio is so troubled by this suggests he thinks it's impossible with alchemy. Yes, I believe so. I think we may just subconsciously read or utilize magical power from the excess dimension. Even I can't fully analyze that specifically, I've just managed to theorize it. But the person who created this alchemical string has already logically found a way to make it possible and is using it for alchemy tools. That's impressive. Yes, it's impressive. Rather, it's abnormal, Rio nodded repeatedly. In the first place, Rio arrived at the idea that magical power is the gravity of the excess dimension, because he had developed an interest in theoretical physics, string theory, during his time on Earth, reading related books and magazines since elementary school. But the person who created this string discovered it without any theoretical background. What else can you call it but abnormal? That was earlier. Captain Rio didn't find it, right? I don't think so. It's used in the flying ring too. Oh, right. Rio denied it, and Abel remembered. Hey, Rio, I have a simple question. Yes. The bracers use fire attribute magic, and the flying ring uses wind attribute magic, right? Yet you said they have the same magic formula, not a magic circle. Yes. You told me before that a magic circle can flow any attribute of magical power, but a magic formula has to flow the appropriate attribute of magical power, right? Fire attribute magic should use a fire attribute mage's magical power, and wind attribute magic should use a wind attribute mage's power. Yet that black box thing has the same magic formula, right? The bracers are fire attribute, and the flying ring is wind attribute. Yes, Abel, that's a brilliant observation. Rio praised Abel's question. That's precisely one of the key points of magical power is the gravity of the excess dimension. Moreover, demons adept at manipulating gravity can also use other attribute magic. That's where it all connects. This magic formula likely deals with magical power before it splits into the 6 attributes, or before it changes. Before it splits into 6 attributes, before fire, wind, water, earth, light, and darkness. Is it something that can split? According to my theory of magical power, yes. Even in Earth's theoretical physics, as expressed by the equation E equals mc2, in classical physics theory of relativity, energy and matter were already fundamentally the same thing that could be exchanged equally. Furthermore, in particle physics, which deals with the world smaller than atoms, both energy and matter are just the vibrations of strings. Ultimately, when you break it down, they are fundamentally the same thing. The 4 forces in physics, gravity, electromagnetic force, strong force, and weak force, originally came from the same source. They were one at the beginning of the universe, but split into 4 forces as the universe's pressure and temperature dropped. This has already become a common understanding in the world of physics. Originally one, then it splits. That flow is the principle of the world. Shall we ask Captain Rio about it tomorrow? If asking someone can yield answers, there's no harm in trying. I don't expect to understand everything, but it might provide some clues. After all, Captain Rio also has friendship proof number 2 on loan. Let's visit the neighbors tomorrow and ask, how's friendship proof no? 2 doing, the groundwork is solid. By the way, Rio, about that golem you lent out, friendship proof number 2, that isn't the power source Rio himself? Abel, that's a great question. Rio once again praised Abel's question. Being able to ask such a brilliant question is a sign of high intelligence, and it's also proof that he is thinking things through properly. So, when someone asks a great question, they should be complimented time and again. It used to be that way, but I've been doing various experimental things. Rio said this and walked inside the room, carrying the bracers and the flying ring. Abel followed him from behind. They entered the room, where Rio usually immersed himself in alchemy research. In the center was a large ice table with 2 blue magic stones placed on pedestals atop it. One of the pedestals appeared to be faintly glowing. It was the light of alchemy. Could it be that the magical power is being sent from that glowing pedestal? Yes, that's where the magical power is coming from. The golems, they're not connected to that, right? I hope that in the end. They connect like an unseen magical power line, as if operated by a mage, but for now, they're transmitting magical power through the water vapor in the air. Just that one thing is powering all the moving golems? Abel asked, surprised. Seeing his reaction, Rio laughed. Hee, surprised, aren't you, Abel? This is the real deal of magic power reduction. Ah, the one you mentioned earlier. Those magic stones are taken from fish, right? The ones you called sardines from the monster fish? Yes, the sardines, caught by our capture arm after defeating the kraken, end up in our stomachs. The blue magic stones were about the size of a fingernail. Even so, they hold astonishing value in Darway, and it seems one of these magic stones could buy a territory of an earl. I feel like I heard such a whisper somewhere before. In the past, I had the opportunity to dismantle the golems from the eastern edge of the western nations, the Kyushu Duchy. The golems from the Kyushu Duchy excelled in magic power reduction technology, and that knowledge is being applied here. That's amazing, Rio said proudly, and Abel earnestly admired it. Abel also knows that Viscount Kenneth Hayward and others are creating golems in their home country. He's seen prototypes of them. Of course, they're not yet ready for the battlefield, but they could move on 4 legs. However, he remembered that the magic stones used as power sources were quite large. About half the size of a wyvern magic stone, which means half a fist. Compared to that, the size of these fingernail-sized stones is significant. What Kenneth and the others are making are prototype golems meant to be deployed in battle, so they have a different concept from ours. They're intentionally designed to operate with large magic stones, anticipating high-power units from the start. Rio explained the difference in concept. It's not about which one is superior or anything like that. Due to their differing roles, everything becomes different. Both are excellent research in golem crafting. Of course, our golems will eventually set out for world domination as the Ice Golem Army. Yeah, when you say it, it doesn't sound like a joke, Rio proclaimed with a fist raised, and Abel shook his head repeatedly. Whether Rio is joking or not is something no one knows. The next day, past 9 o'clock, the sweet and spicy stir-fried pork and vegetables from last night was delicious. Abel is quite good at cooking, isn't he? Well, it's basically just stir-frying, so it's not that impressive. No, the balance of seasonings was exquisite. It's the kind of side dish that goes wonderfully with rice. I learned a lot from Warren back in the day, and that has really helped, Abel replied with a smile. So is Warren the best cook among the Red Sword? Yeah, Warren's cooking is really tasty. It's not that others are bad, it's just that Warren is too skilled. Somehow I can easily picture that. The image of Warren happily cooking with a smile was an easy one to conjure. The two were walking towards the neighboring house. Of course, the Precursor Officer number 1 had gone ahead. The two had become skilled at following the proper procedures. They were continuously evolving. When the two arrived in front of the residence of Prince Lion and Princess Xiao Fen, a woman was already standing by the gate. Next to her was an ice golem. Huh, Captain Ryo. I've been waiting for you, Lord Rondo. Captain Ryo placed her hands together in front of her chest and bowed. I did come to ask you something, Captain Ryo. But it wasn't written on the precursor paper, was it? Yes, it wasn't. However, I had something I wanted to ask you, Lord Rondo. Also today, Prince Lion and Princess Xiao Fen are currently at the Imperial Palace and are not here. The other attendants have gone with them, so I will be taking care of their absence. It seems that once a prince's advancement is decided, things get quite busy. Captain Ryo, along with the Friendship Proof number 2, led the way for the two. Seeing Friendship Proof No. 2's presence, Rio nodded in satisfaction. Seeing them work properly seems to delight their creator. Last night, I had a brief look at the control system of Friendship Proof No. 2, so to speak, the movements of its limbs. Oh, I kind of understood the control system, but I didn't comprehend the recognition system at all. Recognition system? It recognizes voices and moves, that sort of thing. And the bipedal walking part is also very complicated in the control system. Wow, but to see that much in just one night, Captain Ryo, that's amazing. I'm flattered. Rio praised with a smile, causing Captain Ryo to blush with embarrassment. Behind Rio, Abel muttered a word that no one could hear. Here comes Rio's charm. Once they were shown into the room, tea was served before the three, and Rio began to speak. Actually, the main reason I came today is not for Friendship Proof number 2, but you had a question regarding the Bracer's magic formula, didn't you? You understand that. I saw Friendship Proof No. 2's magic formula, and Lord Rondo's level of alchemy is unbelievably high. Considering that, I thought you must have deciphered the entire magic formula for the Bracers in just one night. Well, it's not quite that impressive. Captain Ryo openly praised Ryo's alchemy level, and Ryo blushed. After a moment of embarrassment, Ryo continued. There's just one part of the magic formula that I completely don't understand. Could it be the magic power amplification? Yes, that's it. So that is the magic formula or string related to magic power amplification. Captain Ryo nodded in affirmation, and Ryo joyfully nodded multiple times in return. However, afterwards, Captain Ryo tilted her head slightly. And then, I apologize, Your Highness. I'm not very knowledgeable about the contents of that magic formula. Huh, that was a string taught to me by my alchemy master long ago. By using it, magical power can be amplified, allowing for significant effects with less consumed magical power. I learned it at a young age, but I recall my teacher didn't provide a detailed explanation back then. When you were younger. Excuse me, but you still look quite young, Captain Ryo. How old were you at that time? 90 years ago, when I was 10 years old. Alchemy at 10? I was determined to support Lord Lion through alchemy, Captain Ryo replied with a determined expression. Indeed, there are individuals here who have committed themselves from a young age to support others. Whether it's Abel defeating a guide at 8 or Captain Ryo practicing alchemy at 10, this world seems full of precocious geniuses. Well, I don't really belong in that category. Ryo lamented the world's injustices, while Abel countered. Well, that's fine, so Captain Ryo, is that alchemy master still alive? Master Rowan should still be alive, but I wonder where they are. So this Master Rowan is your alchemy teacher? Yes. They occasionally return to the Imperial capital, but they travel all over Darway. How unfortunate! They couldn't proceed with the classic development of introducing a master. It was around dusk when Prince Lion and his party left the Imperial palace. I've been held up by the military department, so I can't help that. But didn't she say she could return to the residence first? Your Highness, I apologize. I stopped by Kyoonkai. Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen were in a carriage, while about 30 other people walked. Kyoonkai is one of the centers of art in the Imperial Palace. As the character Sound suggests, there are many performance spaces related to music, and a variety of instruments are available. Additionally, many performers and instructors are prepared, making Darway's talent pool the richest of them all. We're preparing for the Kyoonkai event happening in a month. Oh. Prince Lion frowned at Princess Xiaofen's words. The Kyoonkai event is essentially a concert. Those related to the Imperial family, of course, and even participants from the Taif layer are involved. It is a grand performance involving the entire Imperial palace, at least on the surface. In reality, it is also an event for factions to display their power. Even the princes without factions would perform, but that part is hardly taken seriously by anyone. That is why it is often referred to as a competition rather than just a concert. By the way, Prince Lion dislikes and is not good at the Kyoonkai event. Of course, as a Prince of Darway, he is capable of performing arts above the average level. He can play a variety of instruments and can perform well enough to avoid being criticized. However, he doesn't like it, but now he can't afford to simply not like it. Your Highness is to marry a principal consort, and it will be held soon after your advancement to prince, so you will be in the spotlight whether you like it or not. Furthermore, I am scheduled to perform alongside those around me. Indeed, that puts a burden on you. Yes, in the first Kyoonkai after the prince's marriage, the principal consort will perform. This time, Princess Xiaofen will be the performer. I allowed myself to choose an instrument and even practiced a little. I see. The preparations are well underway, so please don't worry. I understand, thank you. Princess Xiaofen replied with a smile, and Prince Lion nodded. I've heard rumors that the workshop chief will be unveiling a new instrument. The chief? You mean Lord Ron Shen from the workshop? I've heard he is a master craftsman even at a young age. That instrument, the completed version of the piano, has become a topic among the ladies of the Taif layer, and there were even those who requested it to be brought into their residences. What? Does she want a piano? No, it seems those who applied were turned down. They were told to inquire again after the Kyoonkai event. A piano. I have heard the prototypes in Dragon Spring residence, and it sounded quite difficult. Oh, Your Highness has heard the piano? Yeah, once, personally. I prefer the violin. Seeing Princess Xiaofen's surprised expression, Prince Lion smiled wryly. The sight of a row of keys was honestly something he didn't quite understand. I thought playing that would be quite challenging. Just then, an attack! A shout was heard. Immediately the maid Mifa peeked her face into the carriage through the entrance. There's an attack. Please do not exit the carriage. Mifa said only that and quickly pulled her head back. Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen were left waiting quietly inside the carriage. What are you doing? Deploy the barrier. Lady Wenchu, we can't deploy the barrier. We are being obstructed. When did this happen? Chamberlain Wenchu frowned. The ambush took place at an intersection. In that area, it became difficult to deploy magic. It seems the magic nullification talismans are interfering with the deployment of magic across the entire intersection. Next to Chief Chamberlain Linshun, Mifa stood with her sword drawn and reported. "We've been led into a trap," Chief Chamberlain Linshun muttered. The guards had already prepared to respond to an attack. They had done extensive training for situations like this, allowing them to act without needing explicit instructions. However, the sense of unease outweighed their reassurance. Being kept in the Imperial Palace until this hour is likely part of their plan. Linshun muttered, and Mifa nodded alongside him. If the enemy is operating according to their plan, it means they are still within the enemy's palm. Despite taking considerable time compared to usual, the magic users among the guards were surrounding the carriage and deploying barrier. The magic nullification talismans, while making it difficult to deploy magic, do not render magic completely unusable like magic nullification. It is still possible to forcibly deploy and generate magic. However, it takes time and consumes more magical power. Even so, there were absolutely people in the carriage who must be protected. That protection is the highest priority. This point is best understood by the prince and princess inside. Thus, even though Prince Lion would normally lead the charge on the battlefield, he remained inside the carriage. He understood that being there makes it easier to read the enemy's attacks and is the most effective deployment for counterattacks. And then the attack began. Clang, clang. First, arrows began to rain down. If the situation makes magical defense difficult, an attack using arrows is very effective. The assailants hiding their faces understood that, however. There are enemies where the arrows are being shot from. Charge in! Chief Chamberlain Linshun was also aware. Close combat should be initiated. Given the presence of magic nullification talismans, the barrier cast by the magic users would not last long. Once the magical power of the defensive magic users runs out, they will no longer be able to protect the carriage. That is why the only choice is to take the initiative before that happens. The problem lies in the enemy's strength. Currently, they know almost nothing. However, one thing is certain, that is, the enemy is likely to be more numerous. They have prepared so meticulously. They surely cannot be unaware of our strength, and having attacked knowing that. It is only natural that the enemy possesses greater strength. Even so, they must take the offensive. Prince Lion is present here. Do you understand that? They likely do understand. They attacked regardless. Still, it is something that must be stated. If you attack the prince, your entire clan will face the death penalty. Chief Chamberlain Linshun's voice resonated. Usually he speaks in a calm manner and rarely raises his voice, but having gone through many battlefields to reach this point, with or without Prince Lion, Linshun is recognized for his high bureaucratic management abilities, but his essence is that of a military officer. His booming voice echoed throughout the intersection. For a moment, among the assailants, someone faltered. However, they quickly regained their focus. In other words, they attacked knowing it was Prince Lion. "Then I shall send you to hell." Chief Chamberlain Linshun sprang into action. While commanding, he also began to strike down the assailants. While capturing this scene in the corner of her vision, Mifa muttered, "Wow!" Linshun's sword flash was fast and short. No, it was because of the short trajectory that the overall speed increased even more. It was a sword trail that Mifa had never seen before. It was different from the sword of the Basanta kingdom that Mifa had learned, and also different from Abel's sword. Yet she could understand just how incredibly strong it was. At the same time, Mifa threw herself into close combat. Linshun caught sight of Mifa while they fought. As expected of the princess's trump card, this is not the sword of a 16-year-old. He was in awe, and a slight smile appeared. The principal consort of his lord, the person whom she trusted the most, was wielding a sword that he felt he could lean on. With the position of Chief Chamberlain, it was natural that he would smile. Of course, he knew that Mifa practiced swordsmanship every morning and evening. He was aware that her sword flash was sharp. However, swinging her sword against an enemy on the battlefield was a different matter entirely. Yet, Mifa's sword did not dull even in front of the enemy. On the contrary, it seemed to sharpen even further. This is what it means to be trained by a top-notch swordsman. Linshun also knew of Mifa's master. That master, the guardian swordsman of Duke Rondo. No, the true identity revealed to him through Princess Xiaofen to Prince Lion, and only shared with Linshun, was the king of the Natore kingdom, King Abel. The hero king celebrated even by bards. His direct disciple, Mifa, what she learned was not just sword techniques. Perhaps it was ingrained in her the heart of a swordsman as well. Either way, this is reassuring. Thus, a battle unfolded around Mifa and Linshun at the front of the carriage. What about the back of the carriage? The center consisted of two individuals, Chamberlain Wenshu and Captain Bidges of the Princess's Guard. In all honesty, Captain Bidges did not hold a high opinion of Chamberlain Wenshu. He considered him a prideful young man who lacked battlefield experience and good judgment. However, even so, he was stronger than the other guards present. Right now, strength is essential. Captain Bidges had spent 10 years solely as the Queen's Guard. He had never faced an assault by villains within Basanta Kingdom. However, he had encountered monsters while traveling through the city and had even thrown himself into battles to gain experience. What he realized during those times was that strength is justice. No matter how correct a principle or argument may be, it holds no meaning in the face of the strength of violence. To maintain correctness, one must also possess enough strength to continue. And now was that time. That is why Bidges did not hesitate to strike down the enemy. Without any hesitation, he cut down his foes. Chamberlain Wenshu, standing beside him, followed suit, only 19 years old. Due to the previous Montier Duke's death in battle, he was slated to become the next Montier Duke. He may be a spoiled young man, but even so, his loyalty to Prince Lion was unwavering. From the bottom of his heart, he believed that Prince Lion was the most suitable candidate for the next emperor. Of course, he would not allow him to die in a place like this. That is why his sword did not dull. Even to Captain Bidges, Wenshu's sword was overwhelmingly sharp compared to the other guards. The rear of the carriage was being defended primarily by these two. However, are these assailants too strong? Wenshu, muttering absent-mindedly, spoke. He and Captain Bidges were managing to hold their ground, but that fact itself was abnormal. That only these two were able to surpass the enemies was unusual. The guards of Prince Lion present here were among the top elites under his command. They are those who have been trained properly and are regarded as capable of fighting on par or better than the Emperor's elite troops, the Forbidden Army. For such top elites to be outmatched one-on-one is abnormal. Moreover, the enemy was overwhelmingly numerous. There must be at least twice as many. If the enemy is both stronger and more numerous, it is only natural to be pushed back. That was the case not only at the rear of the carriage. At the front of the carriage, centered around Mifa and Linshun, the difference in numbers began to manifest as a difference in power as time passed. Moreover, despite having fought for a considerable time, there were no signs of patrolling guards or others maintaining the peace of the city arriving. They must have also placed a people-dispersing talisman along with the magic nullification talisman. If this continues, Mifa, showing a hint of impatience in response to Linshun's analysis. The attackers had yet to deploy any magic users or sorcerers. That was only natural, as they had cast magic nullification talismans across the intersection. However, that also proves that multiple sorcerers are lying in wait. When they push through for the final blow, they will likely remove the magic nullification talismans they placed and deploy their magic users and sorcerers. In other words, the attackers still have ample reserve forces. However, the guards, while Mifa and Linshun were defeating enemies, the guards were also being taken down. Aside from Mifa, Chief Chamberlain Linshun, Chamberlain Wenshu, and Captain Bidges, almost all others were severely injured. There was no leeway to recover using potions. The exceptions were the 3 magic users who were maintaining the barrier near the carriage. However, it was uncertain when their magical power would run out. They were sustaining the barrier under the magic nullification talismans. Still, the enemy is too strong. Captain Bidges couldn't help but murmur. By their equipment, they are adventurers, aren't they? Mifa answered as if musing. They're not regular troops. Chamberlain Linshun interjected. Chamberlain Wenshu said nothing. He was too exhausted to speak. At that point, his planted foot caught a small stone. He slipped and his stance faltered. The assailants would not let that slip by. Clang. Ga, Wenshu! As he shouted, Captain Bidges cut into the fray. With that one strike, he took down the assailant who had plunged a sword into Wenshu's abdomen, but left himself exposed. Assailants concentrated on Captain Bidges. Mifa, catching sight of that from the corner of her vision, moved. She moved too. Instinctively, she slashed at the enemy that attacked Bidges. As a result, Chief Chamberlain Linshun was now exposed to attacks from 3 directions. The previously maintained, delicate balance of the front lines crumbled in an instant. What followed was complete chaos. The 4 cut down 8 new enemies, but all sustained deep wounds. Wounds severe enough to rob them of their sustained combat ability. This is bad. Even Chief Chamberlain Linshun let slip a desperate remark. He had never uttered a negative word until this point. He was aware of his role as the commander in this situation. However, this was undeniably bad. Give up. At this moment, for the first time, a voice from the assailants was heard. One man appeared in front of the carriage. He was likely the commander of the assailants. Like the others, he was hiding his face. If I give up, will you stop the attack? Chief Chamberlain Linshun questioned. Of course, he knew that would not happen. But right now, he wanted time. Any length of time. Even if there were a people-dispersing talisman in place, it didn't mean that nobody could recognize what was happening. Some people would feel discomfort, and some would even understand more clearly what was happening. There was a possibility that such miraculous events could occur. The longer time passed, the greater the chances of such miracles happening. In that case, it was only reasonable to buy time through conversation. "I may spare your lives, don't lie," Chief Chamberlain Linchun retorted without hesitation at the commander's words. "There would be no reason to let us go here." At Linchun's words, the commander said nothing and shrugged slightly. Indeed, he intended to kill them. "Why are you targeting Prince Lion? No, that's a foolish question. Is it because you were hired? Why not speak honestly? You are second-rank adventurers from the upper hall of the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association. Your employer is likely Prince Bin, the fourth prince." The moment Linchun mentioned Prince Bin's name, surprise ran through the assailants. They hadn't expected to be known to that extent. No, they had never met Prince Bin himself. However, they knew that the noble who came to give them instructions was referred to as Rinsui. And in this imperial capital, when one mentions Rinsui, it is also known to be the right arm of Prince Bin, the fourth prince. It was only natural that, under those circumstances, they would understand who their true employer was. However, publicly, Prince Bin was unrelated. He would not come out to ensure that it remained so, yet they still reacted. For Linchun, that was more than enough. He hadn't expected them to answer honestly from the start. "That's enough." The commander said this and looked to those surrounding and encircling the carriage. Then he spoke. "Kill them." But muffled cries rose all around. They were not the voices of those defending the carriage. Suddenly, it was the assailants who fell one after another. "What?" Even the commander was taken aback. It was the time when dusk was turning into the complete darkness of night. He could sense that something was flying around, but it was difficult to see with his eyes. Clang, the sound of something being deflected echoed. Clang, sounds rang out from other places too. But soon after, voices of those who seemed to have been struck down echoed. It was a mere 3 minutes occurrence. That was a complete reversal of circumstances in just 3 minutes. It was the work of just one person. Ho, I came thinking there was a people dispersing talisman, and you have even deployed magic nullification talismans. This is an elaborate ambush. Who are you? I have no name to give to suspicious assailants." At that moment, 2 more assailants fell. "Magic nonsense, even with magic nullification talismans in place. Indeed, thanks to that, it is quite difficult to use magic." The commander was astonished, and the voice from the darkness answered while laughing. Then from that darkness, an old man appeared. He was not even 160 centimeters tall. Dressed in deep blue Eastern attire, leaning on a cane, his long white hair and beard were quite pronounced. He appeared to be over 70 years old, yet his eyes were surprisingly sharp. Around the old man, something flew around with a whooshing sound. Even the commander could tell at a glance. The old man was a powerful mage. He was stronger than himself. However, he could not retreat after coming this far. This mission was the last one in Darway. If he were to kill a prince, that would be the natural outcome. Receive a hefty success fee and escape to a far-off land. Indeed, he had received a fair amount in advance, but he would go as far as he could. "Old man, this has nothing to do with you." The commander feigned calmness as he informed the old man that was the truth. He had investigated the prince's subordinates. The magic user to be wary of was Captain Ryo of the magic cannon firing squad. However, Captain Ryo was a young woman, not an old man. There were no elderly magic users under Prince Lion's command, so he spoke again. "Old man, you should leave." "If I leave, will something good happen?" the old man inquired with a laugh. He seemed to be enjoying the conversation. "You will save your life." The commander spoke with growing irritation. "I see, but to witness an ambush in broad daylight and leave without doing anything would be a disgrace as a subject of Darway, wouldn't it?" As the old man spoke, 2 more assailants were struck down. Indeed, those are the words of an assailant, second-rank adventurer San-Ki." "Wah!" The old man called out the name of the ambush commander, second-rank adventurer San-Ki. San-Ki, the ambush commander, was left speechless. Why do I know your name? It's simple. I remember your face and name. I recall all level 3 and higher adventurers belonging to the Imperial capital. Especially you, San-Ki, you have been an adventurer long enough. Even hidden behind that mask, I can recognize you." As the old man said this, he erupted in laughter. The assailants could not laugh, remembering every face and name. Is that even possible? Yet he had said San-Ki's name, despite most of his face being hidden by a mask. "There are only about 700 of you. If you can't remember that much, what can you do?" The old man said it nonchalantly. Who are you?" The ambush commander San-Ki's expression shifted from surprise to anger as he questioned. "I already told you, I have no name to give to suspicious assailants. Have you forgotten already?" The old man shook his head slightly with a wry smile. However, at that moment, Commander San-Ki distinctly saw what was swirling around the old man. Ice discs! Oh, you have good eyes, San-ki. In this darkness I thought it would be hard to see clearly, but as expected of a second-rank adventurer. The old man laughed. In that moment San-ki understood the person before him, of course. Despite being vast in all of Darway, there is only one water attribute mage who can float multiple ice discs to attack. The Six Saints, Lord Rowan. Ho-ho, correct. San-ki murmured in realization as the old man, Lord Rowan, confirmed his guess with laughter. The difference in attitude between the two was a reflection of the overwhelming difference in power. There's no way such a big shot would be here. I happened to stroll by. Do you expect me to believe such a lie? Commander San-ki shouted angrily at Lord Rowan, who laughed. There's no way to win, San-ki murmured as he shouted. Retreat, but you shall not escape. The moment Lord Rowan's voice was heard, a sharp pain coursed through San-ki's legs. It wasn't just San-ki. Everyone surrounding him, all the melee fighters as well as the magic users and sorcerers hiding nearby, felt it too. The split ice discs pierced their legs. The split discs were not particularly large, but the damage they inflicted was significant. Everyone became unable to walk. Afterward, numerous discs flew around, as if to intimidate the adventurers. It was then that they understood that it was not mere intimidation, but surveillance when one of them, attempting to heal their leg wounds with a potion, was pierced in the arm by a small disc. After that, no one dared to use potions or attempt to escape. Once everything was concluded, Lord Rowan nodded as if satisfied. As if following a signal, a pair of men and women descended from the carriage. Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen. Oh, so it was indeed Prince Lion's party. In that case, Lord Rowan looked at the fallen assailants around him and added, does this mean the adventurers have intervened in the Imperial family's conflict? That's an act that will tighten the noose around the adventurers' necks. Lord Rowan shook his head, laughing. Lord Rowan, thank you for saving us from danger. Not at all, I was just passing by. Prince Lion expressed his gratitude, and Princess Xiaofen also thanked him. Lord Rowan responded with laughter. Meanwhile, Chief Chamberlain Linshun and the others were administering potions they had on hand or that were stocked in the carriage to the guards. Lord Rowan, you mentioned the name of that adventurer earlier. Yes, that would be second-rank adventurer San-ki. He seems to be a coordinator of the upper hall of the Imperial capital's Adventurers Mutual Aid Association. It's regrettable to see someone like that deployed. I see. Prince Lion nodded at Lord Rowan's words. Well, it is fortunate that we were able to avoid losing a valuable individual like you to Darway. Moreover, it's also fortunate that we were able to spare my disciple any sorrow. Yes, when we return to the residence, I'll inform Ryo that we were helped by you, Lord Rowan. I appreciate that. This should help improve my evaluation from my disciple a little. As Lord Rowan said this with a smile, he departed. Several minutes later, Lord Rowan was invited into a room. Lord Rowan, I hear you saved Lion earlier. You have sharp ears, as expected, Your Highness. I hope you are not going to scold me for saving a competitor. Lord Rowan questioned with a joking laugh. Of course not. Lion is a crucial asset to Darway. I would express gratitude, not reprimand. The master of the room also laughed as he offered a seat. It has been a while since you met Lion, hasn't it? What did you think of him? He's a tiger. To put it plainly, he will likely become the greatest obstacle to your ascension to the throne. Just as I thought, Lord Rowan asserted, and the master of the room agreed while laughing. Being called the greatest obstacle somehow seemed to please him. It was as if his judgment made years ago had been proven correct. By the way, Lord Rowan, I recently acquired some wonderful coffee beans. Would you like to have some? I would be happy to accept your offer. Second, Prince Kuri invited Lord Rowan to coffee with a smile, and Lord Rowan also accepted with laughter. Over 11,000 words. That's quite long, apologies. 70 people, 72nd rank adventurers have either died or been captured. What does that mean? The voice of anger echoed through Prince Bin's residence. It seems that one of the Six Saints, Lord Rowan, intervened. Even if it's one of the Six Saints. How can 72nd rank adventurers not be able to defeat just one? I apologize. Prince Bin, the lord of the residence, scolded Rinsui, who was bowing his head in response to the report. So how many second-rank adventurers are left? About 80. Half, Prince Bin grimaced deeply. However, as if realizing something, he changed his expression and asked a question. Why did Lord Rowan appear so conveniently? Could it be that information has leaked from this residence? I don't believe that to be the case. Then why has a non-human like one of the Six Saints appeared? Are you saying he just happened to be passing by? Lord Rowan said so. Can you believe that? Prince Bin shouted again. The gap between him and the second Prince Kuri and the third Prince Shure was not narrowing. In fact, Prince Lion, who had not been a rival until now, was advancing. It was only natural that the first target for Prince Lion, who was advancing as a prince, would be himself. Compared to the two leading princes, he himself, who had a weak foothold in the SHTIF layer, would be the first to be targeted. Then he would be dragged down, expand his influence, and challenge the other two. Prince Bin was thinking along those lines. That's why he was anxious. Because he was anxious, he would take forceful measures. Because he took forceful measures, the cracks would widen. In the midst of this, Rinsui took out a piece of paper to provide further report. The whereabouts of the 4 missing third-rank adventurers have been determined. Third rank? Ah. At this point, who cares about 4 third-rank adventurers? We lost 72nd-rank adventurers. Deal with it appropriately? Yes, but they're captured in a troublesome location. Rinsui frowned for the first time. I am the 4th prince, you know. As a prince, we can manage anything. Or what? Are you saying they're captured in the Emperor's Hall of Supreme Harmony? The Hall of Supreme Harmony was, so to speak, the Emperor Tsuin's office, and of course, it was not a place to keep people captive. However, it was true that there were not many places in the imperial capital where a prince like Bin would have no influence. At most, it would be under the Emperor or Prince's Kuri or Shure. No, it might be an even worse place. Huh. Worse, where is it? Speak without being coy. Yes, actually, it seems they are captured in Duke Rondo's mansion. Duke Rondo? After a moment of being stunned by Rinsui's explanation, Prince Bin grimaced deeply. To be honest, Prince Bin was not fond of Duke Rondo. He could not forget the memory of being pressured by Duke Rondo during the earlier banquet for Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen. Every time he heard the word Duke Rondo, the memory of that humiliation resurfaced. But at the same time, he knew that that name held an astonishingly troublesome and enormous significance in the current imperial capital. The most important point was that he was the emperor's favorite. No matter how powerful the prince was, he could not compete with the emperor. Although it was not common, the emperor had the authority to strip a prince of his status. Thus, turning the emperor into an enemy was absolutely not an option. Such a favorite of the emperor, a duke from a foreign country or whatever, I don't like it, Prince Bin clearly stated. To that, Rinsui maintained his silence. I've decided. Leave it be. Excuse me? After a while, Prince Bin muttered this, and Rinsui replied back, not fully understanding. I'm talking about those 4 third-rank adventurers. Leave them be. Is that all right? What's it to you? Should we assassinate them, sneak into Duke Rondo's mansion? What would happen if that was found out? As your highness fears, it would be a great problem. Thus, the 4 third-rank adventurers were abandoned. The day after, Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen were attacked on their way back from the imperial palace. In the morning, Rio and Abel went to visit their neighbors. Can you believe that a prince and a princess were attacked right in the middle of the imperial capital? It's frightening. Someone among the 3 princes must have orchestrated it, right? Anyone close to the centers of power can cause anything to happen. Is our Naitore kingdom going to be all right? It should be fine. Count Heinlein is here. His Majesty the King answered cheerfully to the first duke's concern. Abel is always like that. Relying on Count Heinlein, I won't deny that. The world isn't sweet. As the highest authority, you must always be cautious. The Paju Rio is holding in both hands is sweet and delicious, though. The first duke's serious statement lost its persuasive power completely when he was holding food in both hands. Still, I was surprised to hear that it was Captain Ryo's master who intervened. Ah, he's a master of alchemy but was a water attribute mage. Moreover, he is said to be one of the 6 saints. The 6 saints sound so cool, don't they? I thought Rio would definitely say that. Rio nodded repeatedly while Abel shook his head slightly. A powerful water attribute mage and an alchemist. He resembles Rio. It might be fate that we will have to fight somewhere someday. Why is that? He's not an enemy, is he? That's precisely why it's a classic development. Yeah, I guess, Rio passionately explained while Abel nodded along casually. He might think it's just a catchphrase now. I thought we would go to ask about that magic formula. I would like to, but Captain Ryo even said he didn't know where he is. He did say that. However, it's certain he is in the imperial capital, right? Well, I suppose so. Before his retirement, he was said to belong to the Ministry of Military Affairs. I hear he owns a villa somewhere south of Darway, but he doesn't have a house in the imperial capital. Perhaps he is staying at an inn, similar to the former Red Sword? That could be it. The inn does everything like cleaning, so it's convenient. The party, Red Sword, which Abel once led, had made the high-end in Golden Wave Pavilion their regular accommodation. Those who earn a lot can afford such things. That's extravagant. Rio, who doesn't earn large sums regularly, criticized it. Rio can do that since he's rich. That's not the issue. For someone who doesn't have a steady income in the future, spending money like that is dangerous. Is that so? Yeah, you could face bankruptcy. That sounds tough, Rio insisted, but Abel easily brushed it off. The feelings of those with low income, those with high income can't truly understand. Down with the disparity society? I don't get it. The first Duke raised his right fist strongly into the air, proclaiming down with the Disparity Society, while His Majesty the King completely didn't understand. That might be a political stance that leaves the common citizens behind. But in the end, would it make the general public happy, or would it? Abruptly, Abel looked at the garden. There, as usual, were the ice golems cleaning. In the center of the garden, 4 ice sculptures were seated. Those 4 third-rank adventurers? No one has come. Right, I thought at least someone would call them, or there would be intruders. Or perhaps a sudden attack by assassins. Abel pointed out the facts while Rio spun fantasies. Assassins would certainly be troublesome, but if there is absolutely no reaction from anywhere this far, perhaps those guys have been abandoned. If they fail, they can be discarded any time. How pitiful it is to be an adventurer. Rio lamented the instability of the adventurer job. Compared to that, His Majesty the King has it good. You won't be discarded at the convenience of the powerful, will you? Since you are the powerful, why am I being blamed? I'm not blaming Abel at all. I'm just talking about a typical king. I don't understand what a typical king is at all. But at that moment, Rio seemed to realize something and suddenly gasped. It is the king who gets executed in revolutions. If it's the guillotine, then quite literally a beheading. Guillotine, I can tell you're saying something ominous. There's a saying in my hometown, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. As long as Abel focuses on politics for the people, it will be fine. But if you seem to stray from the path, I will stop you. I don't quite understand, but please do. The other day, Minister of State Shu said that these 4 haven't committed any crimes. Oh, they were just being monitored, huh? Yeah. And regarding how these 4 will handle their situation moving forward, I have a little secret plan. Is that plan related to their lives? What do you mean by that? Like being targets for Rio's magic experiments? Not at all, come on. There's no way I would do something so inhumane. Ha. Rio laughed heartily, taking Abel's words as a joke. If a third party were there to see Abel's expression, they would realize that it was not a joke at all. So tomorrow, let's go to the censorate, Rio cheerfully declared. The next morning, Lion and Abel visited the censorate. As usual, the gate facing the street was open. Of course, no one was standing guard. The inner gate was firmly shut, and in front of it was a large drum taller than a person. It was for those with grievances to strike. In all the times the two had visited, there had never been anyone around the drum. However, today there were people present, 3 men. Each was wearing Eastern attire in red, blue, and yellow. They were dressed neatly, their hair tied up properly, and swords hung from their left waists, making them look like officials, but there was something a bit rough about them. Despite their appearance, it seemed they were not trying to strike the drum. They were merely watching with curiosity. Neither Lion nor Abel intended to strike the drum. Only those with grievances were permitted to do so, so the 2 who came to meet Minister Shu were not supposed to hit it. Thus they tried to pass by the drum. At that moment the 3 men noticed them, and all 3 recognized them simultaneously. "Hey you, wait up! Why are you here?" The 3 were barking at Abel. However, Abel tilted his head in confusion. Lion asked Abel, who stood beside him, "Abel, do you know them?" "No, I don't." Abel shook his head. The 3, enraged by Abel's answer, shouted out, "Hey, don't mess with us! I'll settle the score. You'll pay for the egg incident." The last person's words were particularly specific, though it wasn't as if it had reminded him, "Oh, the 3 colors." Abel nodded a few times. "I see, it's the 3 colors." With the word 3 colors from Abel, Lion remembered. Upon arriving at the Imperial capital, they had bumped into or nearly bumped into these 3 men along with Abel. At that time, they had also been wearing Eastern attire in red, blue, and yellow, prompting Abel to name them the 3 colors. Just then, Abel had been prioritizing acquiring the flying ring above all else, so the duel with the 3 had been put on hold. A series of coincidences led to a 1-against-3 duel taking place at Holy Emperor Square, and Abel had won without much difficulty. It was supposed to be all over. "We're done with you. See ya." In Abel's mind, it was over. "Wait up!" When the red-clad man shouted, the second gate opened slightly, and a person from the censorate emerged and said, "Please wait quietly." I'm sorry," the 3 chastised. Lion and Abel stepped forward in front of the censorate personnel. "We would like to meet Minister Shu," Lion asked with a smile. For a moment the censorate personnel seemed unsure of who they were, but perhaps upon seeing their robes, they quickly recognized them. "I'll get you through, so please wait a moment." After hesitating for a moment whether to close the gate, they retreated inside, leaving it half open. It seemed they hesitated to slam the gate shut in front of the Duke Rondo. "It seems he's here, that's good." When Lion said this to Abel, a threatening voice called out, "Hey, don't ignore us. I'll settle this here. Eggs aren't cheap, you know." It seemed the 3 had not given up. Abel sighed dramatically. "Abel, you're definitely doing this on purpose." Lion's muttering was too quiet for anyone to hear. Hey, three colors, I'm Gadji, I'm GZA, I'm Gobo. In response to Abel's inquiry, the three introduced themselves. However, Abel tilted his head. Next to him, Lion was also tilting his head. Sorry, I don't quite understand. What a coincidence, I don't understand either. Perhaps their names were too similar. Neither Lion nor Abel could quite match the names with the faces. No, upon closer inspection, their faces showed a clear difference in the amount of facial hair. From left to right, no beard, goatee, half of the face covered in a beard. The amount of beards is different, but sorry, I really don't get it, Abel said honestly. Enough already, the three colors shouted in unison. Then all three drew their swords simultaneously. However, at that moment, stop it! That voice struck like an invisible whip against the three. They all dropped their swords. The one who shouted was an elderly man with a robust demeanor. Right behind him, it seemed Inspector Li Wu had come to visit Minister Shu as well. You lot, do you know where this is? The censorate of all under heaven. Drawing swords here is unprecedented. Li Wu, are these the three under your supervision? Yes, Minister Shu, I'm very sorry. Li Wu repeatedly bowed his head in response to Minister Shu's furious words. However, the three colors seemed sluggish in their movements. Though they dropped their swords in fright, they appeared to not fully grasp the situation. By the way, Abel, who hadn't drawn his sword, shrugged his shoulders and bowed to Minister Shu alongside Lion. Duke Rondo, I heard you were here, so I came out. Did something happen with these disciples of Inspector Li Wu? No, Minister Shu. One of our guards got into a little trouble with these three before. I thought it was all over, but it seems we've run into each other again, and perhaps unpleasant memories have resurfaced in their minds. Lion responded to Minister Shu's inquiry with even a smile. He wasn't lying. They had indeed thought it was over, or rather, they had forgotten they had met at all, so these three drew their swords unilaterally. Wait a minute. The red-clad man interjected in contradiction to Minister Shu's words. However, be quiet, Gadji. Now it was Li Wu who reprimanded the red-clad man. It seemed he was Gadji. Minister Shu turned toward Li Wu and said, Li Wu, you took these three in to correct their behavior. Yes, it's quite embarrassing to admit, Inspector Li Wu sighed. However, they drew their swords at the censorate. Even I have never heard of such a precedent, and it will probably result in them losing their arms. The three colors were left speechless at Minister Shu's words. Li Wu widened his eyes in silence as well. Isn't it true that the parents of these three are Count Hao Jin, who leads the patrol unit? Yes, that's correct. Understood. I'll obtain permission from Count Hao Jin through His Majesty the Emperor for the arm severing. Minister Shu stated clearly without expression. The three colors began to tremble in fear. Severing arms meant, as the name suggested, a punishment that would not allow for limb regeneration, meaning they would live their lives without arms. An incredibly harsh punishment. However, if you work diligently at the censorate for a year, I might negotiate for a reduction of the sentence with His Majesty the Emperor. Minister Shu conveyed this without changing his expression. Yet the three colors looked up and began to nod repeatedly. The work at the censorate is tough, you know. Moreover, if you quit halfway through, the penalty doubles. In other words, both arms will be severed. Will you still work? Minister Shu announced. By that time, around 10 censorate personnel had emerged from the inner gate. They likely came out after hearing Minister Shu's shout. We will work. Please allow us to work. We will do our utmost like fledglings. Thus, Gadji, GZA, and Gobo ended up working at the censorate. The three colors were taken deeper inside by the censorate seniors. From today onwards, it seemed they would undergo rigorous training. Minister Shu, I truly apologize. It's fine, Li Wu. The censorate is always short-staffed. After a year, you'll become serious officials who won't embarrass themselves anywhere. By the way, I will personally go to explain the situation to Count Hao Jin. He will be surprised, but, well, it shouldn't be a problem. Minister Shu laughed as he spoke. Then he turned to Lion and Abel. Duke Rondo, you came to see me and yet faced such misfortune. No, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to confirm something. Earlier, you mentioned the punishment for the three was arm severing. Is that true? Indeed. As I said earlier, I've never heard of a dual disturbance involving drawn swords at the censorate. However, based on past examples, it will likely lead to that. Oh, Lion thought it might have been a threat, but it seemed it was not. Rather, it appeared Minister Shu genuinely considered the future of the three and sought to offset it with training at the censorate. It felt somewhat like a 365-day community service as a substitute. Now, Duke Rondo, you came today regarding the matter of the four adventurers, correct? Your insight is impressive. I am humbled, Minister Shu said with a playful grin, and Lion smiled back as he replied. No, just the other day we were investigating the incident where Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen were attacked. Then you are busy now, aren't you? No, not at all. After all, we captured them right at the attack site. They are all cooperating and spilling their guts, probably hoping to earn some leniency. However, despite attacking the prince and princess, will their crimes be lessened? Under Darway's law, if there is sufficiently rare information, it's not entirely impossible, but for now, it's not feasible. Attacking royalty is punishable by the death penalty in any country. Though it can't be helped, there's also the aspect of being forced into the attack by a powerful ruler. That's true. However, there is currently no evidence showing the involvement of Your Highness Prince. Ah, Minister Shu frowned slightly as he replied, and Lion nodded as if to say, as expected. Furthermore, Minister Shu deliberately did not specify which prince he was referring to. He only referred to the prince as a general term. Of course, everyone present understood it was Prince Bin, the fourth prince. No matter the era or world, true masterminds leave no evidence of their involvement. Even when it's obvious to everyone, it will always become something that subordinates did. Apparently, none of the adventurers had ever seen Your Highness Prince's face. The orders were always given by Rinsui. Even if it's obvious to everyone, yes, without clear evidence, it would be quite difficult to hold Your Highness Prince accountable. However, to His Majesty the Emperor, yes, of course, all the evident facts will be reported to His Majesty. I believe that upon seeing those, a shadow of Your Highness Prince will flicker in His Majesty's heart. However, even reaching that point, without clear evidence, even His Majesty will not punish Your Highness Prince. Both Minister Shu and Lion sighed deeply. Even the absolute ruler, the Emperor, and even against their own child, they cannot wield unlimited power. This would be different in a typical household. However, they are part of the vast Darway royal family. Many people surround them. Their lives are at stake. The lives of their families are at stake. Perhaps is not enough. Some might say it's a flaw in the law. Some might say that only perpetrators are being protected. That's entirely correct. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct, but it can't be helped. Yes, Minister Shu shook his head slightly, and Lion nodded with a grim expression. Well, putting that matter aside, oh right, you were speaking of the 4 third-rank adventurers at Duke Rondo's estate. Yes, we believe they were discarded by Your Highness Prince. I concur. For Your Highness Prince, who lost about 70 second-rank adventurers, he likely doesn't care at all about just 4 of them, especially since they are only third-rank adventurers. Minister Shu agreed with Lion's thoughts. Therefore, I have a plan regarding that. Minister Shu nodded with a suspicious smile at Lion's suggestion. Abel, who was listening nearby, merely shook his head slightly. After that, Lion and Abel returned to Rondo Mansion accompanied by Minister Shu and 10 of his subordinates, and for some reason, Inspector Li Wu. Why am I here? No one answered Inspector Li Wu's question. The group entered the courtyard, where 10 robust censorate personnel surrounded the ice sculptures half-heartedly. In front stood Minister Shu, with Lion and Abel to his right and Inspector Li Wu to his left. Ice wall, they surrounded the 4 sculptures just in case. Lion was being cautious in this area. On top of that, ice coffin release, the 4 adventurers were freed from the ice for the first time in days. They were third-rank adventurers. Without a doubt, they were upper-level adventurers. However, they had been trapped in ice for so long that their spirits had broken, and even after their release, the censorate personnel glared at them, making them feel mentally defeated. In such a situation, you 4 have been abandoned by Prince Bin. Veteran detectives say the first words in an interrogation are the most important. Minister Shu's sudden declaration from a high position struck directly at the hearts of the 4, who were already mentally exhausted. None of the 4 spoke a word. If their expressions could be titled, it would probably be stunned. A full minute passed in silence, where no one spoke. The first to open their mouth was one of the adventurers, the swordsman in the center. What's the evidence? He had spoken, but his voice was weak. Rather than a rebuttal, it was a final resistance. No one has said anything until now. That in itself is evidence. That's, do you know who I am? I am Shu, serving as the Minister of the Censorate. Allow me to say this from my position, in fact. Just the other day, 70 second-rank adventurers belonging to this Imperial capital were arrested for attacking the prince. The adventurers were once again left speechless. Of course, it wasn't just the central swordsman who was speechless. All 3 were. Half of them were dead, but the rest were captured and interrogated. Well, it goes without saying who the orders came from. After all, you were hired by the same person. Not even the second-rank adventurers had seen the face of Prince Bin. There was no way he had shown himself to these third-rank adventurers either. However, these adventurers weren't fools. They understood who the true employer was. The second-rank adventurers were discarded. It's only natural that you, third-rank adventurers, would also be discarded. Minister Shu shrugged as he spoke. However, even if you are discarded, if you return to your employer, can you imagine what will happen? Minister Shu asked. None of the 4 nodded, but their eyes trembled in fear. It seems you understand. Of course you will be silenced, Minister Shu asserted. No one could argue against those words. They believed they would likely be killed. To put it plainly, you can no longer show your faces in public. You know too much. That means not only can you not continue as adventurers, but you also cannot engage in any work that might attract attention. What do you say? Do you have enough savings to live in seclusion? Minister Shu's words were gentle. The four were likely in their late 20s. They were at an age when they could be said to be in their prime as adventurers. If nothing major happened, they would probably have progressed to second rank by now. In some cases, they might have even made it to first rank. Being in their late 20s at third rank would indicate they were quite promising. So when asked if they had enough savings to retire comfortably, unfortunately, they could not say they did. That was how it was in their 20s. Minister Shu moved on with his words, having understood everything. Duke Rondo has generously stated that he will not seek punishment for you. You should be grateful. He has received permission from His Majesty the Emperor to do as he pleases with you, yet he is willing to forgive you. Thank you very much. In a weak voice, the central swordsman said this while bowing his head. The other three also bowed their heads. Lion, in response, nodded generously. However, you cannot be seen in public. Rather, I recommend you avoid doing so if your lives are valuable. It would be best to live in seclusion at a distance from the Imperial capital or even outside of Darway. What do you think? At Minister Shu's words, the four exchanged glances, and all of them surprisingly shook their heads. It seemed they lacked sufficient savings. If you wish, I can allow you to assist with work at the censorate. The four's faces lit up at Minister Shu's words. It will be work that doesn't expose you. Naturally, you'll be given new identities. Yes, we'll officially announce that the four of you who were captured at Duke Rondo's estate were executed by the censorate. I believe after that there will be almost no pursuit from Prince Bin's faction. What do you think? That job, how long would it last? Let's see. It would take about 5 years for the dust to settle completely. You will need to work for a minimum of 5 years. Of course, you'll be paid and will prepare living accommodations. At the censorate, you'll receive risk allowances for dangerous assignments. Compared to others like the 6 ministries, you will earn more. As Minister Shu said this, he burst into laughter. The 10 censorate personnel surrounding the four also laughed. The four pondered for a while, without consulting one another. After considering it individually, please hire us. All four bowed their heads. Thus, the censorate gained 4 formerly third-rank adventurers who were quite capable individuals. Announcement: the second volume of Water Attribute Mage a comic will be released on November 15, Tuesday. Reservations start today, September 12, at the TO Books online store. After crossing the mountains, Lion and Abel finally come together. That's good, that's good. It feels great after doing something good. After leaving the Rondo mansion with the group from the censorate, which now included a new adventurer, Rio said this while stretching his back. Well, it's not a bad thing, so I guess it's fine, Abel shrugged and replied. You're always like this, Abel, just giving those aloof answers. The era of thinking that's cool is over. As His Majesty the King, I wish you'd understand the flow of society a bit more. Aloof, I don't mean to be. I'm going to throw down a challenge to such an Abel. A challenge? Abel tilted his head, confused by Rio's nonsensical logic. Well, this was typical, so he really didn't mind at all, but it seemed he was interested in the challenge. Abel has gotten pretty good at flying with the flying ring. That's true. As Abel said this, he floated up and performed a backflip in midair. But are you ready to challenge the full power of the flying ring? Full power? Rio grinned mischievously as he asked. Abel, not understanding, tilted his head again. That flying ring doesn't really go that fast, does it? Well, that's true. Its top speed was only about 40 kilometers per hour. It was about as fast as a slow car. But that's because the limiter is set to intentionally slow it down. Is that what you were talking about before? That's right. If you remove the limiter, it can go up to about 5 times that speed. Imagining hitting a wall at 5 times the speed, Abel shook his head slightly. Most people think it's already plenty fun at this speed. It's fun for you too, right, Abel? Yeah, it's fun. But it's difficult to use in battle, isn't it? That's true. It's not something you'd use in close combat. Abel nodded in response to Rio's question. There's really no need to go through the trouble of using the flying ring in close combat. But if you could fly at 5 times the current speed, wouldn't that open up a whole new world? It would open up dreams, but how about it, Swordsman Abel, former rank adventurer Abel? Are you willing to challenge the limits of the flying ring? Can we start right away? In 5 minutes. Do it. Abel took off his flying ring and handed it to Rio. Quick decisions. Is this the true value of King Abel? 5 minutes later, Abel donned the flying ring that had its limiter removed by Rio. All right, here we go. Bang. With a dull sound, Abel crashed into the wall and collapsed. Abel, after that, there is a record that Abel, lying in the garden of the Rondo mansion, was forced to drink Rio's special potion. It was reckless to go straight to 5 times. I thought I was going to die, Abel said with feeling. This was the first time Rio had heard such a heartfelt, I thought I was going to die. Hey, Rio, can't we start with something like 2 times instead of going straight to 5? We can do that. I think it would be better to gradually work up to it. That may be true. I think it's a very reasonable opinion. After almost dying, it's understandable. Experiencing a collision at 200 kilometers per hour would make anyone think that way. However, Rio suddenly thought, if a living human were to collide with a wall at 200 kilometers per hour, they would normally die. Yet Abel was alive. Perhaps at the moment of impact, or just before, he had given an order to the flying ring with reflexes that were beyond human, a command to stop. So surely the speed had to have decreased at the moment of impact, or so he thought. Rio couldn't exactly follow it with his eyes, so he could only speculate. Rio took the flying ring back from Abel and adjusted the limiter. Specifically, he just had to input numbers into the relevant parts of the magic formula. In other words, it had been designed so that anyone with talent could extract the top speed once it was integrated into the magic formula. Of course, normal people couldn't directly manipulate the magic formula. Perhaps the creator wanted to say that normal people should not tamper with the magic formula of the flying ring. After successfully adjusting the flying ring to reach double the speed of the original purchase, Abel put it on and flew again. Oh, this is nice. It's better to take things step by step. If you aim for the top all at once. Yeah, you'll die. Both Rio and Abel nodded thoughtfully. That afternoon, there was an unusual visitor at the Rondo mansion. Kavyui-Samaru, the Lord Protector, arrived with Captain Gorik Du and Lieutenant Renat from the Central Navy's First Fleet aboard the ocean-going cruiser Rondark. They were apparently here to pay a visit before they returned to their country the day after tomorrow. The Rondark had transported Rio and Abel from the Suje Kingdom to the autonomous city of Kubevasa. They had been quite helpful in Kubevasa as well. They had traveled to Blue Island along with the fleet of the Duchy of Atinjo. Welcome, Lord Kavyui-Samaru. It's been a while, Captain Gorik, Lieutenant Renat. Rio greeted them with a beaming smile. However, among the three, there was clearly one person who seemed unusual. While Captain Gorik was walking, Rio and Abel both noticed that his right hand and right foot were moving at the same time. Kavyui-Samaru and Lieutenant Renat did not have this problem. After the usual greetings, Rio asked Kavyui-Samaru, "Is Captain Gorik unwell?" He had never seen a captain like this during their journey by sea or in Kubevasa. "No, he's simply a bit nervous," Lord Protector Kavyui-Samaru answered with a laugh. Beside him, Lieutenant Renat smiled wryly. Captain Gorik had a forced smile on his face. Rio and Abel both knew each other well. They didn't understand why he was nervous. Even when entering the room and taking a seat, Captain Gorik was stiff. "Since coming to Darway, I learned that the known Lord Rio is Duke Rondo. And while this isn't common knowledge in Darway, I also learned that Lord Abel is King Abel, and it has made the captain quite nervous." "Ah!" Rio and Abel nodded at Lord Kavyui-Samaru's explanation. But then Rio tilted his head slightly. "How did you find out about Abel's true identity? That was told to me by Her Majesty the Queen." "Queen Illyriaja?" Rio tilted his head again at Lord Kavyui-Samaru's explanation. He didn't understand why Queen Illyriaja would know. "Actually, Her Majesty realized your true identities by the time you were in the Suje Kingdom." "What?" "The bard sang the Song of Duke Rondo for Her Majesty, and she even solved the puzzle for me." "I had a suspicion about it." Abel nodded slightly. "Wait, Abel, did you notice that?" "No, I didn't have any certainty." "Then why didn't you tell us?" "I had no certainty, and it wasn't really something to say. Me and Rio is Rio." "Well, that's true." Rio puffed out his cheeks in dissatisfaction. However, as if remembering something, he suddenly had an idea. "When we return to the Suje Kingdom, I would like to ask you to bring this back." Saying this, Rio brought out a stack of papers from the back of the room. "To Queen Illyriaja, oh, but since it's in Central Nation's language, I'd appreciate it if you could translate it over there and hand it to her." "What is it?" "It's a continuation of my work that Abel is a hungry swordsman." "What?" all three exclaimed loudly. At that moment, even Captain Gorik's tension eased. "Oh, do you two know about it, Captain and Lieutenant?" That Abel is a hungry swordsman was published in the Suje Kingdom after the Rondark had departed with Rio and Abel on board. Captain Gorik and Lieutenant Renat shouldn't have read it. "Of course." Saying this, Lieutenant Renat took out a book from her pocket. It was a portable version, like a paperback. "It's my favorite book." Lieutenant Renat, usually calm and composed, was nodding a bit excitedly. "Ah, thank you." Rio was a bit surprised. "During our visit to Darway this time, I brought this portable version with me," Lord Kavyui-Samaru said with a smile. Upon listening closely, it seemed that the Eastern nation's language version had also been given to several people as a gift. "Oh, I see." The author's work spreading without their knowledge. With the full support of the publishing country, it was quite impressive. As for the continuation, since it's for Her Majesty the Queen, would it be all right to publish it in our homeland if we get her permission? Yes, of course. Ryo nodded cheerfully at Lord Kavui Samaru's confirmation. Being anticipated for a continuation was a great honor for an author. Just one person? I haven't read it yet. I'm in trouble. There was apparently a hungry swordsman who muttered such a thing. With a new manuscript in hand, the Lord Protector's group left the Rondo mansion. However, they were not the only guests that afternoon. Chairman, it's been a while. Ban Hugh, welcome as well. Ryo and Abel greeted Bandersh, the chairman of the Aoyoku Merchant Association from the Kamakura feudal kingdom, along with his youngest son, Ban Hugh. Duke Rondo, no, I shall address you as Lord Ryo and Lord Abel. It's been a while. Bandersh smiled cheerfully, and Ban Hugh greeted them as well. Of course, since Bandersh and Ban Hugh had come to greet them at the Rondo mansion, they completely understood Ryo's position. Yet they still chose to greet them as Lord Ryo and Lord Abel, as when they first met. This aspect reflected the top-tier negotiation skills typical of merchants, without maintaining unnecessary distance, yet not too close either. In negotiations, the greatest weapon is the trust from the other party. In fact, earning that trust is one of the most important and challenging things in building relationships. If you can gain their trust, as long as your requests aren't too bizarre, they will likely be accepted. If you had been making bizarre requests until now, you probably wouldn't have gained their trust. Actually, we are set to leave the Imperial capital and return to our homeland the day after tomorrow. This is a courtesy visit. The day after tomorrow? Could it be that you have dealings with the Suje Kingdom? Yes, I believe Lord Kavui Samaru has also come. The Lord Protector's fleet and our merchant fleet will be returning together. That way it is safer for both parties. Bandersh explained with a smile. Ryo nodded along with a smile. However, inside he was surprised. Although what the chairman says is true, considering they are rival nations in the Archipelago Sea region, and both are maritime nations, there must be some state secrets regarding the operation of ships. Still, I wonder whose judgment it is that makes it beneficial to return together. Of course, he could understand that it was beneficial for both sides. It was because both parties had advantages that their leaders decided to return together. There must be various unsaid intentions between Chairman Bandersh and Lord Kavui Samaru. Could it be that the Aoyoku Merchant Association is considering regular trade in the Imperial capital in the future? Ryo simply blurted this out as a flash of inspiration, but Chairman Bandersh showed a slightly surprised expression. He smiled slightly in response. We are considering it eventually, but it will take some time to become familiar with the waters from the autonomous city of Kubevasa to the Imperial capital. For the time being, it will be irregular visits. I see. This visit had been anticipated for that business. Furthermore, by traveling alongside the rival Suje Kingdom Navy, perhaps they thought they could supplement something they were lacking. For merchants, instinctively seeking ways to gain multiple benefits with one move is almost a natural instinct. It's not a voyage that guarantees safety at all. It's impressive that the top merchant chairman himself is leading the charge. If the highest authority does not take the lead, the others will not follow. Chairman Bandersh replied with a laugh to Ryo's words. After answering, Chairman Bandersh looked at Abel. Abel nodded in return to that gaze. Naturally, Chairman Bandersh understood that Abel was King Abel I, the person who led the Liberation War to victory. That was the reason for his gaze. In the unsaid parts, much information was packed, to understand that perhaps experience is required on the part of the recipient. Right now, back in our homeland, we are constructing ships that prioritize speed and range. Once they are completed, the Archipelago Sea region and Darway will become much closer. Oh, Ryo and Abel exclaimed in surprise at Chairman Bandersh's words. Both of them had witnessed the evolution of ships in both the Central nations and the Western nations. They understood that through this evolution, distances using the sea would shorten, which means it would become easier to travel. And the same was happening in the Eastern nations. Hearing that made them feel inexplicably happy. Also, my sons and I may visit Darway again. In that case, please take care of us. I would like to come back again. Please make sure to stop by here when that happens. Take care. Chairman Bandersh and Ban Hugh exchanged greetings, while Ryo and Abel saw them off. The merchants parted with smiles. This story marks the end of the long fourth chapter. However, this Part 3, Eastern Nations arc, feels like it doesn't have much to do with chapter boundaries. Starting tomorrow, Chapter 5. Prince Lion will begin. Chapter 603 Farewell. I have summarized the characters that appear in Part 3 until 603 Farewell in a very simple manner. I feel like there are quite a few gaps, and there may also be mistakes in the content. I think it would be good to gradually correct and add to it. Eastern names tend to get similar, no matter how you look at it. Please continue to watch over me warmly. Darway Imperial family Emperor Tsuin. The Darway Emperor in his 50s. He was in a daze for about 5 years after the expected crown prince passed away, but recently he has started to regain his motivation. He originally had an appreciation for the arts. Second, Prince Kuri, a prince, the most likely candidate for the next emperor. He commands half of the Shidaya faction, which can be considered the noble class in Darway. He holds many military forces as well. It is said by others like Shu Shiku that he is quite calculating. Third, Prince Shure, a prince with a focus on martial prowess. He dislikes crooked actions and is inflexible. In his mid-20s, he commands about 30% of the Shidaya faction under his banner. Fourth, Prince Bin, a prince, aged 22. He was granted the title of prince 2 years ago, making his foundation weaker compared to the leading princes Kuri and Shure. As a result, he often acts recklessly out of impatience. Currently, he is the most anxious about the rise of Prince Lion. His closest aide, Rinsui, is truly. Sixth, Prince Lion, a prince-in-waiting, age 19. Recommended by Rio and Abel. During his time as a prince, he spent his days in endurance to avoid drawing attention, but if he finally becomes a prince, he aims for the next emperor's throne. Princess Xiaofen, the principal consort of Prince Lion, the third daughter of the ruler of Basanta Kingdom, aged 17. She came to Darway to marry Prince Lion. Although she cannot use swords or magic, she possesses top-class guts and intelligence among the characters. She shares a deep trust relationship with her maid, Mifa. Shidaya faction Bayan, the prime minister, the highest official in administration, over 80 years old. He once retired but returned due to the crown prince's passing. Roshu Ten, Earl Bashu. Being non-factional, he often becomes a target, but his heart for Darway is genuine. While traveling between the imperial capital and his territory, he seems to be concerned about the movements of the princes and has requested investigations from the third-ranked team, Spring Hope, based in his territory. Fu Ten, uncle of Roshu Ten, former Earl Barrow, Deputy Daimyo Bogo. He lost his position after failing to protect the crown prince at the Eastern Palace. Currently, he is active as a deputy daimyo in his nephew's territory. Von Dauber, Earl Matten. Non-factional, he sometimes becomes a target, but he is serious and kind. However, he is completely inept with both swords and magic. He once treated Rio to meet skewers. Shu, Censorate No. 2. Minister of State. He effectively manages the censorate and is a vigorous old man. Juan, top of the inspectorate, Minister of Justice, supervisor of Inspector Li Wu. Others, Mifa, maid of Princess Xiaofen, age 16. A disciple of Abel's swordsmanship, proficient with the violin. She is a hard worker and has a deep trust relationship with Princess Xiaofen. Bigis, captain of the princess's guard, age 28, a tall beauty in white armor. Formerly the deputy captain of the royal guard directly under the Queen of Basanta. Rinsui, chief chamberlain of Prince Lion, age 25. Known throughout the imperial capital for his abilities, everyone wants him as a vassal, but all his loyalty is devoted to Prince Lion. In fact, he is strong with a sword as well. Wenshu, attendant to Prince Lion, age 19, still inexperienced, but his loyalty to Prince Lion is genuine. Rao, captain of Prince Lion's magic cannon firing squad, age 19. A fire attribute mage and alchemist. Since childhood, she has dedicated all her loyalty to Prince Lion. The friendship proof No. 2 is her favorite. Captain Mayan, captain of public ship No. 1, former admiral of the Darway fleet in his late 40s. Captain Rawu, captain of public ship No. 10, age 30. Inspector Li Wu, an inspector affiliated with the inspectorate. He is often targeted for his refusal to accept bribes while uncovering wrongdoing. He has a large build, nearly 2 meters tall, and is completely bald. Snooze, deputy minister responsible for marriage ceremonies in the Department of Rights, responsible for the fleet that showcases Princess Xiaofen. Lord Rowan, one of the 6 saints. A water attribute mage and the most skilled alchemist in the imperial capital, over 80 years old. Mentor to Captain Ryo in alchemy. Wana Shi, a renowned bard from the eastern nations. He has composed songs like the Song of Natore Kingdom and spread them throughout the eastern nations. He is aware of Abel's true identity. Ron Shen, workshop chief, a reincarnator in his 20s, a disciple of Abel's violin. Before reincarnation, he belonged to a family known for the giant instrument store in Hamamatsu, growing up in an instrument manufacturing and repair workshop. Spring Hope, a third-ranked team in Roshu Ten's territory, consisting of swordsman Jun Luo, mage Baliri, scout Chunk, healer Shun Li, and swordsman Rosso. Wei Feng, a subordinate of Von Dauber, responsible for the guard. Nguyen, a subordinate of Von Dauber, holds a position as a deputy responsible for the guard. Gaji, 3 colors red, Jizie, 3 colors blue, Gabu, 3 colors yellow, Duchy of Atinjo. Duke Helb, younger brother of Duke Atinjo, a phantom being, said to be the strongest sorcerer in the southern continent and one of the 10 masters overseeing the Southern Sorcerer Church. He was dispatched as a duke's ambassador to the free city of Kubevasa and commanded a joint operation, a person capable of performing a perfect bow. Zuluma, second secretary, a secretary to the duke's embassy, but in reality, a senior official in the intelligence department. He once fought Abel marked with a star-shaped magic circle by Duke Helb. He is not a good person, but he is not an outright villain, probably. Duke Atinjo, the ruler of the Duchy of Atinjo, a phantom being, the real brother of Duke Helb, Basanta Kingdom Suku, deputy of Mifusoshi, the second city of Basanta Kingdom in his 60s, the brother-in-law of Lord Kan. Despite having ties to the royal family, he was an adventurer in his youth. Later, he also built wealth as a merchant. He has been concerned about Princess Shio Fen and Mifa. Magok, director of the information department of Basanta Kingdom, father of Maid Mifa. Solon, captain of the first unit of the Mifusoshi defense squad, once known as the Sword of the Nation. Lord Vogue, the Sword of the Nation of Basanta Kingdom and the strongest swordsman in history, captured after attacking Princess Shio Fen. Suje Kingdom Illyriaja, the Queen, age 15. A queen popular among the citizens. She experienced the tragedy of losing her entire family during the chaos of the nation. She was the first to notice the true identities of Abel and Rio, young but a strong-willed queen. Her favorite book is that Abel the Hungry Swordsman. Kavui Samaru, Lord Protector, former naval admiral. Known as the Invincible Admiral, he is a soldier recognized throughout the archipelago sea region. A figure of charisma to whom the entire Suje Kingdom Navy pledges loyalty. He executed the last will of the former king, make Illyriaja the queen, and currently devotes all his loyalty to Queen Illyriaja. Gorek, captain of the Rondark. Rena, first mate of the Rondark. Gunno, chief engineer of the Rondark. Mostara, first-class navigator of the Rondark. Kamakuta feudal kingdom Bandersh, chairman of the Cobalt Merchants Association. Banhu, the youngest brother of Bandersh. Admiral Gus, admiral of the vassal kingdom's navy, who despises the neighboring Suje Kingdom. Not a bad person, but he always lost naval battles to Kavui Samaru. Chwauchi Empire, leader, the supreme ruler. Envoy Burke, crown prince of the Chwauchi Empire, a phantom being and a powerful sorcerer. Distinguished by long white hair and black Eastern attire, he is very capable. He has come to Darway as a diplomatic envoy. Durin, a subordinate of Burke, a phantom being and sorcerer, a man with long black hair and glasses who has entered Darway with Burke. Teorin, a subordinate of Burke, a phantom being and sorcerer, occasionally appears before 4th Prince Bin in a black robe and black mask. Yun Chen, 7-star general. Intentionally captured by Prince Lion and others to gather information on the celestial net protecting the Imperial Palace. Garaibchi, 7-star general, confronted Fu Ten, Rio, and Abel at Tiger Mountain. Marie Cloche, 7-star general, led the Shadow Stalkers to attack the Imperial Palace. Chapter text: His Highness Lion, your loyalty and achievements are recognized, and you are hereby enfeoffed as a prince. That is all. Thank you very much. The Imperial Edict read by the Chief Eunuch was received respectfully by His Highness Lion, the 6th Prince. Thank you, he expressed his gratitude further. Your Highness, we have prepared new clothes and a crown for you as a prince. Tomorrow, please be sure to wear them when you come to receive the seal and the edict. I appreciate your guidance. His Highness Lion expressed his gratitude by placing both hands over his chest and bowing in appreciation at the Chief Eunuch's explanation. This was at the Lion princely residence. The Chief Eunuch, who always served by the side of Emperor Tsuin, personally delivered the Imperial Edict. Of course, since it was an Imperial Edict regarding the enfeoffment of a prince, he had been informed in advance that it would be delivered today. The main event would take place tomorrow. He would ascend to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, receive the seal and the edict from the Emperor, and officially become a prince. The residence where His Highness Lion was based had been renovated over the course of a month and had transformed into a princely residence. It was vast, easily surpassing 10 times the area of the previous residence, housing thousands of direct subordinate troops within it. Although it had not yet been officially designated as a princely residence, once he was enfeoffed as a prince tomorrow, it would become the official Lion princely residence. From the sky, however, the Lion princely residence appeared to have a slightly distorted shape. It was somewhat encircled by the adjacent residence. That adjacent residence was not small by any means, but in comparison to the enormity of the Lion princely residence, it might only be 1/20th of its size. Of course, the master of that adjacent residence had informed both His Highness Lion and Emperor Tsuin that they could absorb their residence into the princely residence, and that they would move elsewhere. However, keep it as it is, Emperor Tsuin said with a laugh. As a result, the master of the residence continued to enjoy magic and alchemy, play the piano, and lovingly pet the horses lounging on the lawn. Of course, the master was Rio, with Abel serving as his bodyguard. I heard that the edict was delivered to our neighbors earlier. That would be the one from the emperor. Yes, finally, tomorrow is the day. His Highness Lion will be enfeoffed as a prince. It's the first step toward becoming the next emperor, Rio said happily, as if it were his own affair. Rio, as Duke Rondo, had been requested for cooperation from His Highness Lion and had accepted. Of course, this had not been publicly announced. After all, Rio was a duke from a foreign land and was merely staying in Darway under the emperor's favor. He was not in a position to intervene openly in the struggle for the next emperor. Nonetheless, it was known throughout the Imperial Palace that the relationship between Duke Rondo and His Highness Lion was close. At the same time, it was also known that Duke Rondo was a favorite of His Majesty the Emperor. As a result, no one at the Darway Imperial Palace would treat Rio lightly, even as a duke from a foreign land. From here on, it will likely become a serious competition among the princes, Abel said, letting out a small sigh. You seem to be bad at that sort of thing. Yeah, I'm not good at it. Abel fully accepted Rio's words without any rebuttal. He had no understanding of intrigue and stratagem or the covert struggles within the court, and he was aware of this lack of understanding. Rio, you're not good at it either, right? Yes. I have no idea. Rio accepted Abel's confirmation without any rebuttal as well. Perhaps both of them were simply too good-natured. To be honest, there's really nothing we can do, right? That's right. At best, we can cheer for them. Cheer? What do you mean specifically? Go, go, Prince Lion, cheer, cheer, Lion, cheer, cheer, Lion, cheer, Lion. Rio cheered in a manner reminiscent of a sports day cheer squad. And Abel froze with his mouth agape. 10 seconds later, Abel came back to his senses. Hey, was that really cheering? Yes, what do you think? Does it inspire some energy? I don't know. But I think it would be better to stop. I see. That's unfortunate. Abel stopped and Rio accepted it. Rio felt that it wasn't quite right. Even if he did it alone, it wouldn't really get anyone excited. His gaze caught the ice golems cleaning the garden. If the golems join in? Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think if I lead and let the golems dance together, it would work. Dance. In my previous cheer, there was a dance included. If I join in, the sense of unity diminishes a bit, so we can synchronize the dance with the golems, and I can lead from the outside. I think that would be better. I really don't understand, Rio passionately argued, but Abel shook his head in confusion. Tomorrow, at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, you'll receive the seal and the edict. I hope nothing happens. Nothing should happen, right? But at the previous Feast of the Princes and Princess, a phantom being attacked, didn't it? Because of that, they probably conducted a thorough inspection of the celestial net, right? I heard Captain Rio even participated in that inspection from the Lion princely residence. Rio expressed concerns about whether any problems would arise, while Abel thought it would be fine. Of course, both of them sincerely wished nothing would happen at all. Really, they do. By the way, the attack during the feast was quite mysterious, wasn't it? It was just the Emperor and the two honored guests, and Marie was targeting them. If the intent was to weaken Darway, it would have been better to cast widespread destruction magic like permafrost in that setting. It's extreme, but that might be true. It almost seemed as if the targets were predetermined. Even if it was a declaration of challenge against Darway, it seemed a bit much. Both Rio and Abel still pondered the attack during the feast. Certainly, because of that, the Darway Imperial Palace learned of the existence of the Chouchi Empire, which eventually led to the capture of General Yun and the information collection about the Celestial Net. At that stage, it seems more natural to think that His Highness Lion was already a target. That's probably the case, but why was His Highness Lion targeted at that stage, and not one of the other three princes? Could it be that one of the three princes had already formed an alliance with the Chouchi Empire and placed a request? That is a possibility, but either way, it remains within the realm of hypothesis. Both Rio and Abel sighed. Even though they knew it was a problem that couldn't be solved, they had an aversion to just leaving it be. For now, I hope tomorrow ends without any incidents. Will there be a military presence from the Lion princely residence as well? 500 soldiers from the princely residence army, led by Captain Rio, who has been promoted to the captain of the princely Imperial Guard, will surround the area. They apparently received permission from the Imperial Palace to present themselves to the people of the Imperial capital in formal attire. That sounds like a lot of trouble. Well, mobilizing 500 troops within the Imperial capital. With the Emperor, that's one thing, but as a new prince, there's bound to be coordination with various parties. Both Abel and Rio understood, albeit vaguely, that such coordination would likely be quite challenging. Probably not only Captain Ryo, but also Chief Chamberlain Rinchen would have been quite involved. Once again, I think it's best to avoid dancing in support with the golems outside the Imperial Palace. Yeah, I definitely think it would be better to stop that. This time, Abel clearly stopped Ryo's proposal. The next day, inside the Forbidden City at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, I confer the seal and enfeoff you as a prince. The chief eunuch announced as His Highness Lion received the seal and the edict. Sitting on the throne, Emperor Tsuin nodded repeatedly with a smile. Most of the courtiers present remained expressionless. Most of them from the Taif layer had already aligned themselves with the factions of the other three princes. For that reason, the newly enfeoffed Prince Lion today was unlikely to be of any interest to them. However, rumors had circulated within the Imperial Palace that the Emperor favored Prince Lion. After all, if this were not the case, there would be the question of which prince would be appointed as the crown prince in the already chaotic situation. And furthermore, advancing Prince Lion as a new prince would not be a consideration. However, this made it a difficult issue for the Taif layer. They had aligned themselves with the faction of one of the three princes likely because they believed he would become the crown prince and eventually the next emperor. But it was the emperor alone who would decide which prince would be appointed as the crown prince. And that emperor apparently favored Prince Lion, who had just become a prince today. To what extent did he favor him? That was the issue. Was it to the extent that he would promote him as the crown prince over the three existing princes? Or was it a plan to pit them against each other and decide later from among the four princes? If they were to break away early from the faction of the three princes and align with Prince Lion, there was no guarantee it would go well. On the contrary, they would likely face attacks from their original faction. And would Prince Lion protect them from such attacks? His capabilities were an unknown. The courtiers from the Taif layer ultimately remained unable to act. Among those expressionless courtiers, however, one person harbored a glimmer of hatred in his eyes. Prince Bin, the fourth prince. He was certainly cautious of being watched, but with a little attention, anyone could see the hatred in Prince Bin's eyes. Some may have noticed it. Nevertheless, without any incident, His Highness Lion was officially enfeoffed as a prince. Prince Lion left the Hall of Supreme Harmony and joined Chief Chamberlain Rinchen and his entourage. Those who had become his retainers now that the princely residence was open. At that moment, someone called out to him, "Ryo, Lord Rowan, it's been a while." Lord Rowan spoke to Captain Ryo, who was his alchemy disciple. "Congratulations, Your Highness Lion, on your enfeoffment." "Thank you, Lord Rowan." Lord Rowan also performed a formal greeting by placing his hands over his chest, and Lion returned the gesture. "I would like to borrow your disciple for a moment to discuss something. Is that all right?" "Of course. Well then, Ryo, you go ahead and return first." Thus, a long-awaited conversation between master and disciple took place. "It has been 2 years since I last spoke with you, hasn't it?" "Indeed, 2 years. You have grown." Lord Rowan answered with a smile in response to Ryo's words. 19-year-old Captain Ryo and Lord Rowan, who was over 80, looked unmistakably like a grandfather and grandson. But Captain Ryo knew. Though Lord Rowan could be considered elderly, his combat prowess still stood at the pinnacle of Darway. That's why he was one of the 6 saints, the top mages and sorcerers of Darway. Now that His Highness Lion has officially advanced to prince, I felt I must inform you of something. "What is it?" With a smile still on, Lord Rowan said, but Captain Ryo tilted his head in confusion. "I have become the guest of a certain individual." "Guest? Do you know who it is? Since you are mentioning it at this timing, it must be one of the princes." And it is probably His Highness Kuri, the second prince." "Correct." Lord Rowan broke into a delighted smile and nodded several times. It was probably a joy to confirm that his disciple had grown not only in alchemy, but also in analytical ability. "With that said, would you consider coming under Prince Kuri?" "I must decline." That was a quick answer. Captain Ryo refused immediately, which made Lord Rowan chuckle. "My lord will be only His Highness Lion until I die." Looking straight into Lord Rowan's eyes, Captain Ryo spoke firmly. "You must have known I would refuse." "Well, yes. Then why do you ask?" "The answer is simple. I do not wish to fight you." At that moment, the atmosphere around Lord Rowan changed. Captain Ryo unconsciously took a step back to create distance. Of course, nothing happened. This was the Imperial Palace. Moreover, the very heart of the Forbidden City. Drawing a blade would mean death. Causing a commotion would also mean death. "Good reaction." Lord Rowan spoke again, now wrapped in a relaxed atmosphere. "Please don't test me, teacher." Captain Ryo's face bore no smile or calmness. He had jumped back involuntarily. But if a confrontation had ensued then, he would have been defeated immediately. He understood there was still a significant gap in their power. "In 20 years you will surpass me. I don't want you to die before that. I don't want to die either. I will ask you again. Will you leave His Highness Lion and come under His Highness Kuri? I will answer again, I must decline. This time Lord Rowan's smile faded, and he asked with a serious expression. Captain Rao again declined with immediate response. The gap is overwhelming, you know. There are 4 of the 6 saints on their side. That may be so, it would be impossible for me, Captain Rao replied with a pained expression. However, his gaze was steadfast, staring directly at Lord Rowan. But I'm not alone. If I were to serve under His Highness Kuri, you would know who is supporting His Highness Lion. I've heard. It's Duke Rondo. Lord Rowan remained smiling, but there was no laughter in his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he was smiling, but that smile was one of madness. A water attribute mage who dabbles in alchemy. Yes, intriguing. However, the fact that you mention him means he is stronger than me, doesn't it? Teacher, you are undoubtedly a non-human. Presumably other members of the 6 saints are as well. At that point, Captain Rao paused for a moment, and he recalled a certain scene in his mind. A woman visiting the water attribute mage, appearing suddenly with horns and a slender black tail. That was not a being meant to be touched by humans, but that being was speaking amicably with the water attribute mage. Moreover, it was as if they had fought together, suggesting they possessed equal strength. Duke Rondo is a being not to be touched by humans. What did you say? Please, teacher, remain human. At 6 p.m. today, I posted a list of characters for Part 3. However, this is a simplified version. There are many omissions, and probably many mistakes. I'll be making corrections and additions as I go along, so please use it as a reference. Captain Rao, who had returned to the Lion princely residence, recounted all his conversations with his master, Lord Rowan, to Prince Lion and Chief Chamberlain Rinshun. What do you think, Rinshun? I believe we should inform Duke Rondo as well. Thus, Captain Rao was to visit the neighbor's house. Upon arriving at Rondo Mansion, a golem quickly approached Captain Rao. It had a yellow scarf wrapped around its neck. Oh, Friendship Proof number 2, it's been a while. Captain Rao smiled and greeted it. Of course, Friendship Proof number 2 was an ice golem, so it could not speak. It didn't react much either. Captain Rao patted its head. Until a week ago, he had borrowed it and it had accompanied him every day, peering at the magic formulas he worked on, so he had developed quite an attachment to it. However, with the upcoming enfeoffment of Prince Lion and his increasing responsibilities as the captain of the princely guard, he reluctantly returned it to its owner, Rio. Hello, Captain Rao. Duke Rondo, I apologize for the sudden visit. Rio greeted him, and Captain Rao apologized for his unexpected arrival. Captain Rao is the temporary master of Friendship Proof number 2, so please don't worry about that. Feel free to visit any time, Rio said with an almost overflowing smile. Although the term temporary master seemed to be lost on Captain Rao, he understood that he was in a position where Friendship Proof no. 2 would listen to him. Actually, the reason I came today is, when led into the room, Captain Rao began to explain the conversation he had with his master, Lord Rowan. After hearing everything, Rio and Abel were astonished. Your teacher, Lord Rowan, is the one who taught you the magic power amplification text used in those bracers, right? Magic power amplification text? Ah, yes, that's correct. I learned about it from my master a long time ago. I was just thinking I would like to hear about that before the battle, Rio murmured while nodding slightly. Before the battle. Do you think Duke Rondo will be fighting against your master? I think it's possible, Rio asserted, but he didn't elaborate on the reason. Abel, who was listening nearby, muttered to himself. This is what they call a classic development. He could see right through Rio's thoughts. Captain Rao conveyed what was necessary and then returned to the princely residence. Before leaving, he affectionately patted Friendship Proof number 2 several times. I told Captain Rao multiple times that he could take Friendship Proof number 2 to the princely residence, Rio explained, while rearranging the scarf on the golem. Even though he was speaking without specifying anyone, he was certainly aware that Abel was next to him. She is the captain of the princely guard, right? The princely guard is like the Imperial guards, isn't it? It wouldn't be possible to devote time to training. I think so. I heard that the previous magic cannon firing squad was trained by Captain Rao, and they were quite impressive. Indeed, such things can vary significantly depending on the trainer. Abel nodded in agreement with Rio's words. One of the king's duties is to inspect the night orders and magical associations within the kingdom. This not only involves watching the parades, but also observing mock battles that resemble real combat. These mock battles, where hundreds clash, can be intense enough to cause serious injuries, even if there are no fatalities. Of course, during these battles, not only heal, but even extra heal can be seen flying around. For those who don't understand the circumstances, it could easily be mistaken for real combat. That is why Abel understands the importance of training. In personal combat, only one's own life is at stake. However, in group battles, if even one person slacks off, the lives of dozens or even hundreds could be endangered. It is necessary to make them understand this through training. However, training people is quite a challenge. Not everyone is like Abel, who can be left alone and still work diligently. I don't engage seriously in things I dislike either. For example, magic. You slacked off in magic, didn't you? No, I just didn't have the talent for it. Abel shook his head with a wry smile at Rio's pointed accusation. Abel's father, former King Stafford IV, could wield magic. However, his brother, the late Crown Prince Cain, like Abel, could not use magic. It can't be helped if you're simply not born with it. Abel shrugged. Well, everyone is different. You just do what you can. That's all there is to it. True enough. The two of them smiled at each other. I'm looking forward to 5 days from now. That's the Kyoonkai, right? Yes, that's it. A concert held by the Imperial Palace is amazing. It will feature factions of princes and the nobility, as well as the SHTIF layer, right? Listening from the afternoon until night must be tiring. I suppose His Majesty the Emperor enjoys the arts. When it's something you like, you can keep going, just like Abel's sword. Oh, that makes a bit of sense. Abel agreed with Rio's analogy. Indeed, when it's something you love, you can lose track of time, though it might be tough for those forced to endure something they don't enjoy. Princess Shi Fen will be performing from the Lion princely residence, right? And Mifa will be in the ensemble. Yes, she came by to ask me about it the other day. It seems Abel has become not only Mifa's sword instructor, but also her violin teacher. When the principal consort is welcomed, she will perform at the Kyoonkai. It's quite a burdensome tradition or obligation if you think about it. It's probably for the purpose of introducing the principal consort. If she performs, everyone will know, but if she performs poorly, well, she is to become the principal consort of Prince Darway. It's only natural that she would have the necessary level of education. Royalty is truly formidable, Abel stated nonchalantly, and Rio shook his head slightly. In any era or any world, it's the same. It's not that it's enviable to be born into royalty. Ordinary people may never need to acquire certain skills throughout their lives. Likes and dislikes are irrelevant. Perhaps ordinary individuals might suffer from mental illness. The royal family is that kind of place. Those who don't know it are completely unaware and couldn't even imagine it. Moreover, the grand finale, the performance order will be last, right? That's only natural, as it carries a significance of introduction. I think it's strange that you, who consider that natural, have a sense that is so detached from the norm. Really. I think it's just common sense for royalty. Usually, Rio is told that Abel cannot understand, but regarding royalty and royal matters, it indeed diverges significantly from what the common people perceive. That being said, there are aspects that remain unchanged, regardless of whether one is royalty or common folk. That is, both have to eat. Well, anyway, we are formally invited. Enjoying free meals while listening to a wonderful performance is truly fantastic. Rio looked very happy. Free meals, huh? Having all-you-can-eat imperial cuisine is something that a commoner like me rarely experiences. You can't call the first Duke a commoner. Abel shook his head with a wry smile. That said, Abel himself is also interested in imperial cuisine. He had eaten at the banquet for Prince Lion and Princess Xiao Fen, and it was indeed delicious. Of course, Abel, as the king of the Natore kingdom, has eaten dishes prepared by the kingdom's top chefs. But that is entirely different. Delicious food is justice, that's for sure. Both Rio and Abel looked forward to the Kyoonkai itself, but they were even more excited about the meals that would be served. Starting tomorrow, there will be 4 consecutive days of stories about the Kyoonkai. Don't worry, it won't drag on forever, probably. Chapter text, on the day of the Kyoonkai. Rio and Abel rode in a carriage sent from the Imperial Palace to attend. They were not wearing their usual clothes, but instead donned the garments gifted to them by Emperor Tsuin after the subjugation battle in the Green Villa Plain. Rio's outfit was light blue with dark blue trim, embroidered with patterns resembling arabesques in gold thread. Abel's attire was red with black trim, embroidered with silver thread. In fact, a messenger from the Imperial Palace had come the day before, requesting them to wear those clothes if possible. The clothes were wonderful, perfectly suited for such a glamorous occasion, so both of them wore them. It's refreshing to see Rio not in a robe, Abel remarked. That robe was given to me by my master. It should suit me best, but wearing something like this every now and then is nice too, Rio replied, clearly pleased as he waved the large sleeves. While they exchanged such conversations, the carriage arrived at the Imperial Palace. They were guided straight to the northern part of the Forbidden City. It was a room that resembled Emperor Tsuin's private chamber, a place they had been shown before. However, they still did not know its name. Rio decided to boldly ask the guide. I believe we are being taken to His Majesty the Emperor's private chamber, but what is that room called? Or rather, what is the building? Yes, that is called Bunka Hall. It was built by the previous emperor, and I have heard that His Majesty often played there when he was young. The term, His Majesty, refers to the current Emperor Tsuin. Since Ryo and Abel were originally from the Central Nations, they were not accustomed to such formal language and always referred to him as His Majesty the Emperor, hoping that they would not be disrespectful. Bunka Hall is a lovely name. It perfectly suits a place that the Emperor who loves the arts uses as his private chamber, Ryo said, nodding happily. Hearing that, the guide couldn't help but smile as well. If the person he served was praised by a famous bard, it wouldn't make him feel bad. This was what Abel referred to as Ryo's charm. By the way, Abel remained silent this time. His expression seemed to suggest he wanted to say something, however. "Oh, Duke Rondo, thank you for coming. Your Majesty, thank you for inviting us to the Kyoonkai," Ryo greeted, bowing his head along with Abel. No, I wanted the knowledgeable Duke Rondo and Lord Albert to listen," Emperor Tsuin said while gesturing for them to take a seat. "Well, I may be out of place, but Ryo chuckled in embarrassment. Abel, known as Albert, had given violin lessons to workshop chief Ron Shen and had reached a level of performance that even the Emperor admired. Naturally, it was understandable for Emperor Tsuin to hold Abel in high regard. "Nonsense, Ron has mentioned that you have the potential to play the piano as well. Because of that, I would like to bestow the grand piano Shenron #1 to Duke Rondo," the Emperor stated. "Ah, so that magnificent grand piano came to us thanks to Ron," Ryo nodded enthusiastically. Since then, he had been playing the piano every day. After over 20 years since his previous life on Earth, his fingers initially struggled to move as he wanted, but now they moved without issue. He could even play the pieces he used to perform back then. In fact, Ryo's piano performances had become a new sight at Rondo Mansion, where Andalusia and Faywin lay on the grass, enjoying the music. "I believe today will also feature the official unveiling of that grand piano Shenron," Ryo added. "Indeed. It is quite large, so it may not be feasible immediately, but I hope it will eventually spread around the world like the violin," the Emperor replied. "That sounds wonderful. When you two return to the Natore Kingdom someday, I will send one from Darway as a gift," the Emperor promised. "Wow!" Ryo exclaimed in surprise and delight. Abel, who was listening next to him, widened his eyes in astonishment. It was said that there was no interaction between merchants and even high-ranking adventurers between the Eastern nations and the Central nations. Thinking about that, transporting a single piano would indeed be quite a challenge. However, if the Emperor of the superpower Darway was serious about it, it seemed possible. While they were discussing this, the chief eunuch appeared in the corner of the room and bowed to Emperor Tsuin. It seemed to signal that it was time to enter. "The Kyoonkai will be held in Lord Masayoshi Hall, where the banquet for Lion was held. I shall sit in the central seat, but Duke Rondo and Lord Albert will be seated in the same place you occupied during the banquet, so please take your seats there." "Thank you," Ryo and Abel said in appreciation, bowing their heads in gratitude for Emperor Tsuin's explanation. "The Emperor is entering." All the courtiers stood to welcome the Emperor. The Emperor entered, followed by two men. The courtiers looked on in confusion, but it was only for a brief moment. Even without knowing the faces of the men accompanying him, they could guess who they were. One wore the light blue with dark blue trim, embroidered with arabesque patterns in gold thread. The other wore red with black trim, embroidered with silver thread. Both were exquisite garments. Everyone present naturally knew they were the outfits bestowed by the Emperor. Anyone unaware of such things would not be standing there. "That must be Duke Rondo." Whispers emerged from the seats away from the throne, transforming into a murmur. Those near the throne, such as the princes and high-ranking ministers, remained silent. Of course, they knew who Duke Rondo was and recognized his face. They also understood his standing. He had entered along with the Emperor. That alone indicated that Duke Rondo was a favorite of the Emperor. It was inconceivable for the Emperor of Darway to enter a room with anyone else. Yet Duke Rondo had entered, accompanied by a guard swordsman. Those present might think it amusing, but they did not show that sentiment on their faces. Most of those in attendance felt indifferent. However, there was one person who observed the scene with bitter resentment. That person was the fourth prince, Prince Bin. The princes were seated in the same row. A little further away were their families. Most of the families of the princes were looking forward to the Kyoonkai, but the princes themselves did not enjoy it from the depths of their hearts. On the left side of the seating, as seen from the entrance, sat the princes and their families. On the opposite right side sat the high-ranking ministers. In the highest seats, Duke Rondo and the guard swordsman took their places, just like during the banquet. After the opening remarks concluded, dishes were soon served to the tables. Then the performances began from those of the SH-Taif layer who held relatively low status. One might call it a prelude. Abel, I felt like someone was glaring at me intensely just now. Was that just my imagination? Rio whispered. No, Rio, it wasn't your imagination. Fourth Prince Bin was glaring at us with a scary face, Abel replied. As the Kyoonkai began, Rio and Abel started to speak in hushed tones. Of course, they wouldn't be scolded for talking. The Emperor and Empress seated at the front were conversing cheerfully, and small conversations were happening all around without disrupting the performances. Naturally, since they were seated next to each other, none of the princes were talking. It seemed the families of the princes were chatting somewhat. I think Prince Bin could tone down the glaring. He doesn't need to show such clear expressions, Rio said. It seems things aren't going smoothly for him, Abel remarked. But we weren't the ones who thwarted the attack of 70 second-rank adventurers. That was Lord Rowan. And he is under the second Prince Kuri, isn't he? If he wants to glare at someone, he should do so at Prince Kuri, Rio continued, maintaining his calm expression while keeping his gaze on the performers. Abel nodded, his eyes still on the performers. Their seats were positioned above those of the secretaries. In other words, they faced the prince's seats and could see their expressions clearly. Prince Bin was clearly in a foul mood. He was drinking quickly from his cup, glaring at the two from time to time. Prince Kuri, meanwhile, kept his gaze on the performers, sipping his drink slowly and eating leisurely. Prince Kuri seems to be relaxed, Rio noted. Prince Kuri, since we can see him well from our seats, the other high-ranking ministers can see him too, Abel replied. Ah, if he shows a composed demeanor, people will think, as expected of His Highness Kuri, Rio said, understanding. Exactly, it's the difference between being aware that you are always being watched or not, Abel explained. Just as I expected, your experience as a king is truly beneficial, Rio nodded multiple times at Abel's accurate explanation. Indeed, the higher one rises, the more one must maintain an awareness of being observed. In such positions, there was no such thing as privacy. Once one becomes famous, privacy ceases to exist. This remains true in any era or world. That is why one must always be cautious. Oh, Princess Xiaofen and Mifa are looking this way, Rio pointed out. As he said that, the two women gave a small bow. Seeing that, Rio smiled brightly. Abel nodded slightly. They don't seem to be nervous, Rio observed. They must be well prepared. With that, their concerns are likely gone, Abel replied. Concerns? They probably had none to begin with. You were only thinking about enjoying the delicious food, weren't you? Rio teased. What are you saying? I did care about whether they were well prepared, Rio protested. I was not worried at all. I was more concerned about the food being served, Abel replied with a smirk. I can't believe Abel is showing off his greatness here, Rio said, shaking his head in frustration. Yet, this little dumpling-like dish is delicious, Rio exclaimed. I've never had this kind of dish in the kingdom, but it certainly is tasty, Abel agreed. Immediately they were in good spirits thanks to the delicious food. Such is the power of cuisine. It's truly remarkable. The Kyoonkai was structured in two parts. The first part began with performances from those of lesser status within the SH-Taif layer, gradually leading to performances from those at the secretary class, culminating in a guest performance. The second part would feature performances by those related to the Imperial family, starting with the princes, then each of the royal princes, and finally, the principal consort of the newly crowned sixth prince, Lion, known as Princess Xiaofen. There are officials performing, as well as their wives, or perhaps wives dancing along with their husbands' performances. There's a lot of variety, Rio noted. It's nice that they put a lot of thought into the variety, isn't it? Abel added. Both Rio and Abel primarily focused on enjoying the delicious food. That said, there were some surprising performances that captivated their attention. The instruments included not just violins, but also string quartets combining cellos and double basses, as well as combinations of the kodo and violin, which to Rio's eyes seemed like a collaboration of East and West. Yet every performance was delightful. Music is wonderful, Rio commented. Indeed, Abel agreed. While there may be variations in skill, one could feel the genuine intent to deliver something good in each performance. It was very pleasant. The most commonly used instruments were likely the violin, flute, and kodo. Rio found it particularly interesting that the violin was included alongside the flute and kodo. Abel also plays the violin, but there are so many performers, Rio noted. Well, the violin is present all around the world, Abel replied as if it were a given. Rio, who knew the history of Earth, could not comprehend that. It must have been spread by past reincarnators. Was King Richard the one who spread it around the world? Rio asked. Well, I don't know about that. When I learned at the royal castle, it was said that playing the violin was an essential part of education that must be acquired as it was played worldwide, Abel replied. Violin as an education? What a frightening world. Of course, that refers to the education expected of royalty. If the kingdom's citizens are embarrassed because the royal family lacks education when they visit foreign countries, it reflects poorly on the kingdom. Royals are the face of the nation, for better or worse. Thus, being able to play the violin is simply expected of royalty, Abel explained. Did you have opportunities to play the violin while you were an adventurer? Rio asked. No, not at all, Abel answered immediately. The education required of royalty and that of the common people are completely different. Those who navigate between the two must have a hard time, Abel stated. Is there anyone like that besides you, Abel? Rio asked. Rio would be an example, Abel replied. Oh, I see, Rio acknowledged. Rio had married Abel, who was a king. Though she was a saint, she was not originally of royal blood, nor had he ever heard of her being of noble descent. In other words, she had entered the Natore kingdom's royal family from the common populace. The expectations would be drastically different, making it quite difficult for her. Did Ria practice the violin as well? Rio inquired. She did practice. The earlier one starts learning, the easier it is to master. That's why training in the violin begins at the royal palace at the age of 3, Abel explained. Well, it's not like one can't learn no matter their age, Rio added. Rio was quite diligent, including in dance, Abel continued. Dance! For Rio, royal balls and such were only knowledge from novels or stories. But unbeknownst to him, even in the 21st century Earth, there existed a strict debutante culture in European society. Naturally, there were expectations for a completely different level of education than what common people would face in their everyday lives. When positions change, things become quite difficult, Abel noted. That's certainly true, Rio said, speaking thoughtfully, and Abel nodded in agreement. As the two discussed this, the final performance of the first part of the Kyoonkai began. It was supposed to be a performance by a guest. The final performance of the first half will be by the renowned bard Wanashi. At that moment cheers erupted. Words like wow and as expected were exchanged all around. The only ones remaining quiet were the princes and the high-ranking ministers. The families of the princes, on the other hand, were happily chatting with one another. And then Wanashi made his entrance. The royal capital has fallen. It has succumbed to the younger brother of the crown prince and the empire. The lamentations of the people cover the sky of the kingdom. The anger of the people rushes through the land of the kingdom. The hopes of the people will bring forth a new king for the kingdom. His name is King Abel. He will rise from the border town. The king of adventurers will blow away the dark clouds of the kingdom. He will gather the tears of the people and confront the invaders. Thus sang the bard Wanashi, narrating in a melodic voice. Everyone in Masayoshi Hall listened intently to his beautiful voice and the sound of the harp. This time, both Rio and Abel were fully absorbed in the performance. Previously, when they had heard it at the Dragon Spring residence, they had regained their composure out of embarrassment before fully listening, but this time was different. Perhaps it was because they had heard it once before and had become somewhat accustomed to it, or perhaps it was because they had given up on everything. In any case, they tried not to think about their own situation and listened. There is a mage who follows King Abel. This mage wields the great water magic that can erase the heavens, shatter the earth, and freeze the world. With a single strike, he can defeat an army of 100,000. This is not a mere dream. People sing praises to the Icefall or perhaps the Duke Silver. At the moment the final line, the song of Duke Rondo, concluded, "Ooh, it's just as good as always. Truly the great Wanashi," cheers erupted. But they quickly subsided. They realized that Wanashi was about to continue his performance. Duke Rondo headed west to forge new friendships. In the gap he left, a new threat attacks, a great being that surpasses human understanding. The resurrection of the demon that once drove the central nations to the brink of destruction. The kingdom fought. It allied with others to battle, but the enemy is not human. It is a being that surpasses humanity. What began anew was a fresh story. The kingdom is exposed to the onslaught of the resurrected demon, a fearsome demon that creates tens of thousands of shadows, trampling the kingdom. The hero King Abel stands in its way. However, Duke Rondo is not by his side. Wanashi's singing spun a new song about the Natore kingdom. The audience listened with bated breath. The demon, leading shadows that cover the land, puts the kingdom in peril and its kin. The decisive battle with the kingdom took place in the eastern region. Led by the hero king, the royal army, with the great power of healing crafted by alchemists, and the ship of the golden doe floating in the sky. All the strength of the kingdom gathered to defeat the demon and its kin. That is the moment when humanity can overcome what surpasses them. But not a single cough was heard. The land soaked in the blood of warriors unleashed the true power of the demon. It has been unleashed. Just a single demon breaks through all the power of the kingdom. A terrifying sight. Warriors were slain, mages fell to the ground. Even the hero king who had defeated the kin could not reach the demon who unleashed its true power. All the power of the kingdom was about to be subdued by the demon. At that moment, Wanashi's accompaniment grew fierce and wild. But not yet, it is not over yet. The power of the kingdom still remains. That man who set forth on a journey to the endless western lands. Yes, Duke Rondo, his place is not in the west, it is in the kingdom. Yes, it is at the side of the hero King Abel where he belongs, but Duke Rondo in the endless west cannot reach. Cannot reach? Is there truly something impossible for him? Impossible, impossible. Yes, such a thing is impossible. The mage who can make all things possible. If it is him, could that really happen? Could it happen? Could it happen? Yes, it can. It has happened. The great water mage, Icefall, Duke Silver appears, tearing through the sky. He has returned to where he belongs. Raining down ice, he cuts through. The red magic sword of the hero king, the blue magic sword of Duke Silver. The two became one and pierced the demon. All eyes were on Wanashi. The kingdom was once again saved by the hero king and Duke Silver through their great power. At that moment, complete silence enveloped Masayoshi Hall. Clap, 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 clap. A storm of applause erupted. Brilliant, wonderful, a true masterpiece. Lord Abel, Duke Rondo, cheers exploded like fireworks, an outpouring of emotion. In that place there was no distinction of rank. From the SH-Taif layer to the Imperial family, applause rang out. Among them, some were even shedding tears. In this moment, only the two of them were not moved. I was able to listen calmly during the first one since I'd heard it before. But the new one was embarrassing. Rio and Abel looked down. It seemed they were very embarrassed, even though they were the protagonists of the story. Amid the thunderous applause, a 30-minute intermission began. The two were invited by Emperor Tsuin and moved to Bunka Hall. They felt quite relieved. They could only wonder what would have happened had they remained in Masayoshi Hall. As expected of Wanashi, that was a wonderful song, said Emperor Tsuin, pleased unlike the two. Even the usually expressionless chief eunuch who stood behind him seemed to have a smile on his face and appeared to be in good spirits. Indeed, Rio agreed with the emperor's sentiment, still feeling a sense of embarrassment. Did the new song come from Duke Rondo's storytelling? Yes, Albert and I, Rio answered Emperor Tsuin's inquiry. Next to him, Abel nodded wordlessly. The demon appeared in the song. Even in the Eastern nations, there are tales that mention them. Is that so? Tales refer to narratives similar to novels. In other words, there are ancient stories in the Eastern nations that also feature demons. Of course, they were all written long ago, so they are truly beings that exist only in legends. But has it come back to life in the kingdom? That is correct, Your Majesty. In the Central nations as well, the existence of demons was mostly confined to legends. In fact, I have heard that the resurrection of this demon has not occurred for 900 years. Rio responded to Emperor Tsuin's words. Although he did not know much about the circumstances of Garwin, the demon they fought this time, he had been present when the seal that imprisoned the demon to the south of the kingdom was released. During that time, he had learned various things from the legacy officer, Viscount Rashard at the Central Sanctuary, so he was quite informed. For beings that exist only in legends to come back to life, that is a terrifying matter. Indeed, Emperor Tsuin said solemnly, and Rio nodded. The emperor's words were those of a ruler. The difficulty of dealing with something that has no precedent, no manual, and no know-how on a national level. The sheer size of a nation makes it difficult to act swiftly. It is because they understand this that their response speed is slow when encountering events for the first time. That inevitably leads to a certain level of casualties occurring in the early stages. A nation is a large organization, so even if it suffers a certain degree of damage, it is unlikely to reach a state of complete collapse. However, even if it does not reach a catastrophic state, there will be those among the people living there who lose their lives. Those are sacrifices that cannot be helped, sacrifices that could not be avoided. But can you face the families left behind and say that? Emperor Tsuin's words are those of a ruler who carries all those painful experiences within his heart. As they were discussing this, the 30-minute intermission came to an end. Once again, they followed Emperor Tsuin, and Rio and Abel entered Masayoshi Hall. They took the same seats as in the first part. Both quickly noticed something. On the stage where the performance would take place, the grand piano is... Did they carry it here despite its weight? Rio and Abel were astonished. There it was, a prominent presence that hadn't been there during the first half, a black distorted table as Abel described it. However, now it was not just a table. Its lid was tilted open, revealing the strings stretched inside, reflecting the polished surface. Are those strings being struck to produce sound? Yes, yes. The internal mechanisms strike those strings, Abel asked, and Rio replied. Though Rio, who could play the piano, was not particularly well versed in the structure of grand pianos. That was why he had always found it puzzling. Ron Shen, who brought the piano into this world. He was probably a reincarnator like Ryo, that is almost certain, but still. Could he create a piano? Perhaps he played the piano back on Earth, but if asked whether he could make one from scratch, for example, Ryo could not. Yet Ron Shen had created it. He plays the bestowed Shenron model every day at Rondo Mansion, and it is indistinguishable from the pianos he played on Earth. Of course, since pianos are instruments, there are various differences depending on the manufacturer. Especially the weight of the keys is quite different. That is why, at the Chopin competition, performers can freely choose a piano from among 3 to 4 manufacturers. Each time, the piano on stage is swapped out. Perhaps this piano on stage was also brought here in that manner. As they were thinking about this, a woman appeared, and she began to play the piano. Of course, it was a piece that Ryo had never heard. However, it was a beautiful melody reminiscent of the southern river flowing through the imperial capital, based on a gentle melody that could be described as Darway style, which the SH-Taif layer had played until now. Many people closed their eyes, listening comfortably to the soothing music. 3 such pieces were performed. After that, workshop chief Ron Shen appeared and greeted the woman who played. Thank you for taking the time for the unveiling of the grand piano, Shenron. Beginning with this, several behind-the-scenes stories of its creation were shared. However, it seemed that many people were not particularly interested in that. Starting today, we will be accepting orders for Shenron. Please place your orders with the Department of Treasures. At that moment, not only the families of the princes, but also nearly all the ladies of the SH-Taif layer immediately turned around to convey something to their attendants or household members. And the attendants and household members left Masayoshi Hall. They were likely headed to. Did those people all go to place orders with the Department of Treasures? Given their momentum, that seems likely, Ryo asked, and Abel nodded. The Department of Treasures is the department that manages artistic matters in the Darway Imperial Palace. The chief eunuch of the Department of Treasures was the one who scolded Ron for performing outside. After this, Ryo and Abel felt a phantom of how things would get busy with orders. The piano was moved to the back of the stage. It would not be returned to Chowankaku. Perhaps this one would remain in Masayoshi Hall, just as one piano was always placed in the school gymnasium. And thus, the second part led by the princes began. Chapter text, The 12th Prince. There are quite a few princes, aren't there? Upon hearing that the first performance was by the 12th prince, Ryo was surprised, and Abel admired the number of princes. In our kingdom we have so few royals, don't we? Yeah, that's true. Compared to this Darway, we have significantly fewer even within the central nations. What does that mean for national security? Essentially, it means that since royals are likely to have their lives targeted, having fewer of them raises the risk of their extinction, which would be a major issue. Yeah, that's true, Ryo nodded vigorously. If there are no figures to whom one should pledge loyalty, the very foundation of the kingdom would be shaken. Just the fact that there are many royals can be considered a solid defense. Just look at the Edo shogunate. One of the reasons the shogunate lasted for over 260 years is undoubtedly the numerous descendants of the Tokugawa family, especially the first shogun, Tokugawa Ieyasu. Ieyasu had 11 sons and 5 daughters. Even after the 7th shogun, Tokugawa Ieyasu, passed away at the tender age of 6 in 1716, the shogunate was maintained by welcoming shoguns from the 3 houses established by Ieyasu's sons for another 150 years. The 8th shogun, known for his role in period dramas, was Yashimune from the Kishu Tokugawa family, one of the 3 houses. All of this was thanks to the founding father, Tokugawa Ieyasu, having so many children. Abel, the Naitore kingdom needs to increase its royals. I agree with that, but I remember being told something similar by Count Heinlein before. Oh, as expected of your excellency, the chancellor. Ryo held Count Heinlein in very high regard. However, increasing the number of royals isn't as easy as it sounds. Indeed, in that case we should start researching unconventional methods. Unconventional methods. What does that mean? Ryo, with a grave expression, placed his hand on his chin and nodded repeatedly as he spoke. Abel regarded him with a rather dubious look. That was understandable given their past experiences. I'll create clones of Abel and keep them in stock. What do you mean by clones? The terminology used by the mad scientist Ryo seemed complex to Abel. Genetically identical to you. We'll create people who look just like you, and if you were to die, they would take your place. They would look exactly like you, so no one would be confused and would follow along. Is that even possible? No, first of all, what is that? It's not possible yet, so we need to conduct research. I think there might be fields derived from alchemy that could cover that. We should look into it when we return to the Central Nations. You said it's a person just like me? Yes. A person identical to you at the genetic level. Genes are at the core of you? and everything from there would be exactly the same. That sounds dangerous, so I'll pass. Opposition to the king's tyranny, thus the mad research that strayed from the path of humanity, was banned in the kingdom. From here on, I'll have to go underground to continue my research. Rio's muttering, reminiscent of a defeated villain doctor, reached Abel's ears, but he shook his head and ignored it. Abel, did you notice? That the fifth prince is indeed absent. That's not it. What do you mean by that's not it? Abel frowned at Rio's denial. The sixth prince, Lion, had become a prince, effectively skipping over the fifth prince. How does the fifth prince feel about that? Or is he absent? That had been a point of contention between the two. As far as they could see, there were 10 princes. The once first prince, the previous crown prince, was already gone. And there were princes up to the 12th prince. That means one person is missing. It would be reasonable to conclude that the 5th prince is not present. That's what Abel said, but Rio's observation was not about that. The dishes on the table have changed to dessert-like, snacks. Now that you mention it, that's certainly true. In the first part, there had been substantial food, more like meals that could fill the stomach. Of course, since it was a serving, it wasn't as if there were large quantities. However, there were servants, and when a plate was empty, they would bring new dishes to place on the table. Moreover, they were different types of cuisine. From what they could see, the higher-ups, like the princes and officials, only picked at their food a bit, but the two were different. With no concerns on their minds, they enjoyed the music and the food. As each plate emptied, new dishes were served. Naturally, they felt a desire to explore just how many types of dishes were prepared. Both of them were adventurers eager to uncover the mysteries. However, overindulging to the point of immobility was not an option. As Abel said, they had to maintain a sense of being watched at all times. Both of them were not unknown persons. The famous Duke Rondo and his bodyguard swordsman. Thus, while coordinating their stomachs more tightly than usual, they explored the variety of dishes. In the end, we could only explore up to 12 dishes from the first part. Considering there wasn't a single dish of the same type, it must have taken quite a bit of preparation. The dishes we couldn't eat. Others who worked here will probably eat them later, right? At least it's good that it won't go to waste. Both Abel and Rio were enjoying the Kyoonkai, though their form was slightly different from the other participants. The second part of the Kyoonkai began with the 12th prince and ended with the 7th prince. The 6th prince, Lion, had just become a prince and married the principal consort, so he would be the last to perform this time. That would mean the 5th prince should be next, but, it seems the 4th prince, Prince Bin, is preparing. So the 5th prince really isn't here. Both Rio and Abel nodded, confirming that the one on stage was 4th Prince Bin. They didn't know if the 5th prince was deceased or simply absent. I'll gauge just how formidable Prince Bin, who views us as rivals, truly is. Why the condescending tone? Abel shook his head slightly at Rio's words. Prince Bin stood alone on stage, holding a flute. With the first blow, Rio couldn't help but let out a sound. Even Rio, who had said he would gauge the performance, had to admit the clear tones were extraordinary. The lack of other instruments made it stand out even more. The beautifully undulating notes seemed to visualize a scene in one's mind. A small boat illuminated by moonlight with just one person playing the flute atop it. But soon the melody changed. It became rough, as if blowing everything away. To some, it even sounded like thunder. A small boat tossed about by high waves. The moonlight that had shone protectively was gone. Waves attacked the small boat. In that moment, when everyone envisioned a desperate scene, the storm was over. Once again illuminated by the moonlight, the small boat represented the end of the piece. As expected of your highness, Prince Bin, the best flute sound in Darway. Thunderous applause filled the air. Well, I must admit that it was quite a performance. Why not just say it was amazing? Though Rio had a somewhat sulky expression, he acknowledged the brilliance of the performance while Abel praised it honestly. Even these two recognized the performance as outstanding. Although he is Lion's rival, I'll admit that his flute skills are excellent. It should be said that it's not just good, but rather quite remarkable. But the third prince who will perform after this must be in a tough spot. Moreover, the third prince, Shure, is said to lean more towards martial skills than artistic ones. I wonder how he will handle it. Rio and Abel whispered such remarks while watching the stage. One instrument was placed not in the center, but in the corner. That's the one Rio referred to as the kodo. Yes. To be precise, it's called the gyukin. It has 7 strings. Rio was familiar with it as a piece of knowledge. He had seen it in movies during his time on Earth, but he didn't know the detailed playing method. The gyukin had also been used quite a bit in the first part of the performance, so Abel seemed to have remembered because he had murmured koto then. However, it was different from what is commonly referred to as koto in Japan. The significant difference would be that it did not have the koto pillars that support the strings from below. However, there was a more significant question. Why was it placed in the corner instead of the center? That question was soon answered. A woman has sat before the Gyukin. However, it didn't seem like she was about to perform immediately. She seemed to be waiting for something. Ah, Prince Shure has taken the stage. He has arrived, but he is holding a sword. Could it be that he is not performing, but rather doing a sword dance? As if responding to Abel's words, Prince Shure began to dance in the center of the stage. The Gyukin began to accompany him. Yes, initially the Gyukin played in sync with the sword dance, but it didn't end there. Rather, the Gyukin began to lead the sword dance. The performer was observing Prince Shure's dance carefully. After confirming it, she started to take the lead. The Gyukin is overshadowing the sword dance. Abel's words slipped out involuntarily. However, the sword dance wouldn't yield easily either. It increased in speed, sharpened its edge, and grew more fierce. The sword dance isn't backing down. Are they battling, the sword and the Gyukin? Ryo and Abel exchanged murmurs, but their eyes remained glued to the sword dance. And their ears were equally fixed on the Gyukin, crashing and exploding yet elevating each other. As the energy of the sword and Gyukin reached its peak, swish, crash. With the sharpest slash and stroke, the battle between the sword and the Gyukin ended. As expected of Your Highness Prince Shure and the principal consort. Every year the prince's sword dance is unique. This is what the Kyoonkai is all about. With applause, such voices rose. Prince Shure performs a sword dance every year, huh? To elevate martial skills to the level of art is quite something. Abel's sword practice feels like watching a sword dance. He has been swinging a sword every day since childhood. So that prince too? It's no exaggeration to say he leans towards martial skills. Both Abel and Ryo wielded swords. That's why they understood. Prince Shure's sword, even in a dance, was not just for show. Its essence was not a sword for display, but one for cutting down foes. That he had elevated it to the level of art speaks volumes. One must dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to reach that level. The person playing the Gyukin was the principal consort, it seems. They appeared to be fighting each other. The principal consort must be a strong-willed person, like Sira, or perhaps like Rhea. Both Abel and Ryo nodded several times. The people waiting for the two were strong and resilient individuals. What incredible performances continued. As expected of the princes, both were impressed. Their unwavering commitment was evident. Since it's before His Majesty the Emperor, they can't afford to slack off. Well, that's true, but... As Ryo adjusted his glasses in a mock prosecutor manner, Abel reluctantly accepted the remark. At this point, I'm looking forward to how the second prince, Prince Kuri, who is at the forefront of the Crown Prince competition, will perform. That might be an odd way to put it, but I am indeed interested. After the flute, sword, dance, and Gyukin. Perhaps a frontal attack with the violin? What do you mean by a frontal attack with the violin? Ryo's unique expressions sometimes left even Abel confused. Actually, it might be more common for him to be unable to understand. As they exchanged such conversations, a figure appeared on stage. Isn't there a whole bunch of them? About 10, and look at the seats of the princes. Oh, Prince Kuri is still seated, isn't he? Indeed, the main character, Prince Kuri, did not take the stage but wore a faint smile while watching the proceedings. The child standing in the center hasn't turned 10 yet, has he? He must be Prince Kuri's son. He could still be considered a boy. His nervousness was evident even to those watching. However, he stood in the center holding a violin. Around him were violas, cellos, and even a contrabass. A string quartet? No, it seems there are about 10 of them. That looks quite interesting. This would be a performance of a different flavor from the previous ones. The boy's performance might still have room for improvement technically. However, considering he was not yet 10, his skills were more than sufficient. Moreover, he had been tense before starting, but once he began to play. That's quite impressive. He's incredible, he must have trained extensively. Ryo and Abel shared their thoughts. Unlike 4th Prince Bin or 3rd Prince Shure, who had performed before, everyone was listening intently, seemingly cheering him on. And he played through to the end without a single mistake. Ooh, as expected of Youngshin, that was splendid. A storm of applause erupted. Though not captivated by the performance itself, one could say they were moved by his effort. This may be why Prince Kuri is said to be cunning. Well, that may be true, but he did well, right? Abel smiled wryly at Ryo's comment. No, here's the thing. After this, the principal consort Shio, Fen, and Mifa will make their grand entrance. No matter what, they will shine. In that way, he surely extended a favor to Prince Lion's faction. I see. It's undeniable that there's that aspect. Given that Prince Kuri is in the most advantageous position in the competition for the next emperor's throne, he has the luxury to do so. Neither Ryo nor Abel were being cynical. As they discussed, the stage was prepared. Is that the kodo from earlier? No, it's different. It has kodo pillars. Is it the show, the gazheng? There are quite a few strings, right? I see. There are about 20. Ryo replied, and Abel used his keen eyesight to count the strings. Its appearance was more similar to the Japanese kodo than the gyukin from earlier. It was elevated by the kodo pillars. In the center stood one guzheng, behind it were 4 more. After a while, 6 women came up on stage. In front was Princess Xiaofen at the guzheng, behind her stood 4 maids. And beside Princess Xiaofen stood Mifa, holding a violin. Well, she doesn't seem overly nervous. That level of tension might allow her to perform her best. Both Rio and Abel sensed the healthy tension in the princess and her companions. Being too tense wouldn't do, being too lax wouldn't do either. That applies to both instruments and people. With a stroke from Princess Xiaofen it began, supported by the 4 guzhengs. It painted the gentle spring sunshine in the minds of those listening. Then, the violin gently, truly gently, joined in. Before long, Princess Xiaofen's guzheng and Mifa's violin intertwined. That performance evoked a vision of cherry blossom trees in Rio's mind. Cherry blossoms in full bloom lined both sides of the river, beautiful and ephemeral, cherry blossoms in full bloom beneath the spring sunlight. Then the piece shifted, revealing cherry blossoms under the moonlight, mysterious, like snow. Cherry blossoms glowing faintly under the moonlight. From there, the melody changed dramatically. The guzheng and violin intertwined fiercely, elevating each other, breaking through. Cherry blossom blizzards danced in one's mind. The winds blew, ushering in a spring storm. The cherry blossoms began to shine on their own, riding the storm, racing everywhere. What seemed like a terrifying storm was a tempest that delivered light everywhere. The guzheng and violin, having elevated each other, intertwined their main and counter melodies, alternating, captivating all the audience. Reaching a climax, it ended. In complete silence, the faint sound of regulated breathing could be heard. It was Princess Xiaofen and Mifa. Clap, 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 clap. Wonderful. I never expected it to be this impressive. Almost everyone stood up, tears flowing as they praised the performance. Princess Fen's guzheng was splendid, and Mifa the maid. I had heard the violin was amazing, but it exceeded my expectations. The compliments from the families of other princes reached Rio and Abel as well. That was magnificent. Yes, it was a wonderful performance. Thus, all the performances of the Kyoonkai came to an end. Or so it seemed. Princess, that was magnificent. The Emperor Tsuin stood up from his throne, praising her. I am honored, Your Majesty. Princess Xiaofen bowed her head. Seeing this, the Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this year's Kyoonkai was quite splendid. However, at that moment, a young voice interrupted from the side. I have something to say to His Majesty the Emperor. It was Prince Bin, the 4th prince. At that instant, Rio and Abel exchanged glances, grimacing. They had a feeling something was amiss. While the entire audience praised the performance of Princess Xiaofen and the others, only Prince Bin wore a face like someone chewing a bitter bug, refusing to applaud. It was clear that for him, the praise directed at the 6th Prince Lion's faction, their biggest rival, was not a welcome thing. Surely, you're not going to criticize the performance just now? That would be impossible. It was a wonderful performance, just praised by the Emperor. Rio and Abel were conversing in relatively hushed tones. What's wrong, Bin? The Emperor Tsuin responded to Prince Bin. The custom at Kyoonkai is that all high-ranking officials perform. I fear there are still those present who have not performed. I thought everyone had performed. Prince Bin extended his right arm, pointing at a certain individual. Duke Rondo, eh? Rio was surprised by the sudden indictment. Of course, he had not heard any such discussion beforehand. That is rude. Restrain yourself, Bin. The reprimand did not come from the Emperor, but from the 3rd Prince Shure, who sat beside him. Shure was clearly frowning and looking at Prince Bin. No, I will not restrain myself. The seat of the Duke is that of the Crown Prince who oversees all 6 departments. As long as he is present in that seat, it is only natural that he should perform at Kyoonkai. Prince Bin continued with his indictment. Rio and Abel could not discern whether what Prince Bin was saying was correct, and they also did not know what the right course of action was. Consequently, Rio looked at Emperor Tsuin, who stood before the throne. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of the Emperor smiling slightly. It was the kind of smile that resembled that of a mischievous child. Duke Rondo, Prince Bin has made such a statement. While I did not believe it necessary, what do you think? Would it not be possible for the guard, Lord Albert, to showcase his violin here? I am actually quite interested in that. Yes, that mischievous smile hinted at wanting to hear Abel's violin, spurred on by Prince Bin's actions. Rio glanced at Abel, who shrugged in response. If it is Your Majesty's request, I shall humbly perform. As Rio said this, Abel stepped forward to the stage and bowed towards the Emperor. It was a bow that could be described as the epitome of elegance. A bow comparable to Duke Helb's here, as expected of Abel. Rio's small whisper was unheard by anyone. However, with that bow, Abel succeeded in shifting the audience's perception from just a guard to as expected of the Duke's guard. He then received the violin from Mifa, who was still on stage. "I look forward to it, master. The performance earlier was wonderful." Mifa handed over the violin, and Abel accepted it with a smile, praising Princess Xiofen's performance. As Mifa stepped back into the corner of the stage, Abel stood tall and began to play the violin. The piece was one he was accustomed to. It must be Paganini's 24 Caprices, no. 24, the murmurs from workshop chief Ron Shen backstage echoed. Previously, he had heard Abel perform at Chawankaku. He had been moved, and he had admired. Those feelings surged back once more. "How can he play such a difficult piece so lightly?" Ron Shen murmured. Among those present, only Ron Shen, Mifa, and Rio were familiar with Paganini. The others would be hearing it for the first time. Yet everyone was captivated. Tricky yet beautiful. The unfamiliar connections of sound were enthralling. Paganini's compositions were like that. Once on Earth, Paganini had a significant influence on musicians who left their mark on history. Liszt, Schubert, Brahms, Schumann, Berlioz, among them the impact on Liszt was immeasurable. After being stunned by Paganini's performance, he resolved to become the Paganini of the piano and mastered the extraordinary skill of piano. One of the most famous piano pieces in the world, Liszt's La Campanella, was arranged based on the theme of Paganini's Violin Concerto No. 2, third movement Rondo, La Campanella. Thus, it is technically titled La Campanella from Paganini's Grand Etude No. 3 in E-flat minor. The 24th Caprice, while a violin solo, showcases an astonishingly wide range of sound. Moreover, it incorporates many unusual performance techniques, making it known as a challenging piece even to merely play. To masterfully perform it as one's own is, Abel's admiration for Crown Prince Kane's violin must stem from this 24th piece. Rio murmured, though it was merely speculation. Previously, Abel had mentioned that his brother, Crown Prince Kane's violin, was genius. He had admired it, but he had despaired knowing it was beyond his reach. At that time, Rio thought, could it be that the piece the Crown Prince was playing was this one? And Abel practiced tirelessly, with a single-minded focus. But he learned it was out of reach yet, even from Rio's perspective, no, even simply listening, Abel's performance sounded perfect. When he was on Earth, he had heard various violinists play this piece. Of course, they were renowned professional violinists. However, compared to them, Abel's performance was not lacking. On the contrary, I prefer Abel's performance. Rio clearly thought that. And he nodded slightly as he said, if Crown Prince Kane were to hear Abel's violin now, I'm sure he would definitely praise him. Such was the excellence of the performance. The 4.5 minutes of playing passed in an instant. Unbelievable, what is this? This is so different from the violins we know. This is the Duke's Guard, murmurs could be heard. Clap, clap, clap. It was Rio who started the applause. Clap, clap, clap. Next was Workshop Chief Ron Shen. Clap, 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 clap. And then Mifa and Princess Xiofeng. The applause spread and soon enveloped Masayoshi Hall. With the violin still in hand, Abel bowed on stage towards Emperor Tsuin. "Ah, marvelous, Lord Albert's astonishing performance. I never expected such a thing, as expected of the Duke's Guard. I am honored." The Emperor praised, and Rio responded to the praise. "All's well that ends well. Please wait." Prince Bin's voice rang out again. Even Emperor Tsuin raised an eyebrow slightly at this. The performance at Kyoonkai is usually by the head of the household, the consort, or the heir. Lord Albert is none of those. "Stop it, Bin." Emperor Tsuin rebuked Prince Bin's indictment. The Emperor's voice was not loud, however many could clearly sense the displeasure. It certainly related to Abel's violin that had just delivered such an astonishing performance. If such a performance could conclude Kyoonkai, this year's event would undoubtedly be remembered for a long time. Those present would take pride in having been there. However, Prince Bin's indictment was trying to ruin that. "No, I will not stop. What I'm saying is not wrong." Prince Bin continued his indictment, but that was a poor move. Everyone present understood that, everyone except Prince Bin himself. Is it a rule that the head of the household must perform at Kyoonkai? In a rather gentle tone, Rio posed the question not to Prince Bin, but to Emperor Tsuin. It should be more accurately described as a custom. However, Duke Rondo is our guest at this occasion. Thus, Lord Albert's performance is more than sufficient. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Rio bowed his head to the Emperor's words. Yet at that moment, did anyone notice the slight smile that appeared on Rio's face? Perhaps it was only Abel who was on stage. "I would like to rely on Your Majesty's indulgence. I, being the clumsy one, cannot play the violin like Albert, nor the flute like Prince Bin, nor the kodo like Princess Xiofeng." As Rio said this, the Emperor nodded once. "However, being invited to the unveiling of the piano Shenron is a matter of fate. If it pleases you, would it be possible for me to play a light piece on the piano? Of course, after such a performance, I couldn't possibly match up, but I hope to aid in bringing pianos to many of the SH-Type layers' residences. Oh, I see, a piano. That's interesting. Surprised yet intrigued, Emperor Tsuin responded to Ryo's proposal. He remembered that it was on the suggestion of Ron Shen that the first Shenron piano was brought into Rondo Mansion. However, the others aside from the two were still in shock and began conversing amongst themselves. A restless atmosphere began to form. Interesting, prepare the stage. At the Emperor Tsuin's command, the piano was once again placed at the center of the stage. In the meantime, Abel returned and called out to Ryo. Hey, are you okay? Not quite like you, but my fingers have started moving a bit like they used to. I play for Andalusia and the others every day, so I should manage. At Rondo Mansion, Ryo's piano could be heard flowing from the rooms, while Andalusia and Feywin were often seen comfortably napping on the grass. Ryo sat in front of the prepared piano. It had been a while since he played at a concert. Well, even if I mess up a bit, no one will notice, he whispered with a slight smile. The piece he was about to play was one he had performed on Earth. In other words, a piece that the people here in Phi did not know, so a small mistake would not be an issue. Perhaps because of that, he felt surprisingly relaxed. During concerts back on Earth, it was a given not to mess up. What was sought was beyond that. Thus, he had been tense all morning on concert days. However, compared to that, this stage was incredibly pressure-free. Yet in his mind, Ryo envisioned the stage of the Chopin competition finals, because the piece he was playing was by the Chopin he loved. Huff. Taking a short breath, he began with a heavy four-note chord. It evoked the winter period of Chopin's homeland, Poland, which was under foreign rule. But it was not just dark. The strength of a people refusing to yield under oppression swelled, timing every moment to peak, heading towards the main first theme. Hey, what is this? Workshop Chief Ron Shen backstage was surprised. It was the famous introductory section, of course, Ron knew it. After the 16-bar introduction, a splendid first theme arrives. Sure enough, Chopin's Polonaise No. 6, A-flat major, Heroic. The first theme of the Heroic Polonaise, played by Ryo's hand, was splendid and dazzling, yet powerful. Released from oppression, the people reclaiming their land, a bright and hope-filled thematic section. A land bathed in spring sunlight, where smiling citizens danced, a peaceful country. Everyone yearned deeply for and longed for the happiness of their homeland. As the spring of the nation arrives, everyone lives with smiles. However, that bright future wouldn't last long. The neighboring country sought to re-establish control over the liberated Polish people. The Polish army faces off. The brave Polish cavalry stands at the forefront of the battlefield. Both armies collide head-on. Defeated and defeating, and again defeated, an endless battle. After such clashes, a tragic conclusion follows. The land of Poland is ravaged, despair blankets the nation. But the Polish people rise again. No matter how much they are oppressed, they never give up, rising repeatedly. Thus, the first theme returns. While still adorned with brightness, it is stronger, stronger, and stronger than the initial first theme. The collective desire of a people determined never to lose hope in the future echoes in an overwhelming will. It resonates with the history of the hero king uniting and leading the nation's people, liberating the occupied territories of the Natore kingdom. The power of will, the power of the people's thoughts. That power bursts forth and the curtain falls, silence falls. Magnificent, with that single word from Emperor Tsuin, the silence abruptly ended. Whoa, what is this? This is piano, this is Duke Rondo. What? Is this also magic? No, it's the pinnacle of artistry, not magic. Voices flew around, thunderous applause. I didn't expect Lord Ryo to be this amazing. Yes, Princess Xiaofen said with a faint smile, and Mifa behind her nodded. Duke Rondo, you are also a reincarnator, aren't you? One person, Workshop Chief Ron Shen, was convinced. He certainly did not think that Ryo had composed the piece himself. No matter how much of a genius one is, that is impossible. Chopin's piano music is one of a kind. However, Ron realized that a significant issue had emerged here. No one else can play a piano like that. Today, the piano that had just been officially unveiled, unexpected, was that it had suddenly played what could be considered the pinnacle of pieces. How it would affect the future spread of the piano remains unknown to everyone. Duke Rondo, could you tell me the name of that piece? As the applause settled, Emperor Tsuin inquired from his throne. Yes, your majesty. This piece is called Heroic. Oh, I performed it for my beloved King Abel, to whom I dedicate all my loyalty. As Ryo said this, he bowed respectfully. Was that bow directed to Emperor Tsuin? Or perhaps to the hero King Abel, whose face was flushed in front of the table? At last, Ryo's piano had been unveiled. What a relief! Chopin's Heroic Polonaise is one of the author's favorite pieces. Abel plays 24 caprices. Ryo plays Heroic Polonaise. It creates a nice contrast. Moreover, both are pieces that the author loves and are extremely cool, so wanting to use them in the novel is only natural. Being classical pieces, many performances of them can be found online. For those who haven't heard it, it's genuinely a cool piece, and the author hopes they give it a listen. Surely they will comprehend Rio's feelings. Also, the depiction of Poland in the text is merely Rio's inner landscape. There may be varying interpretations, but please do not mind. Today we're having a big celebration for lunch. Well, it's true that we worked hard. Both Rio and Abel put in a lot of effort for yesterday's Kyoonkai event, and it seems that today's lunch is a celebration for that. However, it's just the usual lunch, but we have a visitor. Rio said this as he ran to the gate. Abel walked over slowly. At the gate, Rio was receiving a letter and reading it. Beside him was a horned golem. Precursor Officer Number 1, and in front stood a small boy. Abel recalled that the boy was the servant from the neighboring Lion princely residence. I understand. Please convey my message that we are waiting for your highness. When Rio said this, the servant boy bowed his head and ran off to the residence. Abel, the celebration is cancelled. Is his highness Lion coming? Yes, it seems he wants to discuss something. Rio said this and handed a letter to Abel. Rio himself crossed his arms and pondered. What's wrong? After finishing reading the letter, Abel asked Rio. Rio had a serious expression. I'm troubled about what to do for lunch. Oh, I see. Rio looked serious and Abel was left puzzled. It's almost 11 o'clock. It seems he will arrive in about 15 minutes, so we can't really go out to eat, but skipping lunch altogether is. If it comes to that, can't we have it delivered from a restaurant? Delivery. That seems possible, but I feel bad asking them to bring it during the busy lunchtime. Rio frowned and shook his head. You have a strict sense of duty, Rio. I'm not like Abel, always using authority to get things delivered. Have I ever done that? Abel tilted his head in confusion. When we were at the royal castle, you always had it brought to your office. Oh, well, the people from the royal castle cafeteria must have reluctantly brought it to you. Such tyranny from the king. Count Heinlein also had it brought to his room. Your Excellency the Chancellor too? Rio was surprised by Abel's words. In Rio's mind, Chancellor Marquis Heinlein had a very high reputation. When Count Heinlein or I showed up at the cafeteria, the ordinary soldiers and officials would get flustered and tense. Oh, well, when I wanted to hear various things directly, I would go myself, but otherwise I had it brought to my room. I see. If Your Excellency the Chancellor said that, then it's certainly true. Abel, who accepted that suggestion, is truly fit to be the king. What a reversal of opinion! Rio was impressed, and Abel shook his head slightly. While they were discussing this, Prince Lion and his entourage arrived and entered the room. This time, it was only Prince Lion and Chief Chamberlain Rinchen who entered. On the host's side, it was just Rio and Abel. After exchanging greetings, Prince Lion immediately got to the point. What I want to discuss is about factions. Factions? Rio tilted his head. Rio had been pondering what might be discussed since the letter mentioned there were matters to consult on, but he hadn't considered factions at all. Indeed, the other three princes all have factions, don't they? Yes. Frankly speaking, does Duke Rondo think I should have a faction too? It was a rather direct question. The reason I ask is that since yesterday, I've been approached by quite a few people from the SHTIF layer wanting to join my faction. You mean since the Kyoonkai event yesterday? Could it be Prince Bin? Yes, it's not an exaggeration to say that his behavior at the Kyoonkai was a failure. Prince Lion's expression did not show joy over his rival's misstep. In fact, he even seemed to be saddened. Actually, in the past month, since the downfall of Lord Rinsui, who was Prince Bin's right-hand man, my brother has lost the Emperor's trust. Oh, there was no evidence directly linking Prince Bin to the attack on the royal castle. Therefore, there were no repercussions for Prince Bin himself. However, the Emperor is not foolish. From the gathered evidence, he recognizes that there's a high possibility that Prince Bin was aware of the attack or even permitted it. Moreover, there were witnesses regarding Rinsui's involvement. Thus, Rinsui was said to have been expelled from Prince Bin's circle. On top of that, there was Prince Bin's behavior during the Kyoonkai event. In particular, the matter of requesting a performance from Duke Rondo himself clearly displeased the Emperor, which was evident in his expression. Everyone present at that moment, except for Prince Bin, understood that. Naturally, this caught the attention of those from the SHTIF layer who belonged to Prince Bin's faction. Is it really safe to remain under Prince Bin now? No, it's not safe. Even that much is clear. However, it's too late to join the second or third prince's factions. Then, it seems they considered joining Prince Lion's new faction. After all, many from the SHTIF layer who belonged to Prince Bin's faction were latecomers when the factions of the second and third princes were formed. Or perhaps they were individuals who were powerless 5 years ago. They have gained momentum over the past 5 years. However, those who sided with Prince Bin did not do so because they highly regarded his character or insight. These people are trying to switch their allegiance to Prince Lion and have approached him as an alternative. From an emotional standpoint, there's no need to pay attention to such individuals. However, the question about factions is a very difficult one for those involved in politics. From the perspective of the general public not involved in politics, factions tend to be seen as negative. There's a tendency to envision someone being placed in a position simply because they belong to the faction, regardless of their abilities or insights. And in reality, such situations do occur often. When that happens, the people surrounding them and the citizens can suffer negative consequences. Considering that, obviously, it would be better if there were no factions. Without regard to any factions, it is correct to place talented individuals in appropriate positions. That is the right structure for an organization. This is a fact. There's likely no one who can deny that. However, reality does not work out that way. Once an organization reaches a certain scale, factions inevitably emerge. This is true for all ages and in any world. This suggests that people tend to create factions and gather together. It may be part of human nature. But the difficult part is that there are also those who dislike gathering. Truly, humans are complex beings. People gather. In politics, where one misstep can lead to being ousted easily and endanger oneself and one's family, they have no choice but to survive by grouping together. That's why they gather. That's why they attack those who don't gather. They eliminate those who aren't allies first. Perhaps that's the underlying logic. In a democratic nation, the situation is even more serious. Numbers are power, and those who don't group together can lose their value entirely. Even though members of parliament are part of the legislative body, they can't propose new laws on their own. It would be problematic if they overproduce laws that channel benefits to their localities. Indeed, it's all about numbers. In the end, it always comes down to majority rule. Yes, numbers. Humans still do not have a method of decision-making that exceeds majority rule. Humans still do not have a way to conduct politics other than by gathering. While it is easy to deny factions, in the real political world, humans still don't know any other way. Unless it's complete dictatorship, perhaps. Rio pushed such scattered thoughts to the corner of his mind. While you asked whether you should have a faction, before answering that, I would like to confirm one thing with your highness. Rio looked at Prince Lion and asked, "Who do you think politics should be done for?" "For the people." Prince Lion replied immediately to Rio's question. His gaze was steady on Rio, not wavering at all, not faltering in the slightest. And then Prince Lion slowly began to weave his words. Previously, Duke Rondo said this, "The first is the way." Yes, that is a passage from The Art of War. The first is the way, the second is heaven, the third is earth, the fourth is the general, and the fifth is the law. The way is the ability to align the people's will with that of the ruler. Thus, they can live and die together without doubt. The way refers to a form of governance that aligns the people's feelings with those of the ruler. That is proper governance, and if done correctly, the people will stand with the ruler through thick and thin. Thus, it is the first is the way. Although known as a military strategy book, The Art of War's main focus is on the theory of governance. How to maintain a nation, how to strengthen a nation, how should a nation be governed. The Art of War clarifies the position of war within governance. Even when waging war, what is the purpose? It's certainly not about fighting to win. One should win without fighting, absorbing the opponent's military strength and making one's own nation stronger. Naturally, when considering the foundation of a nation, one must think of the people. They are the most fundamental and basic element of a nation. Everything else, such as war, diplomacy, and other matters, is built upon that foundation. The first is the way. If the people are the foundation of the nation, then I believe politics should be conducted for the people. Prince Lion reiterated, and Rio nodded, continuing his words. Your Highness, as long as you keep that in mind, the politics of the nation will not go awry. Rulers must always keep this in their minds. Yes, and as long as that is considered, other matters are trifles. Whether to form a faction or not is also a trifling matter. Rio smiled slightly as he said this and took a sip of tea. Then he slowly wove his words. You mustn't confuse purpose and means. The purpose is to engage in politics for the people. Think about how to achieve that as a means. Yes, when attempting to engage in politics for the people, is it impossible without factions? Is it absolutely possible with factions? No. When trying to engage in politics for the people, can it be done without factions? Is it impossible if factions exist? No. Exactly whether there are factions or not, there are times when it can be done and times when it cannot. Ultimately, factions are of that nature. They are not absolute necessities, nor are they guarantees that things can be done if they exist. Yes, this nation of Darway is one of a class system. It could even be called a quasi-dictatorship. Not everyone can become a faction leader, nor does one need a large faction to compete for the throne. Numbers are power, but numbers alone are not power. In other words, whether to form a faction or not is a matter of freedom. You may do as you please. Yes, Rio nodded at Prince Lion's answer. However, just one thing, this is my personal opinion. Yes, please. I don't think there is a need to actively form factions, nor is it necessary to pander to those who come close. But I think it's wise to keep an eye on individuals deemed useful for the future vision of the nation that your highness envisions, ensuring they are not crushed by other forces. I see, Prince Lion nodded at Rio's suggestion. It is not necessary to keep them within one's own faction. It is not a bad thing to make them feel that you are watching over them. Just being aware that there are people watching over them can help individuals overcome difficulties. I will keep that in mind. After discussing various matters, the meeting between Rio and Prince Lion came to an end. Although we're a bit late, the launch party starts now, Rio declared as he sent off Prince Lion and his party. Of course, it was just a regular lunch. I'm definitely hungry, Abel nodded in agreement. It was just past 12:30. Let's head to Holy Emperor Square. Thus, the two of them made their way to Holy Emperor Square. Since it was between the peak lunchtime of 12 and 12:30, is there a chance there will be fewer customers? Perhaps there are more people leaving than entering. After glancing around a few shops, Abel and Rio nodded. What do you think? Should we indulge in some broth-filled tauntaun noodles for the first time in a while? Yeah, that sounds great. It's been quite some time. The last time we had it was when we ate with Spring Hope, right? Exactly. It feels nostalgic. But didn't we end up meeting again at the neighboring shop the next day? As they chatted, the two entered a shop that advertised wheat noodles with broth-filled tauntaun noodles. Welcome. Please have a seat over there. The landlady, who seemed to be managing the floor, spotted the two and pointed them to a table. They were able to sit down without any issues. When you behave well on a daily basis, good things happen in places like this. Behaving well on a daily basis, is that so? Rio said with a smile, while Abel tilted his head in confusion. It was a usual occurrence. However, wait, Abel and Rio, the familiar voice that called out to them was Jun Luo, everyone from Spring Hope. Both Abel and Rio immediately recognized who was speaking. They had just recalled it earlier. The 5 members of Spring Hope were having lunch at the adjacent table. We often run into each other at this shop, don't we? Indeed. Jun Luo nodded while smiling at Abel's confirmation. It was a month ago when we last met, right? Have you been in the Imperial capital all this time since then? Yes. While my lord travels between the territory and the Imperial capital, we have been fulfilling requests from my lord here in the capital. In response to Abel's question, Jun Luo replied. However, his expression didn't look good. Given your demeanor, are the requests not going well? That's right. Jun Luo nodded and glanced at Baliri, the mage from Spring Hope. Baliri nodded in response to the gaze. It seemed some permission had been granted. Actually, we are searching for the whereabouts of 80 second-rank adventurers. What do you mean by that? At Jun Luo's words, Abel glanced at Rio. Receiving that look, Rio inquired. Are those different from the 70 second-rank adventurers repelled by Lord Rowan? You're aware of that matter, Jun Luo responded in surprise. The other 4 members of Spring Hope also seemed surprised. Well, I have a close relationship with His Highness, Prince Lion. I see, that certainly explains why those 70 attacked Prince Lion. However, separately, the 80 second-rank adventurers have gone missing. Could it be that those 80 were hired by a certain prince but have disappeared? How much do you both actually know? In response to Rio's question, Jun Luo looked suspiciously. We might know a fair bit. I am also acquainted with Shu, the Minister of State from the Censorate. The Minister of State from the Censorate? You've got connections with some big names. Therefore, do you also know who the prince that hired those 80 is? Yes, it's Prince Bin, the 4th prince, Rio replied promptly. That's correct. It is said that Rinsui, who was Prince Bin's closest aide and right-hand man, had been in charge. However, as a result of the attack thwarted by Lord Rowan, Rinsui fled from the Imperial capital. Simultaneously, the remaining 80 second-rank adventurers also went missing. Then they may no longer be in the capital. Perhaps in Prince Bin's territory or some other place? In response to Jun Luo's explanation, Abel asked. Prince Bin's territory is also being investigated by other adventurers, but there seems to be no sign of those second-rank adventurers entering there. Jun Luo shook his head lightly. What kind of person is this Rinsui who fled? Well, we don't know the details, but he is said to have been in charge of Prince Bin's camp. He knew everything inside and out. Thus, in just 1 month since Rinsui left, Prince Bin's surroundings have become quite unstable. In fact, Prince Bin himself has faced continuous failures this month, greatly damaging His Majesty the Emperor's trust. The cherry on top seems to be yesterday's Kyoonkai incident. Is that information from Roshu 10? Yes, my lord, he is currently staying in the Imperial capital again. Oh, Now that you mention it, I don't think Roshuten was present at yesterday's Kyoonkai. Rio tilted his head. Although people from the SH-Taif layer performed, he certainly wasn't among them, nor did he attend. I don't believe he was. All princes were present at Kyoonkai, and all the heads of the SH-Taif layer's 6 divisions attended as well. However, I think every year, 15 families from the SH-Taif layer are selected to participate. My lord must have participated a couple of years ago, so it will be a while before he appears again. Quite a lot going on, huh? Rio nodded as he sipped tea at Jun Luo's explanation. By the way, Prince Bin was also employing third-rank adventurers from the Imperial capital, right? Yes, a few of them were keeping an eye on us. In response to Rio's words, Jun Luo smirked and replied. They were aware they were being monitored. After parting ways with you all, it seems we were monitored too. Huh, we obtained permissions and captured them. That sounds quite awkward, I apologize. Jun Luo must not have known that Abel and Rio had also been under surveillance. He bowed his head. No, it's completely fine. We captured them and handled it well. Handled? Rio said with a grin, causing Baliri, the mage, to widen his eyes in surprise. I merely handed them over to the appropriate authorities. When Abel said that, the 5 members of Spring Hope nodded in relief. Rio's expression afterward might have looked slightly disappointed, but that must have been a misunderstanding. After exchanging what felt like an information-sharing conversation, Rio, Abel, and the 5 members of Spring Hope parted ways from the dining establishment. This time, the 2 made sure to convey their residence's location properly. The day after meeting Prince Lion and Spring Hope, there was a visitor at Rondo Mansion. It was rare for the usually quiet Rondo Mansion to have visitors 2 days in a row. Oh, Captain Mayan, Lord Rio, I mean my apologies, Your Grace Duke Rondo, please forgive my sudden visit. Captain Mayan of the first public ship greeted them with a bow that blended strength and grace. As expected, he was a former admiral who had gained the Emperor's favor. Both Rio and Abel felt that way. Once they were shown to a room, Captain Mayan promptly began to speak. I heard that Duke Rondo has connections with the Kamakura feudal kingdom and Suje kingdom. Yes, I visited both before coming to Darway. Did you know that delegations from both nations visited the Imperial capital during the wedding of Prince Lion? Yes. I met Chairman Ban from the Kamakura feudal kingdom and Lord Kavui Samaru from the Suje kingdom. They came to pay their respects before returning to their countries. Rio replied, recalling the encounter. Captain Mayan frowned. Then the story goes quickly. Those 2 nations formed a fleet and headed towards the archipelago sea region, but they seem to have gone missing. The subtitle encounter is pronounced Kaiku. Its meaning is a chance meeting or encounter. Missing? Rio tilted his head and looked at Abel beside him. Of course, Abel shook his head as he had no idea either. The fleet was scheduled to make several stops along the way. However, reports have come in that they have not docked at any of those places past their scheduled times. Well, it's a ship, so could it be delayed due to weather or something? Considering that possibility, we waited for a while, but we received a report that no docking had occurred, and that was sent to the Imperial capital. Moo! Both Rio and Abel frowned. Upon receiving that report, the Darway Fleet Command dispatched ships to search not only along the route, but also in areas away from the route. That was a week ago. The situation changed the day before yesterday. The day of the Kyoonkai meeting, right? Yes, on that day the fleet conducting patrols rescued a single ship. The people on that ship were on their way to deliver a letter to the Imperial capital. And then, both Rio and Abel urged him to continue, as they couldn't see the connection between the missing fleet and the letter. This is that letter. Captain Mayan said this as he handed over an envelope. For me? Rio was surprised. The addressees are Lord Rio and Lord Abel. I opened it to check its contents when it arrived at the fleet command, so I hope you can forgive me for breaking the seal. Captain Mayan handed over the envelope. On the front it read, to Lord Rio and Lord Abel. Inside was a single letter. Dual challenge, we have taken custody of individuals from the Kamakura feudal kingdom and the Suje kingdom. If you want them back, come to the location marked on the attached map. You may come with as many as you wish. Attire and equipment are free. The purpose is a fair match. Regardless of the outcome, if the 2 of you come, I promise to return the captives unharmed. Furthermore, if you win, I am prepared to provide crucial and valuable information for the Darway. From Ruri. What is this? It says it's a dual challenge. Ruri. Could it be those 2 from the ghost ship Ruri? I don't know anyone else named Ruri. Rather than a dual challenge, isn't this more like a threat? Well, it's certain that the fleet members are safe and unharmed, so that's a relief. Rio and Abel conversed while looking at the letter. A request for a rematch means they are stronger than before, right? They must believe they can surpass our power now that they know what we can do. That's troublesome. Both Rio and Abel remembered the battle on the ghost ship. They were certainly not easy opponents. especially Rio, who fought without being able to use his water attribute magic. They said it was something like a water attribute monster. Not being able to use magic is quite difficult for a mage. Yeah, for an ordinary mage, not being able to use magic is not just difficult, it's pretty much hopeless. Rio frowned as he expressed his dissatisfaction, and Abel pointed out the misunderstanding. That said, the option of not going doesn't exist, obviously. The conclusion had been decided from the start. The fact that Captain Mayan brought this to us means the Darway fleet is aware of it as well, right? Will they assist us in going to the island marked on this map? Of course. It is true that there are no diplomatic ties with these two countries. However, if a diplomatic mission that came for the prince's wedding was kidnapped on their way back, Darway cannot remain uninvolved. There's national pride at stake. Captain Mayan nodded as he answered Rio's question. Even though they were off the coast of Darway, the fact that a diplomatic mission was captured in an area firmly within Darway's sphere of influence could be seen as a blow to their pride. However, it was clear that the situation couldn't be resolved solely by the Darway fleet. There was a specific addressee. Moreover, that addressee was... At first, the fleet command didn't know that Lord Rio mentioned in the letter was the same person as Duke Rondo. Do they know now? Yes, I informed them. It was necessary to suppress any reckless actions from the fleet command. I apologize. Reckless actions? They considered dispatching people here to forcibly take you too? I see. It was plausible. However, considering that the opponent was Duke Rondo, who had the Emperor's favor, they would likely proceed with caution. Thus, it seemed Captain Mayan revealed Rio's identity as Duke Rondo. I understand about the dual challenge. Please take us to this island. Thank you. However, I would like to notify a few places. The fleet is already preparing, but I believe all preparations will be completed by tomorrow morning. Understood. After arranging several details, Captain Mayan returned to the fleet command. I wonder how strong those two from Ruri have become. I don't know, but if something called the main body appears, we won't stand a chance. However, I don't think it will show up. Those two probably just want to enjoy the fight, right? Does Rio know what they are? No, that's just a guess. After stating that, Rio shared a certain speculation with Abel. Abel was left speechless by its content. I hope I'm wrong. I feel the same. Rio then mentioned their plans for the rest of the day. We should also make a few rounds today, starting with the Lion princely residence. That's right. After that, I should also inform His Majesty the Emperor at the Imperial Palace. The fleet command may have sent a message, but it's best to inform him directly. Rio knew that this extra effort would smooth their future relationships. First, we'll visit the neighbor, the Lion princely residence, but... Rio paused, turning his eyes toward the garden. Ahead of his gaze, a golem wearing a yellow scarf came running and stopped. Rio placed his hand on its head and seemed to be murmuring something. Somehow, friendship proof no. 2. I granted Captain Ryle routing authority regarding friendship proof number 2. Captain Ryle was the captain of the Prince's Imperial Guard from the Lion princely residence. Routing authority. Administrator permissions, full access. Full control, well, so that any commands can be given. But it lacks combat capabilities, right? Its size is about the same as a human. Indeed, it doesn't have any weapons, but it can serve as a shield. So, while we're away, something could happen? That's a matter of possibility, Rio nodded at Abel's question. When Abel considers eliminating someone, and he's pushed to the point where he feels he has to do it physically, what if that powerful force protecting the target leaves their side? Prince Bin might go berserk and attack Prince Lion, but if he does that, he'll surely incur the Emperor's wrath this time. Exactly. If you think about it calmly, it becomes clear. But when people are cornered, they can lose sight of such obvious things. It's best to take any measures we can. If nothing happens, we can just laugh it off. That's true. A person driven into a corner can truly do anything. Even if they have a bit of rationality, they might do things they would never normally consider. They make decisions they would never normally make. They give orders they would never normally give. When it comes to security, those who prepare excessively often end up being the ones who survive in the end. The two first visited the neighboring house, the Lion princely residence. Since it was an emergency, there was no advance notice. Prince Lion was watching training with his attendants. I apologize for the sudden visit, Your Highness. Duke Rondo, don't worry about it. So what is it? Rio briefly explained the situation that had occurred. Everyone seemed surprised by the mention of the ghost ship Ruri, indicating that it was well known even in Darway. Moreover, it was known as a legendary ghost ship. I understand. If the diplomatic mission that was at my wedding has been kidnapped, I cannot leave it unattended. Please go and rescue them without worrying about the princely residence. Your Highness, I'm grateful. Rio expressed his gratitude toward Prince Lion's words. However, he also wanted to convey a concern. As you may know, it's said that the whereabouts of 80 second-rank adventurers are still unknown. Those are the ones that Rinsui hired from Prince Bin's side, right? Since that was the official stance, Prince Lion seemed to choose his words carefully. Even in a gathering of allies, as a high-ranking prince, he had to be cautious with his wording. We don't know what kind of moves they might make. Please be careful. Understood. Before leaving the princely residence, Ryo decided to inform Captain Ryo. Friendship proof number 2 is set to accept all commands from Captain Ryo. Please feel free to use it whenever you need. If you want, it can stay in the princely residence. Thank you. It's fine to keep it at the Rondo Mansion instead of the princely residence. I'll check on it from time to time. Captain Ryo replied with a smile, her beauty enhanced by her grin. Being originally beautiful, her charm increased even more with a smile. The golem, friendship proof number 2, might not understand the charm of a smile. The next destination for the two was the Imperial Palace. There was no advance notice here either. Rather, it would be unthinkable to request an audience with the Emperor in advance. Basically, a person without an appointment cannot meet the Emperor. However, His Majesty is willing to meet you. I will guide you to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The two were allowed to meet immediately. Duke Rondo, I've just heard about the diplomatic mission. It seemed that the matter had also been conveyed to Emperor Tsuin through the fleet command. I wish to seek the assistance of the Darway fleet, thus I have come to your Majesty. Very well, of course, I will deploy the fleet. Plans for a sub-fleet formation have also reached me from the fleet command. According to that, it seems 20 fast ships will be led by Mayan as the commander. Captain Mayan? Even Ryo and Abel were surprised by that. Captain Mayan was the captain of the first public ship. Of course, they knew he was a former admiral. There seems to have been a request from Mayan to do so, a temporary wish for his return to admiralty. If it's Mayan, I can entrust you two to him with peace of mind. Emperor Tsuin nodded several times as he said this, and he sent them off with these words. Duke Rondo, Lord Albert, may you have good fortune. Your Majesty, we shall take our leave. Thus, the two set out to battle Ruri with the Darway sub-fleet. Since the individuals on the ghost ship are not human, their sense of ethics must be different. The journey from the Imperial capital to this designated sea area takes about 3 days one way. Ryo and Abel boarded the ship, and before departure, Admiral Mayan spread out the navigational chart and began to explain. However, his expression was grim. Honestly, I don't fully understand the designated island. Ryo tilted his head at Admiral Mayan's words. Abel seemed equally confused, tilting his head in a similar manner. I understand the designated sea area, however there is no island in that vicinity. What do you mean? The captain of this flagship of the detachment, Kyoonkai, whom we greeted earlier, also said he didn't know. Kyoonkai is one of the most experienced captains in the Darway fleet. If he doesn't know, it can't be an ordinary island. Captain Kyoonkai appeared to be in his mid-40s, around the same age as Admiral Mayan, and had a calm, competent demeanor. He exuded an aura that instantly assured Ryo and Abel that he was reliable. And since Admiral Mayan was explaining this, he must indeed be an excellent captain. An island that even the captain does not know about. It might be an island created by magic or something. At Ryo's words, Admiral Mayan nodded silently. In any case, this was not an ordinary opponent. The ghost ship Luri seemed well known even in Darway. However, that was only as a legendary ghost ship featured in tales. No one had ever encountered it and returned alive. Moreover, this time, a dual challenge from such a ghost ship, Admiral Mayan's mind was filled with question marks. That said, he understood what needed to be done, to deliver the two of them, and to come back. The 20 ships that formed this fleet of fast vessels were organized for various reasons. First, of course, to arrive at the designated sea area as quickly as possible. There was nothing good about taking too much time. Next, the ones to be rescued were diplomatic missions from 2 nations. As long as the ships were safe, it would be fine, but in the case they weren't, they would have to accommodate them on this fleet to return. That was why the number 20 was necessary. Warships inherently do not have much spare capacity. Lastly, as mentioned earlier, all 20 ships are warships. This was in case of what might happen upon arrival. The letter delivered to Duke Rondo promised liberation, but, honestly, who could say for sure? Anticipating the worst-case scenario was the Admiral's job. If it was a warship, they could handle whatever happened. That was Admiral Mayan's line of thought. I have a question for Duke Rondo. Yes, what is it? Since the two boarded, Admiral Mayan had unified his address to Duke Rondo. Even during the public ship and in subsequent meetings in the Imperial capital, he had always called him Ryo, but he avoided that on the ship. There were other Darway soldiers present here. They were on a mission to transport Duke Rondo. Thus, Admiral Mayan decided to refer to him as Duke Rondo. Regarding the ghost ship Luri, to be honest, what are our chances of success? That's very difficult to determine. Ryo said this and turned to Abel. Abel also shook his head. Indeed, they had won once. However, after the battle, the two from Luri had said this. Against these two, this vessel was too weak, and one day I want to fight with the main body. In other words, if the conditions were right, they could become even stronger. And now, the fact that they had demanded a match by abducting the diplomatic mission indicated that the conditions must be met, and they would be able to fight in a stronger state than before. Rio and Abel recognized this. After recovering the hostages, leave the island. They likely won't attack you or the hostages on purpose, but that island will become a battlefield. You never know what will happen on a battlefield. Understood. Admiral Mayan nodded at Rio's words. It was likely that they would become a battlefield as suggested. Admiral Mayan, who had traversed numerous battlefields, was acutely aware that anything could happen there. That was precisely why they needed to be fully prepared. If Rio and the others who knew about the ghost ship Luri said so, it was most reasonable to comply. After leaving Admiral Mayan, Rio and Abel were guided to the Rear Admiral's quarters. This time, since they were guests and had been instructed by the Emperor to entertain them, the Admiral's quarters on the flagship were assigned to them. Rio, you didn't sleep last night, did you? Why not rest a bit? No, I still have things I want to do before we arrive at the island. Abel suggested resting, but Rio refused and generated his usual ice board. Whenever Rio brought this out, it was usually alchemy. You were doing alchemy last night too, weren't you? Yes, what I worked on yesterday was for Rondo Mansion. Rondo Mansion? To be precise, it was for the Friendship Proof No. 2 and the Garden Watchers Squad 2. I understand the Friendship Proof number 2, but Garden Watchers Squad 2? As Rio explained, Abel tilted his head. It was probably a term he was hearing for the first time. The 10 golems are assigned to Friendship Proof number 2. They will operate as Squad 2 under the command of the Leader Unit number 2. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. It seemed Rio's explanation was too vague for Abel to grasp. That was understandable. After all, Abel didn't even know the term Garden Watchers. Is it because the Garden Watchers are cleaning the garden? Well, yes, the original Garden Watchers did have tasks related to gardening. The Garden Watchers were covert agents that directly received orders from the Shogun in the Edo Shogunate for espionage activities. In period dramas, they are often depicted as ninja-like spies doing destructive activities, but the actual facts remain unknown. Documentation has not been preserved, so that is only natural. Generally, it is said that they were established during the 8th Shogun Yoshimune's time, known as the Wild Shogun in period dramas. In reality, they were not like the ninjas depicted in dramas. They were positions that performed inspections of various regions like the inspectors in Darway and conducted patrols in Edo City. Well, they were named Garden Watchers because they were in charge of the garden of Edo Castle, and since the golems at Rondo Mansion are also monitoring the garden, it is correct to call them Garden Watchers. Without a doubt. Friendship Proof No. 2 also acts as the leader unit, similar to Precursor Officer number 1. 10 golems are assigned under number 2, and they will operate under its command as Garden Watchers Squad 2. I see. Although they said they lack combat capability, perhaps those will eventually conquer the world. That's nice. A world ruled by golems without desires would surely be a peaceful world. Far better for the world than greedy creatures like humans. Rio said this with a strangely cheerful tone. Without a doubt, what would be produced is a dystopia, likely a dark world ruled by machines. Abel shook his head slightly. 3 days later, the detachment arrived at the scheduled sea area. Now a bit about the book version of Volume 6. Although the release date for Volume 6 has not yet been announced, the text is nearly complete. I plan to start writing Volume 7 from next weekend. Proofreading has also been completed twice. Well, books take time from here, so please wait a little longer. And about that, the author has done it. I have done it for Volume 6. Over 120,000 new words added. Half of the book consists of new chapters written from scratch. To make Volume 7 entirely about the War of Kingdom Liberation. The only thing from the narrow version that was included in Volume 6 was Twilight Land. And Twilight Land is 99,000 words. To publish it, we are about 10,000 words short, hence. I wrote an additional 120,000 words. After Twilight Land, before Volume 7's War of Kingdom Liberation, I wrote a new chapter called Preliminary Battle. Yes, you can somewhat understand it, can't you? It's the preliminary battle before the Liberation War. The Water Attribute Magician and Fire Attribute Mage will clash. Abel and Hugh will also fight. Of course, the princess will appear from the Empire, and those who only had their names mentioned in the narrow version will come out. They were so strong that while writing, I couldn't help but cheer on Abel. Of course, Twilight Land has also been significantly revised. In the narrow version, Abel did not play much of a role. In the book version, he has been given plenty of opportunities to shine. That is Volume 6, still in active production, so please wait a little longer. Indeed, there is an island. There is one hill-like mountain, but it's mostly a flat island. Standing at the bow of the flagship, Abel and Rio are gazing at the horizon. The island is already visible without needing a telescope. It's just a normal island. Yes, I can't believe a patrol boat overlooked such an island. So it means the island must have appeared recently. That seems to be the case. However, I can't see clearly yet, but I can see greenery. That's probably a forest or some sort of woods. Admiral Mayan and Captain Junkar are also discussing the island now visible on the horizon through their telescopes. Even if it has appeared recently, it could be something magical or sorcerous. Or it might have existed before but was concealed. I see, but to conceal an entire island of that size, even mages or sorcerers from Darway would find it impossible. The two are discussing various possibilities, though they haven't reached a solid conclusion. Once they return to the Imperial capital, they will need to report to the Emperor. Of course, the Emperor will likely ask, why was this island not discovered until now? They need to prepare an answer for that. Those who fumble in such situations cannot rise to high positions in a massive nation like Darway. That means non-human beings are involved. That's undoubtedly true. This is the conclusion reached by Admiral Mayan and Captain Junkar. This conclusion will also influence the actions of the detached fleet. Lord Rondo, the detached fleet will approach the island with only the flagship, considering possible contingencies. The other ships will remain offshore. Understood, I leave it to you. Don't worry about us. If you feel it's bad, just retreat. The two of us can manage somehow. Accepting Admiral Mayan's suggestion, Rio communicates to retreat if the situation requires. If the detached fleet suffers damage by getting involved, it would leave a bad taste. As they approach the island, more details come into view. There are ships anchored on the far side of the island. That's the fleet of the Kamakura feudal kingdom and the Suje kingdom. That's a relief. Even if they release the people, we would have to claim damages if the ships were sunk. What about the two from Ruri? Yes, it's common sense for a working adult to compensate if they trouble others. Oh yeah, that's true for humans. But those two aren't human, so I feel like that won't apply. I see indeed, it's quite troublesome when common sense differs. Rio accepts Abel's observation. It's likely challenging to have the common sense of humans accepted by those two who seem like water attribute monsters, because they are not human. At least, regarding the contents written in the dual challenge they sent, they will keep their promise. That's true, the release of hostages and winning would yield valuable information for Darway. I'm interested in that information. The island has a pier where the detached fleet's flagship, a considerably large military vessel, can dock. The flagship slowly approaches the shore. From the deck, they can see the two standing on the pier. There seems to be quite a number of people further in the distance. Led by Rio and Abel, people disembark from the flagship. Of course, it's not everyone from the crew, only Admiral Mayan and a select 20 who seem skilled in close combat. The rest are watching from the flagship. Neither of them looks blue. Now that you mention it, they were blue the last time we met. Rio and Abel whisper to each other. This time, the two from Ruri have skin color similar to humans, tanned wheat-colored. Ah, Abel and Rio, cough cough, I'm glad you came, cough. Welcoming them are Lau and Fan from the ghost ship Ruri. Though Fan, who appears female, is merely waving silently. However, the greeting man Lau, are you okay? Abel can't help but voice his concern as Lau looks unwell. He is coughing repeatedly, and his left arm hangs limply as if dislocated from the shoulder. Ah, actually, I had a failure in my experiment. The cough should, get better soon. My arm should heal in about 2 months, but in this state, I can't fight. So this time, Fan will be my opponent. In other words, it's Fan versus Rio. Does that mean I'm definitely fighting against Fan? Of course, last time I fought Abel and Fan fought you, right? Oh, yes. Lau insists as if it's obvious and Rio accepts it. There's no point in disputing it. The initiative lies with them. However, there is one king who won't let it end there. Then I will claim a victory by default. What? Since Lau won't fight despite calling me here, I believe I should receive half of that precious information for Darway at this stage. Lau and Fan exchange glances at Abel's claim. Fan looks a bit dissatisfied, but Lau nods once. Abel has a point. Fan succeeded in her experiment, but I failed. Although it's entirely due to chance. If you call it a default loss, then that's correct. But Lau, Fan can fight, so it's fine, right? That's fine, but... Despite Lau's words, Fan pouts in dissatisfaction, but ultimately nods in agreement. I'll give you half of the promised information. This information is related to the Chouauchi Empire. I don't need to explain what the Chouauchi Empire is, right? When Lau unexpectedly mentions the name of the Chouauchi Empire, Rio, Abel, and Admiral Mayan all freeze in surprise. They never expected that information to come up. You know, the beings living in the capital of the Chouauchi Empire are non-human beings, right? Darway must have been attacked in the Imperial Palace. I know about the non-human beings that belong to the Chwauchi Empire. Phantoms are known. However, we don't know how many of the population are like that. In fact, we don't even know the population of that empire. Rio answers Lau's inquiry, but he thinks it might have been better if Admiral Mayan answered instead. So he turns to Admiral Mayan. Admiral Mayan, how much awareness is there in the Darway Corps regarding this? Right now, the same as what Lord Abel just mentioned. The only other thing I've heard is that it seems they are meddling with the Paiute nation between the Chwauchi Empire and Darway. Admiral Mayan responds to Abel's question. However, Lau interjects. Their meddling with Paiute is likely aiming to further descend south and swallow Darway. Huh! Admiral Mayan lets out a bewildered sound at Lau's words. What do they want to swallow Darway for? There are several reasons. However, that's information I'll convey if I win against Fan, not something I'll share now. After coming this far, even if you say that. Abel grimaces and Lau shrugs. Fan, who had been silent until now, speaks up. Lau, it might be okay to share everything. Huh, even when we haven't fought? It would be boring if Rio rushed in, eager to learn that information, and ended up self-destructing. Fan states, looking at Rio without changing her expression. Rio is unsure what expression to make, muttering and They might have read that he would rush in at the start. Then let's let the people from the Suje Kingdom and the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom hear it too. Thus, Lord Protector Kavui Samaru of the Suje Kingdom and Bandersh from the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom were also called in. Lord Rio, Lord Abel, I apologize. As soon as he arrived, Kavui Samaru bows his head. No, it's not your fault, Lord Protector. It's these two who captured you without permission. Yes, what Rio says is true. However, it was unavoidable to achieve the goal of fighting against the two of them. I suggested that as another method, we could invade Darway's imperial capital and half-destroy the city, which might convince them to fight. I thought this approach was more peaceful. Well, both are unacceptable. Rio denies both Fan's proposal and Lau's counter-proposal. It's not appropriate to trouble others as a working adult. But we aren't human. That's true, then it can't be helped. Yeah, it can't be helped. Is that really the case? Lau, Rio, Fan, is something off here. Only Abel shakes his head slightly. To put it bluntly, the Chwauchi Empire intends to swallow all the eastern nations. That's a bold statement. The ultimate goal is world domination. Oh, that's a bold statement? Rio is taken aback by Lau's explanation. World domination. That is the dream of the great kings. Since they were born into this world, it's a dream they should aim for at least once. It seems there is a leader filled with ambition to rival Abel. Yeah, let's be careful with expressions that could lead to misunderstandings. There are powerful figures from various nations around us. Rio and Abel's conversation is exchanged in hushed tones. After all, it's not known that Abel equals King Abel I. However, Abel realizes, does that mean world domination isn't limited to just the eastern nations? Exactly, it also includes the central nations. Seriously, but then he quickly returns to his thoughts. Lau, why do they want to conquer the eastern nations, or rather the world? I don't know well about that. What, even so, you're so certain about their aims? That's right. How can you say that? Fan and I can learn a lot about what's happening in the eastern nations as long as we're at sea. Lau answers Abel's question. Beside him, Fan nods in agreement. The abilities of non-human beings are incomprehensible to humans. May I ask a straightforward question? Kavui Samaru asks Lau. Of course, Lau nods. Regarding this matter, I must report to Her Majesty the Queen when we return to our country. At that time, I need to disclose the source of the information. Can I say it's from the ghost ship Ruri? No problem. In that case, I'll have to explain that the ghost ship Ruri is entirely different from other ghost ships. Frankly, I'm not sure if my report will even be accepted. As Lord Protector, you hold a very high position, right? Second in power to the king. Even so, will it not be accepted? There is a possibility. Kavui Samaru asks directly, his gaze firmly fixed on Lau. Sorry, but that's something you'll have to put in the effort for. Since it's troublesome information, it's better to act somehow. That's right, Lord Protector. It's agreed that the Chwauchi Empire is troublesome due to the phantoms, right? Yeah, I heard that while I was captured. It seems there was such a discussion. The number of phantoms the Chwauchi Empire has is staggering. That's why they likely have a high chance of easily crushing human resistance. A staggering number? Rio inquires. Yeah, around 100,000 or so. What? Those phantoms amount to 100,000? Honestly, Rio can't grasp the meaning of that number. Abel next to him and Admiral Mayan both look dumbfounded. So that's why I'm sharing this now. There are actually different types among the phantoms. But still, I think it's better to do something about it. Honestly, we don't care what happens to human nations. We don't care if the phantoms try to conquer the world. However, you, Rio, and Abel will have troubles, right? I imagine Admiral Mayan from Darway will also have difficulties. That's why I'm telling you. Lao, you liar, Fan mutters in response to Lao's explanation. Hey, Fan, Lao dislikes phantoms. He had various experiences in the past. You dislike phantoms too. Yeah, I also dislike them. It seems the two from Ruri shared this information due to their personal grievances. Of course, that adds credibility to their claims. Even for the superpower Darway, stopping their southward movement alone is not easy. That's right. The southward movement won't happen immediately. However, there isn't much time left. Lao nods in agreement with Admiral Mayan's statement. Shouldn't we inform the Duchy of Atinjo as well? No, that's unnecessary. Why not? Those two already know. Therefore, we have been moving the country based on that premise. Lao answers Rio's question. In response, Rio and Abel exchange silent glances, and then they nod. The two Lao refers to are the phantoms from the Duchy of Atinjo, the Duke himself and his brother, Duke Helb. They were aware of the phantoms coming down from the north, so they gathered strength by annexing the Jejishlu Federation and the free city of Kubevasa. We need to return to our country as quickly as possible. The president of the Aegakyu Trading Company, Bandersh, who had been silent all along, reaches a conclusion. In response, Lord Protector Kavyui Samaru nods. The fleet of the Suje Kingdom and the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom can depart. Suddenly, Lao grants permission. Is that all right? Abel questions suspiciously. Don't you want to return quickly to devise countermeasures? The Darway fleet is fine too, right? I will use a fast ship to report to the Imperial capital. I will stay here until the end. Admiral Mayan says this and begins directing his subordinates who were waiting behind him. They said they would inform us if we win. Fan said it was okay to convey that. Then there's no need to fight just for that. Yeah, if Rio becomes a skeleton, then there's no need to fight. Yes, I will fight to avoid becoming a skeleton. Indeed, Fan wants to turn Rio into a skeleton. She has wanted that ever since the previous battle on the ghost ship. Speaking of which, this time it's an island, but what about the ghost ship? It's underwater. What about the people on it breathing? Skeletons don't breathe. I see. That's convenient. Right, so Rio can. I'll pass. After a hurried farewell, the fleets of the Suje Kingdom and the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom departed from the island. Additionally, two fast ships from the Darway detached fleet set off towards the Imperial capital. These movements would lead to the first actions taken in the eastern nations, something Rio surely never anticipated. Left on the island were Lao, Fan, Rio, Abel, Admiral Mayan, and 9 of his subordinates. Well then, with this the two can enjoy the battle without worries. No, I've never enjoyed fighting. Rio is a liar. He tells lies with a serious face. Lao laughs while denying Rio's statement, a confident denial. Abel, please tell him Rio is a serious, kind, and inept mage at fighting. I'm not a liar like Rio, I can't say such things. Traitor. Well then, Rio, shall we? I suppose we have no choice. Let's see how far a mage without magic can fight again. Fan cheerfully suggests, while Rio shrugs in resignation. The curtain is about to rise on their second battle. I'm going, please go ahead. The next moment the sword fight began, Fan's offense and Rio's defense. As expected, it was as anticipated. However, there was something unexpected. Too fast, Rio screamed in his mind. Too heavy. Once again, Rio shouted in his heart. Fan's sword was too fast and, moreover, too heavy. He had expected Fan to be stronger compared to their last encounter. But this was clearly beyond his expectations. This is way too different from before. Rio couldn't help but complain. If it were the same as before, you wouldn't win, would you? No, at the previous stage, it was already quite dangerous. Fan tilted his head, and Rio frowned in response. I worked hard to turn Rio into a skeleton. You don't need to work that hard. You want blue bones, right? Don't worry, I'll make sure they look nice. No, I said I don't want to become a skeleton. The pressure on Rio was immense. It seemed that the sword fight would be quite severe. To think it would come to this is truly a battle of non-humans. Admiral Mayan muttered as he watched the two fight. If we don't intervene, Lord Rondo will be killed. Don't do it. Abel stopped Admiral Mayan. That's a fight between those two. We cannot interfere. But, besides, Lao over there wouldn't allow it, Abel said. The moment you try to intervene, I'll chop you all into pieces, Lao said, seemingly uninterested. Nobody knew if he really intended to do that, but it was certain that if they disturbed the sword fight, he would get angry. Even if they weren't in perfect condition, everyone except Abel would undoubtedly be instantly killed. The difference in ability was that great. To do that without magic is quite something. I can tell even without being involved. Abel spoke to no one in particular. Rio can't use magic. If he does, everything will be taken over by Fan. That's right, but Fan can use magic freely. Since they're both using the same water attribute, it really is the worst opponent for Rio. A mage greater than Lord Rondo? Lao responded to Abel's words, causing Admiral Mayan to be surprised. From what Admiral Mayan heard, Rio was a water attribute mage on par with Lord Rowan, one of the 6 saints. Was he facing a mage who surpassed that? No, Admiral Mayan, these two may look like this, but they're not human. They're what you would call monsters. Abel pointed out Admiral Mayan's misunderstanding. Well, it depends on how we define monsters, but from a human's perspective, they are certainly a type of monster. Lau laughed as he responded. Monsters? It seemed Admiral Mayan didn't quite understand. He frowned. Rio mentioned your true nature. That's why it's impossible for you to surpass in magical control. Oh, do we know what we are? Lau squinted and asked. Yeah, you're dragons, right? And you're dragon kings, Abel stated clearly. As expected, that's correct, Lau nodded. At that moment, Admiral Mayan and his subordinates froze with their mouths agape. Watching these frozen expressions, Abel continued speaking. Could it be that even in the Eastern nations, dragons are already legendary beings? Well, yes, the image of dragons that people conjure in their minds hasn't appeared in hundreds of years. Are there few of them? We, the Azure Dragons, consist of only me and Fan. Hey, both of us are dragon kings. Seriously? Abel was shocked by this sudden revelation. Ordinary humans live their lives without ever encountering a dragon. Yet Rio has met two and Abel has met one. It's abnormal. Lau burst into laughter at that, coughing and chuckling. It seems Rio has the mark of ruin. Could it be I also? Ah, both of you have met Nur's, right? There's a minuscule trace of Nur's mark on you. When did that happen? The mark of a dragon king is like a smell. When you touch an animal, it leaves a scent, right? It's the same. The only difference is that the mark attaches to the soul, not your hands or clothes. That feels quite different. Abel tilted his head at Lau's explanation. He couldn't believe that the scent on his hands was the same as one on the soul. But then he thought, if the two before him were indeed dragon kings, then that means, did Lau and Fan's scent also stick to us? Ah, no, that hasn't stuck. Is that so? Why not? Because this body isn't the real one. Speaking of which, you mentioned before that you wanted to fight in your main body. After their last fight, Fan had said that. With my real body, it wouldn't even be a competition. I feel bad for you too. Yeah, that's to be expected. Abel recalled Nurs, whom he met in the Golden City. If he were to make an enemy of such an existence, it would not even be a matter of fighting. He might die just from a breath. The difference felt that significant. Everything was too different between humans and dragons. However, these Azure Dragons seemed to enjoy fighting other races. Were they using the vessel for that purpose? Last time I understood that I couldn't win with this vessel. So this time I was going to put more contents into it. Fan succeeded, but Lau seems to have failed and ended up like that. Yeah, sorry I couldn't fight you, Abel. No, I don't mind at all. In fact, I'm glad I could gain information without having to fight. Don't say things you don't mean. Lau said with a laugh, and Abel looked back at him, not understanding the meaning. No one would believe a human wielding X would say they were glad not to fight. Even if you say that, this magic sword, was it X? Is it really that dangerous? With those pure eyes, you're making me feel like my understanding is wrong. Lau chuckled wryly. X was Richard's sword. Oh, I had a feeling it might be something like that. Even Abel had considered at least that much. Richard, King Richard, known as the Restorer of the Natore Kingdom. Just to confirm, Abel is a descendant of Richard, right? That's correct. Abel answered while looking at Admiral Mayan and his subordinates beside him. They were all frozen in shock. To put it simply, they were standing there, fainted. I figured they didn't want to hear certain things, so I knocked them out. That's quite a hassle. Don't worry about it. Now about X. It shouldn't be usable by anyone other than Richard. It can't be used. What do you mean? I've only heard it briefly, but it seems that if a disliked person wields it, it becomes extremely heavy and impossible to move. X? Seriously? Abel drew his beloved sword from its sheath and looked at it. As usual, it glowed red. I've never heard such a story about a magic sword. Who said it becomes heavy and unmovable? Of course it was Richard. I see. Since Lau wasn't glowing blue like last time and appeared human, Abel sometimes mistakenly thought he was human as well. But yes, he was a dragon king, an existence that lives for hundreds of thousands of years, completely different from humans. Perhaps that X glows red like a magic sword, but I don't think it's a typical magic sword. Huh. I don't understand. Well, you'll understand when the time comes. For now, the fact that Abel can wield it means X acknowledges you as a temporary master. Temporary, huh? I need to work harder to be properly recognized then. Saying this, Abel gently tapped his beloved sword and returned it to its sheath. Humans have a short time given to them. It's tough. Well, from the perspective of dragons. Still, there are some who can fight even without their main body. Rio, in particular, seems to be the epitome of effort. That's true. Well, to be honest, I don't know if Rio is really human. Lau's latter words were too soft for Abel to hear. While Abel and Lau were having such a conversation, Rio and Fan's sword fight continued. Last time during the sword fight, Rio had become covered in wounds. But this time, clang, 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 high-pitched sounds echoed. The small ice projectiles launched by Fan during the sword fight clashed against something, creating a bouncing sound. Impressive, Ryo. You're generating an ice membrane right at the moment of impact and then carefully erasing it. If I erase it before it's taken, it won't be taken. That's quite philosophical. I don't really understand what you mean. Fan said this with admiration, while Ryo only explained the facts, not comprehending the philosophical aspect. Generating when needed and erasing when no longer necessary, doing the most basic things with care. Ryo believed that was the essence of his actions, so he decided to carry it out faithfully. However, with a muffled voice, Ryo was suddenly blown away. To Ryo, it felt like he was unexpectedly tossed aside, but for those watching from a distance, it was clear what had happened. A huge ice pillar suddenly formed and crashed into Ryo's abdomen, sending him flying. Mass-based attacks are quite strong. The one receiving it can only utilize their inertia equivalent to their weight, but the one attacking with magic can add speed. This world is absurd. Don't use terms like shitsuryu or kansei, words like Ryo's. Huh, is that so? Didn't you learn those at the castle, Abel? I didn't learn them. Abel shook his head honestly. Eventually, everyone will start using terms like that. Is that so? Lau said nonchalantly, and Abel frowned. I was suddenly blown away. At that moment, did you absorb the shock with a mass of water as you crashed into that large tree behind you? You understood that well. Lau often does that. He called it butsuri. Huh, physics. Ryo's eyes widened in surprise at the remarkable word that mixed in with Fan's speech. He wanted to glance at Lau, who was looking this way with Abel, but Fan didn't allow him that leisure. Clang, clang. Ryo deflected Fan's consecutive strikes. Naturally, since the sword was swung with non-human strength, he wanted to avoid receiving it with Murakumo directly, though Murakumo wouldn't break. If he continued to take the hits, Ryo's arm would give out. That said, Ryo always wondered. Murakumo was a sword that generated ice blades through water attribute magic, but it was usable even in a magic nullification space. Moreover, it seemed that Fan couldn't take control of it either. Since that was the case, he decided to ask. This Murakumo. It's an ice sword, but you can't take control of it, can you, Fan? Control? Oh, right, erasing it or claiming it as your own. Yeah, I can't do that. This was usable even in a magic nullification space, so why is that? Who knows? The best way would be to ask the one who gave it to you directly, right? The master who gave this to me doesn't have a head, so he can't speak. At Ryo's words, Fan's eyes widened in surprise. It felt like he saw Fan, who rarely changed expressions, change his demeanor for the first time. That guy? The one who gave Ryo that sword, it's the Water Fairy King, right? The same one who gave you that robe and boots. Yes, that's correct. He can't speak because he doesn't have a head? Yes, I've never talked to him. That guy really is unusual. It's incomprehensible. Fan shook his head slightly. It seems it was incomprehensible to him. For Ryo, everything was incomprehensible, though. In any case, the overwhelmingly disadvantaged situation remained unchanged. I remember the Alba residence. What came to Ryo's mind was the battle at Duke Alba's residence in Twilight Land. The sword fight in the magic nullification space. The opponent was one of the finest swordsmen in the land, or rather, one of the finest vampires, overpowered in strength and speed and matched in skill. Back then, my endurance saved me. The opponent panicked because Ryo wouldn't crumble, regardless of how long it took. But this time, he couldn't expect that, because Fan was an opponent he had already beaten once. Anyone would hesitate to forcefully attack someone who had previously beaten them, even if they seemed to be crumbling. After all, they knew the opponent was strong. Rather, they would hesitate to go in for the kill even if it seemed like there was an opening. They might suspect it was a trap. Losing often leaves such psychological scars that linger. I hope I can take advantage of that. Yes, the one point where Ryo had the advantage over Fan was simply that he had won once before. That was all there was to it. How could he take advantage of such psychological scars? If most factors were evenly matched, perhaps it could have been made evident through psychological manipulation. Taking away the opponent's calmness was the most basic of basics in human combat. The words Ryo often repeats. However, with such a difference in strength and speed, it wasn't so easy. Fan understood that there was such a gap. He comprehended Ryo's strength and speed from their last encounter. On top of that, he had prepared to surpass it. The results were clearly evident. He couldn't surpass Ryo with swords. He couldn't surpass him with magic. Then, yes, there was only one option left. Come forth, USS Neil Anderson. At Ryo's voice, the knife sheath glowed faintly. It was the light of alchemy. An ice submarine appeared behind Fan, confronting Ryo. At that moment, Fan's attention began to turn towards his back. Of course, he had seen the sheath glow. He understood that alchemy had been applied, and he sensed that something had formed behind him. Thus, it was impossible for him to keep all his senses directed at Ryo. The weight of past defeat, the psychological scar, compelled him to check behind. Strike there. The creation of USS Neil Anderson was a decoy, a distraction to subtly divert Fan's focus from Ryo. The moment Fan attempted to check behind him, Ryo lowered his body and lunged forward. Murakumo struck at Fan from below with an upward trajectory. The path aimed to cleave Fan's torso in two. However, Fan inserted his left hand, causing Murakumo's trajectory to deviate. Fan's left arm was severed, but that was not the issue. Fan rolled sideways, leaning forward, and thrust the sword he held with one hand into the front, towards the front, where Ryo was. Ryo was charging towards Fan's sword immediately after the attack. Rather, he was rushing towards Fan's sword himself. It was too close to dodge. Fan's sword pierced into Ryo's left shoulder, gouging as it turned his body. From the shoulder down, Ryo's left arm was rendered useless. It doesn't matter. Deploy. Dynamic steam mine II. Mark 256 torpedoes, 32 launched from the bow. Fire. In response to Ryo's voice, the bow of the USS Neil Anderson opened, and the torpedoes were launched. Fan rolled and dove forward, creating distance from the USS Neil Anderson that appeared behind him, but 32 torpedoes were fired, tracking him. Freeze. Understanding they were generated by alchemy, Fan instantly gave up on taking control of all the torpedoes and began to freeze them. However, that was also a trap. Where Fan had dove to create distance from the USS Neil Anderson was a clustered formation of dynamic steam mine II generated by alchemy. The moment his body made contact, the mines triggered a chain reaction, and Fan was frozen. These are ice generated by alchemy. Even Fan can't take control of it. Despite sustaining a serious injury to his left shoulder, Ryo had managed to encase Fan in ice. Unbelievable, Fi getting frozen in ice, Lau muttered with his eyes wide open. This was only natural. The two of them were azure dragons, the Dragon King. You could even say they were the pinnacle of water attribute monsters. And yet being frozen in ice? Certainly it wasn't the dragon's true form. However, it should be impossible, yet the reality was that Fi was frozen in ice. If it were the body of the dragon itself, it could easily break the ice and come out using brute force without relying on magic. But right now, it was impossible with the body being used as a vessel. While it was sturdier than an ordinary human, it was still incomparable to a dragon's body. "Can I consider this my victory?" Ryo quietly asked. The conditions for victory were not clearly defined. Killing the opponent would mean victory. Surrendering would also count as a win. However, if the opponent was trapped in ice, it would be impossible to confirm. In that case, he should ask his partner, who could be considered a witness. "I acknowledge it, Ryo's victory," Lau clearly stated. Upon hearing those words, Ryo began to thaw the coffin of ice and simultaneously drank a potion. His left shoulder and left arm were restored. It seemed it was not judged as a limb severed. Then he cautiously looked at the thawed contents, because there was a possibility that Fi might be angry. As Ryo had told Abel, Lau and Fi believed themselves to be the Dragon King. Moreover, they were water attribute dragons. They were the apex of water attribute monsters. Naturally, they were different from humans in every way. So up until now, they probably had no experience of being frozen in ice. And yet, Fi had been caught off guard and frozen. He might be furious. Fi emerged from the ice. His expression was still wide-eyed in surprise. Then he looked around and found Ryo. He ran towards Ryo. Ryo tensed his body. "That was amazing, Ryo!" Fi exclaimed as he wrapped his arms around Ryo's waist and lifted him up high. "What?" Ryo was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. "I never thought you would get frozen in ice." Even during the battle, Fi hardly changed his expression, but now he was smiling and shouting. Watching this, Lau shrugged. It's been a while since Fi was that happy. Even during the fight, he hardly shows any emotion, Abel pointed out. True, still, he is happy in his own way. However, to see him break into a wide smile like this is quite rare, Lau also smiled. "Ryo should join my personal guard and fight every day, not just the blue bones, but I'll even make you a cape." "No, why would it turn out like that? Don't you want to have this amazing battle every day?" "I'll pass. I can't handle it mentally. If you become a skeleton, you wouldn't have to worry about mental strain, right? That's not the issue." Fi enthusiastically encouraged Ryo to become a skeleton more than ever. Of course, Ryo continued to decline. "You mentioned before that the reason you don't want to become a skeleton is that you wouldn't be able to eat cake." "Ah, I do seem to remember saying that. Then let's try making a skeleton that can taste cake." "Huh, if that's the case, you wouldn't have any resistance to becoming a skeleton." Is that even possible? I don't know." A skeleton enjoying food. Where would the food they ate go, considering they had no organs? Because I won, Ryo is now even more attached to me. "Why are you looking at me with such pity?" "No, not at all." In response to Ryo's protest, Abel averted his gaze. The positions had switched compared to usual. Why do Leonor and Phi insist on fighting me? Being popular is tough. See, you're doing that look again, Rio protested again. The world doesn't always go as planned. Since it's a sword fight, Abel should definitely handle it. But in the end, that was alchemy, right? If the enemy comes in, it will automatically freeze them using a magic-based version of the steam mine. That's right, dynamic steam mine II. I crafted that through alchemy and engraved it into the sheath. Rio seemed confident about this and explained it proudly. You mentioned that items generated through alchemy can't be stolen. Like when we were on the USS Neil Anderson. Exactly. As expected of Abel, you remember well. It was quite shocking after all, so that means it's effective even against the Dragon King? That's correct. At that, Abel realized something. Rio's water attribute magic is incredible, but does that mean it's possible to freeze Rio using alchemy as well? Logically that follows. That is. It seemed he had never considered that possibility until now. After a moment of being at a loss for words, he admitted it. That would indeed be the case, he frowned. It seemed he imagined being trapped in a trap and frozen in alchemy's ice. From now on, I need to think of counters not just for magic, but also for alchemy. The heights of alchemy were still far ahead. Lao and Phi, who had been talking a little distance away, approached. Thanks for playing along. I'd prefer not to engage in life-threatening games, though. Rio answered honestly to Lao's words. For these two, it was just a game, but for humans, it was a matter of life and death. That said, there's nothing we can do about racial traits. Isn't there any rectification of racial disparities? Instead, let's strike a deal where I give you something good. It's better to receive something than to get nothing at all. Rio accepted Lao's proposal. When told they would get something good where he had no expectations, he felt he should take it. Even if he refused, he wouldn't gain anything. After this, he would only be forced into asymmetric battles. On their side, losing wouldn't be a big deal, but on his side, losing would mean death. In that case, he should take whatever he could get. I want something really good. You are quite straightforward with your desires, Rio insisted, and Abel shook his head. Since it was a battle where my life was on the line, I should receive something worthy of that. Well, if you win, I'll give you information regarding Darway. That was something I promised before it started. That is true. Rio was at a loss for words at Abel's calm remark. That was indeed the case. Right, I want something good. What would qualify as something good? How about bones? I can give you both white and blue bones. I'm not a dog. Lao pondered with a tilted head while Phi made what seemed like a straightforward suggestion, which Rio rejected. So then something cliché, like a country, money, or beauties. If it's the Eastern nations, I could kill a member of royalty and give you the spoils right away. No, why do you suggest something like a demon? Rio rejected their suggestions again. Did those demons make such offers to you too? I don't like them, but they have a good eye, don't they? Even though they are not someone to respect, they do have the eye to see good things. Why do you have a rival-like position, recognizing the strength of an enemy? To Lao and Phi, demons were a foe, but also a kind of rival. The fight between dragons and demons that Rio had heard from King Nurs in the Golden City resurfaced in his mind. It was said to be a battle where both sides fought with all their might. Rio shook his head slightly. A rivalry forged through fighting to the max? What is this, a cliché plot from a shonen manga? Rio's muttering went unheard by anyone. If it's not bones or a country, then I don't think we have anything we can offer. It's tough, isn't it, people? We live in the sea while humans live on land, so there are various differences. Lao and Phi were conversing. It seemed the two were seriously thinking of something to give Rio. Rio suddenly recalled something and asked. In the archipelago sea region, sea monsters were heading from the north to the south, but what was that about? Yes, he had encountered a horde of krakens. That's the doing of the phantoms. Their movements caused the monsters in the north to flee. Why's that? Phantoms capture and utilize monsters, you know that, right? Oh, now that you mention it. Rio nodded at Lao's question. Abel next to him also nodded. In Tiger Mountain and the Green Villa Plain, the phantoms had been leading monsters. They tried to do the same with the sea monsters. Can they control sea monsters too? No, they can't. That's a relief. Rio felt a genuine sense of relief. If a horde of krakens were controlled and coming towards them, it would be a disaster for the Darway fleet. Even on the USS Neil Anderson, it would be difficult to win against a horde of krakens, even if just one was manageable. Of course, he planned to fight and eventually defeat them, but there was simply too much to do. However, the sorcery used to control them is something sea monsters hate. That's why, when used on a large scale, everyone fled south. Just a simple question, but do monsters not flee from you, Lao and Phi? What do you mean? Not understanding Rio's question, Lao tilted his head and asked back. Phi was also tilting his head. No, I mean, if it's a monster as frightening as the Dragon King, wouldn't they flee? No, they wouldn't. We don't harm them. Huh. You don't eat them? We don't. Rio was surprised and asked, and Phi nodded in response. Dragons don't need to eat monsters or animals in the first place. What? Lau's words astonished Rio, because doesn't our neighbor, Mr. Ruin, and the dragons under him love meat? Yes, they loved monster meat. Especially, Rio thought the combination of meat flavored with spices and rice balls was the best. Ah, Ruin is just a hedonist. Huh, they can live without eating, but he just likes to eat. People can live without eating sweets, but those who love sweets eat them. That's probably what it was. I didn't know that. That's why those crimson dragons reside in Rondo, where there are no people. Such a deep reason. Is it deep? Rio nodded solemnly, but Abel, who was listening beside him, seemed unable to agree. Everyone is different is a phrase that is quite handy. Rio returned to the topic. If we attach something that those sorcerers dislike to the ship, could we make it a ship that wouldn't be attacked at sea? Rio's words surprised Abel the most. You were thinking of that? Yes, didn't I mention it before? In the Western nations, a magic formula for sea monster repellent was developed. It's said to be quite effective. You did mention that. But honestly, I'm not sure if it would be effective against Krakens. Exactly. But if it's that sorcerer, for instance, if it were a talisman like a talisman, if we stick it to the ship, wouldn't it go unassailed? Rio spoke proudly. He seemed to think it was quite a good idea himself. However, I wouldn't recommend that. Lao frowned. Phi next to him also frowned. It seemed the Azure Dragon Kings did not see it as a good proposal. Certainly, while Krakens generally flee, Megalodons attack fiercely. Megalodon? I just remembered a shark that was about 20 meters long from long ago. At Lao's explanation, Abel tilted his head, while Rio answered from memories of Earth. The giant shark said to have lived in the ocean from millions to tens of millions of years ago. Could it still exist in this Phi? A big shark, huh? Well, it is a monster, but the appearance is generally right. The really big ones can be about 50 meters long. Lao answered while picturing it in his mind, and Phi spread his arms wide to express how big it was. It seemed there were monsters in the ocean even scarier than Krakens. It was indeed a world that humans should not enter. After much discussion, they seemed to settle on jewelry. For now here, Lao handed over a surprisingly blue orb roughly the size of a fist. This isn't a magic stone, is it? Just a regular gem? Oh, but it's not a stone, huh? Not a stone? Rio tilted his head at Phi's words. If it's not a magic stone, then isn't it a gem? It's the tears of the blue dragon. Dragon drop. A gem created from dragons that appears in many stories around the world. Does it have any effects? No, it doesn't. Oh, okay. Rio felt a letdown from Lao's one-liner. What did you want something with effects? Not really. Then how about this? Akasha that annihilates all terrestrial life. No, that's fine. He didn't want anything that dangerous. I'll take this dragon drop. Tears of the blue dragon. As Rio declared that, Lao and Phi nodded happily. However, Rio felt he needed to say one thing here. Just please don't cause trouble for others. Huh, like taking hostages or destroying half the town to lure me out, please refrain from that. Understood. Then if I want to fight, I'll go directly to Rio. Oh yes, well that's... Even as he envisioned an unsettling scene in his mind from Phi's words, Rio reluctantly nodded. After this, I'll head to the city of Darway and challenge Rio to a fight. Multiple fights are problematic. Rio clearly stated in response to Phi's words. He had to say it clearly here or it would become a serious problem. Got it, I'll take a day off tomorrow. No, that won't do. Understood, a week off next week. No, that won't do. Understood, a month later next month. Please give me a little more time. As a result of their back-and-forth negotiations, it was decided that they would take 6 months. I'll train hard for 6 months. I might train until then too. Phi and Lao said such things as they left. Abel, I'm really tired. Seems like it. You're saying that as if it's someone else's problem, but you'll be fighting Lao next, right? Yeah. That is true. I feel like we are doing something wrong, don't you think? What a coincidence. I think so too. I absolutely feel like something is wrong on a level of fate or destiny. What is destiny? What is fate? The two of them continued to search for an answer that could not be found. What a shame. And starting tomorrow, what unfolded in the Imperial capital without Rio and Abel? On the afternoon of the day, Ryan and the others departed from the Imperial capital. Unsettling news arrived at the Imperial Palace from the northern region. Peiyu Nation is advancing southward. Peiyu is a nation located to the north of Darway. To the further north of Peiyu, there seems to be the Chawauchi Empire, which had become a topic of concern recently. Peiyu is attacking us. Is it not a false report? Upon receiving the news, Emperor Tsuin confirmed with Prime Minister Byung. This was only natural. The power ratio between the two nations is said to be between 20-1 and 30-1. If they were to attack from Darway, it would be one thing, but there is no reason for the overwhelmingly disadvantaged Peiyu side to invade Darway. Moreover, the relationship between the two nations is not that bad at present. The king of Peiyu ascended to the throne 10 years ago, and since then, he has been paying tribute to Darway. Darway has also been sending food, especially rice, more than what they received, so there is no reason for a conflict. It seems that 5,000 troops from Peiyu are descending and attacking our cities. That makes no sense. Emperor Tsuin shook his head slightly. Nevertheless, they couldn't afford to do nothing. That same day, an imperial decree was issued to His Highness Ryan, the sixth prince. He was ordered to lead 10,000 troops from the Forbidden Army to repel the Peiyu forces. The night before Ryan was to depart, in the Kuri princely residence. There His Highness Kuri, the second prince, and Lord Rowan were drinking coffee. It seems it was your Highness Kuri who recommended Ryan for the counteroffensive against Peiyu. Indeed, Rowan asked with a faint smile, and Prince Kuri responded with a slight smile as well. Why is that? Up until now, the repulsion of external enemies has been recommended with Prince Shure, a warrior, aside from you. If it's a prince who can use the Forbidden Army, there shouldn't be a chance of losing. That means it's a golden opportunity to accumulate achievements. This time as well, Ryan, leading 10,000 from the Forbidden Army, shouldn't lose. Yes, Ryan will likely win. If not, it would be problematic. He is a necessary talent for the future of Darway. It would be troubling if he were to die here. Then why? Rowan was about to ask that when he suddenly tilted his head as if realizing something, and then immediately became convinced. Is the aim to distance Prince Ryan from the Ryan princely residence? At Rowan's words, Prince Kuri said nothing, simply drinking his coffee with a faint smile. Now, with Duke Rondo of the nearby Rondo mansion moving south, and if Prince Ryan goes north, the Ryan princely residence will still have some forces left, but compared to usual, it will be surprisingly weak. There you anticipate that Prince Bin will take action. Day by day, the fourth prince, Prince Bin, is said to be losing his normal judgment. His hatred is directed at Prince Ryan, if Prince Ryan's family is left defenseless right in front of him. For example, there is a high possibility that the remaining second-rank adventurers will be sent to attack. But why? Why would they attack the Ryan princely residence in such a state? Rowan posed the biggest question to Prince Kuri, who remained silent. Still smiling faintly, Prince Kuri opened his mouth. As I mentioned earlier, Ryan is an essential person for the future of Darway. A talent like him is rare. However, in the past month, he has become stronger than expected. Stronger than expected? Rowan tilted his head at Prince Kuri's words. Yes, his heart has become too strong. At this rate, it will be difficult to maneuver him for my purposes. Prince Kuri maintained a smile, but Rowan could see a sharp glint in his eyes. Something beyond Kuri's expectations had happened. That is, he had become too strong. This is a very rare occurrence. Why has he become so strong? It is people who strengthen the heart. Prince Kuri answered Rowan's question somewhat indirectly. In other words, due to someone around Prince Ryan, his heart has grown stronger than expected. If that person is someone he trusts that much, it must be Chief Chamberlain Rinshun, but he has always been with the prince. In the last month, I see, it must be Princess Xiaofen. Yes, Princess Xiaofen, I have no personal acquaintance with her, but is that so? Yes, she is a remarkable woman. In another era, she would be an empress. Ho! It is rare for Prince Kuri to praise someone to this extent. Thus, Lord Rowan was surprised, and he continued speaking. Therefore, it is best to eliminate her now. In response, Prince Kuri said nothing. However, he seemed to have something to say to Lord Rowan. Lord Rowan, your disciple seems to remain at the princely residence. However, I would like you to refrain from offering advice regarding this matter. Is it Rao? He is a capable individual, but it can't be helped, I suppose. Yes, I acknowledge his capability. Well, if he dies now, then he was just someone of that level. Lord Rowan shrugged and finished his coffee. A few days after Ryan led the expeditionary army leaving the imperial capital, late at night, Princess Xiaofen, who had been sleeping, was awakened by the sound of bells. Immediately, her maid Mifa entered the room. Princess Xiao, the princely residence is under attack. Please put this on. Princess Xiaofen donned the cloak handed to her by Mifa. Furthermore, Captain Bidges of the Princess's Guard and Captain Ryo of the Prince's Imperial Guard burst into the room. Bang, 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 bang. The loud sound of bells rang clearly. What is happening? It's the defensive alchemy tools we set up. We're under enemy attack. Princess Xiaofen furrowed her brows and Ryo responded. Both Bidges and Mifa were calmly managing the situation, but they were surprised. It was only natural to be surprised. This was the Ryan princely residence. To attack the prince's residence was something that should not happen. However, since His Highness Ryan has taken the troops and equipment with him, we are indeed a bit more vulnerable than usual. Princess Xiaofen, who was in charge of the residence in the absence of Prince Ryan, pointed out in a calm voice. Princess, please move to the shelter. Understood. Princess Xiaofen accepted Captain Ryo's words without questioning them. It was the best course of action to take. The shelter was a safe area protected by the hardest walls and doors. If described in modern Earth terms, it would be like a panic room. A room to escape to when a house is attacked by burglars to buy time until the police arrive. The shelter is also a building meant for the targeted individuals to escape to and secure safety. This way, Captain Bidges, the captain of the princess's guard, led the way, followed by Princess Xiaofen and lastly Maid Mifa. The maids who had been waiting outside the room surrounded them as they moved. "Those two will be fine," Captain Ryle murmured quietly as he ran toward the main gate. "What is the situation?" As soon as he reached the main gate, Captain Ryle began assessing the situation. However, he realized before he could get an answer, this was quite bad. "Captain, at this rate we won't last long. There are too many enemies," the subordinate magic cannon firing squad members directly under Ryle reported. They were also reporting while firing magic cannon shots. While their magic was canceling out the enemy's magic, the sheer volume of enemy magic cannon fire was overwhelming. Through the barrage of spells, the gates and walls of the princely residence were damaged. The princely residence is like a small castle. Thus, both the gates and walls have magical defensive mechanisms applied through alchemy, so they cannot be easily breached. Especially now that they are in a combat situation, the magical defense mechanisms are operating at maximum output. However, that does not mean they are invulnerable. If hit by magic cannon fire, they will be chipped away. The areas chipped away by magic will be repaired using the magical power from magic stones. In other words, if they are bombarded repeatedly, eventually the defense mechanisms will run out of magical power and cease to function. That is why the magic cannon firing squad is intercepting the enemy's magic with annihilation, and yet they could still be breached. "What about my bracers?" "Here they are." The magic cannon enhancement bracers developed by Captain Ryle. "Is this the last of them?" "Yes, 20 units all equipped. Even though His Highness left half behind, there are still too many enemies." Captain Ryle murmured regretfully. So far, he had developed 40 units. Half of those had been taken by the expeditionary army led by Prince Ryan. He thought 20 units would suffice. "I misjudged Prince Bin's self-destructive behavior." In Captain Ryle's line of sight were the attackers. Among them, familiar mages were scattered about. All of them belonged to the forces of Prince Bin. In other words, Prince Bin had even sent his own forces to participate in the attack on the Ryan princely residence. Not just the 82nd rank adventurers that had been mentioned. Even if he captures the princely residence, there will be no future for Prince Bin, will there? Yes, everyone understood that. Whether there was evidence or not no longer mattered. They had attacked the princely residence so openly. The emperor would surely be furious. The patrolling guards protecting the imperial capital might not be able to intervene against the princely forces. Thus, this attack might actually succeed. However, there would be no future for Prince Bin or his retainers beyond that. But now, what Captain Ryo needed to do was protect this main gate. The back gate was not structured to allow a large army to pass through. Therefore, it seemed the enemy was not that numerous there. However, if this main gate were to fall, at that moment, a massive army would flood in and occupy the entire princely residence. "I have no choice," Captain Ryo murmured, then chanted, "Moonlight causality." At that moment, the bracelet wrapped around Captain Ryo's right arm emitted a soft light. It was the light of alchemy. The glowing bracelet split into 12, floated into the air, began rotating, and flew forward. Their magic cannon fire from the attackers approached. The 12 moons moved in the air one after another and collided with the magic cannon fire. The magic that collided with the moon turned 180 degrees. It hit back at the attackers. Whoa, as expected of the captain's moon. Even his direct subordinates were astonished to see Captain Ryo's moonlight causality, which was a rare sight. The moon, produced by Captain Ryo's extraordinary alchemy, rebounded the magic cannon fire. "Now quickly drink your mana recovery potions. Get ready." With Captain Ryo's orders, the magic cannon squad began to move. Against Prince Bin's forces, well, how long can we hold out? Captain Ryo's heart was not at ease. What was that just now? Leading the attack was Rinsui, said to be Prince Bin's right arm. He had been reported missing, but in reality, he had just been hiding underground in the Imperial capital. That was for a specific purpose. Having achieved that purpose, he finally returned to the Bin princely residence and was appointed commander of the attacking forces. He had deployed sufficient forces to drop the princely residence, which had split its military strength for the expedition, and had been progressing favorably in the bombardment, but suddenly multiple enemy mages were taken down by their magic cannon fire. It was only natural to be surprised. "Reporting, Captain Ryo has appeared at the enemy's main gate." "I see." Rinsui nodded once he understood. "So that is the rumored moonlight causality, as expected of Lord Rowan's prized disciple. If only Ryo had joined the expeditionary forces, this attack would have been easier. He heard the words of his staff, but Rinsui did not react. The operation had already been planned and was in motion. Captain Ryo's appearance was within expectations. They would simply proceed as planned. Double the magic cannon fire. With this firing density, if we continue to fire this rapidly, Captain Ryo unintentionally muttered. The defending side was overwhelmingly in a disadvantaged position. Even with Captain Ryo's Moonlight Causality activated and all 20 members of the magic cannon firing squad equipped with bracers. Even so, several of the enemy's magic cannon fire pierced through their interception, damaging the gates and walls. Each time they were repaired, the magical power from the magic stones assigned for the magical defensive mechanisms in the princely residence was used, and would soon run out. Once it ran out, the main gate would be breached at once, and the princely residence would be ravaged. Although Princess Shio Fen had been moved to the shelter was protected by a separate system of magic stones from the gate and wall defense mechanisms, but even that was not perfect. Damn, a sudden intense headache struck Captain Ryo, causing him to kneel down involuntarily. "Captain, I'm fine, continue the interception," the cannon squad members called out, but Captain Ryo waved them off. He understood the cause. It was the overuse of Moonlight Causality. Originally, Moonlight Causality was designed to intercept with 6 moons. However, against such a barrage of magic cannon fire, 6 would not suffice. He had judged that and sent out the maximum number of 12 moons possible from the start. Yet, this placed an astonishing burden on his body, causing severe headaches that could lead to unconsciousness. This time he did not lose consciousness, but he could not avoid kneeling. This was the reason he had hesitated to use Moonlight Causality. Captain Ryo frowned at the bleak future if the battle continued as it was. But then, from the depths of the road, 10 blue lights burst forth from the darkness. Gah, moans of agony escaped from the attackers who were struck by spears. Captain Ryo and those defending the main gate were bewildered by what had happened. It seemed as if something had rapidly approached and attacked the attackers. That something pierced through the attackers and rushed toward them again. A golem? Whoever had uttered that was unknown. At the forefront of the group of golems was one with a yellow scarf wrapped around its neck. Friendship-proof no. 2, Captain Ryo muttered in disbelief. Wheels emerged from its legs, allowing it to move at high speed. That mechanism must not have existed before. It may have been hastily added for this occasion. The group of golems, led by Friendship-proof No. 2, had briefly repelled the attacking squad. In an orderly manner behind Friendship-proof No. 2, they were all lined up. Each of them held an ice spear in their right hand, readying it as they seemed to charge again. "Number 2, thank you." At Captain Ryo's words, No. 2 said nothing. However, Captain Ryo understood. That expression was saying, "I'm glad we made it in time. No. 2 and the others, I want you to charge at the enemy mages as you just did to disrupt their formation. At the same time, we will begin our attack with magic cannon fire." The magic cannon squad, desperate in defense, was now preparing to go on the offensive due to the arrival of No. 2 and the others. At that timing, the attacking squad also revealed new mages. No. 2 raised its left hand. That seemed to invigorate the golems of the second squad following behind, and they charged. With No. 2 at the forefront, waving its yellow scarf, the second squad of garden watchers charged in. "All right, we'll launch a magic cannon fire in sync with the charge of Duke Rondo's golem squad," Captain Ryo commanded. "That must be Duke Rondo's. They were wearing that yellow scarf that the captain had mentioned before. I've seen him patting it on the head a few times with a happy expression." Such conversations were exchanged among the magic cannon firing squad. "I will intercept the enemy's cannon fire. Everyone in the magic cannon firing squad, fire at the enemy assault squad." "Understood." All members of the magic cannon firing squad nodded at Captain Ryo's further command. Ahead, the second squad of the golem garden watchers was charging forward. Of course, they were not designed for combat. Considering they were based on rice paddy management golems, that was to be expected. Hence, they couldn't perform the typical combat movements. Bending their knees, lowering their waists to lower their center of gravity, thrusting their arms forward in coordination with their waist rotation to stab with their spears. They could only charge with their spears at the ready. At the right moment, they would thrust their arms forward and stab with their spears, just those 2 actions. However, they possessed a unique characteristic. That was their hardness. They were made of ice generated by Ryo. Naturally, that meant they were incredibly hard. To put it in terms of an ice wall, it would be equivalent to the hardness of 20 layers. Ryo had hoped that their hardness would provide a shield, but they were charging forward with Officer No. 2 at the lead. Moreover, their charging power was surprisingly high. Every magic is being deflected. Even stabbing from the side with a spear doesn't go through. Their spears pierce through anything. The assault squad was thrown into chaos due to the charge from the second squad. From the command post placed at the rear, it was evident that the mages at the front were also in turmoil. What is that? That must be a golem. It's likely from the Rondo mansion. Duke Rondo shouldn't be here. In this assault, it was strictly ordered not to touch the Rondo mansion. Even though the Master Duke Rondo was not present, they could not be sure of what preparations might be there. It was fairly well known that a bard sang of a mage moving golems in the mansion's garden. Many people from the censorate had entered the Rondo mansion and had seen it during their visits. Of course, those from the censorate did not intentionally spread what they saw inside the Rondo mansion to outsiders. However, they might have mentioned it to their families. They might even have let it slip when discussing Duke Rondo with their romantic partners. Others could overhear conversations among the censorate members about the golems in the Rondo mansion. One cannot stop the flow of information. Through various routes, news about the golems of the Rondo mansion had spread to many people. Rio did not particularly intend to keep it a secret, so it was not an issue for him if it spread. The appearance of the golems from the Rondo mansion at this location was unexpected for everyone. They were not supposed to touch the Rondo mansion, yet the golems came and attacked on their own. What is Duke Rondo thinking? Even Rinsui would want to shout that. However, Rio would not want to hear it from those attacking the princely residence. Due to the excessively hard golems, the frontline mages of the assault squad received considerable injuries and could no longer perform a coordinated cannon fire like before. Of course, there were not only mages but also swordsmen and spearmen using halberds, yet they too could not stop the golems' charge. Then, enemy cannon fire, establish a magic barrier. No, just do something about the golems. It was evident from the command post that chaos was reigning. I was planning to bring down the main gate first, but there's no helping it now. Rinsui ordered his aides beside him. Release those adventurers, coordinate with the assassins hidden in the princely residence, and kill Princess Xia Fen. This assault was a race against time. If the patrolling guards protecting the Imperial capital were to appear, they could manage something. With the insignia of the Prince Bin's forces, it would be difficult for them to intervene. However, if the Emperor's forbidden army were to come out, it would be a different story. The difference in capabilities was vast. Everything was different. Prince Bin was already under suspicion from the Emperor. Given such a situation, the Emperor's forbidden army was likely to come out with a clear order for elimination. Reports had reached Rinsui that the assassins, hidden among the supplies brought into the princely residence, were attacking Princess Xia Fen. They were being prevented from entering the shelter. Yet, reports indicated that it was difficult to take Princess Xia Fen's life due to the strength of her guards. Originally, the plan was for the assassins to hold them off while breaking through the main gate, coinciding with the second-rank adventurers assassinating Princess Xia Fen. However, the main gate had not been breached. It was understood that the prince's Imperial Guard led by Captain Ryo was elite. Yet, despite that, they had already dispatched troops for the expedition and received information that their combat strength had significantly decreased, which led to the plans for this assault being made with sufficient caution. Just dealing with Ryo is troublesome enough, but now there's Duke Rondo's golems. If this assault fails, I might just be executed myself, he whispered, making sure no one around could hear. Inside the princely residence, 50 meters to the shelter, Princess Xia Fen and her party were being held up there. Where did the assassins come from? It seems they were hiding within the princely residence beforehand. They managed to bypass Captain Ryo's alchemy. That's remarkable. Even while speaking, Maid Mifa and Captain of the Guard Bidgies did not lower their swords. They had inflicted injuries on the enemy, but none were fatal. This was because the enemies were keeping their distance. What was their aim? Are they holding us back? Are they waiting for the main force to break through the main gate? Both Maid Mifa and Captain of the Guard Bidgies fought while calmly assessing the situation. Centered around these two, a few of the maids and members of the prince's Imperial Guard protected Princess Xia Fen. Though they were being held up, with no assassin rushing in, they had not sustained any fatal injuries. At that moment, Mifa noticed the moonlight being obscured. She instinctively looked up at the sky. Something was floating in the slightly distant sky. What is that? What's wrong? At Mifa's words, Bidgies also looked to the sky. There dozens of shadows reflected the moonlight. Is it enemy reinforcements? From above, both Bidgies and Mifa had not anticipated that. The shadows multiplied rapidly and finally obscured the moon. Are there around 100 of them? Yes. Are they flying on something like kites? Their physical abilities are high. It seemed as though they were attacking using something akin to a glider rather than an aerial assault with a flying ring. That's quite a number. Princess Xia Fen also looked up at the sky and murmured, "However, yes, there's no problem." Princess Xiaofen continued Mifa's words. They were confident the aerial attack would not succeed. The princely residence is a small castle. Moreover, this princely residence was designed by Captain Rao, who is also an alchemist. It even anticipates aerial assaults using the flying ring. Princess Xiaofen murmured. From the time Lion was a prince, the three princes had held a grudge against him. On the contrary, there had even been direct attacks against him. If a prince were to seal him, his life would be in even greater danger. Understanding that, the residence should have been equipped with facilities to prevent such attacks, unless it was something technically challenging. The one in charge was Captain Rao. She was known as the best water attribute mage in Darway and the beloved disciple of Lord Rowan. Despite being only 19 years old, there was no one in Darway who did not know her name as an alchemist. This princely residence, designed to protect the main Prince Lion, had defense capabilities far exceeding the expectations of the assailants. As long as it was in central yellow of Darway with the flying ring, aerial intrusions and assaults were within the scope of anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. A deep bass echoed every second. From the watchtower built at the corner of the princely residence, fireballs were launched into the sky along with the deep bass. Each fireball struck true against the shadows that obscured the sky. With every impact, the shadows ignited in flames. Though they seemed to let out death cries, they could not be heard clearly on the ground. Automatic interception by alchemy? Captain Bidges asked, as if to no one in particular. It seems it was incorporated from the design stage to protect the princely residence even when Captain Rao is away, Princess Xiaofen replied with a faint smile. This was indeed spectacular. As a princess of the Basanta kingdom, Princess Xiaofen had been exposed to the highest-level alchemists and alchemy tools since childhood, but she had never seen such a grand alchemy tool. Rather than saying it's amazing because it's from Darway, we should say it's amazing because it's Captain Rao. You are absolutely right, Mifa nodded at Princess Xiaofen's words. Most of the shadows struck by the fireballs were completely consumed in flames while still in the air, but a few narrowly dodged and caught fire on their kites. Of course, the shadows themselves would fall from the sky, but where they landed. They're falling onto the Rondo Mansion. It looks like they're freezing in the air on the way down. The Rondo Mansion has defense mechanisms that rival this princely residence. Bidges and Mifa exclaimed in surprise, while Princess Xiaofen shook her head slightly. Duke Rondo shouldn't be here. Captain Rao mentioned that Duke Rondo is an incredible alchemist. Yes, while observing the insides of the golem wrapped in Duke Rondo's scarf, even Captain Rao mentioned that there were many parts he couldn't understand. Captain Bidges stated the facts, Princess Xiaofen recalled, and Maid Mifa supplemented the information. There had been an instance where Princess Xiaofen and the others encountered Captain Rao examining the interior of Friendship Proof number 2. At that time, Captain Rao had said with sparkling eyes that there were parts he couldn't understand. He seemed genuinely happy about it. Both of them are amazing alchemists. It's truly a blessing that such individuals are on Lord Lion's side. At Princess Xiaofen's words, Mifa and Bidges nodded vigorously. The individuals who had been encased in ice and fallen onto the Rondo Mansion were gathered in a corner of the garden by the golems of the first squad of the Rondo Mansion's garden watchers, led by Precursor Officer No. 1, and this was a secret known only here. Flying army annihilated. Impossible. The military staff were shocked by the report that reached the command center. It must have been that fireball. Only Rinsui maintained a calm voice, but inside he was gnashing his teeth in frustration. Because of this, I wanted to have the adventurers attack after breaking through the main gate. If that had happened, even if the first few were shot down, we could have suppressed the tower launching fireballs from within and minimized the damage. Yet, the main gate still could not be breached. However, there was a method in mind to break the main gate. While the second-rank adventurers were attacking, preparations were being made in the rear. Rinsui-sama, the Crimson Flame Needle is ready. The long-awaited report arrived, but it was the staff who were surprised by those words. Rinsui-sama, are you really going to use the Crimson Flame Needle? That is a treasure of treasures. If used within the Imperial capital, there will be no excuses. Moreover, in this situation, we may be able to fire it only once. Even now, the staff hesitated. While Rinsui was cursing the staff in his heart, he appeared calm on the surface. The reason the main gate hasn't fallen is solely because of Rao. If there is anything that can pierce Rao's moonlight causality and reach Rao herself, I would like to know. His voice was calm, but even so, the frustration he could not suppress seeped through his words. And naturally, there was no staff member who could answer Rinsui's question. The Crimson Flame Needle is a treasure that has been passed down through the Darway Imperial family for ages. In this case, treasure means something that cannot be replicated by modern humans and causes phenomena that are incomprehensible. The Crimson Flame Needle is a treasure entrusted to Prince Bin by the second Prince Kuri when Bin was sealed. Prince Kuri had been entrusted by the Crown Prince during his lifetime with the management of 3 treasures. They symbolize a certain kind of power. However, with the ascension of the third Prince Shure, one of the 3 treasures was handed over not to the Crown Prince, but by the order of Emperor Tsuin. Furthermore, with the ascension of the 4th Prince Bin, one of the remaining 2 treasures was also handed over by order of Emperor Tsuin, as the Crown Prince had already passed away. Thus, the Crimson Flame Needle was handed over to Prince Bin. However, this only meant it was entrusted for management, and its use was not permitted. It was clearly stated that its use was forbidden. Should he use the entrusted Crimson Flame Needle, there would be no doubt that the trust from the Emperor to Prince Bin would be completely lost. There was no question he would be stripped of his princely status. Moreover, his life would also be in jeopardy. Should he really go that far to defeat the Lion princely residents, or rather Captain Ryo? Among the staff, there were still those who had a semblance of sound judgment. Of course, participating in this attack would not exempt them from any repercussions. Whether they succeeded or failed in the assassination of Princess Shio Fen was irrelevant. They were attacking the princely residence. But they could also argue that they had no choice but to follow the prince's orders. Such defenses would likely be raised. They would undoubtedly be exiled from the imperial capital and stripped of all official titles. However, they also believed that there could be a chance of reinstatement with time. Each of them had their own connections to rely on. Yet, if they used the Crimson Flame Needle and completely drew the Emperor's ire, the possibility of reinstatement would vanish. No one would want to hire a staff member who had incurred the Emperor's wrath. That was the reason why the staff tried to halt the use of the Crimson Flame Needle. Deploy all reserve troops to the front lines. Not just mages and sorcerers, but everyone. Arinsui-sama, make Ryo even busier with her handling. We must ensure that she does not notice we are aiming for the Crimson Flame Needle. But if we do that, our troops will overlap in the line of fire. It will be extremely difficult to aim without hitting our allies. Just pierce through our allies too. Wah! The Crimson Flame Needle pierces everything. It doesn't matter how many people are in between. Brushing aside the staff's concerns, Rinsui's orders were carried out. The enemy's pressure is increasing. The shouting report from the magic cannon firing squad reached Captain Ryo's ears. Hold on, the enemy understands that their time is running out. If we endure this, we will win, Captain Ryo shouted. She had also received reports that they had repelled all those who attempted to attack the princely residence from the sky. Moreover, reports came in that the assassins who had stealthily infiltrated the princely residence had been stalled by Princess Shio Fen and her entourage. Additionally, it was reported that after repelling the aerial attack, the elimination of the assassins was also completed, and Princess Shio Fen, along with Maid Mifa, had entered the shelter. Captain Bidges and the others were likely fortifying the area around the shelter. All that was left was to hold the main gate. However, the increased pressure was considerable. In truth, they had planned to set up fire attribute magic for automatic interception at the gate as well, just like at the tower. If this attack had been delayed by another week, that installation would have been completed. Captain Ryo felt regret. It was no use saying that now. Currently, not only the magic cannon firing squad, but also a part of the Lion princely residence's army was participating in the defense. This was because the enemy's attacks had become quite thick, not only from magic cannon fire, but also in close combat. The paths during the exchange of magic cannon fire were filled with close combat. As a result, the rear of the enemy was completely obscured. In the beginning, the second squad led by Friendship Proof No. 2 had charged at the enemy mages, but now they too were engaged in close combat. Occasionally, they returned just short of the magic cannon firing squad, driving away enemy swordsmen who tried to ambush the firing squad after weaving through the close combat. They charged with their spears. Such simple movements were proving to be quite effective in inflicting damage on the enemy. Even simple movements, if used effectively, can yield significant results. As expected of Duke Rondo, the number of battlefields he has navigated is on a different level from mine. Captain Ryo murmured as she watched Friendship Proof No. 2 and his squad. Of course, Captain Ryo was also familiar with the songs of the Natore Kingdom, such as those sung by the bard, including the song of Duke Rondo. She understood that Duke Rondo was a mage, an alchemist, but also a person of the battlefield. This was also reflected in the movements of Friendship Proof No. 2 and his squad. I couldn't comprehend the recognition system magic formula of No. 2. When Duke Rondo returns, I must ask him to explain it to me properly. Captain Ryo nodded once. But right now they were on the battlefield. She had to concentrate. She was the commander. If she made a mistake in her command, the main gate would be breached. Even if she were to fall, the main gate would be breached. Therefore, she was aware that she was being targeted. The moonlight causality, she had deployed automatically intercepted magic attacks. However, her head throbbed painfully as she was deploying 12 moons, twice the normal amount. She almost dropped to one knee from the pain, yet even in such a state her ability to command calmly was a clear sign that Captain Rao was extraordinary. However, even such an extraordinary person could not perceive an attack targeting her from over 200 meters away amid the intensified close combat. Moreover, if it was an attack that aimed to pierce through even her allies in between. A red light crossed the battlefield. In the next moment, Captain Rao was flung away. As she was thrown, she twisted her body and looked at the person who had flung her away. However, it was not a person. Number 2. Why? Captain Rao was astonished to see a single red beam pierce through the very space she had occupied. She instantly realized it was a clear attack aimed at her. At the same time, she understood that the red light had pierced through the chest of the friendship-proof No. 2 who had flung her away to save her. Number 2. Time in the battlefield came to a halt. The moment something astonishing occurred, human movement froze. However, there were those who did not stop moving. They were not human. They instantaneously detected who had shot their commander and charged forward. The second squad who had lost their captain. That charge was a strike towards the enemy command center. That charge was a strike that would determine the outcome of the battle. That charge was a strike to mourn their fallen captain. Amid all the battles that had ended, there remained a single woman and a golem stopped in motion, pierced through the chest. Number 2. Captain Rao could only repeat that name. Tomorrow, 620 princely residence defense battle. Aftermath will be posted. The day after the princely residence repelled the attackers, Rio and Abel, who had returned from the south, visited the princely residence. They received news at the port that the residence had been attacked. "Are you safe?" "Lord Rondo, thank you." "Yes, we are fine, but—" "We are." Rio tilted his head, not understanding the phrasing of Princess Xiaofen. At that moment, some figures appeared. At the front was Captain Rao, accompanied by 10 ice golems. One of them was pulling a cart. On the cart lay something. "I'm sorry, Lord Rondo." Captain Rao, with red eyes, bowed his head. "Huh!" Rio couldn't grasp the meaning. However, he noticed that Captain Rao was trembling. She was crying with her head down. At that moment, Rio realized something. Beside Captain Rao was the second squad of garden watchers, but the captain of the second squad was missing. "Huh! Where is friendship-proof No. 2? At that point, Rio understood. What lay on the cart was an ice golem. He noticed that the golem on the cart had a yellow scarf wrapped around its neck. "Huh! No way!" The information entering his eyes was processed by his brain. However, his heart refused to accept it. He took a step forward. The information became clearer as it was processed by his brain, but his heart still strongly refused to accept it, just as he took another step forward. His heart finally understood. "Did friendship-proof number 2 help?" "Yes," Rio gently asked, and Captain Rao answered while crying. "It helped me." "Then that's good." Rio replied with a smile. Surely friendship-proof No. 2 thought that it was better to be hurt than let Captain Rao get hurt, and offered itself. Rio deeply bowed to Captain Rao and led the second squad, pulling the cart back to Rondo Mansion. Upon returning to the mansion, they were welcomed by the lined-up golems. It was the first squad of garden watchers led by Precursor Officer number 1. It was as if they were welcoming their comrade, friendship-proof No. 2, who had sacrificed its life while holding back their tears. Rio and the others entered the workroom. "Hey, Rio, is there no way to restore that golem? If it's only appearance, we can quickly create an identical one." Rio answered without stopping his work in response to Abel's question. "Is that so? Why didn't you restore it immediately? Wouldn't that have eased her feelings?" "Well, that might be true, but ultimately it is not friendship-proof number 2 for Captain Rao. It is not the comrade she fought alongside and entrusted her back to. That wouldn't have any meaning, would it? That's unavoidable, isn't it?" Abel understood that what Rio said was reasonable, but wasn't it just the way things were? "You knew how our golems are supplied with magical power, right?" "Ah, you told me before. It's from that water magic stone over there, isn't it?" Rio was connecting ice plates while working with those 2 water magic stones. From there, the golems were supplied with magical power. That range included not only Rondo Mansion, but also the Lion Princely Residence, which was built in a half-encirclement around Rondo Mansion. That was why friendship-proof number 2 and the second squad could fight at the Princely Residence. This magic stone also records the logs of those golems. Logs? Yes, it's like a record. It contains all the actions they've taken and interactions with people. That must amount to quite a lot, right? Yes, it's an immense amount. Abel imagined it for a moment, and Rio nodded. Even if narrowed down to just 1 unit, there would be a considerable amount of logs. However, for example, the log of friendship proof number 2 essentially contains the memories of its life. Of course, it's not constructed as a backup that can be restored to the same state before being damaged, but it's still just a log. If we reconstruct the log and change it into the form of memories and connect it to a new friendship proof no. 2. Friendship proof number 2 would be completely restored? That's correct. Rio nodded happily. Of course, he did not stop his work during all this, because even now Captain Ryo must be grieving. He wanted to restore it and let them meet as soon as possible. So, Abel, I will pull an all-nighter tonight. Please prepare rice balls for a late-night snack. Okay. That night at the Lion princely residence. Ryo, can't you sleep? Princess. Princess Xiaofen called out to Captain Ryo, who was standing in the garden. I was saved by you and friendship proof number 2. As I mentioned earlier, I am grateful. That is too much praise. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. Yes, those were the only words spoken by Princess Xiaofen. Telling her to rest or not to worry would not hold meaning in this situation. Captain Ryo understood that with her head, everything was a matter of the heart. You even worry about me, Princess? Captain Ryo had a strong sense of responsibility. She did not wish to cause concern to her lord's wife. Thus, she returned to her room where she would not be seen by others. However, she did not feel like sleeping. The final moments of friendship proof no. 2 were burned into her mind. However, Captain Ryo was human too. Last night, she fought to the limit as a mage. Even after the battle ended, she couldn't rest after seeing the scene of friendship proof number 2 fall. Her heart lamented, but her body was crying out in pain, and forcibly she fell into the world of sleep. Captain Ryo felt as if someone had called her. That woke her up. It was just before sunrise. The eastern sky was about to brighten, but the garden was shrouded in mist. Captain Ryo stepped into the garden and headed towards the main gate. She didn't know why. It just felt right to go that way. She opened the main gate and stepped out onto the road. From afar, she could see someone approaching. 3 people. The one in the middle was Lord Rondo. To his left was the bodyguard swordsman Lord Albert. To his right, slightly shorter than Lord Rondo, dressed entirely in blue, wearing a yellow scarf around its neck. They must have recognized Captain Ryo as well. They started running. Captain Ryo understood, she fully understood, that it was friendship proof number 2. It was not just an ice golem that looked the same. It was the comrade she had entrusted her back to and fought alongside. Number 2, the 2 were safely reunited. The author enjoys happy endings. The report of the attack on the Lion princely residence was delivered to the expeditionary force led by Prince Lion, who was currently on deployment. The report rushed towards the expeditionary army as soon as the attack began, and at that point, the outcome was still unknown. I understand. That was all Prince Lion said. He did not give orders to return the army, nor did he instruct any reinforcements to be sent to the princely residence. Your Highness, what about reinforcements to the residence? Chamberlain Wenchu asked. However, unnecessary. The answer was just that. Naturally, not only Chamberlain Wenchu, but also the attendants were unable to accept this. They insisted that they should return. In response, Prince Lion answered without anger, his words devoid of emotion. This expeditionary force is under Imperial decree. There is no way we can return without fulfilling the Imperial decree. Yes, the Imperial decree. A command from the Emperor. Once that was stated, no one could say anything further. Prince Lion entered his tent. Only Chief Chamberlain Rinchun accompanied him inside. Even after entering, Lion walked around the tent without saying anything. But he frowned. I cannot be by Shio's side at the most important time. Your Highness, don't call me Your Highness, there is no one else here. Yes, Lord Lion. Prince Lion, irritated, contrasted with Chief Chamberlain Rinchun, who responded in a deliberately calm voice. What the princely residents wanted most was Prince Lion's return. Chief Chamberlain Rinchun understood this all too well. Originally a political marriage, he now loved Princess Xiaofen. Thus, he wanted to return to the princely residence regardless of everything. However, if I do that, Xiao will be angry with me. Prince Lion had told Princess Xiaofen the night before their wedding. He aimed for the next emperor's throne. He asked her to support him. Princess Xiaofen had promised to support him. That's why he couldn't return. If he turned back now, he would give the other princes unnecessary opportunities to attack. Even if we force march from here to the residence, we won't make it in time. Rinchun, Lord Lion, we have no choice but to proceed. Chief Chamberlain Rinchun stated firmly. That was indeed the truth. Even if they returned the entire army to the imperial capital without rest, it would take a full day. No matter how one looked at it, the battle at the princely residence would be over by then. Whether the residence had fallen or been defended was uncertain. Rinchun is right. At least we should have left all the magic cannon firing squads at the princely residence. Lord Lion, if we had done that, Ryo would have been able to hold it. Ryo would fight to the end even with the current forces. Besides, Princess Xiaofen's attendants are there as well. That's true. If it's them, they would manage. Prince Lion said this and took a deep breath. In the next moment, his expression changed. It was a face filled with determination, a face that had decided not to look back. We shall head north and crush the Peiyu army thoroughly, not giving anyone a chance to exploit our weaknesses. With this achievement, we will return triumphantly to the Imperial capital? Yes. 5 days later, the expeditionary force of 10,000 led by Prince Lion clashed with the advancing Peiyu army. On the flat ground, the two armies stared each other down from a distance of 500 meters. In the expeditionary army's tent, the enemy Peiyu army has 5,000 cavalry. A cavalry charge on flat ground is troublesome. Not at all. We have 10,000 of the Darway Forbidden Army. The attendants were discussing various matters. They also served as the staff of this expeditionary force. Only two remained silent, Prince Lion and Deputy Commander Yashima. Deputy Commander Yashima sat quietly in a chair, keeping his eyes closed. The strategies for the entire expeditionary force had already been devised, and the formations were largely completed. Therefore, there was no need for further orders at this point. At that moment, a messenger entered. "Report," he said, handing a piece of paper to Prince Lion. Prince Lion read it once and nodded. Then he addressed the person sitting in the chair. "Deputy Commander, we will go." "Understood." With widened eyes, Deputy Commander Yashima responded in a deep voice. Prince Lion exited the tent, followed by Deputy Commander Yashima and the attendants. In that moment, the forbidden army of 10,000 lined up, all looking at Prince Lion. Just that was enough to show that the forbidden army truly lived up to its name as elite. "O brave warriors of Darway, the time has come. Defeat the invaders and show your power." "Yes." At Prince Lion's rallying cry, the 10,000 of the forbidden army responded. "Advance!" At Deputy Commander Yashima's command, the forbidden army began to march in an orderly fashion. If a military expert from Darway had been present, they might have been surprised. The cavalry units forming the Peiyu army exhibited immense power on flat ground. Yet the Darway Forbidden Army, centered on infantry, was advancing head-on against them. Indeed, the Darway Forbidden Army was elite and unmatched in bravery. In terms of both strength and skill, they were incomparable to the armies of neighboring countries. Furthermore, compared to other armies within Darway, such as the Black Flag Army, their strength was overwhelming. Nevertheless, facing the cavalry of the northern horse-riding ethnic group head-on seeing the Forbidden Army advance, the Peiyu army seemed enraged. This was only natural. To advance head-on against cavalry units that exhibited immense power on flat ground without any strategy could only be seen as an insult to them. The Peiyu army and the Darway army had fought multiple times before. Certainly, the Darway army would have a higher victory rate, but that was because the Darway side had devised strategies that took advantage of the terrain and set traps. If they clashed head-on in flat ground as this, there was no reason for the Peiyu cavalry to lose. Not just the soldiers, but even the commanding officers of the Peiyu army were furious. What was happening there was no longer about command. They charged headlong into the Darway army on horseback, each trying to be the first. If Lion had been present, he might have said something like this: "Disrupting the opponent's calmness is the most fundamental principle of personal combat." Clash. The two armies collided head-on. The infantry of the Darway army, the cavalry of the Peiyu army. When they collided directly, the momentum of the cavalry was overwhelmingly greater. However, "Stopped, can't crush them?" The Peiyu cavalry was halted. It was the great shield of the Darway Forbidden Army that had stopped them. Yet that was within the range of the Peiyu army's calculations. They had previously knocked aside many such obstacles. However, this time they were stopped. The Darway Forbidden Army had two people supporting a single great shield, further reinforcing it with spears as braces. They lined up the great shield seamlessly at the front line, halting the cavalry's charge. It was not a particularly complicated maneuver. Nonetheless, it was not something just anyone could do. Because receiving a cavalry charge was terrifying, it was something dreadful, but as expected of the Forbidden Army. The top elite that Darway took pride in, not a single one of the 10,000 faltered. They united their hearts and strength to build a wall of shields and stop the charge. The greatest strength of a cavalry unit lies in its momentum, that is kinetic energy. So then, what happens when you stop that momentum? When you halt movement, the cavalry cannot easily retreat. They can only stand there. "Archers, fire!" At Deputy Commander Yashima's order, 1,000 arrows were released from the rear of the Forbidden Army, and they were released in quick succession. Meanwhile, the front line of the Forbidden Army remained utterly still. They didn't even think about whether their allies' arrows might hit them. They were the top elite. The ones firing the arrows were also part of the Forbidden Army. Trust. That was the bond across the entire army and truly the pride of being in the Forbidden Army. With arrows being shot in rapid succession, the Peiyu army was thrown into confusion. While firing arrows, the Forbidden Army began to advance its flanks. The center remained stationary as the flanks pushed forward, encircling the Peiyu army, which had been halted. Without room to build up momentum, the cavalry unit could not charge. They could either thrust their spears right there or dismount to fight. In either case, there was no way they could match the professional infantry of the Darway Forbidden Army. This was something all members of the Peiyu army understood. Retreat, fall back. That's why such voices rose from the Peiyu army. However, magic cannon firing squad, concentrated fire, fire. Voices echoed from the rear of the Peiyu army. Moreover, fire attribute attack magic continued to impact one after another. What is happening? Enemies from behind? Impossible. From the rear of the Peiyu army, meaning from the north, the Darway army appeared. The scene could also be confirmed through a telescope from the Darway command center. It seems that Chief Chamberlain Rinchun and Chamberlain Wenchu's forces have successfully completed the encirclement from the north. Prince Lion nodded silently at that report. Indeed, Prince Lion had given his most trusted Chief Chamberlain Rinchun and 2,000 of his own troops, including the magic cannon firing squad, orders to move behind the enemy even before combat began. From the east, south, and west, the Forbidden Army of 10,000 surrounded the enemy, while 2,000 from the Lion princely residence covered them from the north. They would encircle and annihilate the Peiyu army, which had lost its charge. The trap had been perfectly set. That day, the Peiyu army laid over 4,000 corpses upon the ground. As proclaimed, the expeditionary force led by Prince Lion achieved a complete victory against the Peiyu army. Thus ends Chapter 5, Prince Lion. Starting tomorrow, we will finally enter Part 3, the final chapter. That said, the final chapter will be quite lengthy. Indeed, it will exceed a month lightly. Please bear with us for a little longer. Chapter 3, Final Chapter, Phantom Being War. Today marks the start of the Part 3, Final Chapter, Phantom Being War. There's a world that is so peaceful and wonderful. While saying this, a cheerful water attribute mage is happily eating. You're only thinking that because you're eating, right? There's also a swordsman who has built his own worldview and constantly argues against the mage's statements. It's nothing special, it's just Rio and Abel having lunch. It's already been 2 months since the Lion princely residence was attacked. Things have changed a lot since then. The greatest change is the increase in Prince Lion's power. Indeed, he'll be attending the meeting in the autonomous city of Kubevasa as a representative of Darway. I hear representatives from various countries will gather there, and he'll attend as a representative of Darway, in other words, as a delegate of His Majesty the Emperor. He's undoubtedly one of the candidates for the next emperor. Both Abel and Rio are supporting Prince Lion. Naturally, it would be pleasing if Prince Lion's evaluation rises in the eyes of Emperor Tsuin. For reference, the meeting in the autonomous city of Kubevasa is aimed at dealing with the Chouchi Empire. It's particularly interesting that the Duchy of Atinjo, governing the autonomous city of Kubevasa, is hosting it. After all, the Chouchi Empire is problematic due to the phantom beings they harbor. And the Grand Duke of the Duchy of Atinjo is one of those phantoms, and his brother Duke Helb is also a phantom. There's always the possibility of gathering everyone and carrying out a massacre. With Darway and, starting with the eastern nations, the Duchy of Atinjo could easily become enemies. Though Rio said that, both he and Abel think that's unlikely. They believe that unexpected things happen in the world. The world is indeed scary. In reality, unforeseen events are occurring in the Imperial capital. I thought Prince Bin, who attacked the Lion princely residence, would be executed or at least chased away from being a prince. Ah, he is still a prince. Yes, no one expected it to turn out this way. But for the past 2 months, he's been kept under house arrest in the Bin princely residence, right? That's only natural. I heard his own troops have been sent back to their territories, but they haven't been disbanded. You never know when they might bare their fangs again. Since he is still the Emperor's son, it would be difficult to easily strip him of his princely title. After all, following that uproar, they should have stormed the Bin princely residence and executed him. Don't say such things, even as a joke. In fact, Rio had desperately tried to storm the Bin princely residence to take revenge after repairing friendship proof no. 2. It was Abel, as always, who desperately stopped him. After all, they thought that this time, Prince Bin would surely face some punishment. Indeed, he has been punished and has remained under house arrest in the residence. However, Abel thought it might be possible that he would be reverted from prince to commoner. In reality, that hasn't happened. The Emperor's poor health must be the reason. It happened right after that uproar when he collapsed in the Imperial palace. It's strange to suddenly collapse. There's a possibility he was poisoned. That's possible. But there's nothing we can do. Both Rio and Abel frowned. In fact, in the Natore kingdom, Abel's father, Stafford IV, had been poisoned for a long time. This laid the groundwork for the invasion of the kingdom by Prince Raymond and the Empire. They haven't forgotten that bitter memory. In fact, they later visited the Emperor. We couldn't do anything because we're just amateurs. It can't be helped, that's only natural. They had court physicians with them, and it's best to leave it to them. I hear he's gotten better now. While both of them aren't directly involved with the Darway Imperial Palace, they do have some connections within. For example, Workshop Chief Ron Shen and Censorate Minister Shu Shiku. However, even they didn't know everything. That is, at almost the same time Emperor Tsuin collapsed, the then Prime Minister Byong also fell ill. Originally, given that Prime Minister Byong was well over 80 years old, no one doubted his collapse at that time. For reference, a Prime Minister in the Natore Kingdom corresponds to the Chancellor. It is the position served by Count Heinlein. It can be said to be the top practical administrator of state affairs. Due to his age, Prime Minister Byong hardly appeared in public. He hadn't even shown up at the Kyoonkai. As a result, both of them hardly knew anything. Immediately after Prime Minister Byong collapsed, Emperor Tsuin also fell ill. Some may have finally felt something was off. The Emperor had collapsed and the Prime Minister could not perform his duties. Furthermore, the Crown Prince who should assist them was also not present. In such cases, what happens in Darway? A prince acts as a substitute. Among them, the one who has held the princely title the longest. In this case, it was naturally Prince Kuri, the second prince. In reality, this is not stipulated by law. The law only states that the crown prince should act as a substitute. However, a few emperors back, there was a time when the emperor, prime minister, and crown prince could not conduct state affairs. At that time, a person who had been a prince for a long time took charge as the substitute. It lasted only about 10 days, and particularly no problems occurred. From that precedent, it was decided this time that Prince Kuri would act as a substitute for state affairs. Of course, during the discussions, heated arguments were exchanged in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, where the emperor was absent. Among them was Prince Shure, the third prince, who participated in the debate. However, the fourth prince, Prince Bin, was absent. He was trapped within the Bin princely residence for attacking the Lion princely residence. Moreover, the sixth prince, Prince Lion, was also not present. He had not yet returned from the Peiyu military expedition. In such a situation, no matter how much Prince Shure argued, it was clear that Prince Kuri, who had the support of the majority of the SHTIF layer, was in the lead. In the end, it was decided within less than an hour that Prince Kuri would act on behalf of the state affairs. Many present thought that the emperor would recover enough to get up within about a week, but it unexpectedly took about 30 days. During that time, Prince Kuri energetically pushed forward reforms, particularly regarding the economy and military. Some of those reforms produced immediate effects, while others are still gradually yielding results. Well, Prince Kuri wasn't bad. Why do you sound so condescending? I think it might be better to have all the princes take their turn handling state affairs for a month each and compete against each other. That would be difficult for those below to manage, making it a bad idea. Hardworking citizens sacrifice their sleep for their jobs. Compared to them, the officials should still be able to do better. What a prejudice, Rio strongly asserts, while Abel shakes his head slightly. Of course, I know that among the officials there are many serious people who genuinely care for the public. Well, quite a few, enough to say so. Right. As he spoke, Rio's words began to change, recalling that Shu Shiku, Captain Li Chu of the White Flame Army, Captain Ra Wu, and Captain Mayan were all officials. Everyone is serious. If the rulers keep changing, it would be troublesome, so I hope His Majesty the Emperor can keep it up. Why can't you just straightforwardly withdraw your proposal? Rio forcefully concludes, and Abel expresses his dissatisfaction. Acknowledging the various difficulties, Rio and Abel enjoyed a delicious lunch and left the dining area. At the Lion princely residence, the Prince Lion they support had also finished lunch and was now sipping tea. Sitting next to him was Princess Xiaofen. In these 2 months, the gap between me and Brother Kuri has widened, Prince Lion complained. The only two people Prince Lion could vent to are his most trusted Chief Chamberlain Rinceon and his beloved wife Princess Xiaofen. He feels that their love has deepened over these 2 months, but in terms of strategy, he feels unsatisfied with the results. Your Highness, there's no need to rush. However, Princess Xiaofen said this with a smile. Of course, Prince Lion wouldn't yell, "You don't understand," at her. Rather, he sometimes thinks that she might understand even more than he does. While she's a person he can vent to, he also recognizes her as someone he can seek advice from. Firstly, the fact that you have weakened Prince Bin's power is a success of these past 2 months. That's true, but also, After the late Crown Prince passed away 5 years ago, Prince Kuri didn't make any overt moves, but in these past 2 months, he has been active and has deliberately stepped into the open. Why is that? Is it because of me? Yes. At Prince Lion's answer, Princess Xiaofen nodded, still smiling. Your power has grown, and it was decided that you would have to act publicly. It's hard to see if your own power has increased. However, in such cases, you can judge whether your power has increased or decreased by observing the actions of others. Your Highness, your power is undoubtedly increasing, as expected of Xiao. When you say that, I really start to feel that way. At Princess Xiaofen's explanation, Prince Lion finally smiled and nodded. Trusting each other, they strive for greater heights together. In one part of the Lion princely residence's training grounds, a fierce sword fight is unfolding. This mock battle has become somewhat of a regular occurrence over the past 2 months. One participant is Mifa, the maid of Princess Xiaofen. The other is Rinxian, the chief chamberlain of Prince Lion. Watching over them are Captain Ryo of the Lion Princely Army and Captain Li Chu of Friendship Proof No. 2, along with several hundred soldiers from the princely army observing from a distance. The mock battle between Mifa and Rinxian has already continued for 30 minutes. During that time, the spectators, led by Captain Ryo, held their breath as they watched. Mifa lunged forward. Halfway through, she feinted with her shoulder. This caused Rinxian's sword to shake slightly, with a rising slash from Mifa's lower stance. Instead of blocking with his sword, Rinxian redirected and deflected Mifa's sword. As he flowed, he spun around to aim from behind. However, this was within Mifa's calculations. Mifa herself moved in small steps, adjusting to Rinxian's rotation. She moved into Rinxian's blind spot, thrusting her sword towards him. In that moment, Rinxian disappeared. It was only when she crouched down and had her sword pointed at her throat from below that she understood. I concede, Mifa declared clearly. Wow, as expected of the chief chamberlain. Wow, Mifa, you're amazing. She's only 16 years old. Both of you are too incredible. Amidst such cheers, Rinxian addressed Mifa. You're impressive, Mifa. That last blind spot movement was insane. No, Rinxian's son is the incredible one. Now it's 13 victories and 14 defeats. I've been outdone. With that swordsmanship at 16 years old, should I say it's terrifying, or should I feel reassured knowing she's by the princess's side? Chief Chamberlain Rinxian said this with a laugh. Having such a swordsman close as a maid is astonishingly rare. Moreover, she's not there for money or fame. She genuinely wants to protect Princess Xiaofen from the bottom of her heart. Chief Chamberlain Rinxian also knows that Prince Lion loves Princess Xiaofen deeply. Having someone so strong to protect the one he loves is truly reassuring. I want to have another match. Yes, I'd love to. Mifa nodded with a smile at Chief Chamberlain Rinxian's words. Then she returned to the princess. Rinxian, thank you for showing me something wonderful. It was Captain Ryo, accompanied by Friendship Proof No. 2, who spoke. Ryo, Mifa's swordsmanship is amazing. The fact that she's 16 years old makes it all the more daunting. Captain Ryo noticed that Rinxian's tone was slightly higher than usual. That's indeed an impressive sword, but Rinxian seems even more pleased. Never mind. Saying that, Captain Ryo lightly patted the head of Friendship Proof No. 2 beside him. Friendship Proof No. 2 looked at both of them with a piercing gaze. If he could speak, what would he have said at the same time in a corner of the Kuri princely residence? As expected of your highness. In just 1 month, you've set the path for Darway to regain its strength. The speaker was an elderly man over 80 years old, the water attribute mage and alchemist known as the best in Darway, Lord Rowan. However, Lord Rowan, after seeing all the documents that come through regarding state affairs, I truly felt it. Darway has weakened to this extent. Prince Kuri replied, shaking his head slightly. He had anticipated it. Although he is a prince, not the emperor, he still receives information about all of Darway from his own network. He had the confidence that the amount of information he received was not far different from that of the emperor himself. However, too many inconvenient pieces of information were suppressed at the local level before reaching the central government. It seems that in these past 5 years, corruption has progressed astonishingly. Prince Kuri sighed. I must respectfully point out, Your Highness, it has not only been 5 years. Emperor Tsuin has been on the throne for 25 years. For a quarter century, Darway's power has only diminished. As expected of Lord Rowan, who has been at the forefront of defending the country as a military officer for half a century, your words carry weight. Lord Rowan grimaced and spoke frankly, and Prince Kuri agreed, grimacing as well, thinking it might be true. However, your father is the emperor. We can only obey him. Indeed. I only hope that in the month we have left, the path I laid out will not be crushed by my father. Prince Kuri smiled bitterly. Afterward, Lord Rowan left Prince Kuri's room. Now that the Chawauchi Empire is gaining power, there is no time to waste. for the country's sake, for the people's sake. There are various things that cannot be helped. His words, quieter than a murmur, naturally went unheard by anyone. Imperial Palace, Forbidden City, in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. There stood Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen, along with their attendants and maids, the prince's Imperial Guard, and the supporting members of the Department of Rights, all lined up with a total of 200 people. A ceremony was being held to send off Prince Lion and others who were attending the conference of the Eastern nations, which was graced by the Emperor Tsuin, who had somehow recovered his health. By the way, Rio and Abel were also close to the Emperor. Both were participating as observers. This was due to an official invitation received from the organizing Duchy of Atinjo, independent of any relation to Darway. Of course, they would hitch a ride with Prince Lion's group for the journey to the autonomous city of Kubevasa. It's reassuring to have Lord Rondo with us. Your Majesty, Prince Lion has shown remarkable growth. I am sure he will return from the conference with impressive results, said Rio, smiling at the Emperor Tsuin's words. Just as Prince Lion was not alone, Princess Xiaofen was also present, as the couple would attend the conference together. This was the Emperor Tsuin's consideration, as it would be better for diplomatic reasons to have Princess Xiaofen from her home country, Basanta Kingdom, attend the meeting as well. Prince Lion also wished for this. To be frank, he had not forgotten the incident where the prince's residence was attacked 2 months ago. At that time, the life of Princess Xiaofen, who had been left behind in the residence, was something he had half given up on. Of course, it was not out of resignation. He had wanted to return immediately, but, thus, going to the conference together was a very good thing as it alleviated his worries. Perhaps the Emperor was considering this as well. This time, 10 public ships and 20 of the Darway fleet would head to the conference. Prince Lion, Princess Xiaofen, their attendants, and maids would board the first public ship. Naturally, the captain of the first ship was Captain Mayan. Prince Lion's retainers were on ships 1 through 7, while the Department of Rights occupied ships 8 through 10. By the way, Rio and Abel were on the 10th ship. Of course, the captain of the 10th ship was Captain Ra Wu. During boarding, the lieutenant, first-class navigator, and public ship combat commander were introduced to the two. Lieutenant Sun Mar and first-class navigator Myanmar had previously spoken with Rio during the princess's escort. Both were about the same height as Rio and had solid builds in their late 20s, likely brothers. Their faces were very similar. Lieutenant Sun had almost shaved his head, while first-class navigator Myanmar had slightly longer hair. However, it was the public ship combat commander Lin Zin that Rio was meeting for the first time. She was likely a woman in her late 20s, with short black hair and a gentle-looking face. Such a gentle-looking woman is a combat commander? Honestly, Rio did not fully understand the role of a public ship combat commander. What does a public ship combat commander do? Not understanding, Rio decided to ask straightforwardly. Asking is a moment of embarrassment, but not asking is a lifetime of shame. When a public ship is engaged in battle, I take command, answered Commander Lin Zin with a smile. Even though that answer did not provide a clear image, Rio remembered Lieutenant Rena, the female first officer of the Rondark from the Suje Kingdom Navy. Looking next to him, it seemed that the same person popped into Abel's mind. After all, Lieutenant Rena was a woman who would be the first to jump onto the enemy ship during a boarding battle, and her usual demeanor exuded a dignified beauty. However, Commander Lin Zin in front of them had a distinctly softer atmosphere, but both Rio and Abel knew one cannot judge a person by appearances. Lin Zin is excellent. Even if this ship gets caught in combat, you can board with peace of mind, said Captain Ra Wu with a smile. Originally, Rio and Abel had been invited by Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen to board the first ship, but they had politely declined. After all, they were participating as observers, separate from the official representatives of Darway. Moreover, there were various things they wanted to try out. Rio and Abel were on the first deck of the 10th ship. The sunlight pouring down was dazzling. As they sailed out of the Imperial capital and into the offshore waters, Abel looked at his hand and announced, "It seems we've left the central yellow region." That was a new function added to the flying ring he wore. With it, they could tell whether they were inside or outside the central yellow. Why was such a function added? Naturally, it was Rio who had made the modification. Then, Abel, give it a try. Understood, Abel replied, lightly touching the flying ring on his left arm with his right hand. At that moment, a part of the flying ring glowed red for an instant. It lit up red. That means we've switched to the central yellow external mode, right? That's correct. Abel slowly. Yeah, Abel nodded seriously. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened his eyes, he floated. Oh, Rio couldn't help but exclaim. Even though he thought it would work in theory, seeing it take shape in reality was moving. Not only did Abel float, but he also slowly began to fly. from the bow to the stern of the deck, from the stern back to the bow. He flew up to the top of the mast and jumped to another mast. Compared to when he was in the central yellow, his speed was slower, but the maneuverability seemed unchanged. I was confused when you first asked for permission to fly on the deck, but you really can fly. Yes, Captain Rawu. Thank you for granting permission to fly. As Captain Rawu came over, admiring Abel as he flew, he said, I had heard about the bracelets that allow one to fly in the central yellow, but I never imagined it would work outside the central yellow. Did Ryo-san modify it in various ways? I did tweak some of the insides a little, but the main body is unchanged. Indeed, Ryo had only made minimal modifications. He had thoroughly examined the magic formula of the flying ring. One could say he had explored it to its limits. As a result, when he looked at the parts he understood, there were no restrictions on flying only within the central yellow. In other words, the parts he didn't understand contained those restrictions. There was only one part Ryo didn't understand: the infamous 1024 character segment. It was like suddenly inserting ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs into a Japanese sentence, an unintelligible and nonsensical string of 1024 characters. He simply could not comprehend that part. Ryo understood that this 1024 character string amplified the magical power. But simultaneously, it also meant that there were restrictions on operating only within the central yellow region. He realized that this 1024 character string was repeatedly used as a part of a looping mechanism in alchemy. In other words, it was a quite important part. So Ryo had created a bypass that would not go through this 1024 character string. A route for the magic formula that would not pass through the 1024 characters from activation to termination. The result of that was the current flying ring for Abel. Of course, the drawbacks of not using the 1024 character string would likely be significant. The results would show soon. After about 10 minutes of flying, Abel descended. How was it, Abel? Well, the speed is considerably slower, but the maneuverability remains unchanged. However, Abel looked a bit tired. I'm not a mage, so I'm not sure, but I think the magical power consumption has increased. The fatigue is also quite intense. As expected. Yes, this was the concern if one did not pass through the 1024 character string. Since they were not using the string that amplifies magical power, it was expected that there would be a significant increase in magical power consumption. Abel, you can unleash combat techniques and sword techniques, right? How does that compare? Let's see, it's about the equivalent of a pretty advanced sword technique, Zetsui. The sword technique. Zetsui is considered a high-level technique that can evade all ranged attacks, whether magical or physical. Ryo believed that combat techniques and sword techniques were executed using magical power, so he asked Abel to equate them. Given that it was said to be quite difficult to perform a single instance of a sword technique, it could be said that it was a considerable magical power consumption. The 1024 character string, it really is impressive, isn't it? Ryo nodded several times. At that point, Abel seemed to have a question and asked Ryo, so you're saying that the 1024 character string amplified magical power and made it usable only in the central yellow region? Yes, that's correct. And didn't you mention that the string is also used in the bracers made for Captain Ryo's magic cannon firing squad? If that's the case, does that mean those bracers can only be used in the central yellow region? Abel, good question. Ryo nodded repeatedly at Abel's inquiry. Actually, upon detailed comparison between the strings of the flying ring and the bracers, there was a single character that was different. Seriously, when I asked Captain Ryo about it, he said that the string used for the flying ring was for use only in the central yellow, while the one that might be used in other regions was intended for the bracers, as was told to him by his master long ago. However, it seems that the effect of magical power amplification from the central yellow, specific one used in the flying ring, is overwhelmingly higher. Hearing that, Abel nodded several times. That makes sense. Ryo was asking around for the whereabouts of Captain Ryo's master, Lord Rowan, right? It was because of this. Yes, I wanted to ask various things, but in the end I couldn't find him. According to Captain Ryo, he's affiliated with Prince Kuri's faction, but he might not be in the Imperial capital. Finding someone who is hiding from the world seems to be quite difficult. Even when you know which faction they belong to, it's still hard to find them. Captain, signal flags from the first ship. Can you two come over? As Captain Rawu deciphered the signal flags, he looked towards Ryo. You mean me and Abel, right? Yes, probably. Please let them know we can go. Shall we set sail? No, we'll fly over. After that, Ryo and Abel flew through the air to join the first ship. Based on the calculations from the wind and ocean currents, we will arrive at the autonomous city of Kubevasa in 10 days. Captain Mayan of the first ship explained this to Prince Lion and the negotiation team leaders, including Rio and Princess Xiaofen. I heard it would be 2 weeks, but that's quite fast, Rio remarked. Yes, the ocean currents at this time of year can be predicted, but the winds can be quite variable, so I provided the standard schedule, Captain Mayan replied to Prince Lion's inquiry. Prince Lion held a significant position as a royal, and it was fair to say he was quite high-ranking. However, he spoke to Captain Mayan with a remarkably polite tone. Captain Mayan himself was once one of the admirals leading the Darway Navy. Because of that, he was highly regarded by the Emperor. One could say that Captain Mayan is one of the Emperor Tsuin's most trusted men of the sea. Due to this, no one would treat Captain Mayan disrespectfully. Men and women of the sea seem really cool, don't they? Yeah, I suppose so. After the explanation regarding the schedule concluded, Rio and Abel engaged in a casual conversation. Abel, what do you think about becoming an admiral after you resign as king? You could lead the Natore Kingdom Navy and conquer the 7 seas. I don't get it. The former adventurer and former king, yet in reality, he would be Admiral Abel leading the unrivaled Kingdom Navy. Doesn't that sound cool? Who would the unrivaled Kingdom Navy fight against? The hypothetical enemy, the Duchy Empire, doesn't even have a navy. Right, the enemy is. The Kraken Army? Yeah, that's a loss. Abel shook his head slightly. It can't be helped, we'll just make it the Sardine Army instead. What's that? It's like a bait ball, you know, those little fish swimming in schools? Those from after we defeated the Kraken, when we caught 7 of them with the USS Neil Anderson's arm on our way back. Abel remembered that incident too. Putting aside the unrivaled, I hope we can eventually head out to the southern seas of the kingdom. Right. Once we return to the kingdom, it's the Ministry of Ocean Affairs, right? We should inspect that place. Inspection? There must be nobles or officials engaged in wrongdoing. We can confiscate their assets and pocket them. Yeah, if we confiscate, it will only go to the national treasury. It definitely wouldn't end up in the First Duke's or the King's pockets. I guess legal reform needs to come before the inspection. That corrupt First Duke will take everything. Is it really okay to label oneself as corrupt? Even far from their homeland, the King and the First Duke were always discussing how to improve their nation. This is surely what it means to govern a country. Yes, surely. Captain Ryo and the friendship proof number 2 came into view for the 2 of them. Seeing this, Abel asked, Hey, Rio? What is it, Abel? I've been curious about that friendship proof number 2. Why is it moving? For a moment, Rio didn't comprehend the meaning of Abel's question. Well, Rio's golem could only move within and around the Rondo mansion, right? Yes, it received magical power from the water magic stone installed in the mansion, allowing it to move only within that area, which was quite expansive and entirely included the Lion princely residence. But here they were on the sea, not even in the central yellow. Oh, I see. Abel, you remembered well. Rio was impressed by Abel's memory. People tend to have vague memories about things they aren't particularly interested in. Friendship proof no. 2 has currently transitioned to a standalone type. Standalone? Self-operating, I guess. Actually, it's fitted directly with a water magic stone. Oh, that leftover one Rio had. Abel nodded at Rio's explanation. Among the 3 magic stones extracted from the sardine-type monsters, 2 were used at the Rondo mansion, and apparently the remaining one was fitted into the second unit. Therefore, friendship proof number 2 can operate anywhere. But it's a water magic stone, right? Captain Ryo and the others are fire attribute mages, aren't they? Yes, it's fine because it's set up to allow charging with magical power of any attribute through a magic circle, not a magic formula. I see. With a magic formula, it would only accept water attribute magical power, but through a magic circle, although the efficiency would drop, it could be charged with magical power of any attribute. Lord Rondo, with friendship proof number 2 in tow, Captain Ryo approached. Captain Ryo, it looks like friendship proof no. 2 has really warmed up to you, Rio said while alternating his gaze between friendship proof no. 2 and Captain Ryo. Yes, Lord Rondo, is it really okay for me to take ownership of the second unit? Of course. Since that day 2 months ago, Rio had felt that friendship proof no. 2 was more suited for Captain Ryo. So he had entrusted it to Captain Ryo since then, and a week ago he officially handed it over. At that time, Captain Ryo looked more bewildered than happy, wondering if it was really all right to receive it. Now, after a week, her affection for friendship proof number 2 seemed to have deepened, as she often patted its head. It seemed almost as if she couldn't love anyone else. Rio understood that this was unnecessary concern. Friendship proof number 2, you should dedicate all your loyalty to Captain Ryo. Thank you, Lord Rondo. Captain Ryo said this with a smile while gently patting the head of Unit 2. She looked genuinely happy, the love between a person and a golem. It felt plausible enough to exist. However, there are still swordsmen in the world who do not understand this. Captain Rao must be popular among the soldiers of the princely residence as well, right? The members of the magic cannon firing squad look at Captain Rao with the eyes of worshippers. What's wrong with that? It's true freedom for people to be with what they love. Well, yeah, that's true, but what is it, Abel? Do you intend to introduce some man to Captain Rao? That's not it. Sure enough, Rio and Abel were having such conversations in very quiet voices. But apparently Captain Rao heard them. With a laugh, Captain Rao replied, "I'm sorry, but even if introduced, I wouldn't be able to date." She stated this clearly. "See, it's because Abel says strange things." That's not the case. The two ended up blaming each other. However, it seemed they were suddenly curious about something. "Captain Rao, do you already have someone you're dating?" "Not dating, but—" Captain Rao seemed to ponder how to respond to Rio's question, tilting her head. "Hey, Rio, aren't you crossing the line?" "Ah, indeed, I'm sorry, forget I asked." Abel chastised Rio, and Rio accepted it. These matters are private. It would definitely be wrong to invoke the authority of Duke Rondo to make her answer. "No, it's not that. What I mean is, it's been decided that I'll be marrying soon." "I see, so you have a fiancé. Since you are part of Prince Lion's entourage, there must be various circumstances regarding your family." Neither of them knew much about Captain Rao's family. However, they assumed she must come from good lineage since she grew up alongside Prince Lion since childhood. "Fiancé, or rather, I believe I will become the second consort of His Highness Lion." "Huh." Rio momentarily couldn't grasp what Captain Rao had just said due to her completely unchanged expression. Beside him, Abel blinked multiple times, equally confused. Neither of them had any words. Of course, Captain Rao remained silent as well. From her perspective, she had conveyed everything there was to convey. She continued to stroke the head of friendship proof number 2 beside her while rearranging her scarf. "Excuse me, I might have missed something, but did you say you will become His Highness Lion's second consort?" "Yes." When was that decided?" "When?" "Since childhood. As the second consort?" "Yes, the Prince of Darway does not marry a principal consort from within the country. It must always be from a foreign royal family." "I see." Indeed, for a superpower like Darway, it would be natural for a prince to have several consorts. "So regarding Captain Rao's second consort issue, does Princess Xiaofen know about this?" "Yes, of course. When? I was introduced to her the first time we met." Oh, a world unknown to Rio seemed to be unfolding. It appeared to be a world Abel was also unfamiliar with. "Abel, does His Majesty the King of the Natore Kingdom also have a second consort?" "Yeah, does the first Duke bring this up to the Queen?" "I'm sorry, let's forget about that last part. The Natore Kingdom is a major power. Moreover, there is a limited royal family. Having more children from the king could help stabilize the nation. Of course, conflicts over inheritance might arise. Considering the scale of the kingdom, it wouldn't be strange for the king to have multiple consorts. However, suggesting that to Queen Ria was, how should I put it? There isn't a solid reason for it. Not that there isn't, but—" Rio somehow didn't want to suggest it. "Yes, Abel and Ria are in love, and isn't that just fine? It shouldn't be something a third party should interfere with. There are various forms of love. Yes, surely. That should be acceptable. Kubevasa, I've returned." As the water attribute mage stood at the bow of public ship number 10, he shouted when he saw the massive bridge of the autonomous city of Kubevasa. The king's swordsman standing next to him shook his head in confusion. "Isn't this just the usual classic development stuff?" It seemed he muttered this casually. There were various discrepancies, but they say this has been said since ancient times. If you let it get to you, you've lost. If we sink about 6 to 8 ships, it will surely be called the Nightmare of Kubevasa. Those are the enemy ships, right? If you sink our allies, you'll get scolded. Ah, of course. Sure, if you sink our allies, they would call it a nightmare, from our side. Rio seemed to want to sink many enemy ships and be referred to as the Nightmare of XX with fear. But we're not at war right now, so that's impossible. Abel's reply was as lackadaisical as usual. However, he seemed to recall something. Remember when Rio sank about 5 ships on the way from the Kamakura vassal kingdom to Suje kingdom? Oh, yes, that happened. Lord Protector Kavui Samaru had come aboard the rain shooter to pick up Princess Illyriaja, who was in asylum in the Kamakura vassal kingdom. On the way back to Suje kingdom, the rain shooter was ambushed. By the way, was that the go-war ship from the Duchy of Atinjo? That's right. Abel confirmed Rio's recollection. That's not good. Why not? That should be remembered as the achievement of the Queen of Ships, the rain shooter. It should be a legend of the Queen. Having my name associated with it is tactless. Is that so? Rio nodded repeatedly. Seeing that, Abel shook his head slightly. The sensibilities of people are often incomprehensible. That's amazing. We arrived 4 days early. The winds were favorable. As Rio said happily, Captain Ra Wu of the 10th ship responded with a smile. These 4 days should be precious for Rio, because I now have time to explore the autonomous city of Kubevasa after a long time. Isn't it more accurate to say you're going to eat your way around? In a broad sense, it's the same thing. Abel looked at him with narrowed eyes, and Rio countered. In fact, if they had arrived as scheduled, they would have been in meetings from the next day onward. It was true that they had more time now. However, they came for the meetings, not for play. The Darway negotiation group, having arrived at Kubevasa Free Port, began to disembark. The port is still large, isn't it? With 10 public ships, we can disembark all at once. As Rio and Abel tried to disembark, Captain Rawu called out to them from behind. Please follow the previous group to your lodging. It seems you two have rooms prepared at the same inn. Thank you. With that, Rio and Abel disembarked. In fact, both of them had considerable luggage this time, but everything was to be unloaded from the public ship and transported to their inn. As such, they were almost empty-handed as usual. The two followed the Darway negotiation group. They arrived at their inn quickly. It seemed it was very close to the free port. It was a large wooden 2-story building, and even just the part facing the main road must have been over 100 meters. It was only natural for such a large inn, as it was accommodating around 200 members of the Darway negotiation group. But it was also a familiar place. Wasn't this the inn we stayed at before? Yes, it's the same inn. I believe it was called the Inn of Free Winds. It had a splendidly luxurious yet elegant entrance, and the manners of the inn staff were perfect. Without a doubt, it was one of the top-class inns in the autonomous city of Kubevasa. The food was delicious, too. That's right. Saoshi head chef from Rondark said he used to come here often. The tradition of delicious food at this inn may have continued for a long time. However, Rio suddenly remembered. By the way, didn't you say this place was funded by the Suje Kingdom? Ah, you did mention that. This time, a delegation from the Suje Kingdom will probably attend the meeting, right? Are they not staying here? Now that you mention it, that's true. If there's an inn funded by their own country, it would be normal for them to stay there. Abel couldn't answer Rio's question, so they decided to ask someone who might have the answer. The inn staff were flawless in their service. Even with 200 guests arriving all at once, they managed it with barely any stress. Those staff members approached the two of them. They were there to provide room guidance and keys. After answering their names, the two asked the earlier question. Will the delegation from Suje Kingdom not stay at this inn? No, they will not. The Suje Kingdom delegation is scheduled to lodge at the newly built Annex of Free Winds facing the square. Annex? They built a new one? I see. Both Rio and Abel were surprised by the staff member's answer. They had not anticipated that a new annex would have been constructed. It seems the economy at the national level is functioning well. Perhaps this meeting was set here to demonstrate that Kubevasa would be fine even if the Duchy of Atinjo merged with other countries in the Archipelago Sea region and the southern continent surrounding it. I see. It's a form of promotion at the national level. That sounds plausible. Rio nodded at Abel's reasoning. Such forms of promotion have often taken place on Earth. Summits, Olympics, expos. The selection of event locations is a form of diplomacy. Eventually, our Natore kingdom will also. Yes, it might be held in the east or north. We mustn't let the leaders of the Empire and the Alliance who came here gather without any restraint. Right, that's definitely a no-go. Taking actions that go against one's honor is not advisable. The room assigned to the two was, as before, the highest-class suite. From what they heard, Prince Lion, Princess Xiaofen, the deputy minister responsible for the Department of Rights, and Rio and Abel were all in the top-tier rooms. Is it really all right for us to receive such hospitality? Isn't it fine? Darway probably decided that on their own. Rio was surprised from a civilian's perspective, while Abel accepted it as if it were natural from a king's perspective. This might be a difference in experience. That said, this is the same room we stayed in last time. That means Suje Kingdom was hosting us in the highest class back then. The two had been guests of Queen Illyriaja. No matter the circumstances, they often ended up staying at high-quality inns. Abel, if you keep staying at luxurious inns, you might lose your heart as an adventurer. We're adventurers. The basics of being an adventurer are camping out, taking turns on watch while fearing monster attacks through the night. That's generally true. I think Abel hasn't had much of that lately. I wonder why. Because you're being spoiled? Rio pointed at Abel decisively. Is that so? Am I being spoiled? Yes, you are being spoiled. All right, Rio, show me an example. The kind where you keep watch while fearing a monster attack during camping. I'll just sleep in this inn in the meantime. That's unfair. I want Rio to see the image of an adventurer who isn't spoiled. I want to be spoiled. You're straightforward. This is what a sudden change of heart looks like. The two placed the luggage that had been transported from the ship in their room and went down to the first floor. I've gained 4 days of freedom. Well, that's true. For now, it's time for lunch. Indeed, it was just around lunchtime. By the way, this autonomous city of Kubevasa has many delicious shops, right? Rio said happily. That's right. What should we do? Should we try going to the joyful dining hall again after a long time? Abel's suggestion was made very smoothly. At first, Rio smiled at it, but when he clearly understood what Abel had suggested, his expression changed dramatically. It was a face that looked at something terrifying. What's wrong? Did I say something strange? No. Abel, you remember what kind of place the joyful dining hall is, right? You're suggesting it knowing that. Isn't that where we had our first lunch when we arrived in Kubevasa? Yes, and we also had lunch on the second day. Moreover, we sank both times. Sank? Well, I suppose we did eat too much and became unable to move, Rio said with a look of despair, and Abel replied with a wry smile. Indeed, the two had ordered too much because it was too delicious, and after eating, they became unable to move. They had memories of waiting for their stomachs to recover at a tea house facing the square. Foolishness is read as Abel. I don't understand that. After such a terrifying experience, Abel wants to go there again. Don't you want to go, Rio? I do want to go. All right, then let's go. So, despite all the back and forth, delicious food is justice. Very few can resist such temptation. At least not here. It'll be fine. They just need to be cautious. They only need to be conscious of not overeating. It's not the joyful dining hall that's to blame. Neither Abel nor Rio is at fault. No one is to blame. It's just that being careless is what's wrong. Let's go without being careless. Thus, the two entered the joyful dining hall. After eating, the two came out. I got careless. That was reckless. Yes, the two had eaten too much. Yes, the two had indeed overeaten. Yes, the two, after all, had eaten too much. The terror of delicious food is justice. Delicious food can also be violence. Even those who vowed not to let their guard down were defeated by that violence. Oh, terrible thing, thy name is deliciousness. Even Rio, who defeats demons and overcomes monsters, is powerless before deliciousness. Even Abel, who commands people and receives overwhelming and enthusiastic support, is powerless before deliciousness. The two, in a state of chaos, entered the cafe of the Inn of Free Winds to rest their stomachs. In the cafe of the Inn of Free Winds, the two were taking a break but noticed something. Are there quite a few visitors, don't you think? Ah, do you think so too, Rio? Those people aren't guests, right? From their seats, they could see the lobby of the Inn of Free Winds. There were indeed quite a few groups visiting. Yes, groups. Those people clearly seem to be from diplomatic relations, right? That's right. They must be from Prince Lion's entourage. Even if they arrived early, it seems they have no time to explore the city. That's what being involved in politics is like, I suppose. Rio expressed a common person's perspective, while Abel provided a regal interpretation. The stark difference between their viewpoints suggested that if one were to engage in national politics with a commoner's mindset, it would inevitably lead to complications. Especially for those around them, it would cause confusion. I'll keep my distance from politics, Rio declared firmly. You're the first Duke, so that's impossible. Abel decisively refused to let him off the hook. I originally took it on thinking it was an honorary position. Come to think of it, that was the case. It seemed Abel remembered that too. If the world were peaceful and uneventful, that would have been possible. Damn the world! Abel blamed the world, and Rio went along with it. A king and a first Duke turning the world into their enemy. Would this be the prologue to their world domination? Dasanaji was the 5th secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kamakura feudal kingdom. At 43 years old, he was a rising star among his peers, a deputy minister in his early 40s for the first time in a decade. Among the enormous Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he held the 10th rank, making him a high-ranking official and undoubtedly an executive. This time, he came to visit the autonomous city of Kubevasa as an advisor to Foreign Minister Jodl, who was attending the conference of the Eastern nations. And now he had just greeted Prince Lion, the 6th prince, who was the head of the negotiating delegation from the superpower Darway, along with that foreign minister. Foreign Minister Jodl was also 43 years old. Born into a prestigious family connected to the feudal lord's royal family, he was someone who would eventually rise to the top of the feudal government as a chancellor or regent. Though Dasanaji had only been working with him for about 4 months, he felt that Jodl was remarkably competent compared to previous foreign ministers. No, comparing him to past foreign ministers might be too disrespectful. Despite his distinguished lineage, Minister Jodl did not flaunt it at all. On the contrary, he treated the foreign bureaucrats very kindly. Originally a vice minister of foreign affairs, he rose to the ministerial position after the previous foreign minister was ousted due to bribery allegations from the neighboring Suje kingdom. Even without such an incident, Jodl would have eventually risen to the position of foreign minister. It seems it just happened a few years earlier than expected. The ministers of the Kamakura feudal kingdom were generally older. Jodl was the only minister in his 40s. There were none in their 50s. Prince Lion was quite young, yet he seemed like a challenging negotiation partner. Minister Jodl said with a wry smile. Yes, he is 19, but this time he is not an enemy, Dasanaji replied. Indeed, this meeting is to work together. We might find a good compromise for us in the Kamakura feudal kingdom. Just then, they arrived at the lobby. Minister Jodl, someone called out in the lobby. Ah, Minister Mista. It was Minister Mista of the Kubevasa autonomous government calling out to Foreign Minister Jodl. Next to him was what seemed to be an aide. I'd like to discuss the matter we talked about. Ah, it's a bit difficult here. Yes, we've reserved a room next door, so let's go there. Minister Mista said this and led Minister Jodl away. The two, who were quite full from their meal, watched this exchange. It seems to be about that matter. I wonder what it is. The fact they can't talk about it here suggests it must be important. If they talked in the lobby or cafe, the content would surely leak out. Do you remember Minister Mista from earlier? Since Rio mentioned it, he must be the one. He confronted Duke Helb at the garden party at the embassy. He's the Vice Minister of Ports, right? The person beside him was there too. Yes, that's Advisor Ronfin. Mr. Ronfin was one of the 4 who were attacked at the tea house, right? Is that so? I hadn't realized. The two had been overeating and resting at the tea house too. Perhaps it was their destiny. That matter must undoubtedly relate to this independence war in Kubevasa. Independence war? Rio declared confidently for some reason, and Abel looked at him skeptically. The theory is to secure cooperation from enemy nations of the suzerain state during the independence war. However, since the Duchy of Atinjo has already conquered the neighboring nations, they must reluctantly seek assistance from the Kamakura feudal kingdom. Rio explained. What floated in his mind was the history of Earth, where America, attempting to gain independence from Britain, sought cooperation from France. Why attempt to gain independence when they've just acquired autonomy? Well, considering they were originally independent, I understand their feelings. But isn't it a bit too early? Wouldn't it be better to gather more strength first? That would be too late. The people of Kubevasa must be living every day while sipping muddy water due to the oppression from the Duchy of Atinjo. It's only natural that the people involved with the autonomous government are scheming for independence. For some reason, Rio looked at Abel with determined eyes and nodded repeatedly. I see. Abel gave up on arguing. It didn't matter to him whether Rio was right or not. Yes, it would be better to refrain from jumping into the affairs of other nations. Rio surely was not trying to involve himself in this so-called independence war. Of course, even if such a war were to break out, honestly, Abel thought such a thing wouldn't happen. If the Independence Army were to attack first, it would be the top of the government office coming from the homeland, right? If they could attack there and take hostages, they might be able to turn the tide quickly. Rio spun fantasies. He was talking about considering the place on Administrative Island and securing locations based on the deployable military force. They repeated that it was all mere imagination. However, when we left Kubevasa, the highest authority in the city was Duke Helb, right? Yes, just before former Prime Minister Nasen became the Supreme Regent, but he passed away, didn't he? That's right. Perhaps now, is the administrative head of Kubevasa still Duke Helb? Abel and Rio looked at each other. Of course, there were no answers written on either of their faces. Just a quick greeting. Stop! Abel stopped Rio. He thought it would likely spark trouble where there was none. We'll meet at the conference anyway. That means the conference will be a battlefield? Rio nodded with a strangely solemn determination. As usual, Abel shook his head slightly. Minister Mista of the Kubevasa Autonomous Government and Foreign Minister Jodl of the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom entered the room. As soon as they entered, Minister Mista started speaking. Minister, what do you think? He didn't specify what it was about. It was as if he was saying it goes without saying. However, Minister Jodl frowned. If he remained calm, one could easily infer his response. Director, I'll pretend I didn't hear this. Minister, you wouldn't want to do this either, would you? Isn't that right, Director? Even if it succeeds, I genuinely don't think it will benefit the people of Kubevasa. If it fails, the pressure from the Duchy of Atinjo will undoubtedly become even harsher. I firmly believe this should not be done. Director Mista, please convey to the person behind you that the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom cannot cooperate with the assassination of Duke Atinjo. Yes. Understood. Thus, the brief meeting came to an end. Outside, the two from the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom emerged. Minister Jodl. The deputy minister was also informed about the current issue, wasn't he? Yes, back in the homeland. It's clear that a considerable number of people know about it. There's no way it can succeed. Minister Jodl frowned and shook his head slightly. Deputy Minister Dasanaji silently nodded in agreement. At a time when we should unite against the threat from the north, to assassinate Duke Atinjo simply because he is visiting Kubevasa, Director Mista is also in a difficult position. Director Mista opposes this assassination plan, doesn't he? Of course. He is a decent administrator. He understands that assassination, no matter the reason, should never be an option. Yet he came this time because either he was ordered from above or his family is being threatened. Such a despicable act should never be allowed. Deputy Minister Dasanaji was fuming, trying to keep his voice down. Seeing that, Minister Jodel smiled slightly. Perhaps he found comfort in Dasanaji's sense of justice. In any country, the moment one becomes a minister, such situations arise to some extent. Surely not, even in our feudal kingdom? Yes, Minister Jodel nodded while laughing. The common people are better off not knowing, and it's happier that way. Saying this, Minister Jodel led the astonished Deputy Minister Dasanaji into a carriage. The morning after Prince Lion and the Darway negotiation group arrived at the autonomous city of Kubevasa. In the courtyard of the Inn of Free Winds, a solitary swordsman was swinging his sword. A little distance away, a robed mage was reading a book at an ice chair and table. At that moment, two women approached. "Duke Rondo, may I have a moment? Princess Xiaofen, of course, please have a seat." Rio said this, generating two chairs with ice cushions. One for Princess Xiaofen and one for her maid, Mifa. Please call me Shio, and please refer to me as Rio. Although they had known each other for a while, their change in status seemed to have compelled them to use the most formal titles. "Rio-sama, you have previously stayed in Kubevasa, haven't you?" "Yes, before going to Basanta Kingdom, I stayed in Kubevasa." Princess Xiaofen hailed from Basanta Kingdom. "I heard that during that time, Kubevasa was annexed by the Duchy of Atinjo." "That's right, the main fleet of Kubevasa was destroyed due to various circumstances, leading to the annexation with almost no resistance." "Do you believe the destruction of that fleet was a scheme by the Duchy?" With a casual tone, as if asking whether pasta and spaghetti were the same, Princess Xiaofen inquired, showing no change in expression. Even Rio momentarily struggled to grasp what was being asked due to the disparity in tone and content. However, he had thought about that matter many times. Perhaps it was a plot by the Duchy. Of course, they didn't know exactly what was there. They only knew something was wrong and moved the Prime Minister to dispatch the Kubevasa fleet. So, if they hadn't been destroyed, they would have still contributed to information gathering upon their return, Xiaofen interjected. Rio nodded in agreement. Indeed, no matter how things turned out, it wouldn't be bad for the Duchy. Furthermore, if they could be destroyed without a sacrifice, the Duchy could obtain Kubevasa without any cost, which they had sought to acquire for 100 years. Considering that, the current situation seems to align with the Duchy of Atinjo's plans. Yes, it does. Regarding this conference, the Duchy took the initiative to host it and provided Kubevasa as the venue. At this point, it seems plausible they were aware of the Chouchi Empire's southward advance from the very beginning. Both Princess Xiaofen and Rio nodded in agreement. It was unlikely that Grand Duke Atinjo and Duke Helb were connected with the northern Chouchi Empire. However, it didn't seem that the movements of the Chouchi Empire came as a complete surprise. What will be discussed at this conference is a united front against the Chouchi Empire. No nation would oppose that in itself. Geographically, Darway will take the forefront. That's all right. However, I don't think the conference will proceed smoothly, Rio remarked. After Princess Xiaofen and her maid Mifa left, Abel approached Rio. "Were you talking about some complicated matters?" "It was a gathering of schemers," Rio replied, making a gesture as if adjusting his glasses. Perhaps in Rio's mind, people referred to as schemers always wore glasses. Princess Xiaofen seems capable of handling that sort of thing, but Rio, you can't, right? "I'm aware of that. But if we're going to mention it, Abel, it applies to you as well." "That's true. I'm not good at that sort of thing either." Both Rio and Abel were likely the farthest from being schemers. They were fundamentally kind-hearted and good people. I believe that schemers are necessary for the management of a nation. In the kingdom, that role is held by Count Heinlein. Exactly. Abel, always remember to be grateful to the Chancellor. "I am grateful. Rio, make sure not to trouble Count Heinlein. I am always a model first duke, so I'm fine," Rio stated confidently. Abel tilted his head, casting a skeptical glance. Confidence seems to rely entirely on one's self-evaluation, regardless of how others perceive them. That afternoon, the two ventured out into the city. While they said they were venturing out, it was merely to have lunch. "Abel, we can't possibly expose ourselves to humiliation for 2 consecutive days. We are not nameless adventurers. Some know us as the first Duke of the Natore Kingdom and the escort swordsman. It would tarnish the kingdom's name. If that were to happen, we would owe an apology to the citizens of our homeland." Though they spoke humbly, the way they scoured with their eyes and noses for a delicious restaurant reeked of a looming failure. Yesterday they had eaten at the Joyful Dining Hall, located in a side street. Today they were perusing establishments facing the square. Nearby, many pieces of luggage were being transported. Is that for an inn? Could a large diplomatic delegation have arrived? Both Abel and Rio observed from a position that wouldn't obstruct the movers. Is that sign the name of the inn? Annex of Free Winds. I heard the delegation from Suje Kingdom would be staying at this new annex of the Inn of Free Winds. When Rio had inquired with an employee of the Inn of Free Winds, he was told that the diplomatic delegation from Suje Kingdom would enter this annex. I see, then that luggage belongs to the Suje Kingdom. For Prince Lion's wedding ceremony, they sent Lord Protector Kavui Samaru. With the archipelago sea region stabilized, they might be seeking to expand diplomacy to the mainland. Only with stability in the domestic front can one focus on diplomacy. Hearing that makes me think Abel has indeed been fulfilling his role as the king. I was never good at it, but I did make efforts in diplomacy. Abel chuckled wryly. Indeed, Rio could imagine how challenging it would have been if leaders from neighboring powers like Emperor Rupert, the Sixth of the Empire, or Lord Protector Aubrey of the Union were involved. Excuse me, could you please move aside? We apologize, but please keep your distance as a carriage is arriving. It seemed the guards were beginning to secure space in front of the entrance to the Annex of Free Winds. It appears someone important is arriving, most likely the head of the Suje Kingdom delegation. I wonder who it is. Could it be Lord Protector Kavui Samaru again? He just came back from the Imperial capital of Darway, right? It's unlikely he would leave the country again so soon. In that case, perhaps it's one of the foreign affairs ministers like Minister Jodel, who we saw at the cafe earlier. That seems reasonable. Since neither of them were in a hurry, they casually observed from outside the area secured by the guards. A carriage arrived and a woman stepped out. Oh, she's beautiful. Could she be some kind of princess? The citizens of Kubevasa around them commented as they watched the woman step down. Rio and Abel knew precisely who that woman was. No way. Queen Illyriaja has made her appearance. Yes, it was none other than the newly crowned queen of Suje Kingdom, Queen Illyriaja. As she descended from the carriage, she smiled and lightly waved at the surrounding citizens of Kubevasa. While waving, her gaze fixed on a specific point. Her expression turned noticeably surprised. At that spot stood two men. One was a robed man and the other was a swordsman. The robed man smiled and waved lightly, while the swordsman nodded back with a smile. As Queen Illyriaja passed through the door of the Annex of Free Winds, she spoke to her head butler, Ronk, who accompanied her. Abel-san and Rio-san, whom I owe much to, are outside. Please take them to my room. Thus, Rio and Abel were guided into the Annex of Free Winds. Queen Illyriaja, it's been a while. Your Majesty, I apologize for my long absence. Abel and Rio were invited into the room and greeted her. King Abel and Duke Rondo, it's been a long time indeed. Queen Illyriaja responded with a cheerful smile. However, it was the two of them who seemed flustered. Oh, well, you see, Abel insisted that we stay quiet about our statuses. Don't blame me for this. During their stay in Suje Kingdom, they hadn't revealed their identities as the king and duke. It wasn't that they intended to hide it. No, it's quite all right. I merely noticed it on my own. I received a report that the Lord Protector conveyed this information when he met with me in Darway. Yes, I heard that too. In response to Queen Illyriaja's words, Rio and Abel scratched their cheeks awkwardly. I would prefer to call you Rio and Abel again just as before. Understood. Rio-san, Abel-san. Queen Illyriaja accepted Rio's suggestion with a smile. Right, before I forget, here you go. Saying this, Queen Illyriaja brought over a book that was on a desk in the back and handed it to Rio. This is, that Abel is a hungry swordsman, aye? Oh, the latest edition, Rio exclaimed with delight as he flipped through the pages and opened the cover. Yes, this is based on the manuscript that you entrusted to the Lord Protector, and it will be published within the kingdom. Consider this a complimentary copy for the original author, Queen Illyriaja said with a smile. Indeed, what was handed to Rio was written in the Central Nations language. Did they print a version in Central Nations language just for Rio? Actually, I printed a few copies of the first volume in Central Nations language as well, and surprisingly, they sold quite well. What? Many citizens of the kingdom are aware that the original author, Rio-san, is from the Natore Kingdom in the Central Nations. Some of them wanted to read it in the original language. It seems there are even people who buy both the Archipelago Sea language and Central Nations versions to compare them while reading. Really? That was a usage even the original author had not anticipated. It's a very interesting story. I don't think it's a bad thing for more people to learn the Central Nations language at this time. I've read it myself as well. Oh, books are such wonderful things. After that, drinks were served by Lonk, the head butler. Coffee, speaking of which, it's been a while. Rio was surprised and Abel nodded repeatedly. In Darway, they mostly had tea. Neither of them disliked tea, but the familiar aroma of coffee felt exceptional after such a long time. Ah, the smell of coffee really calms the mind. Indeed, it's strange how it can evoke such nostalgic feelings. Queen Illyriaja watched the two enjoy their drinks with a smile. At that moment, Rio suddenly remembered something. By the way, when we stayed here last time, I think there was coffee at the Inn of Free Winds Cafe. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember drinking some. Yes, I had something called Mandarin coffee, but it wasn't on the menu I saw earlier while resting. It was Queen Illyriaja who answered Rio's question. You two are staying at the Inn of Free Winds, aren't you? I believe that place is fully booked by the Darway Negotiation Group. Yes. Actually, we arrived on a ship from the Darway Negotiation Group. Oh, of course, we've received an invitation as formal observers for the Conference of the Eastern Nations from the Duchy of Atinjo. I see. Actually, coffee beans from the Archipelago Sea region have started flowing into Darway now. What? Rio was taken aback by the unexpected development. Abel, too, was silent but had his eyes wide open. That was only natural. Both of them were currently in the central imperial capital Hanlin and were well regarded by His Majesty the Emperor, occasionally even visiting the imperial palace. They should be somewhat famous. Yet they had never experienced coffee in Darway. Of course, they hadn't advertised their love for coffee. The merchants from Kubevasa are primarily responsible for the deliveries to Darway. Back when Kubevasa was a free city, its coffee consumption was quite substantial, but it seems the purchase prices have skyrocketed recently, causing the coffee to bypass Kubevasa and be shipped directly to Darway. But we've never had coffee in Darway. Oh, is that so? Queen Illyriaja tilted her head at Rio's words. Then she spoke as if recalling something. I believe the one who became the center of the coffee trade to Darway was Prince Kuri. I remember hearing that merchants closely associated with Prince Kuri were handling it. I see, so that's why it never reached us. Having a unique product is overwhelmingly advantageous for merchants. Prince Kuri seems to be quite popular among them as well, beyond the SH-type layer. Support from merchants who hold the wealth provides the strongest backing for those vying for power. The money that flows in can win over those influenced by monetary interests, including the SH-type layer and the military. So they are skilled in intrigue and stratagem as well. Both Rio and Abel didn't view this as a dirty tactic. Rio recognized it as a common practice from Earth's history, while Abel understood it from his experiences at the heart of the kingdom as a king and prince. Of course, they might raise an eyebrow at anything illegal, but let's have Prince Lion counter that. Coffee against coffee. But where do we source it from? In response to Abel's question, Rio silently looked at Queen Illyriaja. I've heard from the Lord Protector that there's a split within the Imperial Palace regarding the next emperor. You two are supporting His Highness Prince Lion, the sixth prince, aren't you? Queen Illyriaja confirmed with a smile. Yes, that is indeed the case. Rio briefly summarized the circumstances so far. So, if Prince Lion can acquire coffee beans from the Archipelago Sea region, I believe the merchants of Darway will flock to him. Naturally, he will receive a kind of intermediary commission from that money. To win and to thrive, money is essential, Rio emphasized passionately. Queen Illyriaja tilted her head slightly. There should be enough resources to supply coffee beans from Suje Kingdom to Prince Lion. Oh, however, there are no ships available for transport. Huh! Rio couldn't comprehend Queen Illyriaja's words. The kingdom's merchants have already activated all their ships. Of course, new shipbuilding is ongoing, but there are no merchant vessels available to transport coffee beans. Ah, Rio began to understand. Even if they acquired coffee beans, there were no merchant ships to deliver them to this autonomous city of Kubevasa. It was possible that there were no ships to transport them from Kubevasa to Darway either, but there was a glimmer of hope. I don't know what lies beyond Kubevasa, but I bet there are merchants who can somehow manage to bring them this far. Are there such people? That's the kind of merchants who have a discerning opinion on coffee. Indeed, Rio thought. He thought a lot, and then he came up with an idea, the Azure Orb Association. Yes, it was a merchant association with a blend of quite delicious coffee beans known as Azure Orb Blend. However, the Azure Orb Association it's not from Suje Kingdom but from our rival, the Kamakuta Feudal Kingdom, isn't it? That's right, the Kamakuta Feudal Kingdom, which could be considered a rival nation. True. But it's not a merchant association that Queen Illyriaja is unfamiliar with. Yes, they were the ones who delivered all the people who had stayed with me back to the kingdom. I remember that. Indeed, the Azure Orb Association had taken on that repatriation project and completed it properly. Besides, that book Rio wrote, that book. Oh, that Abel is a hungry swordsman. Please remember the name at least. No, I remember it. I just didn't want to say it. By the way, I heard they're negotiating for the rights to sell that book in the Kamakuta Feudal Kingdom. The publishing rights are held by the Suje Kingdom government, right? So that means... Yes, the relationship between the Azure Orb Association and the Suje Kingdom government is quite good. Queen Illyriaja nodded multiple times. Certainly, it was a merchant association representing a rival nation, but their relationship was good, which means a collaboration across borders. It's a thrilling development for rival nations to cooperate. All of it was for the sake of coffee. No, all of it was for Rio to drink coffee. Everything is going smoothly so far. The next morning, Rio said with a smile as he sat down for breakfast. Well, that's certainly true. Even the sharp-tongued Abel had to agree with that. Today, we're going to take some souvenirs to Queen Illyriaja, and afterwards, we'll charge into the main keep. Huh! It seemed Abel didn't quite understand the meaning behind Rio's words. The main keep refers to the headquarters. Yeah, I didn't quite understand that term either, but I don't get the actions either. Rio thought the term main keep might not exist in the Natore Kingdom, so he explained, but it seemed there was more that Abel didn't understand. Yesterday, we didn't bring any souvenirs. I didn't expect to meet the Queen so suddenly. Today, Rio and Abel were indeed prepared with proper souvenirs. While he didn't think Queen Illyriaja would come out personally, he figured they could just hand them over to the representative of the Suje Kingdom and have them take them back to their homeland. There were also a few souvenirs for several other countries. To be honest, I wanted to give a grand piano Shenron, but His Majesty the Emperor said it was fine. That would be heavy. Plus, there's no one who can play it. I wish the countries in the Eastern nations would quickly send people to study piano in Darway. Piano diplomacy seemed to be quite difficult. After finishing their breakfast, the two headed to the Annex of Free Winds. Of course, they had the concierge from the Inn of Free Winds contact the Annex of Free Winds for them. As it was part of the same chain, it was expected to go smoothly. At that time, they were told that Queen Illyriaja was already not at the inn and was in meetings with several countries. International diplomacy is quite busy, isn't it? It's not often that leaders and ministers from many countries gather in one place. We can't afford to miss this opportunity, Abel said. Rio also recalled seeing such news back in his Earth days. When summits or meetings like the G20 occurred, there would often be articles about bilateral talks happening before or after those gatherings. It seemed this aspect remained unchanged, regardless of the era or world. Rio and Abel arrived at the Annex of Free Winds. The receptionist was surprised, and the reason was undoubtedly the two carts following Rio. On the carts were wooden boxes large enough for a person to fit inside. It seemed the receptionist had been informed, and they were allowed to pass through without any issues. The two then exited the Annex of Free Winds, just as I thought. It was the carts. It's surprising for everyone the first time they see that magic, Abel said while looking at the carts and the wooden boxes on top. It seems so. The structure, or rather the mechanism, is actually quite simple, Rio replied, tilting his head. In reality, there was nothing like a complex power source like an engine, nor did it float or fly. The four wheels were firmly on the ground, and in terms of shape, it was a simple structure that even a kindergarten kid could make. Thus, Rio thought it was a fairly simple magical creation. If a golem like the Precursor Officer No. 1 were following us, I could understand the surprise. Ah, that would be Captain Raya walking around with friendship proof no. 2. Captain Raya of the Lion Princely Residence's guard had been carrying friendship proof no. 2 ever since the infamous raid 2 months ago. The only exception was when he went into the Imperial Palace. Even then, it was said he would pet the head of No. 2 multiple times before reluctantly setting off. That treasured no. 2 is quite lucky. Well, I can't deny that. What is it, Abel? You seem to have a look that suggests you want to say golems have no heart. Don't they? No one can prove that they don't. This type of proof is called the proof of a devil. The human heart, after all, is merely the on/off of synapses linked together in vast numbers. In other words, if you break it down, it's just ones and zeros, digital. However, because the numbers are overwhelmingly vast, the phenomenon we perceive as heart just appears analog. If that's the case, it's only a matter of time before golems or artificial intelligence acquire a heart. Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying at all. Abel had an even harder time grasping Rio's words. Perhaps when there are too many unfamiliar terms, the mind shuts down the circuits that try to understand. Don't worry, this line of thought of mine is likely considered heretical back in my homeland as well. Is that something to be worried about? Eventually, whether it takes a few decades or a few hundred years, a conclusion will inevitably arise. So there's no point in debating it. Sounds tough. Abel expressed a look and tone that indicated it was entirely unrelated to him. However, Rio was looking at him with a frown. What? Did I say something strange? Didn't you experience it yourself, Abel? Me, a golem? No, I mean with that sword. Rio pointed to the magic sword Abel was carrying on his back. Of Of course, it was currently sheathed and not shining. This sword, have you never experienced it moving as if it had a will of its own? Now that you mention it, I might have. Exactly. The fact that it takes the shape of a sword means it was made by someone, right? So it stands to reason that things created by humans can harbor a heart. Speaking of which, I was told this sword was crafted by King Richard. Oh, he is known as the restorer of the kingdom of the royal family of Natore, right? King Richard, said to have mastered all 6 attributes of magic and reached the pinnacle of alchemy. Rio was confident that King Richard was a reincarnator. Originally, the violin piece Abel played, Paganini's 24 Caprices, was said to have been performed by King Richard. Of course, the original composer is Niccolo Paganini from Earth. It's possible that King Richard coincidentally composed exactly the same piece, but unlikelihood is an understatement. Rather than being a master craftsman, if it was created by someone who has perfected that path, it wouldn't be strange for it to harbor a heart. Well, there's no need to deny it. That way of thinking could lead to a greater appreciation of things. Let's treat our belongings with care. Rio also thought this was a wonderful sentiment, nodding in silence. Next, the two headed to the trading company located 2 houses down from the Inn of Free Winds. It bore the sign of the Eastern Trading Company. Since this was a trading company, they hadn't sent out any sort of precursor. In fact, this was the first time the two had visited here. However, they knew that the person they were looking for was at the top of this place. Welcome! As they stepped through the door, a middle-aged man dressed in finely tailored clothes with an elegant demeanor greeted them with a smile. Rio returned the smile and said to the middle-aged man, "Hello, I'm Rio and this is Abel. We have something to give to President Tsukuai. Could you please relay the message?" The middle-aged man momentarily stumbled over his words. But he quickly regained his composure. "I apologize, but do you have an appointment?" We don't have an appointment. I'm sorry, the president does not meet with those who do not have an appointment." The middle-aged man stated clearly and politely, ensuring he didn't come off as intimidating. This was only natural. Neither Rio nor Abel knew, but President Tsukuai had refused to meet even the prime minister back when it was a free city without an appointment. This head clerk knew that. Naturally, he wouldn't let them through. However, "Oh, it's all right. If you tell the president my name, he should allow you to pass right away. My name is Rio and this is Abel." "Well, but if mentioning my name doesn't jog his memory, please add this. We were the ones who helped achieve autonomy." Rio maintained a friendly smile the entire time. The preceding words weren't meant as a threat. They were just a way to help jog his memory if he had forgotten. Rio genuinely believed that. However, it seemed the middle-aged man interpreted those words differently. I'll confirm, so please wait here." Saying that, he led the two to a separate room with a table behind a curtain. Once they were seated, tea was brought in from the back. "Is this the sort of premium treatment you get at a high-end brand?" Rio said cheerfully. "I don't really understand," Abel replied, seeming confused by the words. Despite being a king, after waiting for a while, a man came in. He appeared to be in his 50s, but his powerful green eyes conveyed a deeper wisdom and strength that suggested he had aged significantly. His head was completely shaved, making for an appearance that could be considered unusual alongside his green eyes. President Tsukuai, it's been a while." "Hello, Lord Rio, Lord Abel, it's been a while." President Tsukuai greeted the two and immediately focused on the wooden boxes. Right, I don't intend to stay long. I came to deliver this souvenir." "A souvenir? We're currently in Darway." President Tsukuai tilted his head, so Abel tried to clarify. "Oh, I see. I should have explained from there." Rio realized his oversight and smiled. 2 days ago, a negotiation team led by Prince Lion of Darway arrived. "Did you perhaps come on that ship?" "Yes, there were some complications." President Tsukuai seemed to think about something for a moment, but quickly regained focus. "Please take this souvenir." "Thank you, I'll open it now." With that, Rio opened the wooden box. Inside were, there were dozens of woven fabrics. "This is silk, a specialty of Darway." "Yes." "Silk textiles," Rio said happily. President Tsukuai examined the overflowing silks, his calm demeanor contrasting with the tremors in Abel's hands. Just from that, it was clear that these silk textiles held considerable value in Kubevasa. Of course, Rio understood this when he chose them as souvenirs. In the past on Earth, this silk was sought after worldwide. Silk, as preserved in the historical term Silk Road, is a product that remains significant in world history. Naturally, it could be imagined that this was also a high-end specialty product in this phi. Moreover, among them are the finest quality pieces, because they were given by His Majesty the Emperor, Rio answered with a smile. Upon hearing that, President Tsukuai's expression changed noticeably. That was surprise. Receiving silk bestowed by the Emperor was something that typically couldn't be obtained. To present it as a souvenir, If I receive such a fine gift as a souvenir, what on earth should I do with it? It becomes quite terrifying. Oh no, I just have a few things I want to know. President Tsukuwai calmed himself and asked, while Ryo answered with a smile. I was wondering if you have any special information regarding the Duchy of Atinjo, which is hosting this upcoming conference of the Eastern nations. For example, the attendees? I see. Where should I start? Yes, since Kubevasa was annexed, it's been governed by Duke Helb. I thought so. Ryo couldn't help but mutter. Abel nodded silently. Of course, the Supreme Regent is appointed from the former ministers of the Free City era, but they're merely ornamental. That's what indirect governance entails. At this conference of the Eastern nations, it will be the first visit of Duke Atinjo to Kubevasa. In fact, there have been some unsettling movements coinciding with it. Ryo and Abel exchanged glances at President Tsukuwai's words. What floated in their minds was the scene and conversation they had seen from a cafe a few days ago. Minister Jodel of the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom and Foreign Minister Miss Ta of the Kubevasa Autonomous Government had been conversing. About that matter, does that mean the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom and the Autonomous Government are also involved? Even you two have heard about it? Ryo confirmed, and President Tsukuwai responded with a wry smile. If even you two, who just arrived in Kubevasa, know about it, then of course Duke Helb and his circle know as well. That makes sense. They're either letting it go on purpose, or keeping it under surveillance. The reason for keeping watch is to catch them all in one go, Abel declared confidently. Eliminating small organizations acting here and there one by one is quite a hassle. If word gets out that other organizations are being wiped out, they promptly go underground. It's far easier to let them move around to gather and then strike them down all at once. Abel knew this from his experiences during his adventurer days dealing with bandit subjugations and as a king hunting down spies. However, it seems the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom has completely withdrawn from this matter. Oh, it seems they were never really enthusiastic about it to begin with, President Tsukuwai answered. After glancing at his expression, Abel asked, So are you, President Tsukuwai, involved? Of course not, President Tsukuwai replied without a moment's delay. When it was annexed, we managed to gain autonomy thanks to the two of you. That is something invaluable. Even in a few decades, attacking the Duke now would bring nothing good for Kubevasa. On the contrary, whether the attack succeeds or fails, the crackdown will only tighten. That is not good. I'm relieved to hear you understand. Abel nodded at President Tsukuwai's explanation. However, plans are progressing in ways I can't reach. Is it possible for there to be matters outside the reach of the former Supreme Council? I'm not all-powerful either. President Tsukuwai chuckled. Then he continued speaking. There were others besides me in the Supreme Council. I see, so there are other former Supreme Council members involved. They're certainly trying to stop it, President Tsukuwai said with a frown, and then he continued. Related to that, some information has leaked from around Duke Atinjo. In the past month, Duke Atinjo has reportedly collapsed at least 3 times. He collapsed, Abel said as he looked at Ryo. Ryo looked back at Abel, but neither had an answer on their faces. With such a condition, it would be easier to target him when he arrives in Kubevasa. If his health is poor, wouldn't the surrounding security be tightened? Duke Atinjo is known for his considerable martial prowess. However, if his health is poor, he won't be able to exert his full strength. I see. It does seem like there could be a unique opportunity. Abel nodded, his expression still troubled. It's exceedingly challenging to convince those who see an opportunity and dissuade them. By the way, Duke Atinjo was supposed to arrive in Kubevasa today. I can only hope that the security is stringent enough to deter the attackers. The former Prime Minister's official residence, now the Kubevasa Governor's office, was located on Administrative Island. The master of that place, Governor of Kubevasa, is Duke Helb, one of the 10 masters of the Southern Sorcerer Church, and the full-blooded brother of the current Duke Atinjo. Duke Helb knelt respectfully before the carriage that arrived at the governor's office and bowed even further to greet the individual who descended from it. Elder brother, thank you for coming. Plaque, thank you for welcoming me. Plaque is Duke Helb's first name. However, the only person who would call him Plaque is his brother, Duke Atinjo, standing right before him. Plaque, I have something urgent to discuss. Yes, then to the conference room. Duke Helb took the lead to guide him. He had also received word that Duke Atinjo had collapsed back in their homeland. Hearing that, he had suggested canceling the visit to Kubevasa, but here he was. The urgency of the matter was likely related to that. Once they entered the conference room and cleared it of outsiders, Duke Atinjo immediately began to speak. Plaque, what I'm about to say is an Imperial decree. Yes, Duke Helb knelt down. An Imperial decree is the highest and most prioritized order given by a duke. If I lose myself, if my body is taken over, or if I go berserk, I want you to take my life. A. Decapitate me and shatter the vessel of my soul. Understood, B. But that, Plaque, I can only rely on you. Understood. No matter the situation, Duke Helb, who could be called calm and unyielding, turned pale and bowed his head. Even though it was an imperial decree, it took time to accept it. 1 minute passed. His complexion returned, and Duke Helb asked, "Elder brother, could you tell me the reason? It seems there is a phantom king among the northern faction." "That's absurd," Duke Helb exclaimed without thinking. It was rare for him to raise his voice. That alone signified how unbelievable it was. There should be hundreds of phantom beings with souls among them. You're saying one of them has become a phantom king? Plaque, you know I can foresee the future, don't you? Yes, and I saw it. Don't tell me. Duke Helb was speechless. Of course, it's not certain. The future can change. In fact, since I asked you to kill me if anything happens to me, there's a chance it could change. Duke Atinjo laughed. I know that the Phantom King can control phantom beings. However, they have not appeared for the past 1,000 years, yet now one appears and it even targets you. I don't know why it is showing up now, but it's lucky that it's targeting me. If it were you, it would have been a serious situation. Duke Atinjo smiled again. You are powerful sorcerers unlike me. You could reduce the entire southern continent to ashes all by yourself. The Phantom King is not omnipotent either. Plaque, keep your heart strong. Elder brother, even I resisted 3 times by keeping my heart strong. You absolutely won't be overtaken. Is it really a Phantom King? Duke Atinjo exposed his chest just above his heart. A star-shaped magic circle. But this is, if it's Duke Helb, a master of the Southern Sorcerer Church, you should recognize what this is. That's a puppet. A transformation type, though. Yes, it's the magic circle of a Phantom King puppet. The magic circle was 3/4 distinctly stained in red, while the remaining was a faintly red line. If I receive another attack, I will probably fall. Elder brother, listen, don't hesitate. You must decapitate me and shatter the vessel of my soul. Yes. Duke Atinjo smiled gently and nodded. He must have felt that he had no lingering concerns left. Once my life ends, the Prince Bash will be set to inherit the dukedom in our homeland. He is indeed my son, but he is not a phantom being. He is a human. He won't be overtaken by the Phantom King. Support him. With my life at stake, I will. Duke Helb bowed his head. However, Duke Atinjo noticed a hint of unease in his expression. What is it, Plaque? If I were also to be taken over by the Phantom King, keep your heart strong and you'll be fine. Yes. Are you still anxious? Honestly, I am worried. Duke Helb spoke frankly. He had never lied in front of his elder brother, Duke Atinjo. I entrusted stopping me to Plaque. No one else would manage it. However, if it comes to stopping Plaque, then it would require someone more than just half-hearted. Do you have any candidates in mind? After pondering for a moment, Duke Helb answered Duke Atinjo's question. I have 2 people in mind. I will visit them tonight. That night, Rio and Abel had dinner in the dining room of the Inn of Free Winds. The topic was the matter of Duke Atinjo they heard about during the day. Duke Atinjo collapsed back in his homeland, right? Duke Atinjo was also a phantom being, wasn't he? I had an image of him being like a demon or a monster, but he seems just like a human, collapsing like that. I'm curious about that. Neither Rio nor Abel had any acquaintance with Duke Atinjo. In fact, they held no good feelings towards the Duke and his Grand Duchy, since he was the one who occupied the autonomous city of Kubevasa. However, it's true that he is one of the important figures in this conference. If that person has collapsed 3 times and is still coming to Kubevasa, I hope nothing happens. Abel, that's a flag. As they exchanged such conversations, the 2 of them thoroughly enjoyed their dessert. Then just as they were about to return to their room, they were called out to at the entrance. Lord Rio, Lord Abel. The 2 looked at the person who called them, but at the same time they tilted their heads. They couldn't recall the name. Both exchanged brief eye contact, but there was no answer in either of their eyes. Both shook their heads slightly. However, at that moment something flashed in Rio's mind. He remembered having met that person. He had a recollection, but it was also a memory of a rather dire situation. It felt like a bad name. Horrible, bad, scary, sneaky. No, Zulu. Mr. Zuluma. Rio finally remembered the name. Yes, Zuluma bowed his head. Zuluma, but Abel couldn't remember. Remember when we attacked the embassy? No, when the doors of the embassy were opened and we were invited in. It would be useless to cover it up now. So that was the guy next to Duke Helb at that time. Rio's attempt to cover it up was dismissed, and Abel recalled it as well. At that time, Zwazuma, the second secretary, had a magic circle engraved on his chest by Duke Helb and faced Abel. Why is Zuluma here now? Duke Helb wishes to meet you both. We just had dinner and we can't venture out anymore. We have reserved a room at the inn next door. Yes. Rio's resistance was easily broken down. Abel shook his head silently. In the end, the two of them were taken by Zuluma to the inn next door. "Thank you for coming." Duke Helb, who welcomed them, greeted them with his perfectly polite bow. Even though they understood, they couldn't help but be impressed. Even Rio and Abel were. "Indeed, we received an invitation from the Duchy of Atinjo for this conference, but the conference starts the day after tomorrow, doesn't it?" Rio expressed his dissatisfaction. "Yes, I have a personal request today, which is why I came here." With those words, Duke Helb offered the two chairs. Then he immediately got to the point. "If I go out of control, I would like you two to stop me." "Yes, what do you mean?" Duke Helb, skipping any explanations, suddenly spoke the core of the matter, leaving Rio and Abel confused. "The way to stop me is to behead me or stab my heart, the vessel of my soul. Sounds a bit like a vampire." "Do you have an acquaintance who is a vampire?" Abel replied instinctively, then Duke Helb questioned back with interest. "When you have been an adventurer for a long time, you see all sorts of things." "I see," Abel responded, seemingly unimpressed, and Duke Helb nodded. "I understand how to stop you, but why us? I don't know anyone else who could stop me. This out-of-control situation. Isn't it similar to when you, Mr. Zuluma, had a significant increase in ability at the embassy?" "Yes, it is very similar. My powers will drastically improve, not just my physical abilities, but also my skills as a sorcerer." "Are you serious?" Duke Helb answered Rio's question precisely, surprising Abel. The already strong Duke Helb would become even stronger. "At the embassy, you had the magic circle drawn on Mr. Zuluma's chest, right? So this time, someone will draw it on you. And you'll be controlled to go out of control?" "Yes, that's correct. I will be drawn by the Phantom King who resides in the Chawauchi Empire and will be controlled by him." "The Chawauchi Empire? The Phantom King?" Both Rio and Abel tilted their heads. Unexpected words had come up here. The Chawauchi Empire, said to be at the far north, is here. Moreover, they had never heard of the term Phantom King. "You both know that my elder brother and that Duke Atinjo is a phantom being, right?" "Ah, yes, we know. The Phantom King appears very rarely, once every few thousand years or so, and can control all phantom beings at will. Is there truly such a being? In the Chawauchi Empire?" Abel frowned at Duke Helb's explanation. Rio, who was beside him, remained silent, but his expression showed he was also troubled. At this timing, when the Eastern nations were considering a united front, this was extremely unpleasant information. "Yes, do you know about the Demon King?" "The Demon King? Is that the Demon King?" Abel glanced at Rio. Rio nodded slightly. They didn't understand why the topic had suddenly shifted to the Demon King, but they both knew about him. They were also aware of the current Demon King, Nadia. For some reason, she had married Hero Roman and was living in the Natore Kingdom. Moreover, in the city of Run, she was actually Rio's neighbor. When the Demon King raises the Demon King's army, he can control monsters at will. "The Demon King's factor?" Rio muttered at Duke Helb's words. "To think you even know about the Demon King's factor." Duke Helb was surprised to hear that. The Demon King's factor exists naturally among many monsters, and when the Demon King raises his army, they will be forced to follow him. It's like a constraint or curse. Once the Demon King's factor is excited, it remains that way for a while. After absorbing a certain amount of a fragment of God, it will eventually return to its base state over time. That's why the Demon King's army has no choice but to clash with humans. "Rio, Miss Marlin once explained that to me. That's why there has been a long-standing conflict between humans and the Demon King in the Central Nations and Western Nations." As he listened to that explanation, Duke Helb nodded to himself. He felt that choosing these two was not a mistake. They were nearing the essence of this world to an extent that was hard to believe they were human. No, considering they already knew about demons and Ruri, it might be fair to say they were too close. "Are you really two humans?" Words slipped out unconsciously. "As you can see, I am human, but I don't know about Rio." "What? To abandon me as a sacrifice and escape alone? Abel is not even worthy to be called human." Rio was indignant at Abel's sudden betrayal. Needless to say, the two were just playing around. If you know about the Demon King's factor, then the conversation is quick. Simply put, there is a similar relationship between phantom beings and the Phantom King. So if the Phantom King desires, the phantom beings will have no choice but to obey. That will be the case. However, it is said that strong-willed phantom beings can resist that compulsion, especially if they are mages or sorcerers. "So, Duke Helb, is there a chance you won't be controlled?" "Yes, there is a possibility. But just in case, you want to ask us for help." Once Abel said that, he sat back deeply in his chair. "To stop the out-of-control situation, the method is to behead and pierce the heart, a request to end his own life." "It's not a simple request. However, I understand. I will accept it," Rio agreed. "Hey, Rio," Abel was surprised. "Abel, there's no choice other than to accept." "I know that, but—" Abel was bewildered by Rio's unusually quick decision. Of course, Abel also understood that there was no choice but to accept. I don't like the idea of beheading someone. It's the same as you saying I'm fired as usual. Yeah, I don't get it. But in the end, Abel accepted as well. All right, I will take it on. Thank you very much. Duke Helb stood up and with a perfect bow expressed his gratitude. And 2 days later, on the day of the conference, Rio and Abel were heading to the venue in the prepared carriage. Previously, preliminary negotiations had been conducted by the foreign officials of each country, and it was said that a basic agreement would likely be reached. We just need to sit back and look impressive. Abel gave Rio a dubious look in response to his words. What do you mean, Abel? I mean, Rio's casual attitude just overflows. How should I put it? That's rude. What I said comes from trusting the officials to do their job, Rio boldly asserted. Well, we are just advisors after all. The main actors are the Eastern nations. Abel shrugged his shoulders and Rio nodded in agreement. Yes, the two of them were advisors, therefore they wouldn't sign anything. In reality, they were just sitting there. However, they were officially invited by the host country, the Duchy of Atinjo. At that time, Rio's title was First Duke of the Natore Kingdom. This means that the Duchy of Atinjo knows that Rio equals Duke Rondo. Surely they have sent spies into the Darway Imperial Palace as well. Well, since the Chouchi Empire is making a fuss, it's only natural they would gather information on all countries. Rio's words made Abel nod in agreement, as if it were obvious. If they come south, the first line of resistance will be Darway. Frankly speaking, if Darway can't hold them back, the other countries will fall as well. That's quite a heavy role. The carriage carrying the two arrived at a stunning 3-story building made of white stone similar to marble, overwhelming to those who looked at it. The contrast with the dark stone 3-story free parliament next to it was beautiful. I heard it used to be the Supreme Council, but it really does have a strong presence. The white Supreme Council and the black Free Parliament. Neither of them is in use now. The Supreme Council is closed, and the Free Parliament is permanently dissolved. Although there is an autonomous government, there are no remnants of the era when it was a free city, at least not in political terms. Even so, the citizens' lives are not bad and commercial activities are active. If they can enjoy a rich physical life, the populace tends to be docile. Rio nodded in agreement with Abel's words. Throughout history, revolutions and rebellions arise when the people's lives are in distress. Will our Natore kingdom be all right? It should be fine. We're an agricultural powerhouse. There are 2 keys to whether the people's lives are in distress: energy and food. This truth of history and politics remains unchanged in any era or world. Abel shouldn't know such knowledge, but as expected of a current ruler. As a former king, he seems to understand the essence of state governance. If a bad king raises taxes too much, it leads to rebellion. That ultimately invites soaring prices for many goods, including food and energy. I'm not a bad king, so the kingdom will be fine. What confidence! If I look like I'm about to fail, Count Heinlein will stop me. Relying on the Chancellor, huh? What if Count Heinlein goes astray as a person? In that case, the first Duke Rio will take care of it somehow. Abel said it casually, while Rio shook his head slightly with a look that said that was impossible. Marquis Alexis Heinlein, the Chancellor of the Natore Kingdom, is an extremely capable individual. Not only is he exceptional as the head of administration, but he is also said to be the best in espionage among the Central Nations and was once the commander of the Royal Knight Order. Even now, the Heinlein Marquisate's Knight Order is known for its elite status, and Phelps A. Heinlein, the son managing the Marquisate as the Lord's deputy, is also an active B-rank adventurer. Clearly, he is an overwhelmingly powerful vassal. Typically, a king would try to diminish the strength of such a massive vassal. After all, it would be a serious matter if they were to cause a rebellion in times of emergency. However, this king. If Count Heinlein says to give up the position of king, I will hand it over. Are you bold or foolish? As long as the people are happy, that's what matters. Abel's words held no deceit. However, Rio knows the truth. That Count Heinlein would never betray Abel. Among the kingdom's nobility, Count Heinlein is one of those who hold Abel in the highest regard as king, because Rio feels the same way. Though this casual atmosphere may seem trivial, it is true that we are trying to conduct politics for the people. Are you mocking me? No, I'm praising you. In front of them, Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen had already arrived at the Supreme Council, but they were talking casually right at the entrance. The other party was, that person. That's the daimyo of the Basanta Kingdom, Suku. She's representing the Basanta Kingdom. Yes, both Princess Xiaofen and Mifa seem happy. Both were smiling and chatting. Prince Lion was watching over them with a smile. Suku, the daimyo of the second-largest Mifasoshi in Basanta, was a woman connected to the royal family and, while still young, had also been active as an adventurer. She now runs a business with the money she earned back then and reportedly owns a huge ranch. Moreover, she is a powerful mage as well, We know quite a few people who are active in various fields, Rio commented as he watched the three talking. Abel seemed to understand he was referring to Suku and her associates, but he said it nonchalantly. That's obvious, right? Anyone who approaches matters sincerely, thinks for themselves, and takes responsibility for their judgments and actions will produce proper results in any field. Of course, it's tough to achieve top-tier results in everything, but like Count Heinlein does. Abel laughed as he spoke, but he noticed Rio looking at him with wide eyes in surprise. What is it? No, I'm just surprised that Abel said something so reasonable. I always say reasonable things, don't I? That one line ruined it. Why? The two were guided into a massive room. A huge conference room with no windows. Why can it be called a conference room? Because in the center of the room, there is also a large round table that can only be described as immense. It's a big round table. It seems that 2 people from each country will sit here. Abel was amazed by the size of the round table, and Rio inferred this from the arrangement of the chairs. Of course, several chairs were prepared behind as well. Bureaucrats and officials from each country would sit and assist the representatives. The Round Table Conference really has a romantic aspect to it, Rio murmured while gazing at the round table. Romantic about the Round Table Conference? Abel, standing beside him, seemed not to understand the meaning. It's not about Marin, it's romance. I never mentioned Marin. What's even Marin supposed to mean? It means chestnut. I love Mont Blanc cake topped with chestnuts, but what's needed here is romance. Ah, so you're saying there's romance in Mont Blanc cake? That's entirely different. If you make a joke there, the guests will be confused. Who are the guests? Rio was indignant, while Abel was exasperated. In some sense, it was a typical scene. On the round table, triangular objects with country names written on them were placed. These are what you would call triangular nameplates. Atinjo, Basanta, Jejishlu, Darwe. Kamakuta and Suje are also included. All the countries we know are represented. That would be a problem if they weren't, right? And Abel, right across from the Duchy of Atinjo, shines a splendidly glowing country name. Natore, oh, that's us. Rio made an obvious show of it, but the king brushed it off lightly. Rio sighed in disappointment. However, he quickly bounced back. I won't be defeated by Abel's oppression. I see, do your best, royal representative. Aren't you coming as King Abel I of the Natore kingdom? Rio will attend as the first duke, right? It seemed there was some misunderstanding between the king and the first duke. When we were in Darwe, since you didn't have your identification, I used mine. But up until we got to Darwe, I was just going as Abel, and I think it would be better if you showed up as king. First of all, Rio hasn't publicly revealed his identity outside of Darwe. That may be true, but Queen Illyriaja knew, and the invitation from the Duchy of Atinjo was addressed to First Duke of the Natore Kingdom. So quite a few people know your true identity, right? And Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen, the representatives from Darwe, both know about you too. No, if I'm asked for identification here, I can't provide it. Ah, that issue had ultimately not been resolved. However, Abel was reflecting. When I return to the kingdom, I will always wear it, regardless of whether I'm working or what. Yes, please do. Abel sighed as he spoke, and Rio chuckled while shaking his head. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone commits failures. What is important is to reflect on it and figure out how to make use of it next. It can't be helped. This time I will represent as the royal representative of King Abel I. Ah, please do. But if someone says, isn't King Abel sitting right next to you? I might have to answer that I was threatened and that all the responsibility is being placed on me. Huh. Or I could say that Abel has lost all his memories and the person who looks like Abel here does not possess the memories of King Abel I. Or would you prefer I come up with some impossible explanation? That would be impossible. Yes, it would put a blemish on the credibility of the Natore kingdom. What would happen? Above all, please handle this smoothly. I will do my best. The two might be at a crossroads detached from the actual negotiations. While they were talking, the delegation from the Jejishlu Federation entered and took their seats. An elderly man took the representative's seat, while the next one appeared to be empty. 4 bureaucrats were seated behind the elderly man. Speaking of which, the Jejishlu Federation's pro-Atinjo faction won the civil war, right? Seems that way. The southern part of the continent has fallen into the hands of the Duchy, Rio spoke in a somewhat pretentious manner. Abel glanced at him but said nothing. It's fallen into the hands of the Duchy. Rio's words were repeated again. That phrase sounds cool, or that I like it, you know. You understood well. Doesn't it sound cool to say has fallen into the hands of? Repeating that wouldn't be hard for anyone to understand. Whether it's cool or not is subjective, but it's true that the Duchy has gained power. I can only hope they don't become enemies. No, they wouldn't, would they? After all, this conference is being hosted by the Duchy. Abel expressed a common-sense opinion. Now that I think about it, we can understand that the Duchy of Atinjo rushed to unify the southern continent because of the southern advance of the Chouchi Empire. After all, Duke Helb even came specially to request it. If the Duke of Atinjo and Duke Helb were to be taken over by that phantom king, the Chouchi Empire would obtain the southern continent without any effort. That means it might surround Darway from the north and south. Both Abel and Rio wished it wouldn't come to that. However, wanting it not to happen and it actually not happening are entirely different matters. While hoping it wouldn't happen, thinking ahead and preparing for the possibility, it's something not many can truly do. If the Duchy of Atinjo were to be taken over, it could become a very important position for Darway. As Abel said this, he looked toward Suku, the representative of the Basanta Kingdom, who was approaching the round table. That's right, since the Basanta Kingdom would be in between. Rio nodded in agreement. By the way, there was information that the two were unaware of, that the dense forest between the Basanta Kingdom and the Duchy of Atinjo is called the Forest of No Confusion. Not only the Basanta Kingdom, but also the Duchy of Atinjo refers to it as such. In other words, it is said that passing through that dense forest is impossible. No, it used to be said that way. Conversely, there is information that only the two know. The Dragon King Nurs, who had built a city of gold in the Forest of No Confusion, is no longer present. Is the Forest of No Confusion still inaccessible today? That is something that no one knows, probably. Next to the round table was the representative of the Kamakura feudal kingdom, one of the major powers in the archipelago sea region. I saw that person in the lobby of the Inn of Free Winds. Wasn't he called Minister Jodel? The chairman of the Eastern Trading Company said that the Kamakura feudal kingdom would not assist in the Duke's assault. I wonder what happened with the assault in the end. As soon as Abel said that, someone burst through the door. Emergency, this building has been attacked. The moment he heard it, Rio dashed out. Abel chased after him. Rio leaped down the stairs from the third floor, where the conference room was located, all the way to the first floor. Seriously? Abel shouted while following closely behind. As he crashed to the ground, the flying ring on his left arm emitted a faint glow and wind erupted towards the ground. Of course, it wasn't without damage, but as he landed, he spun around, converting his linear momentum into rotational energy to cushion his fall. Thanks to that, Abel barely managed to leap out of the front entrance without losing sight of Rio. What lay before them was a gruesome scene. There were hundreds of corpses scattered on the ground. Floating around a single carriage were talismans, seemingly protecting it. In front of the carriage stood a man. His light purple formal attire was that of a Grand Duke's younger brother. His long black hair was neatly tied back and held in place with a small crown that shone faintly purple. He usually had a handsome face, but not now, cold. If it were to be expressed in one kanji character, Chinese letter would be the most fitting. No emotions showed on his face, everything was as expected. Yet it was unpleasant, almost as if he were silently conveying that message. Anyone who saw the scene would understand. The Duke Atinjo was the target of the attack, but it had been completely thwarted, and it was this purple-clad man who had prevented it, naturally. He was one of the 10 masters of the Southern Sorcerer Church, synonymous with being the strongest sorcerer, the strongest shield protecting his beloved elder brother. Duke Atinjo, Duke Helb, the voice that slipped from Abel's mouth seemed to set time in motion. Oh, Lord Abel. Lord Rio, I apologize for causing you worry. Duke Helb's voice and expression had returned to normal. Right, since we anticipated the attack, we should have placed our best cards at the site of the assault, Rio said, letting out a small sigh. No, I never thought something like this would happen. I ended up counterattacking with all my might, but it can't be helped. After all, since they drew their bows at the Duke, the death penalty is the only possible outcome. Duke Helb said that with an almost refreshing clarity. For him, this attack was likely a minor issue, with the presence of rebellious elements. It was best to deal with them all at once. That was all. After lightly fixing his attire, Duke Helb opened the carriage door and spoke to the person inside. Elder brother, everything is ready. He then fully opened the door. A man slowly descended from the carriage. His hair, once black, was now completely white. Yet it was neatly tied up on his head and held with a small golden crown. His complexion lacked luster, making him appear to be a very sick person at first glance. However, his eyes were sharp. The intensity of his willpower was something that could not be suppressed. While the white hair stood out against his navy blue formal attire, one glance at his face made one forget everything else. That was Duke Atinjo. The two watched as Duke Atinjo and Duke Helb entered the Supreme Council from the front entrance. There was something in the documents about the Duke and Duke Helb being 15 years apart in age, right? Ah, but for that age difference, Duke Atinjo looks quite old, doesn't he? Yeah, he looks around 70, but his eyes are sharp. Exactly, that makes him stand out even more compared to his other features. Both of them somewhat understood. It was likely that the constant resistance against the Phantom King and others was making him appear older. After confirming that Duke Atinjo and Duke Helb had entered the building, Rio and Abel also passed through the entrance. Still, Duke Helb is merciless. How many hundreds died out there? Well, that's probably why he let them run loose. He allowed the attack so he could counterattack all at once. Duke Helb wouldn't be one to show mercy. That's true, but terrorism produces nothing, and even if counterattacked, it yields no results. Rio said this while shaking his head slightly. Abel merely shrugged and said nothing. He didn't fully understand the meaning of the word terrorism. I hope the meeting proceeds smoothly. What's that out of the blue? Rio whispered, while Abel tilted his head in inquiry. In my homeland, there's a famous saying, meetings dance but do not progress. What's that? Why would a meeting dance? No, during the day, they do hold proper meetings, you know. But nothing gets decided, and then at night a ball is held. Everyone dances happily there. Why such things? That was a sarcastic remark about the Vienna Congress after the Napoleonic Wars. Although major rulers and leaders from all over Europe participated in that meeting, various reasons prevented it from progressing smoothly. There was a strong aspect of intentional delay due to the thoughts of the Austrian Chancellor Metternich, who presided over it. That meeting gathered rulers from dozens of countries, but it took about 9 months to conclude a treaty. If this one turns out like that, you can't leave your country unattended for that long, can you? Abel frowned. Rio thought about it. Abel had been away from the kingdom for a long time, but he thought it best not to voice that. No one left their country willingly. It was all the demon's fault. Well, I've also been away from the kingdom for a long time. You're saying that yourself? Abel admitted it, and Rio sighed. I was trying to avoid saying that on purpose. Our affairs are fine even when we're away. We have capable retainers. Well, I can't deny that. Having someone trustworthy in charge while one is away is actually quite a rare situation. By the way, about that round table earlier, Ball wasn't there, was he? Ball, I vaguely remember. He was from the country whose ship was attacked by the ghost ship Luri. Captain Gorik of the Rondark mentioned it. It's a nation of archipelago states, right? That's right. Perhaps it's simply too far away. Probably. Small countries likely weren't invited at all, right? There are small countries on the continent, but they were probably only the ones we've heard of. Oh, indeed. The only ones called from the Archipelago Sea region seem to be the well-known Kamakura feudal kingdom and Suje kingdom. Given the nature of opposition, they probably only reached out to countries with a certain level of national power. In reality, small nations would likely find it burdensome if they were called. It's definitely not discrimination. Well, that's obvious, right? Considering the obligations incurred, even just being invited can be burdensome. Attending this meeting incurs expenses. All of that is covered by taxes paid by our citizens. For small nations, it might be a significant expenditure. It's different from some who took a ride on a Darway ship with 3 meals and a nap included, without paying a dime. I'm curious about how you feel saying that line yourself. Both Rio and Abel had received free meals and more. When the two returned to the conference room, all but 4 seats were filled. The 2 seats for the Natore kingdom occupied by Rio and Abel. 2 seats for the Duchy of Atinjo occupied by Duke Atinjo and Duke Helb. As Rio and Abel sat down, their gazes met with Queen Illyriaja of Suje Kingdom. Rio gave a slight nod. Queen Illyriaja smiled warmly. Finally, the 2 from the host country entered. Duke Atinjo and Duke Helb took the last 2 empty seats at the round table, and the conference was about to begin. The Conference of the Eastern Nations began with the opening declaration by Duke Atinjo and the introduction of representatives by Duke Helb, along with his role as the moderator. Rio was expecting a tumultuous or back-and-forth meeting, but his expectations were betrayed. The meeting progressed surprisingly harmoniously. The basic policy of all participating nations joining forces against the Chouchi Empire was, of course, readily accepted, and even the decision to entrust the military frontlines and command authority to Darway was passed without issue. This is different from what I thought. What did you think the meeting would be like? A chaotic meeting where angry shouts fly around, criticizing the other nations non-stop. Is there such an international conference? I've never heard of it. International conferences are wars fought with words instead of swords. It's not something to be taken lightly. For some reason, Rio asserted this strongly. Of course, Abel had no idea about the basis of Rio's claims. In fact, he thought the opposite. Well, a bilateral negotiation might be different, but a conference with multiple nations won't turn out like that, right? Besides, bureaucrats conduct preliminary adjustments before a meeting of heads of state. That's just being naive. With that approach, the leaders won't be trained. Yeah, I don't really get it. Rio's assertions were not understood by Abel, who was an active leader. Of course, since Rio's claims were mere delusions, it might be natural that they were not understood. At that moment, Abel chuckled lightly. Rio noticed this. "What are you laughing at?" "No, I was just recalling a lecture I took back when I was in the royal castle, titled How to Approach a Meeting Effectively." "Really?" Rio didn't quite understand, so he decided to ask. "Is that something taught in the Natore royal family? Maybe my performance was poor, so the teacher thought it would be better to teach me. I've never heard that elder brother took such a course." Abel smiled faintly. Of course, the meeting continued during this exchange, and things were being decided rather smoothly. If the proposer approaches the meeting with an attitude of gathering everyone's opinions to decide something, nothing will get decided and time will just be wasted. That might be true. Therefore, at the very least, one must prepare a preliminary proposal, and one must think about the final compromises as well. I understand about the preliminary proposal, but can you really anticipate the final compromises? It's not difficult. Just researching the positions of the participants and what has been proposed so far provides ample information for speculation. In that case, you could figure it out from the materials at hand without directly confronting the other party, right? That's true. Rio nodded at Abel's explanation. Rio had also heard similar things from a senior who started working at a foreign consulting firm. The first thing the manager told him was to prepare a backup plan and a leeway line before attending meetings. This applied to project meetings as well as meetings with other companies in every circumstance. Some say that compared to Japanese people, Westerners are better at conducting meetings, but that does not necessarily mean they are better at debating. Before meetings start, they prepare backup plans and preliminary proposals, confirm the leeway lines with their superiors, and anticipate the final compromises, which is why decisions unfold smoothly. Of course, if you include all of that, then it is indeed correct to say they are good at conducting meetings. Gathering in a conference room with no proposals or forecasts and arguing back and forth without anything getting decided is just a waste of time, which is self-evident. In reality, it would be better to teach at least that much know-how in school, especially in high school. That is something that would be useful in any situation and is a technique that can be used for a lifetime. People who can discuss and decide various matters often do so unconsciously. Opening a meeting and debating might actually be similar but different concepts. It's acceptable to debate during a meeting, but that is not the essence of a meeting. A meeting is a place to make decisions. Debating is not meant for making decisions. Understanding that alone could eliminate the notion of a meeting that doesn't get decided. And now, right in front of Rio, a decisive meeting was unfolding with overwhelming speed. The moderator was Duke Helb. Without a doubt, he had prepared the compromises within himself. The military front lines were entrusted to Darway. Due to the chain of command, no troops would be dispatched from each nation. The method of cooperation would be the support of materials. This was reasonable as a compromise for both Darway and the other nations. If they were to send troops, the feelings of the citizens of each nation would become an issue. Why should we go and fight in another country for an attack from some unheard-of nation in the north? The ones being dispatched would also have complex emotional issues. In that case, it is reasonable to limit support to just materials. There would be no benefit to having a demoralized army from other nations nearby for Darway. As a result, by the end of the morning on the first day, the signing of the basic treaty was completed. That's impressive. Indeed, Duke Helb's handling of the proceedings is remarkable. Rio and Abel whispered to each other while watching Duke Atinjo and Duke Helb leave the conference room for lunch break. We heard this conference would last 3 days. That's right, but since the treaty signing is already finished, all that's left is minor adjustments, right? Decisions on the types and quantities of materials each nation will provide. But that doesn't concern the leaders and will be discussed by the bureaucrats. Essentially, the meeting is over. That was, of course, unexpected for both of them. However, it was certainly not an unwelcome surprise. Long meetings are just a nuisance. It's better to finish quickly and spend the time gained meaningfully. At that moment, whether Rio and Abel's minds were searching for delicious places in Kubevasa was unknown to anyone. A waiting room was prepared for all delegations. Duke Helb returned to the waiting room of the Duchy of Atinjo after finishing adjustments with several nations. Upon entering a separate room in the back, Duke Atinjo was sitting. The lunch placed before him was mostly untouched. "Elder brother, about your meal?" "Yes, I have no appetite," Duke Atinjo replied with a wry smile to Duke Helb's words. Duke Helb did not say anything further. He could somewhat understand the reason for the lack of appetite. It was likely influenced by the Phantom King puppet. Since Duke Helb was assigned as an ambassador to Kubevasa, which was a free city, today was the first time he saw Duke Atinjo's meal. He remembered the time when Duke Atinjo displayed a hearty appetite, and honestly, he was anxious. but there was nothing to be done by mentioning it. I've easily coordinated with the various nations. There seems to be no problem. As expected of Plaque, I thought handing it over to you would lead to success, but I never expected it would be over by the end of the morning on the first day. Duke Atinjo praised Duke Helb with a clear smile in response to his report. Duke Helb looked pleased, receiving praise from his beloved brother. That may have been an expression Duke Helb would never normally show. Only in front of his brother could he remove the usual mask and bear everything. The 15-year age gap was likely a comfortable distance for Duke Helb. This afternoon, we will announce the contents of the signing and decide on the types and quantities of materials from each nation. You need to attend the announcement at the beginning of the afternoon, but after that, it is fine for you and the leaders of each country to rest. You only need to attend the final closure ceremony. Understood, I leave it to you. Duke Atinjo nodded at Duke Helb's proposal. In response, Duke Helb felt a small sigh of relief. Honestly, he didn't know how much of a burden resisting the Phantom King puppet would be. But judging from the brother before him, it was clear that it would involve considerable physical exhaustion. His willpower was undeniably strong and his gaze was sharp. It was at that moment. Ugh! Duke Atinjo let out a muffled voice, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the floor. Elder brother. Duke Helb hurried over in a panic. At the same time, he shouted, "Someone call a healer!" With Duke Helb's shout, attendants rushed into the room. One of them ran to call a healer. Of course, Duke Helb understood. It was likely the Phantom King puppet at work. It was something the healer could not handle. What they feared had occurred. "Is Zuluma here? Your Majesty, I'm here!" Duke Atinjo called out in a strained voice, and Zuluma responded. Excluding Duke Atinjo and Duke Helb, Zuluma held the highest court rank in that place. "You shall be the witness. I command Duke Helb Plaque to cut off my head and pierce the heart, the vessel of my soul. Is that clear? Zuluma, I acknowledge you as a witness. Duke Helb Plaque, I accept the Imperial decree." There were many others present besides the three. Naturally, they did not understand what was happening. They did not know why Duke Atinjo suddenly issued such an Imperial decree. They did not know why Duke Helb accepted it without any objection. But they understood that it was an extraordinary situation. At least they understood that much. There's no way a fool who couldn't even grasp that could be in the presence of Duke Atinjo. Duke Helb stood up and took the sword that had been leaning against the wall. It was Duke Atinjo's sword. He unsheathed it and knelt. He positioned the sword at the nape of Duke Atinjo's neck, who lay collapsed on the floor. "Plaque, I leave it to you?" "Yes, elder brother," with a swift motion, another thrust. Duke Atinjo's head was severed and his heart was pierced. "Your Excellency!" The first sound to break the silence in the separate room came from Zuluma. It was a question directed at Duke Helb, who still held the sword. "I'm sorry. Please leave me alone for a while." Though it was a small voice, it reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone exited the room and the door was closed. "Elder brother!" Tears fell along with such a whisper, a small sound of sobbing. The sound of the sword dropping from his hand. "I will recover, I will definitely recover, so just wait a little now." A whisper escaped from Duke Helb's lips. He had been entrusted with the task. Of course, he would do his best. But he needed a little time to wait. He had killed his beloved brother with his own hands. Even for Duke Helb, raised to have an unwavering heart since childhood, it was a heavy burden. That unwavering heart was the most necessary trait for him as a sorcerer and as a future Grand Duke's younger brother. That is why he had a heart that could be called perfect. However, this was undeniably painful. Yet, everything had been calculated. Ugh! A muffled sound now escaped Duke Helb's mouth. In that moment he realized it was the Phantom King puppet. Damn it! So I was the target from the beginning. To make his unwavering heart tremble, they had forced him to kill his beloved brother with his own hands. Immediately after that, his shaken heart was seized. "I was careless." Duke Helb's consciousness faded away. The lunch break was coming to an end. In the conference room, a fair number of diplomatic missions from various countries had gathered. In one corner, there were several leaders. Lord Rio Shore asks unusual questions. What qualities and abilities are most needed for a sorcerer? "Yes, I come from the Central Nations where there are no sorcerers. I thought Miss Suku, who is active as an adventurer in the southern part of the continent where the Basanta Kingdom is located, might know." The first thing that comes to mind is indeed an unwavering heart. Unlike mages, sorcerers can launch talismans and spirit talismans to manifest magical phenomena. However, when it comes to launching talismans and manifesting magical phenomena, it must be done calmly. Because if one fails at that point, the sorcery can go out of control. When sorcery goes out of control, it can backfire on the practitioner. That is why those who become sorcerers are trained from a young age to maintain a stable mind. That was Miss Suku's explanation. So the famous sorcerer Duke Helb has an unshakable heart. Hearing Rio's murmured words, Abel glanced over silently. Ah, that was the one who moderated earlier. Indeed, that person is a powerful sorcerer. I had heard the name, but facing him makes his strength clear. Misuku nodded. There was also someone quietly listening to this conversation, not saying anything. It was Queen Illyriaja of the Suje Kingdom. She had moved closer to Rio and Misuku, listening intently to their conversation. "Do you have any thoughts, Queen Illyriaja?" Rio directed the conversation towards her. "No, I was also attacked by a sorcerer, so I understand there are various challenges. The fact that you can say that with a smile is proof of your majesty's strong heart." Rio praised Queen Illyriaja with a near-wry smile. Misuku looked surprised at the story of the attack. Yes, coincidentally, both of them had experienced an attack by a sorcerer and had confronted one. Furthermore, Prince Lion of Darway and Princess Xiaofen approached to join the conversation. "We too have experienced an attack by a sorcerer," Prince Lion said, laughing as well. "When you hear it like this, it seems sorcerers are always on the attack. It's not a fault of the sorcerers themselves, but a problem of the people who use them. Sorcerers, who can use the highly stealthy talismans and spirit talismans, seem to have a high aptitude as attackers." Just then a booming roar echoed through the conference room and the door blew off. "Ice wall!" Without a moment's pause, Rio constructed a wall of ice. However, crack, it shattered under the impact of something. "Ice wall layer 10, clang, clang, clang. Only now at layer 10 can it finally shatter." While surprised, Rio caught sight of the cause. Duke Helb. Duke Helb, holding a splendid sword in his right hand and 4 talismans floating around him, entered. "The Duke who moderated earlier, but the atmosphere is different." It was the voices of Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen. Even though the two had no aptitude for magic, they could tell that Duke Helb was in an unusual state. "Rio." "Yes, Abel, it seems that the feared situation has occurred." Both Abel and Rio had been informed by Duke Helb himself that he might be taken over by the Phantom King. Several rays of light shot from Duke Helb, clang, but all were repelled by the ice wall. "Ice wall layer 20. However, because the repelled ice wall was not unscathed, Rio renewed it. Each strike was surprisingly powerful, like that of a demon. "Abel, Misuku, please evacuate everyone outside the building. Lord Rio, are you going to face Duke Helb alone?" "Yes, I'll hold him back." Rio firmly nodded at Misuku's words. "Rio, will you be all right alone?" "Yes, I'll manage somehow. Abel, please especially take care of Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen with Mifa. From earlier, it seems Duke Helb's attacks are trying to massacre all the leaders. If something happens to Prince Lion of Darway, this meeting that has already reached the signing stage will become meaningless." "Understood, though it's probably pointless to say be careful." Then Rio turned to face Duke Helb. Duke Helb was facing Rio. Understanding that the ice walls surrounding them had been erected by Rio, it seemed he had decided to eliminate them. In other words, the memories of the time when Duke Helb's consciousness was intact cannot be used, Rio murmured. When they faced each other at the embassy, Duke Helb had understood that Rio was a water attribute mage. But the person who had taken over Duke Helb's body, or who was giving orders, apparently did not know this. "I had thought I would eventually battle you, but I never imagined it would come to this." Rio spoke with genuine emotions from the bottom of his heart. After the incident at the embassy, they had gone together to resolve the issues concerning the Death Dragons, and had established a temporary cooperative relationship. But that was truly temporary, and Rio had an inkling that a catastrophic clash would inevitably occur. "Even so, I wanted to fight the calm version of you." Duke Helb, now facing Rio, had lost his crown, and his hair, which was always perfectly arranged, was now in disarray. "Some might find this version even more terrifying. Certainly defeating you will be troublesome, and I can sense your strength, but the intimidation you had when you were calm was greater." Clang, clang, clang. The sound of hard but light masses colliding echoed repeatedly. The sounds were from Rio's ice walls, repelling multiple attacks from the talismans that Duke Helb was launching. However, while repelling, Rio noticed that little by little Duke Helb's atmosphere was beginning to change. "Is he starting to calm down?" For some reason, those words slipped from Rio's mouth. For a moment he thought Duke Helb's original personality had returned, or that he had regained control of his body from the Phantom King. But it seemed that was not the case, because "I've finally gotten used to it," Duke Helb spoke. The voice was that of the Duke Helb Rio had heard before. Moreover, it was calm and gave off a sense of intimidation. But the interior was different. Somehow Rio could assertively say the spirit was not Duke Helb. "So you are the Phantom King," Rio stated clearly. This was an opportunity. He could converse with the Phantom King, about whom he had no information. By talking, he could gain information. Even if the other party had no intention of sharing any information, if the listener had sharp perception and trained their mind, they could obtain a lot of information. That has been true in any era and in any world. After this, Rio and Abel, including Darway, would confront the Chawauchi Empire, the country of phantoms. The information that could be obtained now would surely be very useful then. So he should draw him into a conversation. The best card to draw someone into a conversation is to surprise them. This time he played that card. You know about the Phantom King. How do you, who are not even a phantom being, know about it? Because I was told. By whom? By Duke Helb, whom you are controlling. Don't lie. Even though Rio stated the facts, the Phantom King concluded it was a lie. Why do you think it's a lie? A phantom being would never share such secrets with an ordinary human. But it's true. By the way, I mentioned that it was similar to how the Demon King controls monsters through the Demon King's factor. How much do you know? The situation was unfolding just as Rio had planned. It seemed that just knowing the term Demon King's factor piqued the interest of these types of individuals. Conversely, I am curious about what knowing about the Demon King's factor signifies. He thought about that but pushed the thought aside. It is said that the purpose of the Chawauchi Empire is the conquest of the Eastern nations and ultimately world domination. Is that true? Do you think I would answer that question? You're not going to answer. You're smaller than I thought. What? Duke Helb, or rather the Phantom King who had taken over him, spoke with anger in his voice. Of course, world domination is the goal. I believe one must possess that much conviction to even declare such ambitions for world domination. You don't need to know. I found out that our king is much bigger in stature and ambition than you. If it were our majesty, world domination would be a matter of course, right? The problem is time. I would say he would declare to conquer within a year. He's not like you, Rio stated boldly. Had Abel been listening, what would he think? Of course, Abel had no desire for world domination, not even a millimeter of it. Everything was just Rio's own delusion. If you want to conquer the world, feel free. Oh, I have my own wishes. May I ask what those are? I have no intention of saying. That's unfortunate, Rio shrugged. Then he strained his ears. The sounds from outside the room had completely faded away. In this situation, he certainly didn't want to gather information using spells like passive sonar. So he relied on sound, but they had likely completed the evacuation, and it seemed the information he could extract from the Phantom King in front of him was also running out. The ice walls covering this entire room will disappear if you kill me. Well, we'll see about that. Afterward, I will kill the leaders of each country. If you keep killing, you won't grasp what's important, you know? Is that so? At least by killing you, I could secure their lives. Want to try it? Thus, the battle began between Rio and the Phantom King who had taken over Duke Helb's body. Chapter text, clang, 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 clang. The battle between the mage and the sorcerer began with a fight of swords. The Phantom King, who had taken over the body of Duke Helb, swung down a jumping sword strike. The mage, Rio, received it carefully. The Phantom King's consecutive strikes, Rio's defense. It was like a sword fight between two swordsmen, but it didn't end there. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of light masses echoed. 4 talismans launched by the Phantom King rained down stones on Rio from every direction. All-range attack. Talismans are quite handy, aren't they? Rio murmured. However, all attacks from the talismans were deflected by a moving ice shield. It was the ice shield, a spell that had seen little use lately. A shield the size of a tennis racket made of ice flitted around Rio, deflecting attacks from the talismans. Usually, he would deflect with an ice wall, but this time he was receiving an all-range attack in the midst of a sword fight. It was more convenient to care for only the parts being attacked with the shield. How annoying, the Phantom King shouted as the flying talismans increased to 8. You're the annoying one? Rio shouted back, increasing the number of ice shields. Are you really human? From any angle, I look like a human, right? Do I look like a sardine or something? Rio made a natural joke, but of course, no one pointed it out. In moments like these, he thought about Abel's greatness. If it were Abel, he would always point out my jokes, no matter the situation. Of course, Abel wasn't someone who existed solely to respond to Rio's jokes. Rio was joking, and he was perfectly deflecting the Phantom King's talismans with his ice shield, but in the sword fight aspect, he was at a disadvantage. The Phantom King's sword strikes were astonishingly fast and strong. I've seen someone after having a star-shaped magic circle drawn on his chest gain in human power and speed, and it feels similar to that. Rio muttered to himself, but it seemed the Phantom King facing him could hear. Do you perhaps know about puppet? Puppet? Marionette? I've heard the name, but I suppose it has a similar feel. I have the impression that sorcery is full of things like that. I might end up imagining a pure-hearted mage and a corrupted sorcerer. It's unfortunate for the serious sorcerers. Nonsense! In response to Rio's light banter, the Phantom King's sword gained even more speed. Moreover, it was not just strength and speed. In reality, his technique was quite high as well. But more than that, Rio had been concerned about something all along. That was the sword wielded by the Phantom King. It wasn't glowing red like a magic sword, nor was it glowing green like the sword of the demon Argenta. However, he felt a certain atmosphere that was close to that. Could it be the holy sword? That was completely a guess. The only two holy swords Ryo had seen? Probably. He had memories of seeing several in the Western nations, but he only clearly remembered two. The swords of Grand Master Hugh McGrath and Hero Roman. Both looked like ordinary swords, but there was something about their presence, something intangible. Ryo couldn't explain it well either. He felt that presence coming from the sword in front of him. I felt that from the moment I held it, so that sensation was correct. The Phantom King smirked and continued speaking. It seems to be the sword of Duke Atinjo. In that area, it could be the holy sword Tatien. Duke Atinjo is bringing in troublesome items. A holy sword is always kept close at hand, right? Now that you mention it. If anyone besides the master holds it, it might rebel and take their life. Ryo recalled the story he had heard from Hugh McGrath. Humph, you understand. Just because it's a holy sword doesn't mean it possesses special abilities. Is that really true? Huh, the Phantom King retorted in a way that smashed Ryo's confidence head-on. With that much said, it was natural for Ryo to be surprised. Even those who know about the Demon King's factor or the Stella Magic Circle likely don't know about Holy Sword Ascendance. Holy Sword Ascendance? Ryo repeated the words. That was evidence it was his first time hearing it. Cook, you don't know? How amusing. A sinister smile spread across the Phantom King's face. Ryo felt a pang of irritation but let it slide. Honestly, he had no leeway in this sword fight. In a situation where he had no leeway, further information was dangled before him, tugging at his mind. This was very bad. He had to concentrate, but he couldn't help but lose focus. Could that be the aim? Was there really something called Holy Sword Ascendance? Is this a bluff? Are you just trying to shake my mind? It was possible. If his heart wavered, his sword would waver too. Yes, Ryo always said so. Taking away an opponent's calmness is the very basics of combat. At that moment, Ryo's aura changed. Oh, perhaps the Phantom King sensed it too, smiling slyly. Ryo understood as well. From the very beginning, he needed to enter this unwavering sword stance. He always thought that waiting until he was cornered would eventually lead to his downfall, but now there was no helping it. The ironclad sword of Ryo was unleashed. It overwhelmed the Phantom King's sword with strength and speed, deflecting even the superb technique. You've trained remarkably well for a human. The Phantom King murmured those words, devoid of any mockery. It was genuine admiration from the bottom of his heart. Even though they were enemies, good things were good. He deflected the Phantom King's thrust, dodged the Phantom King's sweep, received the Phantom King's downward strike with the ice shield. What? That was an unexpected reception for the Phantom King. The freedom gained from not receiving it with a sword. Ryo took a big step forward and slashed horizontally with one hand, as if performing a sword-drawing technique. Slash. The formal attire of Duke Helb was torn apart. However, he felt a resistance against something hard beneath it. Huh! In that moment, Ryo saw, is that a talisman stuck to his body? Yes, the talisman stuck to the body had deflected Murakumo. Is that even allowed? He couldn't help but express his honest feelings. What? Is it your first time fighting a sorcerer who's skilled in close combat? It's strange to have a sorcerer skilled in close combat. You're a mage and can handle close combat too. There are sorcerers who can do the same. Oh, I see. Ryo unwittingly nodded in agreement. Then shouldn't all sorcerers stick talismans on their bodies? You'd run out of magical power and die. Ah, right, that makes sense. The reason Duke Helb can do that is because he's a phantom being. How terrifying the trait of species can be. Yes, it was always something that stood in Ryo's way, the traits of species. Whether it be demons, phantoms, or the two Ruri, and phantoms too, the differences in species traits are truly troublesome. Humans are particularly weak. The Phantom King shrugged in response to Ryo's murmur. He didn't seem to mock, just genuinely thought so. Of course, Ryo couldn't argue against that. Without needing to mention the examples above, in Phi with dragons and vampires, humans truly. Hey, why do you resist despite being such a weak human? Huh, are you telling me to die without resisting? I honestly don't care if you live or die. I only want to kill the heads of state of the country. You're fundamentally different, aren't you? Why do you think I'm different? I was officially invited from the Duchy of Atinjo to sit at the round table. Really, I've never seen you there, though. At that point, the Phantom King realized. It was an accidental slip of the tongue. Ryo smiled slyly. So you can see the courts of various countries. He hadn't seen today's round table, but he had seen the courts and royal castles of various countries in some way before. And he remembered the faces of the leaders of each country, to kill them all in this place. When I talk to you, I start revealing things I'd rather keep hidden. So what will you do? Earlier you said you had no intention of killing me, right? ... It's your fault. The Phantom King said that in a single breath, then struck from a Godspeed step. Slash. Ryo didn't receive it directly but deflected it with Murakumo at an angle. In that instant, he saw the Phantom King's mouth corners rise slightly. He didn't know the reason, but a sense of danger ran through him. Ice wall 50 layers, Holy Sword Ascendance thrust. The Holy Sword Tatien pierced through Ryo's most rigid wall of ice with almost no resistance, as if breaking through paper. Gah! It deeply stabbed into Ryo's left side. Then it forcefully swept sideways to slice through Ryo's torso. Ryo was blown back. He activated the water jet thruster to fly backward, a complete maximum speed flight. He couldn't adjust for speed. He crashed straight into the wall behind him. A searing pain shot through his entire body. But all Ryo felt was relief, because if he hadn't flown back, the sideways slice from the Holy Sword would have split him in half. Ice wall 50 layers is easily broken? He hadn't had such experience before. He had been shot through by magic before, but even then the ice wall would resist. This time was different, as if there was nothing at all. You flew back by yourself? What is this? Is it a flying ring or something? No, even so, that's too fast. The Phantom King was tilting his head while manipulating the Holy Sword Tatien with one hand. That Holy Sword Tatien was radiating white light. Until a moment ago, it had no such light and was an ordinary sword, but it had changed after he shouted Holy Sword Ascendance. Was that Holy Sword Ascendance? Ryo stood up. After having a big hole pierced in his stomach, he was unsteady on his feet. For now, he was freezing his insides to stop the bleeding. But how effective would that be? Ah, this is the characteristic of the Holy Sword Tatien. Each holy sword has its own sharp characteristics, and this one is a good one. It ignores all magic. I figured as much. That ice wall I erected just before was impressive, but its compatibility with Tatien is awful. And you too have a layer of ice on your body, right? You have no right to criticize me for sticking talismans on. That's separate. This is different. Of course, Ryo had been wearing ice armor mist, but it had no effect against the Holy Sword Tatien's Holy Sword Ascendance. Moreover, it even pierced through the robe of the Fairy King that Ryo was wearing, a robe that deflected all magic and repelled attacks imbued with attributes. Do you understand? You can't win against me, so I should quietly die then? It seems I should just kill you. The information you've shared will be passed on as is, take it back with you. Huh, so just step back and leave. What about the heads of state? I'll kill them. Of course, Ryo shrugged. Naturally, the Phantom King before him had taken over Duke Helb's body for that reason, and among the leaders to be killed, many were acquaintances of Ryo. Would he leave them behind and escape alone? Impossible, moreover. I made a promise. If Duke Helb went out of control, I would stop him. Stop him by beheading him and piercing his heart. That's the correct way to kill a phantom being, but if you do that, this man will die. He asked me to kill him. I will keep my promise. Ryo's eyes were filled with determination. There was no hesitation, though he had a big hole in his stomach and might not be able to give it his all. But it didn't matter. He would keep his promise, that was all. Ryo quietly assumed a ready stance. Humph, very well. It seems I have no choice but to kill you. The Phantom King readied the white-glowing Holy Sword Tatien. Dynamic steam mine, I see you. Infinite flame chains. The Phantom King chanted. Of course, sorcerers could also cast magic. If it was a sorcerer like the Phantom King or Duke Helb, they could unleash powerful offensive magic beyond even a mediocre mage's capabilities. Countless flames were unleashed. Ryo understood that the water vapor in the air had transformed into numerous mines. As if to counter in numbers, countless flames flew towards Ryo. Then they collided with the steam mines. An overwhelming light of annihilation blocked his vision. Naturally, it would serve as a smokescreen for close combat. Ryo leaped in. Of course, the Phantom King understood that Ryo was leaping in. That was all factored into the plan. I see you. The Holy Sword Tatien's Holy Sword Ascendance, which ignores all magic. No matter what magic Ryo used to protect himself, it could not be defended against. It was truly a perfect cut. Without any resistance, it split him in half from the head down. Yes, without any resistance. No resistance against cutting through flesh. A clone, huh, how annoying. The Phantom King quickly realized and seized Ryo, who had entered later. And once again he cut him in half. In that moment he noticed there were two decoys. The cut decoy transformed from ice to water, swirling around like a downpour. It clung to the Phantom King's body. Coffin of ice water jet. The water, entwined around Duke Helb's body, was instantly placed into an ice coffin, and without a moment's delay, the right arm holding the Holy Sword Tatien was severed from the wrist. The Holy Sword that ignores magic can't be placed in an ice coffin after all. Ryo, whose wounds reopened and blood began to flow again due to the violent movements, looked at the frozen Duke Helb and muttered, "It's better than killing him, right?" Then he lost consciousness. "Ah, Ryo." A familiar voice reached Ryo's ears. Opening his eyes, he saw the owner of the voice. "Abel, where are we?" After confirming Abel's presence, Rio surveyed his surroundings. It seemed he was lying in a bed. When he touched his abdomen, it was covered. Perhaps someone had cast an extra heal on him. With the leaders of various nations gathered, it was likely that among their attendants was a high-level healer. The room where the bed was placed felt similar to a school infirmary. This is the medical room within the Supreme Council. Oh, that explains it. It seemed he wasn't mistaken in thinking it resembled a school infirmary. After the sounds of battle stopped, no one came out, so when I returned to the conference room, I found Duke Helb frozen in ice and you collapsed on the floor. Is that so? How about Duke Helb? Is he still properly frozen? He's fine. What about his right wrist and the sword? I've heard it's called the Holy Sword Tatien. Right hand, there was no sword. What? Rio distinctly remembered severing Duke Helb's right wrist. The sword had fallen to the floor along with the hand. But it was not there. He felt a slight discomfort, but for now it didn't seem to be a big issue, or so he thought, probably. After that, many leaders visited the medical room to thank Rio. Realizing it was not the time to push Rio further, they all left in quick succession. The last to enter was Zuluma from the Duchy of Atinjo, once the second secretary. It seemed he had been promoted to deputy foreign minister. Lord Rio, thank you for stopping Duke Helb. He bowed deeply. It was a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Rio and Abel only remembered being yelled at since their first encounter, but they didn't hold a negative impression of Zuluma. With Duke Atinjo deceased and the Grand Duke's younger brother unable to act, it seemed Zuluma was now responsible for this diplomatic mission. I wish to take Duke Helb to the public capital. Could you assist me? Of course, Rio nodded without hesitation. Then he decided to ask something that had been on his mind. It may not be my place to interject, but with the Grand Duke deceased and the Grand Duke's younger brother unable to move, what about the Grand Duchy? In the event of something happening to His Majesty the Grand Duke, it has already been decided that Prince Bash will inherit the Grand Duchy. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. It seemed Duke Atinjo had already taken steps to secure the succession. Zuluma said that he would explain the detailed arrangements later and left the medical room. That left just Rio and Abel. Abel had noticed. Rio's expression had remained tense all along. Of course, he understood the reason. It's not your fault, Rio. Huh, you're worried about having to freeze Duke Helb, aren't you? Abel's tone was gentle in moments like these. He understood Rio's torment. After all, you were told to take a life, but you managed to stop the rampage without killing him. But I can't help but think I could have handled it better. Rio understood what Abel was saying. At least he understood it in his head, but his heart couldn't lie. For example, if I could use alchemy to seal the Phantom King like sealing a demon. I see. With Rio discussing specifics, Abel completely understood. Yes, he felt regret that he hadn't trained his alchemy more. In order to seal the demon, Kenneth and Frank de Verde collaborated to create alchemy tools and brought them to the battlefield. Those two. They could be considered the pinnacle of alchemists in this era. They drained the demon's power and set up the best possible situation to capture him, but ultimately they couldn't seal him. Unbelievable. Even those two couldn't do it. Sealing a powerful being is truly difficult. Abel shook his head slightly. Rio nodded in silence. Conversely, it was those from hundreds of years ago who sealed demons that were extraordinary. Legend has it that it was King Richard who did so. Indeed, it might be impossible unless one is an alchemist celebrated in legends. The path of alchemy stretches far ahead. That's true. The two let out a small sigh. After thinking for a while, Rio quietly said, I don't know when it will be, but I will definitely defeat the Phantom King. Is it because defeating the Phantom King will prevent Duke Helb from being taken over? Yes. It's impossible to liberate him without solving that. Even now, the possibility that he is still under their influence is higher. That's right, Abel nodded in response to Rio's words. Cutting off his head and piercing his heart. There might be a way to do it without killing him. Huh, a method to free Duke Helb without killing the Phantom King? Does such a thing exist? Persuasion. What? Abel exclaimed in disbelief. After defeating the Phantom King instead of taking his life, we'll explain everything to him. The foolishness of conflict, the terror of violence, and Abel's unfairness. You said that first. Rio was taken aback as Abel had beaten him to it. The world isn't so forgiving that the same trick will work repeatedly. Truly, the dullard crusher, Abel. That title is kind of unpleasant. With those words, the two laughed. Up to this point, Rio had saved Abel's life several times, but he understood. Rio's heart had been saved by Abel, again and again like this. The next day, the conference of the Eastern nations concluded and the delegations from various countries left the autonomous city of Kubevasa. Rio and Abel were to transport the frozen Duke Helb to the capital of the Duchy of Atinjo, Camphor. They were accompanying the diplomatic mission of the Duchy of Atinjo, led by Zuluma as the acting leader. They had also received permission from Prince Lion of Darway. At the same time, permission was granted to use public ship number 10 as a means to return to Darway after fulfilling their duty. Rio had declined, but when both Prince Lion and Princess Xiaofen insisted, he couldn't refuse. Captain Rawu of ship number 10 nodded with a smile. Public ship number 10 was to be redirected to the port town of Hoi and in the Duchy of Atinjo. After finishing their duties in the capital camphor, Rio and Abel would move to the port town of Hoi and board ship No. 10 to return to the Hanlin Imperial capital. Wishing for a reunion in the future, the two said their goodbyes to Prince Lion, Princess Xiaofen, and the Darway diplomatic mission. Little did they imagine what would unfold back in their homeland of Darway. Rio and Abel were heading toward the capital of the Duchy of Atinjo, Camphor, accompanied by the diplomatic mission led by acting Captain Zuluma. Naturally, behind them was an ice sculpture resting on a cart. To maintain privacy, the contents of the ice sculpture were not visible. However, Rio's expression was tense. In contrast, Abel showed no signs of worry at all. The reason for this was clear. "You're still not good at riding, are you, Rio? If it were Andalusia, this wouldn't happen." Indeed, Rio's expression was strained due to traveling by horse. If it were his beloved horse, Andalusia, he would ride with complete trust and a calm mind, which would surely brighten his expression. However, Andalusia was currently at Rondo Mansion in the Hanlin Imperial capital. They had arrived by boat from the Imperial capital to the autonomous city of Kubevasa and were planning to return by the same boat. Andalusia, along with Abel's Faywin, would understandably stay behind. It was only natural. "If only I had Andalusia, give it up." Abel replied to Rio, who looked frustrated with his usual calm demeanor. Abel's handling of the reins seemed flawless. "I'm being shown the differences. It's the result of training since childhood." Yes, Abel was currently the reigning king, always exposed to gazes from both inside and outside the country. Riding beautifully was part of his job. That was why he had repeated training since he was little. That said, Abel felt relieved internally. At least on the surface, Rio had regained his composure. Of course, deep down, he might be concerned about the matter with Duke Helb. For now, he thought that was acceptable. Rushing things would not yield good results. They could adapt slowly. The treatment of the two among the diplomatic mission from the Duchy of Atinjo was very courteous. This was due to acting Foreign Minister Zuluma announcing in front of everyone that, in case anything happened to him, he would entrust these two. Abel has even beheaded Zuluma once. Why bring that up now? Rio shook his head slightly as he spoke, while Abel grimaced in response. That was during the time they attacked the embassy. Zuluma, marked with a star-shaped magic circle on his chest by Duke Helb, obtained strength that was far from human. During that time, Zuluma and Abel staged a duel. By the way, Rio and Duke Helb seemed to have enjoyed conversing during that time, though it felt like there might have been some fighting involved. But that might just be my imagination. In the end, Abel beheaded Zuluma, pierced his heart, and severed both his arms and legs. But what was truly terrifying was what happened afterward. The next day, the two were once again yelled at by Zuluma. Yes, by the Zuluma who had had his head beheaded, heart pierced, and limbs severed. It seemed that Duke Helb had performed treatment on him. There were faint stitches visible around his neck. That very Zuluma was leading them as acting captain. If I were Zuluma, I would tear Abel apart first. Rio would come to help, right? Unfortunately, I have to prioritize delivering Duke Helb frozen in ice to the other party, so Abel will have to manage on his own. Hey, it seems that people's priorities differ. I'm always grateful to Abel, I truly am, but that's one thing and this is another. When would you help if not when I'm about to be torn apart? It's obvious. When Abel orders too much food and can't finish it, I'll help him eat it. I don't know, that seems like an unlikely situation. Why not? Abel overeating happens often, doesn't it? In that case, wouldn't you already be in a state of overeating too, now that you mention it? The pace of the diplomatic mission from the Duchy of Atinjo was slow. This was due to several carriages being involved. One of them, the most luxuriously constructed carriage, was apparently for the Duke's personal use, but it currently contained the ice-encased Duke of Atinjo. Zuluma had requested Rio to have him frozen. It was to prevent decay. Given that this was a diplomatic mission, the atmosphere was understandably not cheerful. The conversation between the two was, in fact, in hushed voices. Still, the option of not going together was not available. It can't be helped. The world doesn't always go as we wish. Both Abel and Rio were adults. 2 days later, the diplomatic mission from the Duchy of Atinjo, including Rio and Abel, arrived at the capital camphor. They entered the royal palace as is. Rio, Abel, and Zuluma were ushered into the audience chamber along with the ice-encased Duke Helb. As the three entered, a young man approached them. "Zuluma, Your Highness." Zuluma managed to utter that much and lost his words, bowing his head. Good, I've received reports. The young man lightly closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them wide to look at Rio and Abel. I see Rio, Lord of the Natore Kingdom, and Abel. My name is Bash, Prince of the Duchy of Atinjo. Your Highness, it's an honor to meet you. I hold the position of First Duke of the Natore Kingdom, Rondo Duke Rio Mihara. And I am Abel the Guard. Prince Bash, the heir to the Grand Duke's title, greeted them, while Rio revealed his status as the First Duke of Rondo, and it seemed Abel would continue as the Guard. Rondo Duke, yes, I read the record about the invitation sent to you as a consultant for this meeting. I believe you are currently staying in Darway? Yes, Your Highness, as you mentioned. I see. Duke, your uncle, Bash said this while glancing at the ice sculpture. I will make it visible. Rio intentionally made that remark and altered the transparency of the ice. As a result, the ice-encased Duke Helb was revealed. Uncle. Bash murmured this as he approached and touched the sculpture. My power was insufficient, Rio said while bowing his head. No, I've read Zuluma's report. My uncle originally wanted me to kill him to stop the rampage. But you, Duke, managed to stop him without taking his life. That alone, I believe you provided my duchy with immense benefits. Rio was genuinely impressed that a young man who had likely just reached adulthood could express such dignified words in front of his frozen uncle. Even if he understood it in his mind, sometimes the heart would reject acceptance. Especially when faced with a shocking sight, such manifestations could be strikingly evident. For example, being encased in ice among relatives was a prime example. Yet the young Prince Bash was behaving with fortitude. He too was a member of the Grand Duke's family. He had been trained in many aspects since he was small. Whether he liked it or not, Duke, yes, Your Highness, I have one rude request. What is it? After this, there will be a funeral for the Duke and my ascension ceremony as the new Grand Duke. It will take about 10 days in total, but would you be able to attend? Rio was taken aback. Thinking it over, it was natural that there would be a funeral following the Duke's death, as well as a ceremony for the new Grand Duke's ascension. However, he had not expected to be called to attend. First of all, Rio was a person with no ties to the Duchy of Atinjo. On the contrary, he was the person who had attacked the Atinjo Duchy embassy in Kubevasa, albeit unofficially. This was information that would not come out to the public, but those around the ruler would undoubtedly know. Furthermore, he was the one who had encased the Grand Duke's younger brother in ice, even if he was asked for help. While he had not been persecuted, he had not expected to be asked to participate in the ceremony. Also, normally, ceremonies such as a ruler's ascension would be announced to the nation and held months later with representatives from surrounding nations in attendance, because it serves both a domestic and an international ceremonial purpose. Yet, the individual before him who was to become the new Grand Duke seemed to be planning to hold the ascension ceremony immediately. Of course, if I were to be allowed to attend, it would be an honor, but why such a quick ascension ceremony? Yes, actually my father, the Duke of Atinjo, mentioned before heading to Kubevasa. He said that if anything were to happen to him, I should ascend to Duke immediately. He didn't explain in detail, but he only said, do not allow any movements. Movements. Rio tilted his head slightly at Prince Bash's words. He did not know the exact meaning of do not allow movements. However, the Duchy of Atinjo had brought the Jejishlu Federation under its control, as well as the autonomous city of Kubevasa. Moreover, it had been quite recent, and with military-like measures. If it were known that a powerful Grand Duke had just died, and that the figure who was the hidden symbol of the duchy's power, Duke Helb, had disappeared, it certainly could lead to movements among those who would take advantage of the situation. Fortunately, the national military, centered around the royal guards, is supporting my ascension. Therefore, I want to transfer power as quickly as possible and establish a solid regime. I see. Rio deeply nodded in response to Prince Bash's words. The news of the Duke's death had spread, and even before the diplomatic mission returned, many, including Prince Bash, had already begun to act, minimizing openings for exposure and making their actions brief, moving before information reached the opponent. This is the fundamental way to quickly seize power. For the next 10 days, Rio and Abel stayed at the royal villa of the Duchy of Atinjo. They were treated with utmost hospitality as esteemed guests. Without any incidents, the funeral and ascension ceremony took place consecutively, and Bash ascended as the new Duke of Atinjo. Thank you, Duke Rondo. No, Your Majesty, this is about all I can do. The new Duke Bash expressed his gratitude, and Rio replied, Uncle, Duke Helb will be kept as he is. Someday. I will surely set him free. Rio made no promises he could not keep, so he did not assert it here, but he firmly vowed in his heart that he would defeat the Phantom King and be able to release Duke Helb. Thus, Rio and Abel were seen off from the royal palace. They would head on horseback to the port town of Hoyan within the Duchy of Atinjo. Of course, the new Duke Bash had offered to send a carriage, but the carriages of the eastern nations could not be said to provide a comfortable ride. Rio politely declined and expressed his intention to travel slowly and enjoy the sights of the duchy while heading to Hoi An, and thus they were sent off. Well, our work is done for now. It's not perfect, but I think we've done everything we could do. Yes, I believe so. As the two exchanged such conversations, an individual appeared before them. Or rather, could they even call it a person? At the very least, it was something that should not be in the capital of the Duchy of Atinjo, a full 150 centimeters in height. Its body was entirely made of ice blue in color, not human, and it had a yellow scarf wrapped around its neck. Friendship proof number 2? Indeed, it was the golem friendship proof no. 2 that Rio had created and entrusted to Captain Ryo. What could it possibly mean for friendship proof number 2 to appear here? The answer will be revealed tomorrow in 638 Shock. Time rewinds a little. The Darway diplomatic mission has set sail from the autonomous city of Kubevasa. Out of the 10 public ships, 9 are heading north along with 20 ships of the Darway fleet toward the Imperial capital, Hanlin. Only the 10th ship is heading toward the port town of Hoi An in the Grand Duchy. The purpose is to retrieve Rio and Abel. The problem became apparent when the Darway diplomatic mission arrived at the Imperial capital, Hanlin. His Majesty the Emperor has been kidnapped. The members of the diplomatic mission received such astonishing news. It had only been 10 days since they left the Imperial capital, Hanlin, stayed for 7 days, and returned from Kubevasa to Hanlin, taking 14 days in total. They had only been away for a month. What on earth happened during that time? The Darway diplomatic mission headed to the Imperial Palace. This was standard procedure. Of course, the person they should report to, Emperor Tsuin, was not present, yet reporting was not an option they could avoid. They proceeded to the Imperial Palace at a slow pace. During this time, they continued gathering information. Information was continuously being relayed to the diplomatic mission, specifically to Prince Lion, Princess Xiao Fen, Chief Chamberlain Rinshun, and Captain Ryo, who were in the main group. The first piece of information they discovered was, is elder brother Kuri in charge? It was reported that the second prince, Kuri, was managing the affairs within the Imperial Palace. Indeed, before the diplomatic mission's departure, when Emperor Tsuin and Prime Minister Byong collapsed, Prince Kuri had acted as a proxy in governmental matters. Based on past instances, this was not strange. Prime Minister Byong has collapsed again, the chief eunuch has been dismissed and is under house arrest, and the commander of the Forbidden Army, Tin Miao, is missing. This report clearly furrowed Prince Lion's brow. Assuming Prime Minister Byong's collapse was understandable given his age, the dismissal and house arrest of the chief eunuch was troubling. Furthermore, the commander Tin's disappearance. That meant that those who were closest to Emperor Tsuin were currently absent from the center of power. Moreover, information from the Lion princely residence also came in. 4 days ago, the Kuri princely army entered. What about Wenshu and the others? The Lion princely residence had many retainers, centering around Chamberlain Wenshu. They seemed to be unsure of how to act, or even if they should resist. It appears that the Kuri princely army is not being aggressive, just maintaining surveillance. I see. Wenshu's judgment is correct. Upon receiving this report, Prince Lion nodded. Then he looked at Princess Xiao Fen and said, Xiao, I believe the maids are also safe. Yes. The closest maids to them, including Mifa, had attended the meeting, but most of the other maids remained at the residence. Hearing that they were likely safe brought a sigh of relief to Princess Xiao Fen. However, both Prince Lion and Princess Xiao Fen were filled with questions. While the Kuri princely army has entered our residence, what about the neighboring Rondo mansion? That was the question both of them had. The Rondo mansion was the residence of Duke Rondo and his bodyguard, Abel, who were both absent. Indeed, there was no need for the princely army to go to such lengths to force their way into the mansion. After the Kuri princely army subdued the Lion princely residence, they apparently sent troops to Rondo mansion as well. However, the reporter averted his gaze slightly. He seemed to be unsure how to proceed with the report. Speak as you heard it. Yes, there were golems lined up in front of the gate of Rondo mansion. Golems from Duke Rondo? Leading the formation was a golem with horns on its head, followed by a row of golems armed with ice spears. They were in a position that allowed no one to enter. That makes sense. And behind the golems there were 2 splendid horses glaring at the Kuri princely army. It seems the princely army's horses were frightened. Those must be your 2 beloved horses? Prince Lion nodded. It is said that upon receiving this report, Prince Kuri immediately ordered a retreat. There was no need for unnecessary interference. Just as expected of elder brother, a fitting judgment. Prince Lion nodded repeatedly. Perhaps Prince Kuri had usurped the throne. If so, he would be a clear enemy. But even so, his high level of judgment could not be underestimated. Not forcing their way into Rondo Mansion was also a testament to that judgment. Duke Rondo, a clear ally of Prince Lion, would be quite troublesome if he became an enemy. Of course, they were aware that Lord Rowan, one of the 6 saints, was in Prince Kuri's camp, and he would likely be able to contend with Duke Rondo equally, if not surpass him. He had the credentials to back it up. However, it was a calculated decision not to make Duke Rondo a clear enemy. There was likely alchemical technology at Rondo Mansion. Led by golems and various other things could be assumed, and it was a chance to obtain them, but if they did so, Duke Rondo would be furious. It seemed they had avoided provoking him for now. Yet, Prince Lion looked at Captain Ryo. Captain Ryo understood what was being asked. Yes, Rondo Mansion might be usable. That was Captain Ryo's answer. However, that did not mean they needed to act immediately. There was still not enough information. Above all, where could His Majesty the Emperor be? Upon entering the Imperial Palace, the diplomatic mission was directed to the plaza in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. This was the plaza where Prince Lion had reported the victory in the Green Villa Plain. However, this time, it was not Emperor Tsuin who stepped forward before the group. Elder brother, Prince Lion, how noble of you. Prince Kuri looked as he always had. He wore the formal attire of a prince. Yet there was something different about him. It wasn't that he appeared intimidating. How should one put it? He exuded overwhelming composure. It was as if all the moves he had played so far had linked together, and he had achieved the results he had anticipated. That confidence produced an air of tranquility. It was indeed a well-laid foundation. Could it be that everything is going according to Elder Brother's calculations? That thought arose instinctively, but he consciously shook it off. What did everything even encompass? Was this also about the Emperor's kidnapping? No, what about the conference of the Eastern nations? What about the movements of the Chouauchi Empire itself? Elder brother, there is something urgent I wish to discuss. Prince Lion firmly met Prince Kuri's gaze and began. Indeed, the Imperial Palace might currently be in Prince Kuri's hands, but he was still not the Emperor. He was merely a prince. Of course, Lion, to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Then only Prince Kuri and Prince Lion entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Elder brother, what on earth is happening? As soon as they entered, Prince Lion asked. However, Prince Kuri remained silent, stepping forward to the center of the hall and taking a seat. Tea was prepared there. Indeed, it seemed he had anticipated that Prince Lion would initiate a conversation. Knowing you, I suppose you've gathered much information by the time you arrived at the Imperial Palace, Prince Kuri said, pouring tea. Reluctantly, Prince Lion sat across from him. I heard that His Majesty the Emperor, our father, has been kidnapped. That is true. Why? How? That is unclear. The commander of the Forbidden Army, Tin Miao, who was on guard, is currently missing, so I cannot ascertain the circumstances. Indeed, Prince Lion had received the report about the disappearance of Commander Tin. However, from Prince Kuri's tone, it sounded as if Commander Tin had betrayed them. Could that steadfastly loyal Commander Tin be? But that line of thought was abruptly interrupted. So much information was delivered that it cut off his musings. I have heard that father was executed by the Chouauchi Empire. What did you say? Kidnapped and executed, the current Emperor of Darway. Could such a thing even happen? Where did you get that information? Prince Lion asked in a breathless voice. From spies that father and Prime Minister Byung had sent to the Chouauchi Empire. Is that information reliable? I have also received word that an official announcement from the Chouauchi Empire will be made within a few days. What a thing! Prince Lion was dumbfounded. However, he could not remain dumbfounded. If the Chouauchi Empire executed the Darway Emperor, that is equivalent to a declaration of war. How will we respond? No, we will not attack. What? Prince Lion was left speechless by Prince Kuri's unexpected response. Of course, we will publicly condemn the Chouauchi Empire, but we will not take military action. Why not? There is the Peiyu nation in between. Moreover, I do not believe the Chouauchi Empire will act against Darway any further. What is the basis for that? Their target was apparently father's. His Majesty the Emperor's person. Father's person? Prince Lion could not comprehend the meaning. If they kidnapped him and executed him, wouldn't that be the end? If their aim was his very body, he could think of no reason for such a method. Do not speak of this matter for a while. Eventually, I believe the Chouauchi Empire will announce it, and it will become public knowledge, but until then, it must be kept quiet. Understood. Prince Lion realized that Prince Kuri had complete control over the situation. Even though it had only been a little over a month since he had acted as a proxy for the Emperor, and he had held the status of prince for 6 years, and even held a majority in the SH-Taif layer. He felt a significant gap in both achievements and foundation. Regardless, I cannot act. The diplomatic mission disbanded, and Prince Lion and the others returned to the Lion princely residence. Your Highness, I apologize. As soon as they returned, Wenshu, the chamberlain, knelt before Prince Lion and apologized. He had been entrusted with the residence during their absence, but had been unable to prevent the Kuri princely army from entering. "It's all right, Wenshu. Just the fact that the residence wasn't ransacked is enough. You did well," Prince Lion said, entering the mansion. After Prince Lion's return, the Kuri princely army had vacated the Lion princely residence. Therefore, comings and goings in the Lion princely residence were free. However, it seemed that Kuri princely army members were stationed at every intersection, and monitoring continued. "Isn't the pressure a bit too lax? Perhaps they wish to utilize your highness's power." When Prince Lion asked in a low voice, Chief Chamberlain Rinchun responded, "My power? Yes, your power as a general. If elder brother Kuri ascends to the throne, then it won't be easy for him to personally step onto the battlefield. Elder brother Shure excels in martial prowess, but he cannot protect the vast Darway all alone. So I may be used as well." Prince Lion shook his head slightly. He understood deep down that the situation was making it difficult to stop Prince Kuri from ascending to the throne. He knew that. But at the same time, he needed to look to the future. To accurately predict the future, one must grasp the present accurately. "For the time being, I have no choice but to accept it." That night, the Lion princely residence. Captain Ryo of the Prince's Imperial Guard was sleeping in her room when she was awakened by a tap on her shoulder. It was her partner. "Huh, Precursor Officer number 2? Yes, Friendship Proof number 2 seemed to be the one who woke her up. Of course, this had never happened before. In Captain Ryo's eyes, she saw the determination in Precursor Officer number 2. Others might not sense such determination. Captain Ryo donned her cloak, grasped her sword, and followed as Precursor Officer No. 2 guided her outside the room. Precursor Officer number 2 led her to the outer wall of the residence. Beyond that wall was the Rondo mansion. The outer wall between them stood about 3 meters tall. While some could probably climb over it with effort, Duke Rondo, the master of the mansion, had often stressed, "Never attempt to cross our outer wall. If you try, you'll be frozen solid." It is said that he replicated some water attribute magic, like a steam type, through alchemy. He was regarded as one of the top alchemists in the Imperial capital, and his master, Lord Rowan, was a famous water attribute mage. But to be honest, Captain Ryo didn't quite grasp Duke Rondo's magic. In fact, she might as well say she didn't understand it at all. The claim that they could reproduce it through alchemy was also utterly baffling. In reality, she wanted to discuss these matters with her master, Lord Rowan. In any case, the 3 of them jumped over such a wall. Captain Ryo instinctively drew her sword. "Wait!" A low, subdued male voice was heard. It seemed to be the voice of the man in the middle of the 3. Upon closer inspection, the 2 on either side who had jumped over with him were not humans. They were golems. Moreover, just like Precursor Officer number 2, golems from Duke Rondo, and the one on the left is No. 1, isn't it? Indeed, Captain Ryo recognized them, a golem with horns on its head. She remembered Duke Rondo joyfully introducing it as Precursor Officer number 1. It seemed that Officer No. 1 was the captain of the Oniwabanshu squad. Captain Ryo didn't quite understand what Oniwabanshu was. By the way, she had heard that Precursor Officer number 2 held the authority of captain of the Oniwabanshu squad. From that, she surmised that he was in a higher position than the other golems. If Officer number 1 had brought them, then the man in the middle might not be an enemy, right? For some reason, Captain Ryo felt certain of that. Indeed, they were golems. She was unsure of the extent of their judgment ability. However, for Captain Ryo, Friendship Proof number 2 was her partner, her most trusted partner. If her partner's companions had made a judgment, she believed it would be more trustworthy than the judgments of incompetent humans. "I take it you are Captain Ryo of the Prince's Imperial Guard. I am Tin Miao, commander of the Forbidden Army." Saying this, the man in the middle stepped forward. Bathed in moonlight, his face became clearly visible. Of course, Captain Ryo knew Commander Tin. She had encountered him several times within the Imperial Palace. Indeed, he was the commander of the Forbidden Army who had protected Emperor Tsuin. However, she had also heard that Commander Tin was missing. Moreover, he was implicated in the Emperor's kidnapping. "I recognize that you are Commander Tin," Captain Ryo said, but she did not lower her sword. "However, Commander Tin has suspicions regarding his involvement in the kidnapping of His Majesty the Emperor." "I am aware of that. That is why I have been sheltered at Rondo Mansion." "Sheltered? I wish to speak with Prince Lion about everything." In the room there were 8 people present. Prince Lion, Princess Xiaofen, Chief Chamberlain Rinchun, Chamberlain Wenshu, Captain Ryo, Captain Bidges of the Guard Squad, Maid Mifa, and Commander of the Forbidden Army Tin Miao. In addition, there were 2 golems in the corner of the room, Precursor Officer number 1 and Friendship Proof number 2. Amidst this, Mifa was pouring tea for everyone. "Your Highness, thank you for taking the time to meet with us." Commander Tin bowed his head. No, Lord Tin, I also wanted to know what had happened. Prince Lion nodded with a casual demeanor. The incident occurred 3 weeks ago when Emperor Tsuin visited Yos, a resort near the Imperial capital. Yos is a hot spring area. Since His Majesty collapsed, he hasn't fully recovered, so he decided to combine a tour with hot spring therapy, Commander Tin explained. Yos is a hot spring area not far from the Imperial capital Hanlin, well known for its therapeutic baths. It's about a half-day's travel by carriage, and there's a villa for the royal family as well. Emperor Tsuin had often visited there until the death of the previous crown prince, making it a familiar place. However, a problem arose on the way there. We were ambushed, Commander Tin said, grimacing. He himself was leading 1,000 men from the Forbidden Army during the movement. They certainly were not careless. However, the attackers were not human, a phantom being. The Forbidden Army was wiped out. I was also injured and burned. Burned? Yes, to be precise, I survived because the bodies of my subordinates covered me, but I witnessed His Majesty being taken away. Commander Tin looked down in regret. During this time, no one spoke. After surviving, why didn't you report to us? The one who quietly asked this was Prince Lion. At those words, Commander Tin looked up in surprise. I was helped by a fisherman living nearby. However, there were no healers, and it took time to recover. The fisherman told me that I hadn't woken up for 3 days. When I woke up, I immediately headed to the Imperial capital. But on the way, I ran into an acquaintance who told me that His Majesty had been kidnapped and that I was being blamed for it. An acquaintance? Who was that? Inspector Li Wu of the Censorate. The Censorate's role is to oversee the regions of Darway, and an inspector is the title of that overseer. Inspector Li Wu is a man of strong character and someone trustworthy. Yes, I've heard of him. Speaking of which, I heard that Duke Rondo often talks with Inspector Li Wu and Minister of State Shu Shiku. Commander Tin explained, and Prince Lion turned slightly to side, recalling this. Princess Xiao Fen, who was looked at, nodded slightly. Honestly, I didn't know how to act, so I confessed to Inspector Li Wu about what happened and what I thought. Then Inspector Li Wu consulted with Minister Shu and suggested that I should stay hidden for a while. I see. And so Minister Shu brought me to Rondo Mansion and spoke to the golems about sheltering me. And you've been at Rondo Mansion since then? Yes. All eyes shifted to Officer No. 1 and Officer Number 2 standing in the corner of the room. Of course, they showed no reaction. They stared back at the 8 with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Certainly, Rondo Mansion is the safest place in the Imperial capital right now. Is that why Commander Tin has come to the princely residence tonight, because His Highness has returned? Yes, that's part of it. Commander Tin nodded in response to Chief Chamberlain Rinshun's question. In fact, this has just started moving today. As Commander Tin spoke, he took out a thin card measuring 10 centimeters square from his pocket. Alchemy tools, I see. Captain Ryo understood immediately and took it. It's quite an old type of alchemy tool, but it's likely made by Master Bayan Yang. It has some kind of magical power. Yes, it's a tool for personal tracking. Captain Ryo said this and appeared to realize something. An alchemy tool to track His Majesty the Emperor. That's exactly right. Commander Tin nodded at Ryo's observation. It seems to be an alchemy tool that has been passed down through generations of commanders of the Forbidden Army. I've only seen it activated 3 times. There appear to be several conditions for it to activate, and it seems this time they were met. But the important part is this tool only functions if His Majesty the Emperor is alive. In other words, His Majesty is alive? Prince Kuri said His Majesty has passed away, but that is a mistake or perhaps a lie. At Commander Tin's explanation, Captain Ryo was surprised, and Prince Lion answered while nodding. We need to go rescue him immediately, Chamberlain Wenshu shouted. However, Prince Lion did not agree. Princess Xiao Fen and Chief Chamberlain Rinshun did not nod either. Yes, they understood that no help would come from the Imperial Palace. Most likely, elder brother, Prince Kuri will not send an army to rescue him. No one will be sent for the rescue. Why not? Because that would be more convenient for Prince Kuri. When Prince Lion said this clearly, there was no expression on his face. At that moment, a thought briefly floated in his mind. Is everything falling according to Prince Kuri's plan? The throne would fall into Prince Kuri's hands. That was undoubtedly true. If that happens, those related to the Lion princely residence, including himself, would not be able to continue as they have. However, they wouldn't be killed. He must believe that the trends have already been decided. Killing useful individuals at this point is not Prince Kuri's style. Rather, he prefers to operate those who have been enemies thus far under his command. That is what Prince Kuri favors. But is that really acceptable? Commander Tin before him would be executed if found. He is a capable individual, but has devoted too much to Emperor Tsuin. His appearance at the princely residence awaiting Lion's return likely indicates he suspects Prince Kuri is behind the recent attack. Perhaps even Minister Shu thinks similarly. Should they risk everything to help the Emperor? Rationally, he understands that this is difficult. He understands that perhaps they should not undertake such risks. But his emotions scream that they should help. Lord Lion, what will you do about your father's safety? The words Princess Xiaofen spoke struck Lion's heart. Yes, the captured emperor is his father. To abandon him, that's unthinkable. I will rescue him. That was the initial conclusion. However, the problem is the method. The conclusion of rescuing him was met with nods from those present. However, when it came to a specific method, their opponent is a phantom being, strong enough to launch a solo assault on the Imperial Palace. According to what he heard, there are said to be 100,000 of such beings. 100,000? A large army indeed. At Prince Lion's muttering, Princess Xiaofen echoed. At the same time, a song resurfaced in both of their minds. A mage follows King Abel. His magic can erase the heavens, shatter the earth, and freeze the world, a great water magic. With a single blow, he defeats 100,000 strong armies, not a dream illusion. People praise it as the Icefall or Duke Silver. Truly, I always end up relying on him. I feel sorry for that. Prince Lion shook his head slightly, while Princess Xiaofen frowned just a bit. However, realistically, they couldn't think of another way. The power of the Lion princely residence is essentially sealed. The Imperial Palace's power is clearly under Prince Kuri. As each option was considered, there was surprisingly little that could be used. That was to be expected. The one who orchestrated this is most likely Prince Kuri. His calculating ability is unmatched. I will ask Duke Rondo, Prince Lion declared firmly. There was hesitation, there was a sense of guilt, but none of that showed on his face. Rinshun, is there any move I can make? Your Highness, the prince holds formal command rights over the royal ships, just like His Majesty the Emperor. In response to Prince Lion's inquiry, Chief Chamberlain Rinshun answered smoothly, as if he had predicted who they would rely on and this question. I see, it's the command authority over the 10th ship rerouted to the port town Hoi and in the Duchy of Atinjo. Yes, if we can get Duke Rondo to use the 10th ship and head north by sea, it might ease our burden. At the very least compared to going overland through Darway and Peiyu. I understand, I'll write the order. Prince Lion nodded. However, he let out a small sigh. There was a major issue. The problem is how to convey this to Duke Rondo, and how to deliver the order. When Prince Lion said this, many nodded. Indeed, how to contact Duke Rondo, who should be trying to escape the princely residence and leaving the imperial capital without alerting Prince Kuri's camp. Your Highness, I have an idea. The expression of Captain Ryo, who said this, was filled with determination. Ryo, do you have some plan? Yes, Captain Ryo nodded in response to Prince Lion's inquiry. Then he stood up and walked toward one of the golems standing in the corner of the room. Officer number 2, I have a request. Please find Duke Rondo and deliver His Highness's letter. Can you do that? Captain Ryo asked in a gentle, even lonely tone. Depending on the circumstances, it could be a farewell for this life. Feelings of loneliness were understandable, but friendship proof number 2 said nothing. It did not nod either, just one thing. It made a fist with its right hand and thrust it forward. Captain Ryo pressed his right fist against that fist. That was all that was done, but it was enough. Your Highness, let's have officer know. To deliver it. Understood. And tomorrow they will finally return to the last scene of 637 Duchy of Atinjo. Lion and Abel will meet once again. Time is now. Inside a private room at a nearby tea house, Ryo, Abel, and friendship proof number 2 gathered. The two read the letter from Prince Lion that number 2 had brought. It detailed the situation surrounding Prince Lion's faction, the imperial capital, and the Emperor. And finally, a request to rescue the Emperor. What an unexpected turn of events! Abel wore a serious expression, but for some reason joy was evident on Ryo's face. Naturally, Abel looked puzzled at Ryo's expression. Why is Ryo so happy? I'm not happy at all, Ryo stuttered in response to Abel's observation. His Majesty the Emperor has been good to us, so isn't it a dire situation that such a person has been kidnapped? We must do our utmost to fulfill this request. I completely agree. But I haven't mentioned anything about Ryo's expression. My expression is a reflection of my determination. I will definitely carry out this request. I see. Abel gave Ryo a skeptical look, clearly not believing him. While they conversed, Abel had already thought of the reason. You aren't seriously thinking about a classic development, are you? Of course not. That thought never crossed my mind. In truth, Ryo was indeed thinking that. The request for the rescue of a prominent figure was finally a classic light novel development. However, he understood that everyone, including princes and princesses, must be feeling extremely distressed, so it wouldn't be right to take joy in the classic development as usual. So he tried to hide it. He intended to deceive himself. Though it might not have worked, he decided not to say it out loud. However, if his enthusiasm could lead to helping others. Then it was certainly not something to be blamed for. Probably. Among the other items were instructions for the 10th ship and a supplementary explanation, and a metal plate, alchemy tools. Abel looked at the card-shaped alchemy tool. It belongs to Tin, the commander of the Forbidden Army. It seems to indicate the Emperor's location. Rio fiddled with the explanation sheet. It appeared to indicate distance and direction. He contemplated the possibility that something related to this alchemy tool might be embedded in the Emperor's body. Tin must have felt a grievance. After all, he couldn't protect his lord. But if it's against a phantom being, there's not much he could do. He must have known he couldn't win and would be a burden, so he entrusted this tracking alchemy tool to us. Well, that's true. Rio nodded in agreement with Abel. Being expected to deliver results yet falling short was the most painful thing of all. We'll succeed for those who are waiting for them. Indeed, if we storm the Phantom King's stronghold, it might also be an opportunity to defeat him. After Rio fully charged Friendship Proof No. 2's magic stone with magical power, he wrote down the details of accepting the request on paper and handed it to Friendship Proof No. 2. Please take care of this, No. 2. Of course, No. 2 accepted it without saying a word and then ran off. Rio and Abel watched him go. No. 2's expression was filled with determination. Is that so? Rio spoke with a gentle expression, as if admiring a child's growth, while Abel nodded with an indescribable expression. Of course, Abel couldn't read the expression of a golem at all. However, he had another question and decided to ask it. How did that golem know Rio's location? Huh. No, we stayed in the capital for a long time due to the ceremony, but it understood that and came here. It should have originally gone to a place like Port Town Hoi An and set sail already. Ah, that's because I made No. 2. Excuse me? Rio's overly concise explanation left Abel confused. I mentioned before that there's an invisible magical power line connecting things I've made myself, right? I recall that. You can unfreeze the coffin of ice no matter how far apart you are, right? Exactly. I made No. 2, so there's a magical power line connecting us. You said the magical power supply comes from the magic stone it carries, right? Yes. I don't think I'm supplying my magical power to it, but it seems there is a connection. I'm not sure exactly, but I think that's how No. 2 knew my location. Rio still had many parts that were speculative. If asked what a magical power line was, he wouldn't be able to answer confidently. There are still many things I don't know about magic and magical power. Mages have it tough. Swordsmen too. Mastering the way of the sword is also difficult, right? It's all the same. That may be true. The two rode a horse borrowed from the royal palace and headed straight for Port Town Hoi An. They had wanted to take things a bit slower and enjoy the scenery, but that was no longer possible. They completed the procedures and returned the horse at a place resembling the Port Authority and headed to the docked public ship No. 10. The 10th ship seemed to be fully prepared and ready to depart at any moment. Indeed, as soon as the two boarded, final inspections began. Rio-san, Abel-san, I'm glad to see you safe, Captain Rawu of the 10th ship said as he shook their hands. Rio and Abel exchanged puzzled glances. What did he mean by glad to see you safe? The hospitality of the Duchy of Atinjo was wonderful, wasn't it? Rio conveyed that he had received proper hospitality to avoid any diplomatic issues. Upon hearing this, it seemed Captain Rawu realized his wording had caused a misunderstanding. I apologize. It seems there were various events occurring not in the Grand Duchy, but in the homeland of Darway. Huh. How do you know about that? Actually, someone visited yesterday. As Captain Rawu said this, the door to the captain's quarters at the stern opened and a man stepped out. Inspector Li Wu? Rio asked, surprised. Abel beside him was also astonished. At that moment, Rio thought to himself, Captain Rawu and Inspector Li Wu have similar names, don't they? Yes, Li is my older brother. I see, Ra is the younger brother. So that was how it was. Inspector Li Wu had been asked by the Censorate's Minister of State Shu Shiku to deliver something to Duke Rondo. However, he didn't know where to head, so he traveled south along the coast and learned that the 10th ship of Darway was docked at this port town Hoi An. Speaking of the 10th ship, it was commanded by his younger brother, Ra. Although they hadn't spoken in a long time, brothers are still brothers. When he confirmed that they were waiting for Duke Rondo, by the way, Inspector Li Wu arrived quite early. No, it took about 2 weeks since leaving the Hanlin Imperial capital. Oh, is that so? Rio thought it might have been a coordinated effort with Prince Lion, but it didn't seem to be the case. Before the diplomatic mission led by Prince Lion returned to the Imperial capital, Minister of State Shu had begun to act and wanted to deliver something to Rio. This will be it. As he said that, Inspector Li Wu handed Rio a bundle of papers, about 50 sheets, all in a waterproof alchemy-treated bag. Information from the Chouchi Empire extracted from General Yun, Rio exclaimed in surprise as he read the title. Hearing this, Abel leaned in to take a look. At just that moment, a report reached Captain Ra Wu. The preparations for departure are complete. I understand, Captain Ra Wu said, then turned to the three of them. First, let's set sail north. There will be plenty of time to read during the journey. It seemed as if Captain Ra Wu knew exactly where they were headed. Under the blue sky, Rio and Abel set up an ice table and chairs on the main deck and began reading the documents brought by Inspector Li Wu. There was a lot of information they were unaware of, both good news and bad news. First, the good news. The Chouchi Empire reportedly has 100,000 phantom beings, most of which are hollow. Hollow means just that, they are merely present without any substance. Other phantom beings can manipulate them, but they have no will and cannot move by themselves. They are merely puppets. They are referred to as vessels by other phantom beings. In fact, they can disappear with just a light tap. It seems that the phantom in phantom beings comes from this. However, they can use sorcery. As a result, they are often used like mobile artillery. Now, onto the bad news. One part of the Chouchi Empire is quite far north. There are years when the temperature in January can drop to -30 degrees, very far north. Currently, it is not that cold, but the location is still quite distant. And of course, the Darway ship has never navigated those waters. Captain Ra Wu intends to acquire maps and, if possible, navigational charts in the Peiyu Nation along the way. For now, Rio has conveyed all the content from the letter written by Prince Lion to Captain Ra Wu. It seems that before this, Captain Ra Wu had already made some guesses based on what he heard from Inspector Li Wu. Rio also handed over the formal order from Prince Lion regarding the 10th Fleet to Captain Ra Wu. Even without that, it seems they would have cooperated. But with this order, it is said that the ship's crew will definitely not face punishment. Operating a public ship, a national asset, is quite rigid in terms of flexibility. There were several other astonishing pieces of information, but there is information regarding the Phantom King. The Phantom King's residence? Is it like Prince Lion's princely residence? As Rio and Abel skimmed through the information related to the Phantom King, they came across such a term. It seems the Phantom King is not just someone among the common phantom beings, but rather someone whose existence is recognized by the Imperial government within the Chouchi Empire. There's a residence specifically for him. However, according to this document, it suggests that power is somewhat divided, doesn't it? Huh! Abel handed the completed document to Rio. Having been buried in documents as a king for 3 years, Abel's reading speed is quite impressive. Rio considers himself to be fast as well, but he cannot match Abel. Indeed. Moreover, it seems the Phantom King holds more power than the Chouchi Emperor. Since he can manipulate phantom beings, is the Emperor a puppet too? Oh, but look, this document details their respective objectives. The Chouchi Emperor wants to move south and dominate Darway. That's understandable. But what about the Phantom King's objective? To pass through the corridor and reach the Central Nations? Why would he want to go to the Central Nations? The Phantom King's goal was stated as reaching the Central Nations, leaving both Abel and Rio confused. Why the Central Nations? It states that the Darway Emperor is needed to open the corridor to the Central Nations. What does that mean? It's probably a treasure trove of information that could be deemed as jewels. However, it's too fragmented for them to understand. In situations like this, it's crucial to prioritize properly to avoid project failure. What? First and foremost, the rescue of His Majesty the Emperor. That is indeed the top priority, and everything else will be dealt with as it comes. It can't be helped. Both Rio and Abel accepted this compromise. Rio, too, would like to defeat the Phantom King and release Duke Helb from the ice if possible, but it has to take a backseat to the primary objective. Just then, Captain Ra Wu arrived. He seemed to be explaining the schedule. Honestly, I don't know how long it will take to arrive. Right. Captain Ra Wu said this with a grimace of apology, and Rio nodded in agreement. Without knowing the exact distance, the tide, or the wind, there was no way to estimate the schedule. I don't know how much the Darway Imperial Palace knows about our ship's movements, but we will avoid stopping at major ports. Water is fine since Rio-san is here, but we need to load food somewhere. That's true. We stocked up quite a bit of food when we departed from Hoi An, so we should have enough for 20 days. It takes 14 days to reach the Hanlin Imperial capital, so we should be able to go north for an additional 6 days after passing Hanlin. Is there a good port around 6 days after Hanlin? Roughly in the middle between the Hanlin Imperial capital and the Peiyu Nation, there's one I'm thinking of. It's a port town called Shunbore. If all goes according to plan, we should be able to reach it in 18 to 19 days from here. Captain Ra Wu answered Abel's question vigorously. As expected of a public ship captain, he seems quite knowledgeable about Darway's ports. After resupplying there, we will head north. The destination, the Chawauchi Empire, is further north than the Peiyu Nation, but we should be able to get maps in the Peiyu Nation. Whether we can obtain navigational charts that's the tricky part. Sailing in unknown waters is quite complicated. After Captain Ra Wu was called away by the crew, Rio and Abel resumed their discussion. At worst, we might have to go overland from the Peiyu Nation. Do you think so too, Abel? Both Rio and Abel are being realistic. They have no idea how far north they will go, but the sea could freeze and the ship might not be able to move. We really have to play it by ear. It's tough not having a clear outlook. Suddenly, Rio noticed someone who, like them, was not a crew member. Inspector Li Wu is also going to stay on board, right? That seems to be the case. He might disembark at the port we stop at on the 19th day, but until then, he will probably stay on. Do you think he will be pursued by the Imperial Palace or the Kuri Prince's faction? Who knows? He's an inspector after all, so he's likely to be monitoring Darway. It wouldn't be strange for him not to be in the Imperial capital, right? That's probably why Minister Shu entrusted him with this. Ah, I see. As the two were having this conversation, Inspector Li Wu began swinging his sword. It seemed to be sword training. Oh, that's quite a sharp sword technique. Both Abel and Rio praised Inspector Li Wu's swordsmanship. Although he's an inspector traveling through the regions, he seems quite skilled with the sword. He certainly doesn't seem like a mere bureaucrat. His 2-meter-tall physique alone doesn't fit the image of a bureaucrat. He seemed to have noticed their gaze. Inspector Li Wu stopped swinging his sword and approached them. Sorry, did my movements catch your attention? Abel lightly apologized. No, even if it caught his attention, it's hard to say. It caught my attention. Inspector Li Wu, you certainly don't look like a typical bureaucrat. Your sword technique is impressive. I'm quite embarrassed. As an inspector traveling through the regions, I often find my life threatened. Huh! Both Rio and Abel were surprised by Inspector Li Wu's words. There are bad lords. Well, not just lords, even daimyos and high-ranking officials. For them, I seem to be a thorn in their side. They likely try to bribe you to curry favor, right? Abel asked, responding to Inspector Li Wu's self-deprecating words. From the perspective of Abel, as a ruler, he understands well the kinds of things local lords and high-ranking bureaucrats do when the central government's oversight is lacking. This issue is universal across any time or world. Exactly, however, I don't accept any of that, so when I capture evidence of corruption, I submit it directly to the inspectorate. Integrity and purity, that's quite something. Rio expressed admiration for Inspector Li Wu's words, and Abel praised him too. Well, it's just that my family is wealthy, so I don't need bribes. That's common. There are indeed those kinds of people. Inspector Li Wu smiled wryly, and Rio, knowing wealthy people who don't accept bribes while holding public office, nodded, thinking of someone like Phelps. Perhaps Abel himself wouldn't accept bribes either, so you trained your sword because your life is often in danger. That aspect is significant. Inspector Li Wu admitted with a wry smile. Yesterday, we surpassed 190 million page views. This means we've had 190 million pages read so far. This is all thanks to our daily readers. Thank you very much. On the morning of the 18th day, since the Darway public ship number 10 departed from the port town of Hoi and in the Duchy of Atinjo. Today, we are making port right. In the town of Shunbore or something? Seems so, Rio asked, and Abel answered. Both of them tend to be active fairly early in the morning. Abel wakes up at 6 o'clock. Since becoming the king of the Natore kingdom, he had been waking up at 6 every day, so even now, as an adventurer, he finds himself waking up at 6 without fail. Rio also wakes up around 6:30. However, when he's in the mood, he sometimes stays up until midnight. For instance, when reading alchemy books or conducting alchemy research. On such days, he might wake up a bit later the next morning, but still manages to get up by 6:30. And now, on the first deck, Abel swings his sword while Rio pulls out a block of ice and tinkers with it. This was their confirmation session for the day, doing their own things. Hey Rio, what is it, Abel? That thing you're messing with, you've been at it for quite a while, huh? As Abel swings his sword, he glances sideways at Rio's hands and points it out. You noticed, huh? Well, I've been experimenting with it for about 10 days. Rio smiles but continues to write something on the ice block in front of him. In other words, it's a study of something related to alchemy. At the tip of the ice block, there's something resembling a tabletop fan about the size of a cup. Or rather, it looks more like a handheld fan. He seems to be tinkering with various magical formulas and testing how their behaviors change. I've always thought, could it be that string of 1,024 characters? At Abel's words, Rio looks up in surprise. His expression clearly shows that he's taken aback. You got it, huh? Did I mention it? No, you didn't say anything. I just kind of thought so when I saw you working on it. Abel, actually, you might have a remarkable talent for being an alchemist. Once we return to the kingdom, let's have you apprentice under Kenneth right away. Why would I do that? They say strike while the iron is hot. They also say a good day is when you think of something. It's better to go for it while you can. For some reason, Rio is pushing for an engagement in alchemy and an apprenticeship under Kenneth, but Abel just shrugged and replied, I can't use magic, you know. Ah, that's right. A top-notch alchemist is also a top-notch mage. Alchemy and magic are essentially two sides of the same coin. It seems you can't be an alchemist without the ability to use magic. It's all right. They say if you believe, the path will open. Let's aim to be the world's first alchemist who can't use magic. If I get too into alchemy, who's going to handle the paperwork? Are you going to do it for me? Well, that's not going to work. Rio panics at the sudden influx of work. However, there's a good idea. Abel will enter the field of alchemy. Then, we should create an Abel substitute golem. A golem that will approve paperwork in your place, and we can assign the work to that golem. Will it really? Judge the contents of the documents properly and approve them. What if it just signs anything? That's up to Abel's skill. Rio confidently states with a strangely assured expression in response to Abel's concern. Whether or not you can make a proper golem is entirely up to you. Can I really make a golem after just a few weeks of starting alchemy? That's impossible. You need to be proficient enough to stand at the edge of the abyss of alchemy. Then I won't make it in time. Why, yeah, maybe. To become top tier at anything takes time. I'll abandon the Abel the Alchemist project. Rio shakes his head sadly. Well, that's fine with my alchemy, but there's that string of 1,024 characters. Right. If we use that, it amplifies magical power, right? Yes, that's certainly correct. Are you saying you want to use that in Rio's alchemy tools? That's the problem. At Abel's remark, Rio tilts his head slightly. Using anything that can be used? I mean, that's a valid way of thinking, but how do I put it? I have some resistance to incorporating something into my magic formula that I don't fully understand. I know it's useful, but honestly, I want to understand it before I use it. So that's why you're trying various things? That's right, Rio nods. Abel understands Rio's feelings. Using something that's said to be convenient might be better. That might certainly be true, but even if he does use it, he wants to use it after understanding and being convinced. He doesn't know why, but it just feels off, so he feels a slight discomfort with that. Of course, it's obvious, but I found out that changing the order of the characters in this string nullifies its effect. Well, it is a string of characters. Abel stops swinging his sword and approaches the table, sitting on the ice chair Rio created. It's probably also a string of characters that interacts with the principles of the world. Principles of the world? How do I put it? You know how magic in the Central Nations involves incantations, right? Oh yeah, those incantations work with the principles of the world to activate magic. Is that so? Yes. Lord Ancestor of Twilight Land mentioned it. Lord Ancestor discovered the sound sequence that interacts with the principles of the world. That seems to be what incantations are. That's amazing. Abel genuinely praises Lord Ancestor as Rio explains. Not just any sound sequence works for this. To think of how many combinations exist. Discovering a sound sequence that interacts with the principles of the world to generate magic. That is incantation. Indeed, it's too impressive. The magical formulas used in alchemy are a version of that string of characters. A string of characters that interacts with the principles of the world. This isn't easy either. From Rio's Japanese perspective, he has personally recognized that the sound sequence is like Norido, a type of prayer, while the string of characters is like talismans. He has recently become convinced that this recognition isn't too far from the truth. Well, I'm trying various things, including the order of the characters. Isn't testing that a hassle? Of course, it's a hassle. But that's what experiments and research are all about. Rio nods seriously. However, Abel noticed. Rio's cheek is twitching. It's tough, but you're happy, huh? Why, yeah, it's true that I'm happy, but it's tough, you know. So I would like you to be kind to me, Abel. Kind? What exactly do you mean? I think it would be best if you gave me some meat or dessert on your behalf. Yeah, no way. That's quite clear. Taking food from others isn't easy. As the ship moves closer to the port town of Shunbore, the number of islands has increased significantly. There are a lot of islands. With this many islands, something like a pirate ship suddenly appearing is a real possibility. At Abel's words, Rio reacts. Even Rio, who secretly wants to experience being attacked by pirates, doesn't wish for an attack right now, so he grimaces. As the two are talking at the bow of the ship, Captain Rawu approached. You're right. This area is a sea where pseudo-pirates are quite active, he says with a laugh. It seems he overheard their conversation. Pseudo-pirates? Rio tilts his head. They surround their target ship. They rarely actually board the target ship, but it's more of an intimidation tactic. They collect tolls. Of course, that violates the laws of Darway, which is why they are called pseudo-pirates. Captain Rawu answers. From the way he speaks, he seems quite knowledgeable about it. Rio gets the hint. Could it be that the food supply for this 10th ship is from those people? Yes, they'll sell to anyone as long as you pay. Even though they are called pseudo-pirates, they are still people of the sea, so they won't betray their trust. In fact, they are fishermen living in Shunbore, those who are outside the law. The so-called outlaws can seem intimidating at first glance. In reality, those who don't know their ways may often be treated roughly. However, among those bound by the bond of being, those who live in the sea. Beside Rio and Abel standing at the bow, Captain Ra Wu keeps looking through a telescope repeatedly. Compared to when they approach the sea area with islands, he seems to be tilting his head quite a bit. And then he finally shouted towards the mast, "Look out, can you see any fishing boats?" In the middle of the mast, a lookout had climbed up to the crow's nest to stay vigilant. The crow's nest can move 360 degrees around the mast. After a while, the lookout in the crow's nest shouted back, "Captain, there are no fishing boats in sight." As soon as he heard that answer, Captain Ra Wu shouted, "Helmsman, hard to port! Asa, Makaji." The helmsman responded to Captain Ra Wu's command, steering the helm to the right. Furthermore, Captain Ra Wu shouted into a nearby voice transmission tube, "Maximize engine power. Leave this sea area at full speed." Engine room acknowledged. There was a response from the engine room to Captain Ra Wu's command. Most likely they have alchemical sailing tools installed, like the wind-generating mechanism on the Suje Kingdom Navy's Rondark. The speed clearly increased. The two watched the commands in surprise. Usually, Captain Ra Wu tends to be calm or somewhat carefree, but now he showed a roughness that can only be described as a man of the sea as he issued commands one after another. But in reality, that's just normal. This is a ship. One mistake from the captain could jeopardize the lives of all crew members. "Ah, sorry for startling you." Captain Ra Wu finally noticed the surprised expressions of the two and smiled wryly. "You said we'd be leaving?" "Yes. This situation isn't normal." After Abel's confirmation, Captain Ra Wu nodded and continued explaining. "This area off the coast of Shunbore should usually have dozens of fishing boats, unless there's a storm. They're fishing, but they're also serving as a lookout. Those pseudo-pirates you mentioned? Exactly. With such clear weather, it's abnormal for not a single fishing boat to be around." Indeed, the sky was clear with not a single cloud in sight. "Could it be that we've been preempted?" Just as Abel murmured that, the lookout in the mast shouted, "Ship shadow behind the island ahead." Another lookout shouted, "Ships are also coming out from the port of Shunbore." Captain Ra Wu yelled while looking through the telescope. "What type of ships?" "I'm not sure yet, but they're quite large." "Unknown, but they seem to be warships." Captain Ra Wu shouted into the voice transmission tube. "Deploy the public ship magic barrier, open the portside gun ports. Prepare for bombardment." In the next moment, a magic barrier was deployed to envelop the 10th ship. Additionally, from the port side of the ship's hull, various sounds resembling clattering could be heard. Curious, Rio and Abel leaned over from the first deck to look at the left side of the 10th ship's hull. Something resembling small windows were opening. Several dozen lids popped open. From there, something wooden was protruding. At first, it was something, but upon closer inspection, it was something they recognized. "Isn't that what Captain Rio and the others used at first?" "Ah, that's what the magic cannon firing squad was assembling and using in the Green Villa Plain." It's no surprise that they recognized it. "Abel, our ships in the Natore Kingdom mainly focus on boarding battles, right?" "That's right, Rio. Wasn't it the same for the Suje Kingdom in the Archipelago Sea region?" "Well, the Gao ships from the Duchy of Atinjo in the southern continent had magic cannon fire, but that was cast by mages. Compared to that, the Darway seems to be really gearing up for a bombardment." Both Abel and Rio understood the meaning behind the various alchemical tools protruding from the ship's hull. They also somewhat understood what was about to happen. Captain Rio and the others initially referred to it as the Magic Cannon Firing Squad. Does that mean it's also being utilized in fleet battles? As expected of a superpower. The advancement of alchemy is ahead of surrounding nations. The development of science and technology is often first noticeable in military aspects. This is a phenomenon observed in many eras and regions. This is probably true even in this Phi. Ship type identified, fast attack ship Bafenhay class 6 ships. The ships coming out from the port are likewise Bafenhay class 16 ships, the lookout shouted from the mast. "We were preempted." Captain Ra Wu frowned and muttered. "Captain?" Abel asked. "Yes, it seems they predicted we would only have the port town of Shunbore to resupply. It's likely the town has been occupied by someone from Prince Kuri's faction." "Are the ships coming out part of the Darway fleet?" "Yes. Moreover, they are fast ships only deployed to the regular army of the Hanlin Imperial capital. Furthermore, their magic cannon fire is also powerful. They probably redirected them from Hanlin in advance. It's unfortunate, but it seems the movements of this 10th ship and the two of you heading north were anticipated by the Imperial Palace, just as expected of Prince Kuri. Abel confirmed this, while Captain Rawu described the enemy's troublesome nature, and Rio re-recognized that Prince Kuri was not an opponent to be underestimated. While exchanging such conversation, people also lined up on the first deck. Something resembling an alchemy tool, set up like a tripod, was being installed on the deck to launch something. It didn't seem like it was for bombardment. While it could be mistaken for a machine gun, it appeared to be set up to fire at an angle upwards. 22 enemy ships, are we going to be okay? Yeah, that should be fine. Rawu replied with a sly grin to Abel's worried inquiry. This ship is, after all, a public ship. It may carry royalty from foreign nations or transport the Darway nobility. Naturally, that means it's also one of the least likely to sink in Darway. As Captain Rawu finished saying that, a report was made. Left side firing, deck intercept preparations complete. The report came from Public Ship Combat Commander Lin Zin, a short-haired woman with a gentle impression, usually quite soft and warm, but now was different. She exuded an aura of reliability, making one feel that she could be trusted. Understood. Lin Zin, don't fire yet. We must absolutely not make the first move. Asa, the atmosphere on the first deck, which had been bustling with preparations for the defensive magic tools until just a moment ago, now seemed calm instead. It appears everyone is calm, even though it's just before battle. Yeah, it looks that way to me. Rio whispered next to Abel, and Abel nodded in agreement, responding in a similarly quiet voice. It means that all preparations are complete. I see. It's only natural that things are hectic until preparations are made. When the command is given, everyone moves to their stations within a minute or two. And then they get ready to respond, sometimes even changing clothes. That would indeed be a frantic situation. But once the preparatory phase is complete, it's like this, even though a battle might happen afterward. That's the proof of their rigorous training. This time, it seems we can just watch. This is different from the time of the rain shooter. What Rio and Abel recalled was when they escaped the Kamakura vassal kingdom and returned to the Suje kingdom, the rain shooter was attacked. At that time, Rio had created an ice wall to cover the rain shooter and launched the icicle lance shower, fan, sinking 5 Gao ships from the Duchy of Atinjo. At that time, the rain shooter had practically no armament as it ventured alone into the hostile Kamakura vassal kingdom. Surely, Lord Protector Kavui Samaru calculated that there would be no problem once the Suje Kingdom Navy, which had been moved to the border, joined up. That calculation was even exceeded by the Duchy of Atinjo, which attempted to block their path. Though even without Rio's help, the rain shooter would probably have managed to break through while sustaining some damage. But Rio intervened as he didn't want the rain shooter to be harmed. This time is different. They still don't know exactly how it's different, and the enemy has more than 20 warships, but somehow it feels like it will be fine. Then the bombardment battle began. Enemy cannon fire incoming, a lookout shouted from the mast. About 50 fire attribute magic attacks struck public ship number 10. However, the magic barrier created through alchemy protected the ship from the attacks. Countless lights of annihilation occurred. Annihilation? Rio murmured. What's wrong? Abel asked, having heard his murmur. No, I was just thinking about how we're supposed to defend against cannon fire from over 20 ships with that magic barrier. I had heard that the magic barrier isn't very strong. Ah, I've received reports about that as well. Abel nodded at Rio's words. Whether it's the magic barrier or the physical barrier, they usually aren't that sturdy. Rio also sometimes gathers information about existing magic. Most of the time, such discussions arise from casual conversations, so it's not like he was consciously collecting information. But in any case, he had heard of it. It seems that instead of deflecting, the magic barrier is disappearing along with the attacks through annihilation. If that's the case, won't it be tough to re-establish the magic barrier? Yes. Therefore, they are deploying dozens or even hundreds of small barriers from the beginning. By reducing the area, they likely conserve magical power. The design itself is meant for a magic barrier that vanishes together rather than deflects. I see. There are various methods to consider. Abel nodded, impressed by Rio's explanation. Rio noticed something. Next to Captain Rawu, who was commanding from the first deck, there was a half-submerged seat. Sitting there was the public ship combat commander, Lin Zin. His upper body seemed to be on the first deck, while his lower half was somewhere below. What's below that? Ah, the second deck. The alchemy tools for magic cannon fire are protruding from the ship's belly. That's the second deck. That seat where Lin Zin is? It's usually covered. Since he's the combat commander, he might be controlling the magic cannon fire from the second deck and the interception aligned on this first deck. He might be commanding both from there. Neither Rio nor Abel were well versed in Darway's fleet battles. Naturally, they didn't know the exact role of the public ship combat commander Lin Zin, but they could imagine to some extent. "All right, Lin Zin, that's enough. Sink them." "Asa," Captain Ra Wu commanded Lin Zin, who was in the semi-submerged pit that could also be called the combat commander's seat, and Lin Zin nodded. Commands from Lin Zin were soon transmitted to the magic cannon fire on the second deck. "Target the lead ship that came out from the island on the right. As usual, 1 meter left from the bow, above the waterline." Detailed instructions were issued. 10 seconds later, "Lock on, 3, 2, 1, fire." In perfect synchrony, 20 fireballs were launched from the port side of public ship number 10. All of them struck the same location at the same time. An explosion unique to fire attribute magic occurred. The enemy ship that had been attacked likely opened a large hole near the bow and began to sink. Incredible, unbelievable. Both Rio and Abel were left speechless in astonishment. "Next, the target is the second lead ship on the right. Likewise, as always, 1 meter left from the bow, above the waterline." Without losing any time, Combat Commander Lin Zin issued the second round of orders. This rapid-fire capability was the strength of the alchemy tools for magic cannon fire. Again, 10 seconds later. "Lock on, 3, 2, 1, fire." The results repeated perfectly. In perfect synchrony, 20 fireballs were launched from the port side of public ship number 10, striking the same location at the same time, resulting in an explosion unique to fire attribute magic. And the second enemy ship that had been struck began to sink. These people have incredible training. The high reproducibility is a result of their training. Rio was astonished by the identical results, and Abel pointed out that it was no coincidence. The public ship magic barrier functioned defensively, while the magic cannon fire sank the enemy ships offensively. It was a situation transition that could be considered perfect. If only we could escape like this. This public ship is originally from Darway. The enemy likely knows its performance to some extent. Of course, they must have a second and third plan. You are too pessimistic, Abel. It's better than dying from being too optimistic. Rio understood but still frowned, while Abel, drawing on his experience leading the military as king, asserted his viewpoint. It seemed the captain thought the same. "If they realize the cannon fire isn't effective, parachutes will come." Captain Ra Wu shouted his orders. "Parachutes? What is that?" Both Rio and Abel naturally didn't understand. Well, in Rio's knowledge, a parachute is something that falls from the sky. Parachutes have been launched from the enemy ship. The number is 10, the lookout in the mast shouted. "Min, you take care of the ship's evasion." "Asa," Captain Ra Wu instructed first-class navigator Min Mayan, who moved next to the helmsman and looked up at the sky in front. "Something is falling from the sky. That's in the path of our ship. Is that the parachute?" Following Min's gaze, Rio spotted something descending toward public ship number 10 from above. It seemed Abel also recognized it and exclaimed. It resembled a small parachute, but what was hanging beneath it wasn't a person. "A bomb?" Rio murmured. It didn't look like a streamlined bullet, but appeared more like a round bomb. "Deck interception, fire at will." Combat Commander Lin Zin's command rang out, and the crew members lined up on the first deck began firing their defensive alchemy tools at the incoming bombs. The interception seemed to be not magic cannon fire, but rather quite small stones being shot. "We're going with low-tech all of a sudden. The stones are probably more effective." Rio was astonished in a different way, while Abel vaguely supported him. It seemed the stones were being fired at a rate of 1 every 0.5 seconds. With 20 people firing, a barrage of projectiles filled the air. "See, what did I tell you? Abel, you got lucky, didn't you? What are you talking about? Your back is singed," Rio remarked, as if he had seen through Abel, who had managed to avoid a losing battle this time. For a rare moment, their positions seemed to have switched. However, when a stone hit the spherical object hanging from the parachute, boom, it exploded. "What, an explosion?" Rio was shocked, and understandably so. An explosion means, if it's not fire attribute magic, then it must involve gunpowder. Certainly, he had mentioned it might be a bomb, but to think it actually was. "The black powder is already being utilized in Darway." Abel was not surprised. Black powder refers to gunpowder, and it is produced in the eastern region of Natore Kingdom. During the War of Kingdom Liberation, a significant amount that had been stockpiled was taken by the Empire, but production and research have continued since Abel ascended to the throne. It would likely be used in large-scale construction projects in the future, but Abel understood it would probably also appear on the battlefield. While this was sad, Abel was a king. He was a ruler. Politics, rather than morality, was his job. Even though it was unfortunate, he could not ignore the possibilities of reality. And the black powder that had flowed massively to the Empire would undoubtedly appear on the battlefield, which was a reality that could occur. In this eastern region in Darway, it was just that it had appeared on the battlefield first. "Is the kingdom also researching gunpowder, black powder?" "Yes, we are." Abel answered clearly to Rio's question, is that. As a weapon, that recognition is not incorrect. While Abel understood that this would likely be something Rio would dislike, he did not lie. The mainstream research is on its use in large-scale constructions, but military applications are also being investigated. I thought so, Rio nodded at Abel's answer. This mirrored the history of dynamite on Earth. Wars use whatever is available. That remains true whether it's Earth or Phi. If just hitting it with a stone causes that to happen, then if it falls on this deck, yes, it would explode. Abel and Rio refocused on the current situation. Yes, the battle was still ongoing, but the stone barrage is having quite a significant effect. As Rio said, the bomb drop from the parachutes was being intercepted entirely. Moreover, the magic cannon fire from the ship's belly also proved effective, sinking all 6 ships that had come out from behind the island. However, 16 ships from the port were approaching. This was because public ship No. 10's speed was not very fast. It's because we're closing some sails to secure the firing line for the stone barrage. There's no helping it. It would be troublesome if the stones pierced the sails, and it would also be problematic if the sails obscured the view of the parachutes. Thus, those parachutes are designed to slow us down, Rio said with regret, and Abel nodded in agreement. A simultaneous barrage of parachutes is coming, prepare, Captain Rawu shouted. He further yelled into the voice transmission tube. Engine room, prepare the second engine. This is the engine room, the second engine is ready. We can go any time. In response to Captain Rawu's shout, a voice returned from the other side of the voice transmission tube. Second engine, Abel murmured as he looked at Rio, but of course, Rio also didn't understand. He shook his head. Additionally, many people were coming up from the lower second deck to the first deck. They were likely the crew members who had been conducting magic cannon fire from the ship's belly just moments ago. Certainly, the 6 ships that had come out from the island were on the port side, so they could sink them with cannon fire from the port side, and all 6 of them had been sunk. The remaining ships coming from the port were approaching from the rear of public ship number 10. In this case, cannon fire from the ship's belly would be difficult to aim. Of course, a public ship magic barrier was also deployed at the stern of public ship No. 10, and occasionally they could see lights from magic cannon fire being defended against with annihilation. The people who came up from below seemed to be waiting around the sails. Although Rio and Abel were on the first deck, they were observing the situation from the corner so as not to be a hindrance. Within their line of sight, the crew members who had come up from the second deck were preparing themselves. A simultaneous barrage of parachutes is here, the lookout in the mast shouted. From the 16 ships closing in on the rear of public ship number 10, projectiles were fired, passing over the ship, and the parachutes began to open, slowly descending toward the sea surface. If public ship No. 10 continued on this course, they would be landing soon. However, all right, deck interception complete. Activate the second engine. Asa, set all sails. Asa, commands from Captain Rawu were issued in rapid succession. The crew of the engine room and public ship number 10 responded. Whoa, such incredible speed! Clearly, the speed of public ship number 10 had increased. It was likely because a second alchemy tool that increased speed, like the wind-generating mechanism, had been activated, and all the previously closed sails were now raised. It felt like they were going twice as fast as before. We're going to cut through under the parachutes. Look out, look out. Asa, the masked lookout responded to Captain Rawu's command. With the increased speed, public ship number 10 comfortably slipped under the parachutes. Won't the pursuing ships also increase their speed? No, it seems they can't. Huh, why is that? Rio tilted his head in confusion. If they increase their speed, those pursuing ships will be diving under their own parachutes. Oh, realizing that through Abel's observation, Rio understood too. Yes, they would end up diving under the parachutes they had released, so they couldn't increase speed. It was all a trap set by Captain Rawu. Public ship number 10 would not show its maximum speed, and at the very last, it would use the enemy's simultaneous barrage of parachutes to escape. Captain Rawu is amazing, and the crew who can respond to that as well. Both Rio and Abel were astonished. Thus, public ship No. 10 successfully navigated through the trap. It was an incredible battle from start to finish. Indeed, it was an educational fleet battle. Both Rio and Abel didn't have much experience in fleet battles. As a result, they recognized that there was much to learn. That unbroken magic cannon fire was amazing. 20 fire orbs hit the same spot at the same time. That's true. Because of that, it was able to break through their ship's magic barrier, right at the waterline. If there's a big hole there, it'll definitely sink. That cannon fire was impressive, but the ship shook quite a bit too. Exactly. It's natural to have recoil, but doesn't it have a system to absorb it individually? Rio tilted his head in confusion. In Rio's knowledge of battleships like the line of battle ships, Each cannon with wheels would recoil backward to absorb the impact when firing. However, the cannon fire from this ship seemed to be fired from fixed turrets, causing the ship to move due to its recoil. "In this ship, the magic cannon is indeed fixed," said Captain Rawu, approaching the two with a smile. It seemed he had overheard their conversation. "When it's fixed, the impact will cause the ship to shake, right?" "Yes, it will." Captain Rawu nodded in agreement with Rio's concern. "Was that why it was a simultaneous cannon fire?" "Yes, that's one aspect of it." Captain Rawu nodded again in agreement with Abel's response. "If the ship is going to shake anyway, they might as well synchronize the timing." "No, that's not something that can be done so easily. It's the result of training the gunners under the battle commander, Lin Zin." Captain Rawu spoke with a smile, clearly proud. He continued to explain. "While our gunners are indeed amazing, if other ships like fast attack ships tried to fire all cannons simultaneously, they wouldn't receive permission, even if they were trained to do simultaneous firing." "Is it a problem with the ship?" "Yes, as you mentioned, Mr. Abel. It's precisely because of this ship that simultaneous firing of 20 cannons is allowed," Captain Rawu asserted firmly. "Is that a problem with the ship's restorative power?" Rio suggested, tilting his head as he spoke. "In the Western nations, when they were tinkering with what would later become the Skizblasnil vessel, the issue of restorative ability had arisen. So he knew. He understood the importance and difficulty of restorative power. Restorative power can be succinctly described as the ability to return to a normal state from a tilted position. In other words, it can be referred to as resistance to capsizing." "Yes, exactly as you said." Captain Rawu nodded happily. "The public ships, including this 10th ship, the largest public ships called first-class public ships in Darway, have extraordinary restorative power. That's why they won't capsize, even when performing a simultaneous broadside. So Darway is not only a superpower in magic and alchemy, but also in shipbuilding technology." Rio nodded multiple times at Captain Rawu's explanation. There still seemed to be much to learn from Darway. Captain Rawu left the two to give his next instructions. "The Central Nations? No, even in the Archipelago Sea region or the Southern Continent, fleet battles mainly revolved around boarding." "That's right. But here in Darway, it's different." "Yes, it was unexpectedly a cannon battle." Rio shook his head slightly. "The cannon battle that Rio knew was the exchange of cannon fire on Earth. However, the battle that unfolded before them was undoubtedly something that should be called a cannon battle, even if it involved alchemy. The difference was that gunpowder was magical power and cannons were alchemy tools. I wonder if someday even the Central Nations will have this kind of fleet battle." "It will, without a doubt," Abel stated with conviction. "If something is already being put to practical use somewhere, it will eventually be implemented elsewhere too." "Right, I won't deny that. The lack of interaction between the Eastern nations and the Central Nations was due to that corridor. But this time, the Phantom King plans to use His Majesty the Emperor to open it. Eventually, naval battles in the Central Nations will likely transition to cannon battles," Abel asserted. Abel was the king. That is why he must look decades into the future of the nation. The long-term plans for the nation must be something everyone involved in politics is conscious of. "Then shall we load it onto our kingdom's warships ahead of time?" "Huh," Rio murmured, and Abel questioned back, not understanding what he meant. However, Rio was muttering to himself. "Captain Rio's bracers are better than this. But that one doesn't use a magic stone, and this one probably gets magical power from the magic stone. If it's a ship-based cannon fire, does each turret need a magic stone installation? Oh, before that, I need to get permission from Captain Rio to use the magic formula properly. In a way, as a sort of patent, since I gave him the friendship proof no. 2, if I promise to only use it in the Central Nations, I feel like he might allow it. I'm not sure if Rio is diligent or just random." Abel shook his head slightly. "That said, it has been said that the magic of the Central Nations is inferior. It seems the gap is also showing in alchemy." "Yes." Rio's awareness returned at Abel's mutter. "No, the magic of the Central Nations has long been said to be inferior compared to the Western and Eastern nations." "Oh, I've heard that, but watching Rio, I never thought so at all. However, I feel there seems to be quite a gap in alchemy, which is closely related to magic. The alchemy of the Central Nations, no, of the kingdom is so wonderful because it's used more in the lives of the people than on the battlefield." For some reason, Rio became flustered and argued back. "Is that so?" "Absolutely. In fact, the kingdom's alchemy doesn't lose to anyone. Sure, it may be lacking in magic cannon fire, but yes, the kingdom has that, right? That, the aerial battleship Golden Hind. Oh, plus it's equipped with the unparalleled main gun Vedra. Why yeah, whoever controls the sky controls the battle. It definitely won't lose to the fleets of the Eastern nations." That's true, Rio was passionately asserting. However, Abel's response was dull. What is it, Abel, that reaction? Well, Rio wouldn't know because he wasn't there, but actually the Golden Hind sank. What? It was sunk by Demon Garwin. What do you mean? Abel said apologetically, and Rio, not understanding, was confused. The Golden Hind is docked either in the royal capital or run, right? Did demons invade that far? No, Rio did come to that battlefield. It sank there. You deployed the Golden Hind in the demon battle. Why, it was a trump card against Garwin. We were supposed to weaken Garwin's power with long-range bombardment by Vedra and then seal him. I see. Rio nodded at Abel's explanation. Rio somewhat understood now. Not only the long-range spreading goddess's mercy panacea breath, but even Kenneth's storage-type bullet rain was activated. It truly was an all-out war. It might make sense to use the Golden Hind after all. If it's sunk, there's nothing we can do about it. We'll repair it when we return to the kingdom, Rio declared with high spirits. Not only the main gun Vedra, but also equipping the secondary guns with magic cannon fire. All right, let's have the Flying Squirrel Golem Squad accompany it. Huh. It will have strong cannon fire capability, along with the ability to serve as a mothership for the Golem Flying Squad. Yes, an aerial battleship. It will be the guardian of the kingdom's sky. With that, the Empire won't even consider attacking the kingdom. In Rio's mind, a new modified Golden Hind was envisioned, leading numerous flying golems through the sky. It seemed joyful. Well, let's keep it moderate. That was all His Majesty the King was able to say. After a thorough discussion about the future of the Natore Kingdom, Captain Ra Wu and the first-class navigator from Myanmar arrived at the side of the king and the first duke, having finished calculating and recording the damages from the battle. We've completely shaken off the enemy, Captain Ra Wu reported to the two. This was indeed a welcome report. However, the captain's face appeared grim, as did the face of the Myanmar navigator standing beside him. However, we were unable to procure the food we planned to gather in the town of Shunbore. Abel and Rio were at a loss for words in response to Captain Ra Wu's statement. Indeed, the original plan to head to the port town of Shunbore was to acquire food supplies. Even if we save on rations, we only have enough food for 3 more days. The Myanmar navigator continued. The first-class navigator was responsible for the practical affairs of the ship. Food management likely fell under his purview as well. I have picked out a few port towns we might reach within 3 days, but to be honest, I can't guarantee anything. In other words, it's possible that, like in Shunbore, Prince Kuri's men could be ahead of us. Yes, there is that possibility. Captain Ra Wu nodded in agreement with Abel's observation. We could continue north and somehow reach a port in the Paiyu Nation, but it would take at least 6 days. That means we'd have to make do without food for 3 days. It seems that this was not a realistic option. While Abel, Captain Ra Wu, and the Myanmar navigator were engaged in conversation, Rio inexplicably looked up at the sky. Not in a daze, but quite attentively. What's wrong, Rio? I'm not sure if this will work, but there's something I want to try. If it goes well, we might be able to get food. What? Captain Ra Wu and the Myanmar navigator were surprised by Rio's words. It was only natural. Could food possibly be obtained out here in the middle of the sea? Please. After exchanging glances with the Myanmar navigator, Captain Ra Wu said this. Rio took a deep breath and then shouted towards the sky. Leonor, if you're watching from over there, please come here for a moment. I need something. Rio's voice, which came from deep in his belly, seemed to carry quite well, and many of the crew members on the first deck turned their gazes toward him. Their expressions were uniformly astonished. However, after realizing that nothing particularly happened following the shout, they resumed their work. A minute passed after Rio shouted, but nothing occurred. Of course, Abel, Captain Ra Wu, and the Myanmar navigator did not say a word. The latter two exchanged silent glances, probably compromising on their uncertainty about what was happening and choosing not to speak. Excluding Rio, only Abel seemed to understand what had just transpired. Yes, the name that Rio had shouted, Leonor. Of course, it was the name of a demon, a being of a certain kind that was very frightening. At the very least, it was not someone to feel at ease around. Another minute passed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, what could be described as a 4-meter-square black wall appeared on the first deck. When Captain Ra Wu and the Myanmar navigator saw it for the first time, they were at a loss for understanding. So they glanced at it once and then looked back again. It seemed that when people see something they cannot comprehend, they tend to do a double take. Seriously, suddenly opening a gate is too much. Shut it, Jean-Jacques. I still have not forgiven you. You were the one who encouraged those two to provoke Rio. Rio. From the gate, 2 demons emerged. One was a man dressed in priest-like clothing. The other was a woman dressed in something resembling a swimsuit, albeit with horns and a tail. I've noticed recently that Leonor changes her outfit every time she appears. Indeed, just a moment ago I was in the pool. When I saw Rio calling from there, I hurried over. You made me forcibly open the gate, Rio remarked on Leonor's outfit. Leonor explained, and Jean-Jacques complained. Pastra and Argenta were it. They said it was you who suggested they challenge me. Wait, how does Rio know that? Of course it's because Pastra told me. That bastard. So Jean-Jacques is in debt to me. Rio had become the one to interject against the demons, standing in a position of reason. Although he felt somewhat reluctant, this was an emergency. He would use whatever resources he had. So Rio, you mentioned you needed something earlier? Yes. Regarding those two, Leonor asked if I had any wishes. I found one, please. Speak, and I shall grant it. Leonor encouraged him with a joyful expression. I want food for everyone on this ship. Food? Leonor tilted her head at Rio's words. Meanwhile, Abel, Captain Ra Wu, and the Myanmar navigator were taken aback by the conversation they overheard. We are running out of food on this ship soon, but bad people have gotten ahead of us at the procurement destination. Well, I could charge into the town with Abel, but I thought of a smarter solution. Yes, that was the solution Rio had devised. He had been contemplating asking Leonor for something all along. That said, he felt it was different to ask for something he could obtain himself. After considering various options, nothing seemed quite right. Then this trouble arose. He had a feeling that these demons might somehow procure food, so he decided to ask. Very well then, specifically what kind of food do you need? Myanmar, do you have a list of the food we were supposed to procure? Yes, here it is. The Myanmar navigator said this and handed over 4 sheets of paper. They contained a list of items that were supposed to be procured in Shunbore, although it includes things other than food. Well, that should not be a problem. Leonor glanced quickly over the 4 sheets of paper and accepted the request. Once I bring it, it will be a battle with Rio. That's not acceptable. Leonor said this cheerfully, but Rio firmly refused with a serious expression. Why not? This is a recompense for the trouble caused by Pastra Argenta and that Jean-Jacques over there, so my battle with Leonor won't be part of the deal. Rio stated this clearly, and Leonor frowned. Rio felt a bit sorry for Leonor if she were to bring the food. He thought that, but that battle would undoubtedly be fierce, and the likelihood of Rio dying was high. It wasn't something that could be accepted based solely on feelings of sympathy. It can't be helped, it's certainly the fault of these fools. Leonor said this while glaring at Jean-Jacques, who stood nearby. Wait me, is it my fault? I certainly recall encouraging those two with something like Rio can handle it. See, that's it right there, Rio pointed out Jean-Jacques' excuse. That was just in the heat of the moment. People can end up dying in the heat of the moment. Humans are not sturdy. Wouldn't it be better if humans were sturdier? Over the course of millions of years of evolution, maybe someday humans will become more resilient, but it's impossible right now. Rio shook his head at Jean-Jacques' careless words. When viewed this way, Rio appeared to be quite the sensible person. In fact, he might just be a person of common sense. Okay, that was an exaggeration. Well, wait a moment. There are a few things that will take time. When I procure them, should I drop them on this deck? Yes, please do. Rio nodded in response to Leonor's inquiry. Of course, he confirmed that the Myanmar navigator was also nodding. All right, Jean-Jacques, let's go. Somehow I feel like I'm going to be made to work again. Of course, those two will have to work too. Humans must take responsibility for the words they speak. It seems that even demons must take responsibility for the words they utter. As Rio observed this scene, he thought about how incredible the people of old were. Silence is golden. Certainly a profound statement. If one refrained from speaking unnecessary words, they wouldn't have to bear unwarranted responsibilities. One wouldn't fall under charges of defamation or libel. Those who spoke would always say, that wasn't their intention. But it doesn't matter. Everything is decided by the one being spoken to, who has the ability to decide. By merely speaking, one is relinquishing the power of life and death to others. When you think about it, it's truly remarkable. How terrifying. One demon who had to take responsibility for such words was dragged away and disappeared into the gate. Silence returned to the first deck. No, that is incorrect. From the moment Leonor and Jean-Jacques appeared from the gate, everyone on the first deck had their gazes fixed on the two and remained silent. Except for Rio and the Myanmar navigator, no one opened their mouth. Captain Ra Wu, for now we just have to wait, Rio said as he turned to Captain Ra Wu. Yes, thank you. Even Captain Ra Wu appeared to be somewhat dazed. Then, together with the Myanmar navigator, he headed down to the hold to prepare for the transfer and storage of the food when it arrived. Having Leonor procure the food is quite a good idea. Right. To be honest, I wasn't sure if she would agree to take on the task. Abel praised, and Rio nodded, glad that it was going smoothly. Of course, whether it would truly go well would only be known once the food was brought. For now, all they could do was wait. She mentioned it would take some time, so let's wait patiently. Indeed. Just as Rio said this and Abel responded, a loud rumbling sound was heard. A gate appeared parallel to the deck, and multiple bags that seemed to contain grains began to emerge from it. That was fast. Sorry, someone carry this to the hold, Rio exclaimed in surprise, and Abel called for the crew. Another loud rumbling sound. Several barrels emerged next. Sorry, I need you to take this too. Another rumbling sound. Even more wooden boxes filled with vegetables started to come out. Sorry. Even more additions. Another rumbling sound. Wooden boxes filled with fruits also appeared. They were short on manpower. What's this? We have no choice but to carry them ourselves. Thus, Rio and Abel were also drafted into the task of transporting the delivered food to the hold. 20 minutes after the first grains were delivered, the first deck was overflowing with food. They were transporting it to the hold immediately upon delivery, but they couldn't keep up. At that moment, the two demons appeared. Wow, what a sight! Rio's not around, Jean-Jacques nodded as he surveyed the packed deck, while Leonor searched for Rio. Rio, who had been busy with transporting the cargo, returned after a while. Oh, Leonor and Jean-Jacques, Rio, you're late. Well, I was drafted to carry the supplies. Leonor admonished him while Rio explained the reason. For some reason, Jean-Jacques was standing on one leg, balancing himself with both arms spread wide. Rio had no idea what that meant. I delivered everything you asked for. Yet looking at the hold, it seems there's considerably more than what was listed. Is that so? There might be some from Pastra and Argenta's procurement as well. Overall, it might have increased, but as long as the ship doesn't sink, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Ah, yes. At that moment, Abel and the Myanmar navigator also arrived. So Rio asked the Myanmar navigator, Myanmar, do we have enough of what we need? Yes, of course, it seems we received quite a lot. It was a great help. Saying this, the Myanmar navigator expressed his gratitude to Leonor in the Darway style. Well, don't worry about it. You can pass on your thanks to Rio, Leonor replied with a generous nod. Rio was impressed by how magnanimous Leonor was. However, all of that was blown away by her next statement. With this, we are square. Next time we meet, let's battle again. I don't have to fight if I don't want to. Not an option. I'm the one who will fight Rio and kill him. Leonor smiled widely. The incongruity between her cheerful expression and the ominous implication of her words was quite stark. Well, let's set that aside for now. Thank you for your help, Rio said, bowing politely. Abel was also silently bowing behind him. Indeed, there is etiquette even among friends. Well then, until next time. Rio, let's fight. Ow, hey, Leonor, don't pull my ear. Leonor and Jean-Jacques disappeared into the gate. On this day, October 25, 2022, information and cover art for the second volume of the comic were released. The second volume of the comic will be released on November 15. In the activity report, the cover art and band have been posted. It's written on that band, and it's also mentioned in the tweet above. The series has surpassed a total of 150,000 copies sold. Hooray! This is all thanks to the readers who have supported and purchased the work. Thank you so very much. Since the band on the 5th volume of the novel stated over 100,000 copies, that means an additional 50,000 copies have been added. What a tremendous blessing. I will continue to write, so I appreciate your continued support. And as for the release date of the 6th volume of the novel, please wait just a little longer. The production is progressing properly. Furthermore, the author is smoothly writing the manuscript for the 7th volume. Please look forward to various things. 7 days have passed since the food was procured with the help of the devil. What's on the agenda for today? Yes, we will be stopping at the port of Meihai in the Peiyu Nation. In the corner of the first deck of the public ship No. 10, as usual, the water attribute mage and the swordsman are talking. Just a moment ago, the water attribute mage was fiddling with some alchemy tools while the swordsman was swinging his sword. Land in sight, a lookout in the mast shouted, which was heard by the two. Do you think we can enter the port of the Peiyu Nation without any trouble? We fought a war with Darway not long ago, right? Ah, that was when Prince Lion led the charge. While the two were negotiating with the ghost ship Ruri, the Peiyu Nation had suddenly invaded Darway to the south. In response, Prince Lion had received the Emperor's orders and headed north to drive them back. Of course, it seems a ceasefire treaty was established afterward. The public ship number 10 will anchor offshore. We'll head to the port in a cutter, Captain Ra Wu explained to the two. A cutter? Is it like a lifeboat? Neither Abel nor Rio is particularly familiar with this area. However, upon seeing the ship stop and preparations being made, they understood. A 20-person cutter boat was being lowered from the public ship number 10. It is a rowboat, typically carried on larger ships. While larger ports may have the capacity to dock, smaller ones often do not. In such cases, it is common to anchor offshore like this and then take a cutter boat to land. First Officer Sun Mar and First Class Navigator Myanmar will remain on the ship while I go ashore. I want to obtain a navigational chart and gather information about this northern sea area. What will you two do? Let's go. Yes, we will go. Abel replied immediately to Captain Ra-Wu's question, and Rio nodded along. Both of them were curious about what lay to the north from here. Thus, Rio, Abel, and Captain Ra-Wu, along with 17 crew members, landed at Meihai Port. As soon as the 20 people disembarked, they were approached by what appeared to be guards. The ship anchored offshore was clearly visible from the port. This response might be considered natural. "We are the guards of Meihai Port. I am the Captain Moa Shu. Who are you?" A man with a beard and decent equipment introduced himself. About 10 soldiers from the Meihai Port Guards stood behind him, all holding something resembling spears. Although they were not brandishing their weapons, it did seem they were trying to intimidate. "I am Captain Ra-Wu of Public Ship Number 10, belonging to the Darway Imperial Public Ship Office. The ship anchored offshore is that same Public Ship Number 10. We are on a mission under orders from the Imperial family. I would like to speak with the person in charge of the port." He did not come across as arrogant. However, Captain Ra-Wu's introduction conveyed strength and an unwavering presence. For a moment, the guard captain, Moa Shu, seemed to be at a loss, which Rio and Abel noticed. But it was just for a moment, as expected of a captain. He could not show any weakness in front of his subordinates. The person in charge of the port is the port daimyo, but he is currently absent. "And the vice chief? That would be me," Captain Moa Shu answered clearly. "I see. Then, Captain Moa Shu, I have something to discuss. Is there a place we can go? The daimyo's office will be fine. Follow me." The group was led to what appeared to be the reception room of the daimyo's office. However, it was certainly too small for 20 people. Thus, only Captain Ra-Wu, Rio, and Abel entered, while the other 17 waited in the next room. "First, here is the order from the Darway Imperial family, from Prince Lion," Captain Ra-Wu said, showing the order he had received from Rio and the others previously. Of course, it didn't contain specific operational orders. In simple terms, it stated that the actions of Public Ship Number 10 were approved under Prince Lion's authority. However, this could be interpreted as granting Public Ship No. 10 the freedom to operate, and that the Darway Imperial family supported their actions. Captain Moa Shu nodded after a quick read. He then politely returned the order. "Recently, an unfortunate conflict occurred between us, the Peiyu Nation, and Darway." Captain Moa Shu began to speak. "I heard that the commander who halted Darway's advance was Prince Lion. Is the person mentioned in that order the same individual?" "Yes, it is indeed the same prince," Captain Ra-Wu answered clearly. Honestly, he did not understand the intent behind Captain Moa Shu's question. There was a possibility that he harbored resentment toward Prince Lion. If someone close to him had lost their life in that battle, it would be understandable. However, lying here would be a poor choice. Since he was asked, he had no choice but to answer honestly, and if he were to answer honestly, it was best to do so clearly and boldly. "So it is," Captain Moa Shu said, letting out a sigh. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Neither Captain Ra-Wu nor Rio nor Abel spoke. "That was an incomprehensible southward expedition, even for Peiyu's soldiers," Captain Moa Shu muttered. "Incomprehensible?" Captain Ra-Wu tilted his head in confusion. Beside him, Rio and Abel exchanged glances, both equally perplexed. "No matter how you think about it, there is no way our Peiyu can defeat Darway. The power difference is too great. But the royal palace made a decision, and that order was passed down to the military, and many soldiers fell in Darway's land." "What?" Captain Moa Shu's expression was a mix of regret and sadness. Captain Ra-Wu looked astonished at the incomprehensible order. Both were individuals responsible for many subordinates. That is precisely why they understood. The grievance of having to send their subordinates into a deadly situation due to reckless orders. Of course, decisions made by higher-ups often consider a wealth of information that does not reach those below. Thus, even if someone at the lower ranks shouts, "Why was this order issued?" it usually leads to nothing. But still, those who surrendered were sent back to their home country swiftly without being mistreated. In that regard, I must respect Prince Lion's fairness. Among those who returned was my nephew. He was a child my wife cherished. I cannot forget the look on my wife's face at that time. War is not a good thing for anyone. In response to Captain Moa Shu's words, Captain Ra-Wu shook his head slightly and said, though he was only 30 years old, Captain Ra-Wu had indeed gone through his share of trials. If he hadn't, he would not have become a public ship captain at the age of 30. After a silence, Captain Moa Shu opened his mouth. "I apologize. I haven't yet asked you why the Darway public ship has docked. While you may not be able to disclose the details of your operations, I believe you came to ask for our cooperation?" "That's correct." Captain Ra-Wu paused briefly before continuing. "We intend to proceed further north." He deliberately withheld the name of the country. "I see, to the northern country." by stating the northern country. Captain Moa Shu implicitly conveyed his understanding. Keeping this matter vague between them would lessen the potential damage to their surroundings if the information spread later. One could assert, "I never thought it was the Chawauchi Empire," for instance. Even a single word can save many lives. The northern border is currently tense. Tense, Captain Rawu frowned at Captain Moa Shu's words. Tense is not a pleasant term. There have been reports that the northern country has sent troops to the border with our nation. Does that mean we are going to war with this Peiyu nation? Well, I can't say. As merely a guard captain of a port town, major national matters rarely come to my ears. Captain Moa Shu responded with a hint of self-deprecation to Captain Rawu's inquiry. Indeed, Meihai Port is a port town of the Peiyu nation, and Captain Moa Shu is just the captain of its guards. However, Peiyu nation itself has very few towns that could even be called port towns. Among them, Meihai Port is said to be the largest. This reflects the realities of the Peiyu nation, or perhaps the reasons of the Peiyu people. The Peiyu people are horseback people. Essentially, they are a people who do not venture out to sea and spend their lives alongside horses. As a result, the status of port towns within the Peiyu nation is not high. If I were to give you one piece of advice, it would be to avoid heading north by sea from here. Why is that? While there are reports of ice flowing from the north, the most troublesome factor is that there is a kraken's nest. Captain Moa Shu's words surprised Captain Rawu. However, more than the captain, it was Ryo and Abel who were astonished. Of course, the two remained silent but exchanged glances and grimaced at the same time. Yes, it was the kraken again. I don't know the reason, but it has been confirmed that the kraken from the north has been descending south at quite a frequent rate over the past year. Still, I find it hard to believe that the kraken has vanished from the north. Therefore, it is better to avoid heading north by sea. Indeed, Captain Rawu turned to the side at Captain Moa Shu's words. Abel, catching his glance, spoke up. Ryo and I will proceed by land. Yes, Ryo nodded in agreement. The area near the northern border has quite a troublesome terrain. Horses won't be able to manage. I never intended to go by horse anyway. Ryo isn't comfortable riding. If only Andalusia were here. In response to Captain Moa Shu's words, Abel shrugged, and Ryo answered with a look of grievance. They truly realize that a trustworthy, beloved horse is the most essential companion for a journey. I will provide you with a map to the border. It's not very detailed, but it's better than nothing, and you will get the general idea by looking at it. To be honest, there aren't many roads along the coast. Our country is a horseback nation, and the inland areas are more developed. Is it really okay to receive a map? I don't mind. It's merely something found in any town. Captain Moa Shu paused for a moment before restraining his voice and said, "The northern country appears ominous even from our perspective, and they are an adversary that could lead to war. Following the saying, the enemy of my enemy is my ally. Providing a map is not a bad thing after all." You are amazing for listening to chapters 591 to 690 of Water Magician. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.